Flex Descent. In the 5 days since the film's release, he'd seen it 4 times. He memorized Arthur's lines, reciting them like scripture. The worst part of having a mental illness is everyone expects you to act like you don't. You never listen, do you? I used to think my life was a tragedy, but now I realize it's a comedy. Is it just me, or is the world getting crazier? Laughter is my mask. Pain is my makeup. Sometimes, your smile is the best weapon against this insane world. In this mad world, the only crazy ones are those who aren't crazy. Our laughter is the start of their fear. He dyed his hair green, called himself the Joker, Batman's nemesis. The stranger James became, the more people pulled away from him. He didn't care. It felt right. It made him feel closer to Arthur. Sometimes, he overheard whispers and imagined they were about him, painting himself as an outcast, utterly alone. Lost in his obsession with becoming Arthur, James watched his 4th showing of Joker and had an epiphany. He needed the world to see him, just like Arthur did. How had Arthur done it? Oh, right. He killed. Live, on a high-ratings TV show. The TV part was out of reach. No talk show would invite James. But killing? That wasn't so hard. This was America, after all. Since a high-profile TV appearance wasn't an option, James chose a place with meaning. Murray Franklin's talk show held significance for Arthur, didn't it? So James picked the movie. Theater, specifically, the one playing Joker. He wanted to unleash himself in front of Arthur, to show his idol he was his truest disciple. Our laughter is the start of their fear, James muttered under his breath, echoing Arthur's words. His body shook. He raised his gun. Bang! Pop, 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 pop. Gunfire erupted, and James let out a wild laugh, mimicking Arthur's cackle. He tossed a tear gas canister into the crowd. Boom! Screams tore through the theater. The air filled with the stench of blood. James felt electrified, alive in a way he'd never been. At first, his laughter was forced, an imitation of Arthur's. But soon it was real, bursting from deep within. He chased the fleeing audience, gun blazing, firing at anyone in sight. He paused only to reload, his shots relentless. Jennifer Higuma had been watching him. She heard his muttering, saw him raise the gun. Her heart sank as she realized this wasn't some quirky costume. This guy was about to shoot. She dropped to the floor. Bullets whizzed over her head, striking the rows ahead. Shell casings rained down, one scalding her forehead. She froze, too terrified to move, until the sound of his footsteps faded. She'd escaped death. The police arrived. James didn't run. He stood at the theater's entrance, peeling off his goggles and helmet, tossing them to the ground. Smirking, he spread his arms wide, facing the nervous cops with their guns drawn. "Took you long enough, boys," he said. Coolly. Camera flashes popped around him, capturing his image for the morning papers. James felt incredible. For the first time in his life, he was seen. From this day forward, no one would ignore him. Ha 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 ha. His laughter erupted, tears streaming down his face. The officer about to cuff him flinched at the sound, startled, and tackled James to the ground in a heap. "He's copying the Joker." "That laugh," someone in the crowd shouted. "You're goddamn right," a reporter muttered, eyes gleaming. "Copying the Joker? Perfect." Tomorrow's headlines were set. Ring, ring, ring. The bedside phone's shrill chime jolted Martin awake from his dreams. "Hello, who's this?" Martin groggily answered, glancing instinctively at the clock. 2:30 a.m. "It's me, Jeff Raymond." "We've got a problem, Martin." Martin snapped upright, instantly alert. "What happened, Jeff?" "There's been a shooting at a theater in Aurora, Colorado, showing Joker. 12 dead, 70 injured. Word is the gunman was mimicking the Joker, laughing like Arthur during and after the killings. He even dyed his hair green." "What the hell?" Martin was fully awake now. "Honey, what's going on?" "What happened?" Drew and Cameron, sleeping beside him, stirred. Martin quickly filled them in, then turned back to Jeff. "Get in touch with our media contacts immediately. This is going to blow up. We can't suppress it. So let's lean in. Sometimes bad news can be spun into good." The more Martin spoke, the clearer his thoughts became, his voice steadying. Hanging up, he turned to Drew. "We've got work to do. Notify our PR team right away. Have them push hard on Joker's cautionary message. We made a film about the Joker, sure, but it's really about society's injustices." Drew's eyes lit up, her take-charge instincts kicking in, anxiety replaced by resolve. "Budget." 10 million, max, Martin said. Then he added, I'm calling Ivanka now. We need to mobilize our online influencers, steer this shooting narrative toward gun control. The administration's been pushing a stricter firearms policy lately. This is a sensitive issue, ripe for public debate. Drew grinned. Smart move. That way, the film dodges blame. Why did the shooter kill? Because he had a gun. Mimicking the Joker isn't the reason. It's just fandom. And it'll keep the movie in the spotlight. She leapt out of bed, already pulling on clothes. Cameron Diaz piped up. Anything I can do? Martin smiled. If anyone interviews you about this, stick to one point. A movie is just a movie. This shooting has no direct link to the film. Got it. Cameron repeated it under her breath a few times, then nodded. Got it. The next day, the shooting dominated the news. Troubled Ph.D. student turns Joker, opens fire in theater, leaving 12 dead, 70 injured. Joker doctor's killing spree. He didn't plan to let anyone walk out alive. Joker sparks toxic social impact. Should films like this even be shown? Joker should be pulled from theaters. It's caused irreparable tragedy and promotes a dangerous mindset. When life doesn't go your way, turn to crime. Is Joker a great film? Yes. Is Joker a terrible film? Also yes. Joker is too dark, too bleak. It glorifies ideas that can sway certain groups in dangerous ways. Just as Martin predicted, some outlets seized the shooting to attack the film. But Myers Entertainment's media allies quickly fired back. Does Joker glorify crime? No. It exposes why crime happens. It lays bare social injustice, urging us to stay vigilant. It's a warning. When tragedy strikes, we shouldn't blame a movie. We should ask why it happened and what systemic flaws allowed it. Some claim the shooter, James Holmes, was imitating Arthur from the film. But Arthur never kills an innocent person in Joker. Never. Whatever drove Holmes to kill, the movie wasn't the root cause. We all know this. Some just find it easier to pin a tidy excuse on a criminal rather than dig into the deeper issues. In the film, when Arthur is arrested, a furious cop blames him for the city's chaos, saying it's all because of him. But that's not true. The movie shows Gotham's backdrop: economic collapse, government neglect, mass unemployment, and a desperate underclass. That's the real root of violence and chaos. In reality, when this shooting happened, some people and media rushed to blame Joker. How absurd. First, we need to ask why Holmes killed. Second, where did he get his weapons? Finally, was his mental state stable? Those are the real causes of this tragedy. Let's talk about Joker itself. Is it as hopelessly negative as some claim? Does it really incite destructive emotions? Blaming a movie like this is mistaking the 5 trees for a forest. Real society is far more complex than Joker. A single film can't capture or explain the full scope of society's light and darkness. On the contrary, Joker's warning is powerful. It's practically a fable, sparking discussion and reflection. That's its greatest strength. Arthur is a victim in the film. Through his tragic story, Joker warns us, not incites us. The film is remarkably restrained. Every time Arthur kills, he's in deep pain, tormented. The movie's point is clear. It's not glorifying violence. It's neutral. Completely neutral. Blaming a murder on a film like Joker, which strives for sober restraint, is the most laughable thing in the world. How's it going? In the Globe conference room, the female vice president turned to the head of publicity. The publicity chief shook his head. We've got our media allies blasting coverage linking the shooting to Joker. As for results, it'll take time to see. But lately, Warner and Myers Entertainment's outlets have been pushing back, steering the narrative elsewhere. Then ramp it up. We need everyone knowing Joker peddles toxic values. Got it. Quentin Tarantino and Brad Pitt exchanged glances, silently exhaling in relief. With Joker's momentum hitting this backlash, audiences might think twice before flocking to it like before, right? No need to sway everyone. Just enough to make a dent. Over at Warner's conference room. No, we don't need to waste time and energy suppressing the bad press. In special cases like this, negativity can be its own kind of hype. Martin laid it out plainly. I've lined up authoritative experts to speak for us. Our job is to console the victims' families and visit the injured. I'll handle that personally. We have to show the public our sense of responsibility. Even though the shooting isn't Joker's fault, We'll shoulder some blame anyway. Make people see how we're being wronged. That'll draw in folks who weren't even interested before. Back at Globe's conference room, after the meeting wrapped, Quentin Tarantino and Brad Pitt walked side by side to the parking lot. "What do you think?" Quentin asked. "I don't know. Hoping for the best," Brad replied, shaking his head. Quentin pondered, then said gravely, "We'd better prepare for the worst. For promo, Brad, you'll have to hustle, hit more spots, especially Europe. You know North American crowds aren't exactly rolling out the red carpet for you these days." Brad forced a wry smile. "Yeah, I know." Just then, Brad's phone buzzed. He checked it, his smile turning even more strained. "It's her. Gotta go." Quentin blinked, then got it, shaking his head. He clapped Brad on the shoulder. "Go on." Then, watching Brad's retreating figure, Quentin thought, "Man, that guy's got it rough." Harvard psychology professor Jeffrey Swanson argued, "We shouldn't rush to conclusions about the shooter's motives, let alone absurdly blame a movie. Sure, mass shooters are often young men with reclusive tendencies. The problem is, that describes thousands of people who've never done anything like this. The perpetrator might be a serial failure seeking to resolve his issues through slaughter. I suspect police efforts to uncover his motives could be futile. Better to focus on preventing such crimes in the first place." FBI criminal psychologist Michael Werner told the media, "Looking at past U.S. mass shootings, the perpetrators fit a profile, antisocial, highly paranoid, aiming to make an impact through killing. This has nothing to do with a movie. No film could trigger such behavior. It's the result of chronic mental issues. Tragedies like this stem largely from the suspect's own psychological instability, sparked by some emotional trigger. When exposed to violent, graphic scenes, he can't distinguish fiction from reality." From reports, James rarely interacted with the outside world, had no friends, but was obsessed with computers and role-playing online games. "I haven't seen details on his family, but records show his parents didn't live with him and contact was minimal. Isolated from society, he couldn't attract attention, couldn't get love from family, friends, or a partner. He was drowning in lonely misery. The more isolated he felt, the deeper he dove into role-playing. When he tried applying those personas to real life, the pressure mounted, creating a vicious cycle. So, through the shooting, he achieved notoriety and found a twisted sense of purpose." Duke University professor Jeffrey Swanson, who studies violence and mental illness, invoked Alfred Adler, founder of individual psychology. Criminality and so-called normalcy coexist in every person. Adler believed inferiority complexes lurk in all of us. For individuals, inferiority can drive success or failure. It motivates progress, but some, lacking proper upbringing, can't handle it. They can't collaborate, focusing only on self-interest and quick gains in work and life. They shun effort, craving instant rewards, leading them to crime, what we call going dark. They can't form deep bonds or understand cooperation. They feel society owes them. They believe they're capable, yet unrecognized. No soulmate, childhood trauma from family. Instead of positive striving, they veer off course. Feeling inferior, they fear defeat, opting for the simplest win, preemptively crushing others. And what's simpler than killing? Nothing. Hence the shooting. What we should discuss isn't Joker, but whether our systems help these people avoid crime, whether guns are too easily obtained by them, or anyone. This is a societal issue, not something to pin on one film. Martin's Harvard law classmate, Victor Garber, senior partner at Kirkland & Ellis, weighed in. Legally, Joker and its producers bear no responsibility. Subjectively, the filmmakers and suspect shared no intent to harm. Objectively, the producers took no harmful actions. The victim's injuries resulted directly from the suspect's deeds. There's no causal link under the law, so no liability. As experts voiced their opinions across the media, public sentiment quickly shifted. People began to echo the experts' reasoning. Yeah, a criminal's mindset doesn't form overnight. Look at all the prep James Holmes did before the shooting. This wasn't some spur-of-the-moment crime. He must have been building up to it for a long time. A grown man committing murder because of a movie he saw 4 times? That's ridiculous. Martin, joined by Cameron Diaz and other key Joker cast members, visited the injured in the hospital, publicly pledging to cover all medical expenses out of humanitarian concern. Facing the press, Martin, with his polished acting skills, conveyed deep sorrow. Words can't express my shock and grief. I can't fully grasp the pain of the victims and their families, but my heart is with them. His actions won widespread admiration. The public saw it as a profoundly responsible and compassionate gesture. As one of his fans posted on Facebook, "Dear Martin Myers, you may play the Joker on screen, but in real life, you've shown the strength of a true superhero, not a movie villain. You make me feel there are real, flesh and blood, sincere heroes in this world." Soon after, a tidal wave of online debates erupted about gun violence in America. Gun violence is getting worse in our country, claiming countless innocent lives. According to the Gun Violence Archive, this year alone has seen 190 mass shootings with at least 4 casualties, and over 1,400 deaths from gun-related incidents. Against this backdrop, we have to ask, what's driving these relentless shootings? Behind these tragedies is the greedy, black-hearted gun trade. We need to ban guns. Ban them. Ban them now. Ban guns. Are you out of your mind? If guns are banned, how do I protect myself? Rely on the cops? They only protect the rich. Us poor folks. We need guns to keep ourselves and our families safe. I'm against a ban too. It goes against America's freedom and democracy. We need guns. They give us security. Shockingly, the shooting didn't tank Joker's box office. After a slight dip on Monday, ticket sales climbed again by Tuesday. By the second weekend, Saturday and Sunday brought in $35.66 million and $34.54 million, respectively. After breaking $100 million in 3 days, Joker hit $312 million in 8 days, including the first weekend Sunday, surpassing $300 million in 11 days, shattering records left and right. It was clear to everyone. Joker's storm was just getting started. Then came the premiere of Inglourious Bastard. Though Martin and Brad Pitt didn't get along, his relationship with Quentin Tarantino was decent enough. Quentin had quietly helped him out during his Harvard days. So Martin attended the Inglourious Bastard premiere and promptly turned it into his own press conference. Reporters swarmed Martin, peppering him with questions, while Quentin and Brad, trailing behind on the red carpet, were ignored. "Martin, what's your take on the Aurora shooting?" "I'm heartbroken. Do you think the suspect was imitating the Joker?" "Of course not. In Joker, Arthur's actions are driven by desperation. Maybe the shooter had his own desperate reasons, like Arthur in Joker." "Oh, then we've found the real issue. Who pushed him to that point? That's the true cause. I don't believe my film has the power to warp a grown adult's judgment or behavior." "Martin, any predictions for Joker's box office?" "Good question. I think Joker will easily clear $1 billion globally." "Martin, Joker has broken every box office record for an R-rated comic book movie. What do you make of that? Is the market entering an anti-hero era?" "I'm thrilled Joker's breaking records. As for the market entering a new era? Nah, I don't buy that. Joker's success doesn't mean superhero films are done or that other genres can't sell. The market's diverse. It can handle all kinds of films, as long as they're good." "Martin, many critics say if Joker weren't a comic book movie but a gritty realist drama, it'd sweep awards season. Such a shame. Thoughts?" "I don't think Joker's comic book roots will keep it from awards. Don't underestimate the judges like that. I made this film to express myself. Awards are great, but if they don't come, it's fine. I've got the audience's support." "Martin, what's your take on Inglourious Bastard? Will Quentin's new film dent Joker's box office?" Martin chuckled, pointing to Quentin and Brad waiting outside the interview zone. "You guys are too much." Quentin was just smiling, thinking you'd finally ask about his movie, but nope. You pivot back to Joker. Look at his awkward face. Give him a break, yeah? Quentin gave a wry wave from the sidelines. Martin nodded back, then grinned at the reporters. "Last question. I know Quentin's talent well. Inglourious Bastard is absolutely a great film. But I don't think it'll hurt Joker's box office, nor will Joker hurt its numbers. The summer market's big enough for 2 different films to coexist." Watching Martin hold court, Brad muttered to Quentin, "I hope he's right." Talk about bad luck. Not only did the shooting fail to tank Joker, it sparked another box office surge. All our press releases ended up helping Martin, making Joker even bigger. Quentin sighed. Forget it. No use dwelling. Let the movies do the talking. Martin's praise for Quentin Tarantino's films and talent wasn't just polite lip service. The guy who loved to linger on shots of women's feet was undeniably gifted. In Martin's eyes, Quentin might not quite reach the level of a master, but he was a cinematic genius. His knack for non-linear storytelling, unforgettable dialogue, and blood-soaked scenes elevated the gritty, violent style of American B-movies to new heights. Quentin's films were never perfect. They came with sharp edges, littered with bugs and logical gaps that piled up like a chaotic stack of cards. Yet somehow, they gave off an exhilarating, larger-than-life vibe. That high, that rush, was exactly what made film buffs feel a thrill and lightness they'd never experienced before. Especially Quentin's stylized violence. Those scenes were catnip for cult film fans, impossible to look away from. His signature move? 1 second, everything's calm and serene. The next, rivers of blood. The jarring contrast flooded viewers' brains with dopamine. No matter how brutal the journey, his stories always ended with the hero getting revenge, winning the girl, and riding off into the sunset, laced with the idealism and romanticism of classic westerns. Another hallmark, Quentin didn't like linear narratives. He always played with structure, weaving stories in unexpected ways. As John Ford once said, a story needs a beginning, middle, and end, but not necessarily in that order. Quentin lived that mantra in his films. Inglourious Basterds was a quintessential Quentin work, yet it was also an outlier. For once, Quentin told a story straight. Well, as straight as he ever did. Of course, it still had his usual ingredients. Assassinations, shootouts, revenge plots, ambition clashing with betrayal, characters taking the stage one after another, and the lingering question, who's this all for in the end? Once again, he poured his chaotic, anarchic, violent imagination into his work. This time, even Adolf Hitler caught a stray bullet, casually sent to hell by a Jewish woman. If Kill Bill was a wild, East meets West violence fest, Inglourious Basterds seemed to say no one escapes the chaos of hatred unscathed. The film's ending gleefully shattered historical truth, leaving you unsure whether to laugh or cry. The Allies' meticulous assassination plan inexplicably fails. The main villain abruptly switches sides. A regular Jewish woman's brutal revenge succeeds. Nazi leaders are easily outwitted and gunned down by a woman. Hitler dies in pathetic disgrace, and a defecting German colonel is carved with a permanent Nazi mark. What Martin found most amusing was how, despite leaning into World War II movie tropes to paint some German officers as vile, Quentin spent more ink crafting a positive image for others, especially Colonel Hans Landa. Hans was almost heroic, sharp, elegant, carrying a sense of historical duty, operating on a higher moral plane. By contrast, the Americans in the film were dirty, bloodthirsty, barbaric, and deceitful, with no redeeming qualities. Strip away their anti-Nazi stance, and they were almost entirely negative figures. In the darkened theater, Martin couldn't help but smirk. No wonder people called Quentin a genius. He was so damn audacious. He kept just a sliver of historical grounding, then flipped the moral archetypes of both sides, creating a cast of wildly compelling characters. It was pure, mischievous brilliance. Genius? Hell, only the devil knew what was going on in his head. After the screening, Martin congratulated Quentin. "Buddy, this one's gonna do numbers at the box office. I'm telling you," Martin said, planting the flag. Truthfully, Quentin had little reason to worry about his film's performance. His distinct style had already carved out a loyal niche fan base, guaranteeing a baseline of $50 million at the box office. Pull in a few extra fans, and the investment would pay off. That's why Quentin was always so confident in his films. But this time was different. Inglourious Basterds had a budget of $75 million, the highest of his career. Add in marketing and distribution, and the total cost topped $90 million. And Martin's Joker was a juggernaut, gobbling up box office share with a ferocity that felt like it could swallow every other film in its path. Even a madman like Quentin couldn't help but feel the pressure. Still, now that the film was out, he seemed to relax. Win or lose, it was what it was. "Thank you, Martin," Quentin said with a wry smile. The first weekend's 4 days passed. The mood in Globe Entertainment's conference room was tense. The distribution head, Carl Steinbach tapped his fingers on the table, a report on Inglourious Basterds' opening weekend box office sitting in front of him. Opening weekend brought in $22.62 million. Looks like Inglourious Basterds won't lose money. It's just a question of how much profit. Honestly, this was better than they'd feared. When Joker first hit theaters, it scared them senseless, seeming to suck up all the box office potential. Given the investment, the numbers were solid. Hitting $120 million in North America and $300 million globally shouldn't be an issue. Are we still pushing the plan to suppress Joker? The publicity head asked the female vice president at the head of the table. She frowned, mulling it over. Forget it. Using the shooting to fuel negative press on Joker backfired. It just gave their film more buzz. Her tone carried a trace of resentment. Globe had hoped to capitalize on the shooting to tank Joker's box office, but they'd botched it, inadvertently boosting its numbers instead. They'd spent their own money advertising their rival's film. It stung. After attending Inglourious Basterds' premiere, Joker began its European rollout, and Martin embarked on his promotional tour. First stop, London. Mimi Young and Emma Watson showed up together to pick him up. After wrapping Inception, she'd lingered in Los Angeles for a while before jetting off to London to visit her bestie, Emma Watson. Since Martin was coming to London for promo, she tagged along with Emma to meet him at the airport. London International Airport. Emma Watson was chatting with Mimi Young. Mimi, I'm still so annoyed. Why didn't Martin cast me in that role instead of you? Is my acting somehow worse than yours? Little Hermione huffed, clearly frustrated. Mimi smirked triumphantly. It was Martin's choice. If you've got a problem, take it up with him. That's right. Mimi had flown thousands of miles from Los Angeles to London not just to visit her best friend, but also to rub it in Emma's face a little. Oomph, don't get too smug. Emma shot back, grinning. I'm about to graduate from Brown, and I've decided to head to Hollywood afterward. By then, I'll be the one close to Martin while you're off in Ching Chong country. Heh, we'll see who he's tighter with. In the original timeline, Emma Watson didn't graduate from Brown. Instead, she took a leave of absence, transferred to Oxford, and pursued a graduate degree in creative writing. Emma's words hit Mimi like a jolt, stirring a sense of threat. Maybe I should just move to the US and build my career there, she thought. Emma scored a point, feeling smug, when a thought struck her. Oh, did you hear? Last year, Rupert Grint, shot a movie called Cherry Bomb. It hit theaters last month, and I went to see it. That guy was buck naked for half the film. Oh my God, talk about an eyesore. Mimi frowned, confused. Rupert's not that out of shape, is he? It's not about his body, Emma clarified. It's just, Rupert's like a brother to me. Imagine watching your grown-up little brother stark naked on screen. Wouldn't that burn your eyes? Mimi shrugged. Can't relate. Only child, no siblings. Then she asked, what about Daniel? How's he doing lately? This year, the final Harry Potter film was set to release. The three main actors had grown from kids to adults and were starting to chart their own paths. Emma wasn't in a rush. She had her studies to finish, and with Martin's backing, she wasn't worried about landing roles. Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint, since 2007, had been taking on projects outside Harry Potter. Unlike Rupert's film ventures, Daniel chose the stage. Daniel? Oh, that guy's in a play called Equus, Emma said, her expression turning odd. You might not know this, but Daniel seems so sweet, but he's crazier than Rupert. How so? Mimi asked, intrigued. In 2007, at a West End theater in London, Daniel performed the last 10 minutes of Equus stripping off every piece of clothing, standing completely naked in front of the audience. Goddamn, I was there in the crowd. What sin did I commit to have to see both my brothers' junk? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Emma fumed, half laughing, half horrified. Emma burst out laughing. You won't believe this. After that Equus show, the Harry Potter production office was flooded with protest letters. Some girl named Mickey Triss wrote that Daniel ruined her childhood. Hilarious. Mimi cracked up too. What was he thinking? He's Harry Potter, the character who grew up with so many of us. Emma fell quiet for a moment before speaking softly. Maybe that's exactly why. Not just Daniel, but Rupert and me too. We've all been chained to our Harry Potter roles for too long. We all have this urge to break free. And Daniel, he's probably the wildest of us three. In the original timeline, Daniel Radcliffe went all out to shatter his Harry Potter image, taking on a string of bizarre roles. In the horror flick The Woman in Black, he played a lawyer investigating a haunted village. In Horns, he was an angry, demonic antihero. In Kill Your Darlings, he portrayed the queer poet Allen Ginsberg. In Victor Frankenstein, he was a hunchbacked monster. In Now You See Me Too, he played a neurotic tech heir. His most infamous role? In Swiss Army Man, he was a corpse with Swiss Army knife, utility, a body whose leftover fluids quenched the parched protagonist, whose stiff limbs doubled as an axe, whose rotting gases powered a makeshift fishing gun. The film blended dark humor with heart-wrenching moments, earning praise as the year's most poignant comedy. One critic remarked, "If Leonardo DiCaprio's self-punishing performance in The Revenant set the Oscar bar, Radcliffe's not far off." Truthfully, in the original timeline, Daniel Radcliffe was the most relentless in reinventing himself. You could hear it in one of his quotes. In 2011, when the final Harry Potter film, Deathly Hallows, Part 2, hit theaters, closing a magical era, fans wept at the premiere. But Daniel was eerily calm, quoting King Louis XIV's dying words to his subjects. "Why are you crying? Did you think I'd live forever?" By then, Radcliffe was no longer the round glasses-wearing, spell-casting boy from Hogwarts. He was a scruffy, full-bearded man. Isn't having an iconic role a good thing? Does it have to be so extreme? Mimi asked, puzzled, even sensing a bit of humility in Emma's tone. Emma shook her head. Having an iconic role is great, but when it shackles you for 8 years, it turns sour. When everyone sees you as Hermione no matter what you play, honestly, it doesn't feel good. Mimi suddenly thought of Louis Fay, her own best friend, who seemed to face a similar trap. Everyone saw her as the fairy goddess, no matter the role. But Ife didn't seem eager to break out. Was that the difference between them? So, do I want to be an idol or an actor? Mimi's soul-searching didn't last long, because Martin stepped out. "Hey, Martin. Over here." Emma bounced and waved excitedly. It had been a while since she'd seen her lover, and her heart was practically bursting. Then, from nearby, another voice rang out, equally thrilled. "Oh my God, Martin. Right here." Mimi turned, startled. It was a tall, slender woman in a fitted t-shirt and jeans, wearing sunglasses and a face mask. Judging by the skin on her neck and arms, she seemed young. Mimi eyed her outfit, feeling a spark of recognition. She glanced at Emma. Beside her, jeans, t-shirt, sunglasses, mask. Same vibe. Is this woman a celebrity too? Mimi wondered. Meanwhile, the other woman shouting "Martin" noticed the scene and turned to look. The film crew emerging from the airport exchanged confused glances. Daniel Radcliffe whispered to Chris Pratt, "What's going on here?" Chris shrugged. "Beats me." Cameron Diaz leaned into Martin, murmuring, "I see Mimi." "Who are the other two?" Martin whispered back, "Mimi's with Emma. The other one's probably Keira Knightley." "Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got your hands full." Cameron teased. Martin played along. 3? Where'd you get 4? "What? I don't count." "You're heartless." "Hey, you lot. Head straight to the hotel. The bus is across the street." Martin called to the rest of the crew. "Popo and I have some things to handle." Daniel and Chris Pratt boarded the bus with the others. Though their roles in Joker were small, they were eager to please and quick to handle grunt work. Martin brought them along for the promo tour to give them exposure and experience. Once settled on the bus, Daniel peered out the window and whispered, stunned, "For women together, and nothing's blowing up? It's so peaceful. Honestly, I've seen this kind of thing before, but it shocks me every time. How the hell does Martin pull it off?" Chris glanced outside. "Last time I told you to ask him, you chickened out. Guess that mystery's staying unsolved." Daniel rolled his eyes. "I'd have to be insane to ask. Why don't you?" Chris grinned. "I'm not curious. To me, Martin's like a god. Nothing surprising happens on his watch, you get me?" Daniel stared at him. "Damn, I'm outclassed. This guy's still kissing Martin's ass even when he's not around. That's some dedication." "Cameron, you all know. Call her Popo," Martin said, starting introductions. "Keira, this is Mimi Young. You can call her Mimi. And this is Emma Watson, just Emma." "Mimi, Emma, meet Keira Knightley." "Call her Keira." After introductions, Martin asked, "You all drove here?" Emma and Keira nodded in unison. "All right, then Martin paused, spotting a familiar Rolls-Royce pulling up. "Oh, Diana's here to get me. I'll ride with her." He strode toward the sleek black car, opened the door, and slid inside. The four women exchanged looks. Cameron broke the silence. "Kira came alone, so I'll ride with her." Across the street, a white Volkswagen was parked, a paparazzo snapping photos of Martin relentlessly. When he saw Martin climb into the black Rolls-Royce, his finger froze on the shutter. "Wait, isn't that Lady Diana's car?" His partner in the car scoffed. "No big deal. Martin and Lady Diana are like siblings, it's no secret. She's publicly called him her little brother. They're practically family." The photographer watched the Rolls-Royce start up, then mused. "You think there's anything improper going on between Martin and Diana?" His partner smacked him on the back of the head. "What's wrong with you? Martin's a playboy, sure, but do you really think Lady Diana's that kind of person?" "Fair point," the photographer mumbled, sheepishly shrinking back. "I'd sooner believe Prince William's girlfriend, Kate Middleton, is hooking up with Martin than Diana having that kind of relationship with him." Say what you will, Diana's sterling image in England was deeply ingrained. Once inside the car, Martin realized Diana was driving herself. "No driver today? I missed you too much, darling. With a driver, there are things I can't say." Diana turned, gazing at Martin in the back seat with a warm, lingering look. Martin glanced around. Except for the front windshield, the side and rear windows were tinted with reflective film, shielding the interior from prying eyes. So he climbed from the back to the front passenger seat, resting a hand on Diana's thigh. "Oh." Diana let out a soft gasp, her cheeks visibly flushing. "Stop it, you. Let's get to the estate first." Martin caught her meaning instantly. "Plenty of time for that later. No rush." He pulled back his wandering hand and shifted topics. "How are the boys doing?" "William and Kate are going strong. They're planning to get engaged next year. I really like Kate. She puts up with William's bad habits." "Like his wandering eye?" Martin quipped. Diana shot him a look, her 47-year-old charm still radiant. "Worse than yours. Hey, don't compare me to William. I keep all of you happy." Martin's shameless boast made Diana's blush deepen. Being with her little brother always sparked a thrill she couldn't resist. "How's Harry?" Martin asked. Harry graduated from Sandhurst in 2007 and joined the Household Cavalry as a reconnaissance officer. He secretly served 10 weeks in Helmand, Afghanistan. Got recalled last March. I was a wreck the whole time, terrified he'd be kidnapped by terrorists who knew who he was. Diana went on, venting about her son's love lives. William's playboy reputation was no secret, and Harry seemed to be following in his footsteps, on and off with his girlfriend Chelsea Davy, caught by paparazzi partying with escorts at nightclubs. Martin was whisked away by Diana to her suburban estate. With William and Harry absent, Martin suddenly found himself the man of the house. The estate staff knew their mistress treated this young man like family, so they mirrored her warmth and attentiveness toward him. "Stay the night, please?" Diana asked softly. "Sure, I'll make a call." Her plea was hard to refuse. Due to her status, among Martin's collection of women, Diana spent the least time with him. If he ever built his own empire, free to gather his women from around the globe without restraint, Diana might be the one who couldn't join. Not because Martin feared the British royal family, but because Diana likely couldn't cross that emotional line herself. She had William and Harry to consider. She wouldn't take reckless risks. That made Martin cherish her all the more. Dinner was lavish, a spread of all Martin's favorite dishes. That night, he stayed in a guest room on the second floor, directly beneath Diana's bedroom. At midnight, as the clock struck 12, Martin's eyes snapped open. He glanced at the wardrobe on the right side of the room. The door creaked open from within, revealing Diana in a white lace-trimmed nightgown. "Martin," she whispered. "Here." Their eyes locked. A second later, a fragrant breeze swept over him. The night bloomed like spring flowers under 1,000 trees, petals falling like stars in a shower. A jeweled carriage rolled through scented streets. The phoenix flute sang, jade pots glowed, and all night, dragons danced with fish under moonlight. At Martin's apartment, four women sprawled across one massive bed, gossiping about Martin and Diana. Author note: Martin's master bedroom bed was enormous. Truly, ridiculously enormous. TL/N, don't care. "I've got this weird feeling," Keira Knightley said, her voice tinged with disbelief. Like Diana's one of Martin's women, just like us. Funny, I feel the same, Cameron Diaz said wide-eyed. Me too, Mimi Yang chimed in. Same, Emma Watson added. The four exchanged looks, then said in unison, no way. But an intuitive bond, something like a sixth sense, told them it was true. As their connection to Martin deepened, the women's sense of each other grew stronger. After a long pause, Emma spoke up. Do you think the princes know? No way, Kira said. It'd be chaos if they did. If the queen found out, do you think she'd send MI6 after Martin? Cameron asked, half joking. The others shivered at the thought. Mimi's voice was firm. This stays between us. No leaks. All of them nodded. Absolutely, no one says a word. The four swore secrecy, then dove back into gossip. They couldn't help it, it was too juicy. The next morning, Martin ate breakfast and shared a lingering farewell embrace with Diana. As he headed toward the car waiting at the estate's entrance, he ran into Kate Middleton, arriving alone. The future princess's face was grim. Clearly, she and William were having issues again. With William's love him and leave him personality, trouble was no surprise. Only Kate's stubborn streak and her mother's lifelong obsession with her becoming a princess kept her from dumping him. Hey, Kate, Martin greeted. Hey, Martin. Leaving already? Kate wasn't shocked to see him at her future mother-in-law's estate. The news had spread last night. Yeah, I'm off with the crew to the London theater for promo. Catch you later. Bye. Kate didn't say much. She was there to talk to Diana, hoping she could rein in William's wandering ways. Raised by a mother who idolized Diana, Kate was a huge fan herself. Now, she was following in Diana's footsteps, diving into charity work. The two had plenty to talk about, and Diana genuinely liked her. Bye, Kate. Martin called, heading out. The London theater was packed. The crowd was a sea of working-class men and women, hoisting posters of Arthur and chanting Arthur, not Martin. These folks, scraping by at society's margins, saw themselves in Arthur's struggles. Their lives weren't as bleak as his, which kept despair at bay, but his story hit home. In that sense, Joker's message was uplifting. It made people think, wow, someone's got it worse than me. My life's not so bad. For Martin, Arthur was the crowning role of his decade-plus career. Even 20 years from now, this film would still shine. If he retired today, people would remember him for this role forever. Hey, Martin, congrats. Amazing work, Martin. You made a phenomenal film. The Harry Potter trio showed up at the premiere to cheer him on. Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint greeted Martin warmly. Emma, though, sidled up to him, casually slipping her arm through his. Cameron Diaz, nearby, pretended not to notice. The press area erupted in flashes. Reporters buzzed. No way. Hermione and Martin. My childhood goddess, ruined. Childhood. You were 17 when you watched Harry Potter. Damn it. After Keira Knightley, another English rose falls to Martin. If these reporters knew the real English rose, Diana, was also one of Martin's women, their jaws would hit the floor. I hear you're all eager to shake off your Harry Potter roles. Martin asked. Rupert shrugged. I'm fine, honestly. I'm not as obsessed with acting as some. If I wasn't such a Potter nut back then, I probably wouldn't have gone down this path. Rupert wasn't hiding anything. Unlike Daniel, he didn't have grand ambitions in acting. Post-Potter, he picked scripts haphazardly, never landing another major hit, fading into obscurity in the industry. But outside the Hollywood bubble, from a personal perspective, Rupert lived the freest, most carefree life of the trio. The previous chapters mentioned that Rupert Grint's career in the entertainment industry wasn't exactly overflowing with accolades. But that didn't mean Rupert Grint's life was a failure, especially when compared to Emma Watson, who was studying at Brown University and preparing to transfer to Oxford, or Daniel Radcliffe, who was thriving in the film world. In fact, in the original timeline, Rupert was the one among the three who lived the most freely and clearly. Like Daniel and Emma, Rupert had once been plagued by the constraints of his iconic role, which disrupted his normal life. His early fame weighed heavily on him, making it hard to breathe. Going out meant covering his face, dodging relentless fans who followed his every move without fear of intrusion. But great fame often came with great wealth. Back then, as a young man facing this enormous fortune, he had no idea what to do with it. Yet Rupert Grint was clever. He knew what he needed to do. So, Starting in high school, he began learning about wealth management and investment. In truth, after wrapping up his Harry Potter days, Rupert's focus gradually shifted toward investments, and his involvement in acting dwindled in comparison. In the original timeline, after the Harry Potter series ended, Emma Watson embraced her scholarly persona, while Daniel Radcliffe threw himself into bizarre, eccentric roles to shake off Harry Potter's shadow. Rupert Grint, however, started an investment company. This investment company owned a real estate firm called Evil Plan Properties. Through this real estate company, he purchased properties across the UK, not just for investment, but also as gifts for his parents. His investment company also owned a film and television production house and a gaming company, both of which were doing quite well. Now, Rupert had begun to immerse himself in the investment world, adopting a more casual attitude toward his acting career. Daniel, on the other hand, was the opposite, determined to carve a shining path in the entertainment industry. Daniel asked Martin, "Martin, I really want to escape Harry Potter's influence on me. How should I do it? Do you have any good suggestions?" Before Martin could respond, Emma cut in. "As long as you stop taking your clothes off, you'll be fine." Uffed. Rupert couldn't help but burst out laughing. He'd been at that performance and seen it firsthand. Sure, it was art, but as a proper straight guy, Rupert had found it painfully awkward. "What are you laughing at? You stripped too." Daniel shot back, glaring at him. "Hey, we're not the same. Mine was for the film's plot. Yours was just rebellion, right?" OMG, the audience was stunned. Ignoring him, Daniel turned back to Martin, hoping for an answer. Martin thought for a moment before saying, "Honestly, for an actor to play a role that deeply resonates with people in their lifetime is no small feat in that sense. You've all succeeded. But given your age and your desire to continue down the actor's path, you'll inevitably need to break free from the fixed image that role has created in the audience's mind. Especially you, Daniel. Harry Potter is too iconic. It's not a short-term process, but a long one. You'll need to take on diverse roles across different types of films to gradually pull the audience away from seeing you as Harry Potter." Martin's words left Daniel Radcliffe deep in thought. The theater lights dimmed, and the movie began. Though Emma Watson, Daniel Radcliffe, and Rupert Grint had already heard about Joker's massive popularity in North America, this was their first time watching it. All three were utterly shaken by the film. When they saw the Joker, crushed by society's pressures, finally snap the string of reason in his mind and begin his gleeful, vengeful dance, Daniel Radcliffe said in awe, "This is unparalleled acting. How does Martin manage to break free from every iconic role he's played? Legolas, Neo, Captain Jack Sparrow, Spider-Man, the Joker. It's like he's never trapped in any single character. It's miraculous." Emma Watson said, "I think you've already answered your own question. Unparalleled acting." Rupert Grint added, "This film reminds me of V for Vendetta. Both movies explore how structural violence breeds radical resistance." Rupert continued, "The story of Joker doesn't even need to be set in Gotham. It's so complete that even without the DC backdrop, regular audiences would still understand it and feel the emotions it conveys. If it were set in reality, this film would be even greater." Daniel Radcliffe responded, "I think I know why Martin did it this way. Like V for Vendetta, if it were just about the historical event, it would have faced backlash from the politically correct crowd, accused of supporting extremist conservative terrorism. So the director set the story in a totalitarian society, a world ruled by Nazis in Europe, where fear reigns and homosexuals and heretics are hanged. It's the kind of world liberals despise most. So V's violence can be justified as righteous resistance against tyranny. Joker is the same. If Martin had set the story in real-world New York, the film might have been banned for being politically incorrect. Even setting it in the DC universe, critics still claim it incites negative emotions. Makes sense, Rupert nodded. But that makes it harder for the film to win awards. Such a shame. Emma Watson said, "Martin doesn't care about those awards. He's already won so many his hands must be tired. He doesn't need more. He'd rather his films reach as many people as possible. If only I could act like that," Daniel Radcliffe said enviously. Inside London's Grand Theatre, a middle-aged man with slightly long, golden hair stared intently at the massive screen. His left hand clutched a pen, while his right held a laptop, though he had no intention of jotting anything down. His emotions were entirely consumed by the film. This man was Derek Elley, one of Britain's most renowned film critics. At this moment, he was profoundly shaken by Martin's Joker. More than Martin's directorial finesse, it was his acting that captivated Derek. Derek Elley had a well-known theory on acting, dividing it into 4 realms. The first realm, exaggerated facade. Actors in this realm overplay their roles with excessive gestures, flailing limbs, melodramatic cries, and over-the-top flourishes. The second realm, natural control. These actors perform as directed, letting loose when needed and reining it in when required. At the director's cut, they snap back to normal instantly. The third realm, unity of actor and role. Here, the actor and character merge seamlessly. Their performance leaves no trace of artifice, subtle yet powerful, striking the audience's most sensitive nerves and evoking intense emotions. The fourth realm, becoming the character. At this level, actors don't just play the role, they become it. The audience forgets who they are and sees only the character on screen. In Derek's eyes, Martin's portrayal of Arthur transcended the third realm, reaching the pinnacle of becoming the character. When he saw the film's climax, Arthur dancing atop a car, the crowd around him stomping and chanting his name, Derek Elley's entire body trembled. This spine-chilling performance sent shivers deep into his soul. As a deeply sensitive person, Derek could vividly feel the reckless abandon radiating from Arthur on the screen. A fury pushed to the extreme, giving way to a manic joy born from despair. "I designed 4 distinct laughs for the Joker," Martin said in a post-screening interview. "I studied videos of people with pathological laughing disorders, a condition that causes uncontrollable outbursts. To authentically recreate the Joker's iconic laugh, I chose to mimic them. It was an uncomfortable process. I watched clip after clip of people in distress, grappling with something beyond their control. I analyzed 168 minutes of videos and images, ultimately selecting 4 laughs I deemed most fitting, then added my own interpretation to bring them to life in the film." No, Joker is not a left-wing film, Martin said, fixing a sharp gaze on the reporter who asked the question. That reporter was clearly fishing for trouble. He continued, "Yes, Joker does expose certain truths, like how, in our current capitalist structure, the elite subtly protect their interests not through overt exploitation or harm, but through more refined means. They use lineage, education, social circles, and cultural capital to maintain class separation. To carry out necessary evils, while keeping their hands clean, the elite cultivate vast networks of proxies. These networks even include faces from the lower classes, bribed with favors to enforce structural cruelties, surveillance, isolation, abuse, deprivation. Most evils stem from these proxies. That's why the Joker says, if I were killed, no one would care. They'd step over my body like nothing happened. But to call this a left-wing film? It doesn't quite fit. Yes, I said it doesn't qualify. Because while the Joker does become a figure of resistance, he's not a revolutionary in the traditional sense. He lacks a mature political ideology or any vision for a new system. He's not some ambitious idealist, but a man with a pathological laughing disorder, starved of paternal love, and deeply sensitive, an outlier. So, calling it a left-wing film is a stretch. What? You're asking how I view violence justified as righteous? Well, if violence isn't aimed at redefining justice, it's merely a grave for order. While filming Joker, I grappled with whether to justify the Joker's violence. But in the end, I chose not to. There was no need. As I said, the Joker isn't an idealist. He's just a product of madness born from countless pressures. His violence is just that, violence, without any moral rationale. In truth, the Joker's condition is a common societal phenomenon. Gilles Deleuze once said, schizophrenia is the universal state of capitalist humanity. But his solution was to accelerate capitalism's desire-driven production, with schizophrenia as a shortcut to liberation. For thrilling novels, check out Felu Fiction Network. What I'm trying to say is that in our society, everyone harbors a Joker within. Most choose to suppress it, but a few let it out, becoming truly mad. Joker took London by storm. No, to be precise, Joker set all of Europe ablaze. Audiences flooded theaters like a tidal wave. The critics went wild in response. The Manchester Evening News, bold, destructive, and utterly beautiful. The collaboration between Martin Myers as director and Martin Myers as actor not only redefines one of cinema's greatest villain archetypes, but reinvents the very concept of comic book adaptations. The Guardian. Oh, Joker. What a daring, explosive film. Its story is as twisted as its central character, brimming with ideas and veering toward a state of anarchy. The Times. In this provocative tale of psychological unraveling and perversion, Martin Myers crafts a burgeoning villain, delivering a devastating impact. Le Figaro. A comic book villain gains an epic origin story in Joker, providing Martin Myers' acting genius with its grandest stage yet. Oh, and don't forget, he's the director too. Le Monde. This is Martin Myers' film. He infuses it with a madness that's at times pitiable, at times terrifying. This isn't a performance to be taken lightly. Martin Myers' work makes Joker the next avant-garde masterpiece in Hollywood's comic book film industry. With Martin, Cameron Diaz, and Joaquin Phoenix hitting the promotional circuit, Joker swept through Europe's box office like a wildfire. The film shattered records for R-rated movie premieres across Europe. In France, it grossed $13.3 million from 630 theaters during its opening weekend, and in Germany, it grossed $10.3 million from 912 theaters. Beyond Europe, Joker entered its second week in North America and simultaneously launched in 80 countries worldwide, amassing a staggering $123.7 million globally. On the international box office charts, the UK led with $37.1 million, followed by Mexico at $29.9 million, South Korea at $28.51 million, Russia at $21.4 million, and Brazil at $19 million. By the second week of its global release, Joker's box office drop was a modest 29% compared to its opening weekend, pushing its international total to $351.2 million after just 12 days. By day 14, the film's worldwide gross hit $743.9 million. This performance outshone the original timeline's Joker, and Martin believed it was because the script perfectly captured the current social climate. His own performance, infused with a certain charisma or magic, gave audiences an overwhelming sense of immersion. After 2 weeks of promotional tours, the Joker cast and crew flew back to Los Angeles on a chartered plane. Martin, however, stayed in London. Part of the reason was to catch up with some of London's collectors for a good chat. The other was to wait for Obama's arrival. In June, U.S. President Barack Obama, British Prince Charles, British Prime Minister Brown, Canadian Prime Minister Harper, and French President Sarkozy gathered in Colleville, France, for the 65th anniversary of the Normandy landings. Martin, the sole representative from the business and arts sectors, stood beside Obama. The ceremony was broadcast live across multiple networks. In a cemetery holding nearly 10,000 Allied soldiers who died in the Normandy landings and subsequent battles, rows of white crosses stood starkly against the green lawn, blending with the blue ocean in the distance. The flags of France, the U.S., the U.K., and Canada fluttered gently in the breeze. At 3 p.m., the ceremony began in a solemn atmosphere. A military band played the national anthems of France, the U.S., the U.K., and Canada as the leaders stood in a line, their expressions grave. Among the honored guests, some veterans wept openly, others sang their national anthems. Over 200 Normandy veterans drew every eye. The youngest among them were well into their 80s, each dressed in distinct military uniforms adorned with medals of honor. Some, too frail to walk, attended in wheelchairs, accompanied by family. Sarkozy spoke, recalling the perilous conditions of the Allied landings and praising the young soldiers' courage and sacrifices for France's liberation. In the name of France, he said, expressing gratitude to the U.S. and other nations for their aid. You helped us achieve freedom, and France will never forget. In the future, the U.S. and France would clash fiercely over interests in Niger, a spectacular war of words. The French, the Americans betrayed us, chasing their own interests and tossing their allies aside. The Americans, the French are small-minded, accusing us of theft when we're clearly here to help. That's just too much. The French. You think we're idiots? Back then, no one would care about friendship. In his speech, Obama noted that the Normandy landings 65 years ago altered the course of 20th century history. He said the campaign, fought on a 9 by 3-kilometer beach, had profound consequences. Had the Allies failed, Hitler's reign might have continued unchecked. Sarkozy concluded by awarding medals of honor to 4 Normandy veterans. Throughout the ceremony, Martin played the part of a prop, standing by Obama's side. Not far off, Prince Charles kept shooting him venomous glares. Obama, puzzled, whispered, "Why does the prince look like he hates you?" Martin chuckled. "If you'd also said publicly that Prince Charles abandoning Diana was a foolish move, he'd hate you too." Obama blinked, then recalled Martin's rumored ties to Diana. No wonder Charles loathed him. It was only natural. Later, Martin and Obama quietly discussed relocating Guinean immigrants to France. Yes, Martin thought there were too many Guineans and wanted to gift some to his good friend France. Obama said, "At the Four Nations Summit later, I'll bring it up. But I doubt Sarkozy will agree. Even if he does, the French National Assembly and Senate won't pass it." Martin smiled. "Actually, we just need to convince Sarkozy. The French president wields significant power. Plus, doesn't France always need more people? Guinea's official language is French, so there'd be no language barrier. So, why would France want large numbers of black Guineans immigrants?" The reasons were simple. First, native white French people were increasingly lazy, shunning work and frequently striking. They'd start work at 11 a.m., leave by 4 p.m., and take 2-hour lunch breaks for tea. Black immigrants, by contrast, were hardworking and demanded lower wages. The irony, black people, often stereotyped as lazy, outworked the French. Second, white French men, in particular, were reluctant to have children, burdened by bizarre policies. You can look them up: paternity tests, infidelity laws, post-divorce alimony, etc. French men saw kids as liabilities, refusing to procreate or even marry. To counter negative population growth, France turned to black immigrants, who were more willing to have children. But the French didn't see what was coming. For now, they enjoyed the cheap labor and population boost from black immigrants. The consequences, however, loomed. While black immigrants increased France's birth rate, their generally low education and lack of ambition posed challenges. Once their basic needs were met, their lazy genes kicked in. Their work efficiency began to mirror that of native white French people, or even worse. Paris streets saw growing numbers of loitering black immigrants, intimidating tourists. Black neighborhoods became hotspots for theft and robbery. Violent crime surged. Of Paris's newborns, 60% were black, and France's cultural identity was eroding. France, once proud of its culture, meant little to these immigrants. Racial tensions worsened. Paris, once the cultural capital, was slowly being overtaken by black communities. Many French people recognized the problem's severity but found it nearly impossible to address. They were shackled by political correctness. Though many white French were frustrated, they dared not voice their thoughts publicly. A single accusation of racism could unleash a media firestorm. And so, France was on a one-way path to darkening. Martin didn't mind giving them a little push. Martin didn't care one bit about France darkening. No big deal. If France goes black, the whites can come to Guinea. Call it reverse migration. Of course, Guinea would only accept the elites. Martin had made up his mind. In the future, he'd whiten Guinea. Black elites could stay, the hardworking ones too, but the lazy ones would all be shipped out. At the Four Nations Summit, when Obama floated Martin's immigration proposal, he was fully prepared for Sarkozy to reject it. To his surprise, the other man hesitated only briefly before agreeing, even promising to do his best to convince the parliament. Obama was stunned. Holy crap, is the French president this easy to talk to? Maybe. I should push for more. Like Israel, France had always been ambiguous on that. Or Europe's industrial hollowing out. France was the fiercest opponent. Obama's hopes were high, but reality slapped him down. Sarkozy firmly rebuffed Obama's suggestions, calling them daydreams. Prince Charles of England watched with glee as the Frenchman chewed out the American. Neither are any good. Especially Obama. That woman Diana had publicly supported him once. Even worse. After the meeting, Obama sighed to Martin. You got lucky. Sarkozy actually agreed. Don't worry about him backing out. The whole thing's in the memo, making it official. Martin smiled. I'm not worried. Then, after chatting a bit more with Obama, Martin headed straight to Paris's international airport, ready to fly back to Los Angeles on his private jet. Obama invited him to hitch a ride on Air Force One, but the boarding process was too cumbersome, complete with searches. Martin politely declined. Time flew to late August, and Joker's run continued strong. On the last Monday of August, the film pulled in another $1.74 million. Tuesday, the traditional discount day for theaters, saw a slight uptick to $2.24 million. Wednesday, $1.45 million. Thursday, $1.49 million. For weekdays netting $6.92 million. Keep in mind, this was Joker's third month in theaters, and it was still holding steady above $1 million daily. Only Titanic had done that before. By now, Joker's North American total hit $448 million, with global earnings at $1.156 billion, surpassing Spider-Man and Batman, The Dark Knight, to become the king of global box office. And this was an R-rated film. Who knows if, in this timeline, Deadpool could break that record. After wrapping up Joker's post-promotion duties, Martin flew to Australia. His first child was about to be born. Hey, Charlize, what are you doing here? Martin was surprised to see Charlize Theron standing beside Naomi Watts at the Australian estate. The South African diamond smiled. If I don't show up, you'll forget about me. Plus, Nicole's about to give you another kid. For fairness, I want one too. Martin shook his head with a laugh. Come on, how could I forget you? You've just been too busy lately. Charlize Theron sighed. No choice. The World Cup next year is in my homeland, South Africa. I've got to negotiate with the organizing committee there and join a bunch of promo events. Can't skip those. Oh, as the South African World Cup ambassador, I can score plenty of free tickets. You into soccer? I remember you. Bought a team in England, Chelsea, right? Martin said, yeah, Chelsea. But I bought the team just to boost my influence in Europe. Doesn't mean I love soccer. As for going to South Africa to watch, he thought for a moment. We'll see. If I have time. Then he asked Naomi Watts beside him, how's Nicole been lately? Naomi smiled. She's great. Healthy, in good spirits, just a bit plumper. Oh, really? Martin grinned mischievously. I've got to snap a pic. He pulled out his phone and hurried upstairs. Naomi Watts and Charlize Theron followed, chatting and laughing. Before they reached the top of the stairs, they heard Nicole's voice from a bedroom upstairs. Ah, Martin, you're here. Jerk, what are you doing? No pictures. Damn it, I'll kill you. Then Martin's voice. Hey, darling, you actually look beautiful plumped up. You know, in the southwestern Pacific, there's an island nation called Tonga where they value fullness as beauty. If you showed up there, you'd be Tonga's #1 beauty. Stop, that hurts, my ears. I'm sorry, I was wrong. You're not fat at all. When Naomi Watts and Charlize Theron entered Nicole's bedroom, they saw the heavily pregnant Nicole, in her maternity dress, pinning Martin to the bed, straddling his chest, twisting his ears. Take that for calling me fat. Take that. At first, Martin pretended to yelp in pain, but soon he stopped, his eyes fixed under Nicole's skirt. Charlize Theron giggled. Nicole, you're exposed, and you're not wearing panties. Ah. Nicole shrieked, rolling off Martin, her face flushing as she kicked him off the bed. Martin jumped up with a grin. It's not like I haven't seen it before. But were you going commando on purpose? Little bastard. Nicole pouted. All right, enough flirting. Naomi Watts stepped in, helping Nicole up and propping her against the headboard, straightening her dress. Then she said, Nicole, Martin brought a top medical team from Europe for you. He's so good to you. Nicole huffed. Of course he should be. I'm about to give him a kid. But the Sydney medical team's been great. Why another one? Better safe than sorry. This is my first child, Martin said. Yeah, makes sense. Nicole was pleased with Martin's attitude. Nicole had really filled out. Her oval face was gone, replaced by a round one with a double chin. Her once slender figure had become sturdy. Later, when Martin held her, Nicole suddenly said with a hint of insecurity, Am I really that fat? Martin didn't hesitate. Of course. As Nicole started to get angry, he quickly added, But what I said during the day is true. You look beautiful even when you're plumper. He reached out to caress her face, pinching it gently. This feels like a peach. Then his hand moved lower, stopping at her boobs, pinching again. These feel like 2 peaches too. He slid down further, to her ass, pinching once more. And this is still like a peach. You know, peaches are my favorite fruit. They laughed and teased each other, but nothing more substantial happened. Well, Martin didn't want to risk harming his own child. Another week passed, and Nicole's due date arrived. She planned for a natural birth, opting for the increasingly popular water birth method. 2 top-tier medical teams were on hand, and the delivery wasn't at a hospital, but right in Martin's estate. Every member of both teams had signed strict confidentiality agreements, forbidding them from leaking any details about Nicole's labor or the child. In the room outside the specially converted birthing suite, Martin paced anxiously back and forth. Naomi Watts and Charlize Theron sat on the sofa, their eyes following his movements. "Stop walking. You're making me dizzy." Charlize Theron finally couldn't take it, jumping up from the sofa and pointing at the birthing room door. "Darling, if you're really worried, just go in." "I want to," Martin stopped and said. "But Nicole won't let me. She kicked me out 10 minutes ago." Naomi Watts said, "Understandable. Nicole doesn't want you seeing her like that." Martin's eyes widened. "I wouldn't think she looks bad right now. Women are at their most beautiful in moments like this." With that, he stomped his foot decisively. "Screw it, I'm going in. I want to see my child being born with my own eyes." Martin pushed the door open and entered. Inside was a large circular tub filled with warm water. Nicole was in it, hands gripping the edge, bottom raised, straining with all her might under the female doctor's guidance. Seeing Martin come in, Nicole glared. "Damn it, who told you to come in? Get out." This time, Martin didn't obey. He strode quickly to the tub, lifted Nicole's sweat-drenched face, and kissed her deeply. Then he said, "Darling, I'm not leaving. I want to see our child born." Nicole's tone softened, but she still protested out of habit. "No, you don't." "Yes, I do," Martin insisted. Just then, the doctor shouted, "Push." Nicole instinctively bore down. Splash. Splatter. A series of unpleasant sounds echoed. Nicole's face flushed, then she felt a drop in her abdomen, followed by sudden relief. Her whole body lightened. The doctor cried out joyfully, It's out, a boy." "Get it out quick," Nicole said, blushing. Martin glanced at the tub and smirked. "No big deal. This little one probably didn't mind a bit of that while in your belly." "Shut up," Nicole snapped fiercely. By now, the baby had been lifted out and wiped clean with a towel. Nicole frowned. Why isn't he crying? As soon as she spoke, the little guy let out a loud wah. His cry was strong and full of vigor. Outside, Naomi Watts and Charlize Theron heard the baby's wail from the room. They exchanged glances for a moment before blurting out almost in unison, "I want to be this baby's godmother." "No, I said it first." "Haha, you're too slow. I talked to Nicole about it 6 months ago." "Ugh, that's not fair." Inside, Nicole had cleaned up and was lying in bed, covered with a blanket. Martin sat beside her, whispering praises for her efforts. "Oh, Nicole, you're incredible. We have a child." The female doctor brought the baby over, placing him in Nicole's arms. "We've checked him, he's perfectly healthy. Congratulations, Mr. Myers, Miss Kidman." Nicole held the little one carefully, overflowing with maternal love, her face full of affection. "Look at this little guy. He's so beautiful. He'll grow up to be as handsome as his father." Martin craned his neck to see, spotting a wrinkled little face. He couldn't see any handsomeness at all. "So ugly," he blurted instinctively, only to get smacked by Nicole. "You look the same as a baby." "This little one just hasn't filled out yet," Nicole said irritably. Martin rubbed his shoulder, grumbling. "I feel like my status has dropped." "Huh, you're jealous of your own son," Nicole teased with a laugh. Just then, the door opened, and 2 beautiful heads peeked in. "Hello, can we come in?" "Come on in." Nicole waved them over. The 2 women bounced to the bedside. "Wow, this little guy is adorable. Look at that tiny nose and eyes. He's yawning. Haha, so cute." "Nicole, let me hold my little godson," Naomi Watts said. Nicole refused outright. "No way. Do you even know how to hold a baby? Have you practiced?" "I'm not handing my precious one over to you." "So stingy," Naomi Watts muttered. Charlize Theron laughed. "No worries, Naomi. Just have one with Martin soon, and hold your own." Martin gazed at the baby in Nicole's arms, thinking, coming from the demon continent to this world, I've left so much behind. Now I even have a child. It ties me deeper to this place. Father, a role he'd never experienced in either life, but now, his son, his bloodline, his legacy, lying in his woman's arms. So, Charlize Theron said, have you thought of a name for the baby? Of course. Martin couldn't help but smile. I've got one ready. Really? What is it? 3 pairs of beautiful eyes turned to him. Martin grinned. Let's call him Connor, Connor Myers. Connor, that pronunciation meant fortunate, back on the demon continent. To Martin, he was lucky to leave his bloodline in this world, lucky to have met Nicole and the others. Martin stayed at the Australian ranch for nearly a month. When he returned to Los Angeles, he could hardly wait to announce to the whole world that he had a son. And so, the media finally got the news. Reports confirmed that on August 18, 2009, Martin Myers and Nicole Kidman's child was born, a boy. On August 18, 2009, the 24-year-old Martin welcomed a new life, his son with Nicole Kidman. The love child of Hollywood's genius and the Aussie beauty has arrived. Will they tie the knot now that they have a kid? Martin's mother, Lindsay Myers, flew back to Australia immediately. She couldn't wait to see her little grandson. Grant Myers rushed to his son's Beverly Hills estate, eager to hear about his grandchild. Too bad I can't go, or I'd join your mom in Australia. No worries, Dad. Once the baby's a bit older, Nicole will bring him back to Los Angeles. I can't wait that long. After I wrap up this project, I'm heading to Australia. Oh, right. Have you picked a name yet? Yeah. What? You didn't even ask me? What is it? Connor. Connor Myers? Doesn't sound great. I was thinking Sandy. Think about it. He was born on a Sunday, so Sunday. How meaningful is that? And it rolls off the tongue. Sandy Myers, Sandy Myers. Can we change it? No, Dad, it's Connor. You already got to name me. Now it's my turn for my son. Damn it. Your name was your grandpa's choice. I never got a shot, okay? I'm so pitiful. I might never get to name a kid with my genes in this lifetime. Martin was stunned. That bad, huh? After a moment's thought, he said, all right, Dad. You can name the next one. Okay. The gloom on Grant's face vanished instantly. Time marched into October. Twilight was about to hit theaters. Commissioned by Vanity Fair, photographer Peggy Sirota gathered the cast at the Griffith Observatory Ranch in California for the magazine shoot. Robert Pattinson and Kristen Stewart posed in the fields, showcasing their fan-adoring beauty, but the poses were a bit awkward. Robert Pattinson seemed eager to lean closer to Kristen Stewart, but she kept dodging. Looks like they didn't carry the on-screen romance into real life, Peggy Sirota thought. So, she had no choice but to position them innocently, sitting side by side on swings, facing each other. Using camera angles, she captured a pure, innocent vibe of young love's ambiguity. Next, Peggy Sirota moved on to photograph the other young actors. Just then, director Catherine Hardwicke and producer Wick Godfrey arrived, accompanying a young, handsome man. He wore light blue jeans and a creamy white casual shirt, buttoned only in the middle 3 spots, sleeves rolled up casually, effortless and dashing. It was Martin Myers. Driven by a female photographer's instinct for beauty, Peggy Sirota raised her camera toward Martin Myers. In the frame, blue skies and white clouds above, green grass below, and in the middle, a carefree young man gazing into the distance. A truly stunning composition. If only those 2 middle-aged folks weren't in the shot. Peggy Sirota snapped the shutter, then instinctively turned her lens toward where Martin was looking. That was the swing area. And right then, Kristen Stewart, sitting on the swing, had eyes only for Martin's direction, no trace of Robert Pattinson beside her. Damn, they must have something going on. Peggy Sirota felt she'd uncovered something big and quickly snapped, capturing the 2 facing each other. Little did she know, that photo would one day fetch $760,000 at a charity auction. But by then, Peggy Sirota would no longer own it. October 6th. Grand Theater, Los Angeles. The premiere of Twilight. To the shock of all media, Martin not only showed up, but brought Nicole and their son, Connor. The little guy's chubby face sported sunglasses, oblivious to the stunned reporters and fans around him, snoring away. Martin's flashy baby bragging was a first for Hollywood reporters. In this town, men and women alike Most stars hid their kids tightly after birth, rarely exposing them to media or public until they could at least walk. Not like Martin, who wanted the whole world to know he had a son. Yes, Martin wanted exactly that. This was his first bloodline in nearly 100,000 years across 2 lives. He wished the entire world to know. Might be a bit too showy? Nicole eyed the crowd's expressions, amused yet worried. Showy, Martin said indifferently. Nah, I think today's scene isn't big enough. I'm still a little concerned, mostly about safety. After all, this little guy is the world's richest man's son, Nicole whispered. Don't worry about his safety. I'll set up the best protections for him. For all of you, Martin said confidently, his gaze on the baby's forehead. Deep in the boy's brow, invisible to the naked eye, a soul fragment swirled, silently absorbing surrounding desires. This was Martin's gift to the little one, a piece of his soul, allowing the boy to cultivate like a succubus. Martin, is this your child with Nicole? Martin, well, you marry Nicole. Nicole, why did you have Martin's baby? For the fortune. As they reached the press area, the whole zone erupted like boiling water. Still curvaceous Nicole Kidman lifted her chin proudly, eyeing the reporter who asked that last question. I don't like your question, but I'll answer. My own wealth could let this child live worry-free for life. I don't need to rely on a kid for riches. As Kristen Stewart and her on-screen love interest, Robert Pattinson, walked the red carpet, the family of 3 ahead was fielding a barrage of questions from reporters. Martin's words were sharp, his reactions quick, firing back at every bad question while patiently answering the good ones. He didn't hide that he was there to show off his baby. That's right. I want everyone to know. He's my son, Connor Myers. Look at him. Isn't he beautiful? He's inherited the best genes from his parents. By now, Connor was nearly 2 months old. His face was no longer wrinkled like at birth, smooth and plump. His eyes resembled Martin's, but his nose and mouth were more like Nicole's. He looked just like a beautiful doll. Nearby, Robert Pattinson watched Martin brag about his baby and couldn't help saying, I never thought Martin would have a kid at such a young age. Isn't he worried about his career? Kristen Stewart giggled, her eyes complex as she glanced at the family ahead. Are you joking? Sure, Martin's an idol star, but he doesn't rely on that for a living. Yeah, I forgot. Martin's a big-time capitalist. Inside the Grand Theater, the lights dimmed. The movie began. The first installment of Twilight was called Twilight. Twilight's descent marked the end for humans, but the beginning for vampires. This was a wolf loves lamb story. The heroine, Bella, originally lived with her family in a small town called Forks. When her parents' relationship soured, Bella moved to Phoenix with her mom. Her mom, Renee's new boyfriend, was a baseball player who traveled for training and games, so Bella returned to Forks to live with her dad, Charlie, the police chief. In the film, after Bella's return to Forks, the first person she meets is her childhood friend Jacob. Jacob is a werewolf, the vampire's sworn enemy. Then the Cullen family appears. The Cullens are vegetarians, vampires who don't drink human blood, only animal. Bella and Edward fall in love at first sight in the cafeteria. After a series of events, the vampire and human lovers become family, dancing gracefully at the prom as the first Twilight film ends perfectly. Ever since Martin wrote the first Twilight novel, this cross-species, forbidden romance has become the romantic awakening for countless teens. Director Catherine Hardwicke captured it with delicate expression, making Twilight visually stunning. Every character glowed under her lens, especially Edward's entrance. He literally sparkled in the sunlight. That scene wasn't easy to film. To find a way for Edward to gleam under the sun, Catherine Hardwicke first studied all naturally glowing substances, then consulted 10 effects companies for skin that was marble smooth and crystal shining. In the end, Industrial Light and Magic and George Lucas's effects teams proposed a virtual solution. The crew scanned Robert Pattinson's body for 3D effects. Then, using animation software, they added the sparkling glow. Admittedly, the result was gorgeous. And Bella's transformation into a vampire, when she opens her eyes, that close-up has an inexplicable fierceness, like a girl finally growing into a queen. As the movie ended, the theater erupted in thunderous applause. Martin stood, hugging the creators heading on stage one by one. With director Catherine Hardwicke, Martin said, "The best thing I did was give you the director's chair for Twilight. You did an amazing job. With Robert Pattinson, Martin said, "Kid, ready? You're about to blow up." With Kristen Stewart, Martin said, "See you in New York." Then came the interviews. The once unknown young actors now got cheers from the audience below, shouting their names as they took the stage. Of course, just their character names. Their real ones would need time to ferment before becoming household. The loudest cheers were for Edward and Bella. Catherine Hardwicke had made them look so beautiful on screen. But during the Q&A, a little mishap occurred. Whether from low EQ or an attempt at humor, Robert Pattinson answered a question about his character like this. If Edward weren't fictional and you met him in real life, he'd be locked up as a dangerous psychopath. On the Twilight novels, the first time I read the book, I thought it shouldn't even be published. It's so long. I kept falling asleep. On the lead's romance, he quipped, "Think about it." He, Edward, tells Bella, "I've killed 40 or 50 people," then says, "You shouldn't be with me because I want to kill you every second." And Bella's like, "Whatever, I love you." That dialogue. Bella's definitely got issues, and Edward sure does too. On his acting, my whole technique boils down to wearing contacts that are super uncomfortable. Just squint like that. It's low-grade constipation face. Martin's brows furrowed slightly. He turned to Drew beside him. "Contact this guy's manager. Ask what the hell this kid's up to." Drew's face darkened too, eyeing Robert Pattinson with displeasure. Nicole, cradling the baby in one arm, gently patted Martin's with the other. "Darling, don't get mad. I think the kid just doesn't know how to talk to the media." Perhaps motherhood had softened her. Nicole now seemed as compassionate as Buddha. Martin nodded. "I'll give him a chance, but he's got to learn how to talk to the press first." Drew said, "I'll have a chat with the kid's manager." The next day, Twilight reviews poured in, mixed as expected. After all, it was a teen idol film, the type critics least favored. The day after the premiere, reviews for Twilight flooded in, a mixed bag of praise and criticism. The film tells a story of unconditional love between a human and a vampire, essentially a vampire version of Romeo and Juliet. Though it leans heavily on the romance card, Martin's genius weaves in fantastical elements like vampires and werewolves, elevating the story's allure. For a tale like this, it's only natural that many young girls would feel a spark of longing. Love has always had the power to ignite fierce emotions and wild passions. The film's visuals are hauntingly beautiful, and the music is exquisitely crafted, worthy of praise. Los Angeles Times. Amid the reviews, a public apology surfaced. Robert Pattinson, "I want to apologize for my inappropriate jokes yesterday. That wasn't my intention. I was just trying to be funny and didn't realize my words would hurt so many people." Director Catherine Hardwicke, producer Wick Godfrey, Kristen Stewart, Cam Gigandet, Taylor Lautner, and others. "I owe you all my sincerest apologies. I deeply regret it." "Pretty immature," Kristen Stewart muttered, smirking as she set down the newspaper at the breakfast table. "Sweetie, aren't you all about to start traveling for promotions? Is New York the first stop?" Her mother's voice called from the kitchen. "You'd better pack some warm clothes. New York in October is chilly." "I know, Mom." At Martin's estate, Drew played with little Connor for a while, stubbornly trying to get the baby to call her mama, until Nicole shooed her away. Arthur, the nearly full-grown lion, circled Connor's stroller restlessly. Nicole said with a touch of concern, "Darling, Arthur's getting bigger. Should we think about sending him back to the savannah?" Arthur let out a low roar, his tone a bit indignant. Martin spoke up, "Next year. We'll send him home next year." Drew darted over, snatching the omelet from Martin's plate and stuffing it into her mouth. She hadn't expected it to be a runny yolk, and as soon as she bit down, egg oozed out, splattering everywhere. Martin couldn't help but laugh. "Can't you behave for once?" He recalled that in the original timeline, Twilight was criticized more than it was praised, yet the more it was bashed, the higher its box office soared. A phenomenon that baffled many. It wasn't just film critics tearing into City of Twilight. Plenty of movie buffs were slamming it too. With the premiere behind them, Twilight kicked off its promotional tour. Kristen Stewart, Robert Pattinson, and the rest of the cast began crisscrossing major North American cities. New York. "How about a quick stroll through the mall at the hotel?" "Nah, I'm not staying at the hotel." "Not staying at the hotel?" Robert Pattinson looked stunned, about to ask more, when a sleek black Rolls-Royce glided up and stopped in front of the group. As the car came to a halt, a middle-aged white driver stepped out from behind the wheel and headed straight for Kristen. "Miss Stewart, the boss sent me to pick you up." The girl flashed a smile at the driver. "Great." The driver courteously took her luggage. "She's got some serious luck. Wonder what kind of big shot she's got. Probably some old geezer. Maybe an old lady." These young actors, jaded by years in the entertainment industry, had long since had their values skewed. None of them thought it was odd for a big shot to be hovering nearby. Only Robert Pattinson looked a little downcast. In a luxurious Manhattan apartment. "Don't you need to stay with Nicole and the baby?" "Me? I've got some business in New York. Ice Age 3 dubbing is wrapping up, and I need to check on 230 Park Avenue. Of course, missing you was part of it too." "What? You don't know how to breathe through your nose?" "Oh, I forgot." "Really? Then let's try that again." And so, the girl found herself breathless once more. As the saying goes, the beauty, intoxicated, leans on her companion, her snow-white skin peeking from her chest. Stepping into the tent, she's nowhere to be found, leaving only the wind and water to ripple through the world. On a joyful night that followed, Kristen Stewart joined the film crew for a gathering, kicking off their promotional plans. At this time, with Martin's help, having written her a slew of excellent country-style songs, Taylor had already earned the glowing reputation of Queen of Country Music. "How's it feel to voice the squirrel?" The girl was an avid fan of Ice Age, her home brimming with every character puppet from the series, including rare, limited edition ones that she could only have gotten through Martin's connections. To prepare for voicing the squirrel, Taylor Swift had started mimicking its quirky, humorous tone 6 months in advance. And, truth be told, the girl had a real knack for it. In the recording booth, she perfectly captured the squirrel's playful, sly, and childlike charm from the first 2 films, nailing it down to the tiniest inflection. "Isn't I supposed to be your idol?" Martin teased. "Then let me sing you a song, my idol." The girl slid off Martin's lap, grabbed the guitar from the table, and began to strum and sing softly. The gentle, soothing melody turned the chilly night into something tender and warm. Martin squinted, tapping his foot lightly to the rhythm, lost in the wonderful feeling the music brought. He'd heard all of Taylor Swift's songs, including those she wrote herself and the ones he'd penned for her. Of all her original tracks, Martin thought this one carried an especially artistic flair. When the song ended, Taylor set the guitar down, her face lit up with anticipation, practically begging for praise with her expression. "New song?" Martin asked. "Yup. What do you think?" "It's absolutely fantastic. Classic country style. If you pair the guitar with some piano and violin, the effect would be even better. I love the rhythm. It's not overpowering, more like the gentle ripples dancing on a calm river, giving off a lively, vibrant vibe. The lyrics draw from Romeo and Juliet, but they're different. They lack that tragic weight, trading it for a dreamy, radiant feel. I think young people will connect with it more easily. They'll relate to the love story in the song, understand it, and be drawn to its intense, romantic pull." Martin chuckled. "Before I knew it, I've been in this game for 12 years. Haha. In those 12 years, I've done so much, met so many people. It feels like a lifetime. Mentally, I must be an old man by now." In truth, if you calculated his mental age, Martin was probably older than anyone on the planet, practically an ancestor to them all. He didn't answer her directly. Instead, he picked up the guitar and began to play, his voice weaving through the melody. "I want to call you, but I'm not sure if, years from now, you'd still want to see me. They say time heals all wounds, but that doesn't seem to apply to me." His magnetic voice flowed smoothly under the glow of the twilight lamps. Taylor Swift's face was streaked with tears. "You jerk, you made me cry." After the song ended, Taylor Swift's face was streaked with tears. Martin laughed and pulled the girl into his arms. "See, when you sing about love, it's all passion and sweetness. When I sing about love, it's longing and endless farewells. That's the difference between the young and the old." "Wait a sec, that song, wasn't it something you just made up on the spot to mess with me?" "Pretty much." Hearing Martin admit it, Taylor Swift couldn't help but feel a sting of defeat. "Damn it, you're killing me. I spent 6 months writing Love Story, and you just whipped up a song in the time it took to sing one? And it's actually a great song? Are you even human? All right, take a look." Taylor Swift nestled into Martin's chest, softly singing the new song he'd just improvised. I'm sorry for everything I did before, but every time I call, it's just a busy signal. No one picks up. Still, this call across 1,000 miles at least lets me tell you, without regrets, how much I miss you. I'm sorry for breaking your heart. Taylor gazed at Martin, utterly enchanted. She loved handsome men, but she loved talented ones even more, and Martin was at the peak of both, completely irresistible to her. Taylor sat up, buzzing with excitement. Really? That's amazing. Martin's gaze drifted downward, a playful glint in his eyes, but the girl didn't seem to mind. After a moment's thought, Taylor said, "This song feels like reaching out to a long-lost lover. Why don't we just call it Hello?" Haha. I got the inspiration from you, so of course the song's for you. It was clear the girl absolutely adored Hello. Her wish fulfilled, Taylor planted a wet kiss on Martin with a loud moi. Martin smirked mischievously. That reward's not quite enough. Then, with a yelp from the girl, he flipped her over, pinning her beneath him. Oh, what a warm and wild night. By the end, Taylor Swift was glowing, her face radiant with satisfaction. And then there was Kristen Stewart. The girl had waited 3 days in New York, engaging in 6 epic battles with Martin, 2 of which included Taylor Swift. When she left New York for Chicago, her flushed cheeks couldn't even be hidden by makeup. Ashley Grimm was another stunning beauty, her features delicate and refined, holding her own even next to Kristen Stewart. TL/N. I dunno who is she. Kristen Stewart glanced at Ashley Grimm and whispered, "Wanna know?" Of course, Ashley's eyes lit up with fierce, gossip-fueled curiosity. The young actors nearby perked up their ears, especially Robert Pattinson in the front row, whose head instinctively tilted closer, his ear practically glued to the gap between the seats. What a scene. Meanwhile, several companies had begun analyzing the success of Twilight. Why, despite a storm of criticism from movie fans, did its box office keep soaring? In a conference room halfway across the globe, a meeting of executives was held to dissect the bizarre contrast between Twilight's box office success and its poor reputation. A middle-aged white man stood at the front, delivering his analysis with confidence. We hired a top-tier data analytics firm to investigate. As it turns out, mainstream adult audiences often have little interest in a film like this, one without the polish of a Hollywood blockbuster or grand, sweeping production. But teenagers, drawn to vampire themes and youthful romance, are absolutely obsessed with it. First, let's talk about the premise. Traditional vampire films can't escape the cliches of gloomy castles, nocturnal bats, or terrifying fangs. Twilight, however, carves its own path, portraying vampires as modern, handsome high school heartthrobs who fall into a classic campus love story. As a result, while Twilight hasn't won over mainstream critics or audiences over 30, it's wildly popular among teens. In the analyses of major film companies, Twilight's box office success, despite its critical panning, stemmed from its appeal to teenagers and female audiences. Friends, sisters, classmates, they'd all seen it and said, "I've got to go watch it too." People are often willing to spend money on what excites them, and it was this crowd that propped up Twilight's soaring box office amid the wave of criticism. Martin returned to Los Angeles. He stepped into a small screening room at 20th Century Fox to attend a test viewing of Avatar. "Martin, I heard your Inception is using 3D IMAX tech too?" James Cameron asked with curiosity. "Exactly. I think your Avatar is going to spark a surge in IMAX theaters. The high ticket prices for IMAX are a huge boost to box office numbers. I'm betting Avatar will hit a jaw-dropping height, and it'll bring unprecedented heat to 3D IMAX films. So why wouldn't I ride that wave?" Truth be told, in the original timeline, if Nolan hadn't been so stubborn and had made Inception a 3D IMAX film, its global box office would have easily surpassed $830 million. The premium ticket price is a clear advantage for 3D films, and Avatar's staggering box office was proof of that. Honestly, without the IMAX experience, the movie was just a standard sci-fi flick with a decent script. Cameron's storytelling wasn't his strength, he won with technology. Unable to resist, Cameron brought up Joker. The film had left a deep impression on him. Is Joker still in theaters? What's the box office at now? North America's at $493 million, and globally, It's 1.236 billion, Martin said with a hint of pride. That number was 100 million higher than the original timeline. Why not collaborate? Alan Ryder asked, unwilling to let it go. He genuinely hoped these two could team up for something big. Just their names alone could guarantee a box office of at least 200 million, right? James Cameron explained, Martin and I are both the kind of directors who need absolute control over our projects. If we work together, whose vision would take priority? What if our ideas clashed? We'd likely end up with a film that's not a fusion of our strengths, but a patchy, half-baked mess. It was clear Avatar was going to be a phenomenon, leaving no room for other films to compete. Anything released alongside it would crash and burn. Avatar's promotion had already begun, with countless movie fans eagerly awaiting its release. But before the film hit theaters, a tragic event shook Hollywood. On December 6th, at around 8 a.m. local time, the Los Angeles Fire Department received a 911 call from the home of Hollywood actress Brittany Murphy. The call came from her mother, who found her daughter unconscious in the bathroom. Reports claimed Brittany had been ill for days prior. Thinking it was just a cold, she took some prescription medication. Early that Monday morning, she began vomiting and told her family she felt unwell. While police found no illegal substances in her home, they confirmed she'd been taking a large amount of prescription drugs. Given her condition, those medications might have triggered a heart issue. "Oh my God, this is such heartbreaking news," Nicole said, setting down the newspaper. Since having a child, Nicole seemed to have awakened some kind of saintly compassion, her empathy overflowing. "I seem to recall you didn't like her. Didn't you two compete for that role in Girl?" interrupted. "I remember you guys going at it in the press," Martin said, puzzled. Nicole shot him a glare. "I wish your memory wasn't so good. Yes, we had a feud, but that's in the past. Now I just feel sorry for her." "All right, my bad," Martin said, shaking his head. "I watched A Prayer for Bobby. Brittany Murphy was stunning in it. So pure, such a beauty. It's such a shame to lose someone like her." In Martin's mind, Brittany Murphy hadn't played any particularly memorable roles, but her beauty was exactly his type. Capable of being both innocent and sultry, sweet yet sharp, endlessly versatile. Brittany Murphy's death sent ripples through Hollywood, though they faded quickly. After all, the stunning beauty was past her prime, her career already on a downward slope. Just before her death, she'd been dropped from the cast of The Caller. After her passing, she became fodder for the tabloids, with all sorts of outlandish stories flying around. One neighbor, a mildly famous model, even called the police, claiming Brittany had been screaming wildly on her balcony and that she'd heard gunshots. Later, it was confirmed the so-called gunshots were just the hum of a nearby generator. Nicole posted a message on Facebook. "Farewell, friend. The world has lost a ray of sunshine. My deepest condolences to Brittany's family, husband, and mother, Sharon." She wasn't trying to exploit Brittany's tragedy. She genuinely mourned the loss. Brittany Murphy's ex-boyfriend, Hollywood actor Ashton Kutcher, shared the news widely and thanked Nicole for her kindness. Fans of 2.5 Men might recognize him. When the show's producers decided to replace the controversial Charlie Sheen with Ashton, it sparked a wave of backlash from fans of the sitcom. But Ashton proved himself capable. In his first season replacing Sheen, Season 9 of 2.5 Men drew massive attention, peaking at 28.74 million viewers in the U.S. The 18 to 49 demographic scored an astonishing 10.7 rating, setting a record for the show's highest viewership. In Hollywood, the land of endless gossip, Brittany Murphy's death faded from the headlines within a week. As Avatar's promotional campaign grew fiercer, all eyes turned to the film. Meanwhile, Barack Obama, grateful for Hollywood's support, delivered a reward. On December 12th, representing the U.S. government, he finalized a new supplementary agreement with Ching Chong after prolonged negotiations over cultural products, including films. The agreement increased the number of Hollywood films Ching Chong would import. Regular revenue-sharing films rose from 20 to 21, and special revenue-sharing films from 14 to a higher quota. For a moment, all of Hollywood was singing Obama's praises. James Cameron's decade-in-the-making masterpiece Avatar is about to hit theaters. Highly anticipated, James Cameron's Avatar, powered by cutting-edge 3D IMAX technology, is poised to spark a third cinematic tech revolution, following Terminator and Titanic. The Oscar-favored theater was packed to the brim. The premiere of Avatar matched the grandeur and excitement of an Oscar ceremony. With James Cameron's current status in Hollywood, his films never lacked star-studded support. Over 100 A-list Hollywood figures walked the red carpet, one after another. On both sides of the carpet, fans roared with excitement, shouting the names of the stars as they passed. When Martin stepped onto the red carpet, with Yang Mi, the cheers reached a fever pitch. Photos of Yang Mi and Martin walking the Avatar premiere red carpet spread like wildfire online, reaching websites in Xinjiang. Fan Bingbing, Zhang Ziyi, Li Bingbing, Zhao Junqi, and a slew of other major Chinese actresses were stunned. Who was this girl? How did she get to walk the red carpet with Martin? Who was backing her? At the Courtyard House, Zhang Yanai, who'd also seen the news, wasn't as shocked. She said to Hu Jing, "That's Yang Mi, right? Such a pretty young woman." Hu Jing snorted. "She's quite the smooth talker. Right after filming Harry Potter, she came straight to the courtyard to visit me. Makes it hard to even stay mad at her." "You weren't there that day. You were off shooting," Hu Jing added. TL/N. "Do you remember the time when Martin went to Qingchong? They might have met there. I don't know, since I skipped translating that arc." At Louis Fei's house, her mother sighed. "If only you hadn't passed on the role of Cho Chang back then. All this spotlight on Yang Mi would have been yours." Louis Fei stayed silent. She couldn't exactly tell her mother that Yang Mi's current success wasn't just because of playing Cho Chang. It was also because she'd become Martin's woman, wasn't it? Lou's mother scrolled through the mouse wheel. Below the photos were captions explaining who was who, their status, their connections, big-name international directors, global superstars, even CEOs of the Big Six studios. Lou's mother was consumed with regret. Sitting beside her, Louis Fei hugged her laptop, browsing Sohu, a web portal Martin had a 0.9% stake in, which offered deeper industry insights. Reports say actress Yang Mi will star in Martin Meyer's new film, taking the lead female role opposite international superstar Leonardo DiCaprio. Yang Mi previously played Cho Chang in the film adaptation of Martin's Harry Potter, where she first met him. Yang Mi was on fire. If her role as Cho Chang had given her a small spark of fame, this news of her starring as the female lead in a Hollywood film was about to make her a blazing star. Her manager was flooded with calls, audition invites, direct role offers, one after another. Avatar is a film with epic-defining significance. Director Cameron is a true revolutionary in cinematic technology. When a reporter asked about his relationship with the lady beside him, Martin deftly shifted the topic to Inception. "This is Ms. Yang Mi, the female lead in my new film. If any of you are Harry Potter fans, you might recognize her as the actress who played Cho Chang. The new movie is a sci-fi piece called Inception. As for the plot, well, you'll just have to watch it to find out." "Hey Martin, long time no see." "Hello Martin. I'm a huge fan of your books." James Cameron strode over quickly. "Welcome, Martin." Martin grinned, giving James Cameron a quick hug before introducing Yang Mi. "Jim, so, how's it going? Feeling confident about the film?" James Cameron flashed a confident smile. "Of course I am. I'm the king of the world, haha." Meanwhile, Yang Mi was pulled aside by Drew. "Cat, Inception kicks off its promotional campaign next March. You'll be leading the charge for the Qingchong side. Our partners there, like Sohu, NetEase, and Tencent, will coordinate with you." Yang Mi froze for a moment, then lit up with joy. This kind of spotlight was exactly what she craved. "No problem at all," she said eagerly. The movie began. It told a story set on a planet called Pandora. The central conflict revolved around the clash between humans and the Nausicaa, Pandora's native inhabitants. The Nausicaa's homeland sat atop a massive deposit of a rare superconductor mineral, which humans had long coveted. They wanted the Nausicaa to relocate, but the Nausicaa stood firm, refusing to leave. In the end, humans resorted to force. To better control the Nausicaa, humans developed a biological weapon called an avatar, a hybrid of human and Nausicaa DNA. On Pandora, the protagonist, Jack, met a Nausicaa girl named Nunnally and formed a bond with her. Through her, he began to understand the destruction humans were wreaking on Pandora and the Nausicaa's culture and beliefs. But it was James Cameron's creation of a vibrant, breathtaking Pandora, brought to life with groundbreaking 3D IMAX technology, that gave the film its era-defining weight. The sheer realism of it all was enough to make it a phenomenon. The gasps of awe, echoing through the theater, said it all. Audience members, wearing their 3D glasses, couldn't contain their amazement and excitement, fully immersed in the ultimate visual experience Cameron had crafted. It wasn't just regular viewers. Hollywood's biggest stars, directors, producers, and even the heads of the Big Six studios, despite their vast experience, were visibly stunned. The new technology delivered a level of immersion that previous 3D films couldn't touch. When the film ended and the lights came up, the theater erupted in thunderous applause. The interviews that followed practically turned into a personal press conference for James Cameron. I was influenced by sci-fi films from a very young age. Back in the late 60s, I was hooked on sci-fi movies and watched tons of Ray Harryhausen's work and Star Trek episodes. When I was about 10, I got a pair of binoculars as a birthday gift, and from then on, I knew sci-fi was my calling. Yes, as a kid, I devoured every book with a spaceship on the cover. I watched 2001, A Space Odyssey countless times. It's what inspired me to make films. Its visuals were stunning, but what captivated me more were the questions it raised. How will our world end? Will technology destroy us? What does it mean to be human? It's that childhood love for sci-fi that drove me to dedicate myself to making sci-fi films once I entered the industry. The Abyss, Terminator, Avatar. Even Titanic, though not sci-fi in story, was sci-fi in its production, with 770 special effects shots and technical innovations. There are so many behind-the-scenes stories for Avatar. For example, to make Pandora feel more real, I personally explored the mysterious depths of the ocean in a submarine. If you look closely, you'll notice that many of Pandora's creatures and plants were inspired by marine life. Yes, I want to thank Martin. He was the first to back me on this film. He said, "Jim, how much do you need? Is 100 million enough?" Wow, talk about deep pockets. Haha, just kidding. Seriously, I'm most grateful to Martin for supporting my technical experiments. Back then, even I wasn't sure if I'd succeed, but he believed in me. Of course, I hope the box office does well. After all, I want the people who backed me to make their money back. Since taking the helm as CEO of 20th Century Fox, Alan Ryder rarely paid close attention to a film's box office performance. Got the numbers yet? How's the box office looking? Even someone as composed as him couldn't help but feel a surge of joy when he saw the figures. $34.2 million. Sure, it was slightly lower than Joker's single-day record by about 10,000, but James Cameron's films always had staying power. Plus, many theaters were still scrambling to convert to 3D IMAX screens, which hadn't even started showing it yet. This result came mostly from 2D theaters. Martin got the news too. Drew, lying beside him, remarked, "Doesn't seem that high." Yang Mi chimed in. "Yeah, looks like Avatar won't outdo your Joker." Still reeling from the previous night's spectacle, Yang Mi nodded in agreement. Martin, with a mysterious grin, said, "Just wait. This monumental film's box office is going to drop everyone's jaws." Avatar was released in 3 formats: standard theaters, 3D theaters, and IMAX 3D. Its massive success sparked a global boom in 3D and IMAX 3D theaters, eventually making them the mainstream way to watch films. I thought I'd fall asleep during the 162-minute runtime, but I didn't blink once. This is a movie where every single frame demands your attention. James Cameron created a whole new world. Guys, I saw it too, but it wasn't that great, was it? Pretty average story. The visuals were stunning, though. What does Avatar even mean? Weird title. I haven't seen it yet. Is it worth it? The guy above is right, but let me tell you, you have to see it in 3D or IMAX 3D. The effect is absolutely mind-blowing. Those who watched the 2D version found the story ordinary, but those who saw the 3D or IMAX 3D versions were floored. Mainstream media reviews leaned heavily positive, largely because critics typically saw the 3D version. This is an era-defining film. I think Hollywood's film industry should be split into 2 eras, pre-Avatar and post-Avatar. Everyone who gets to experience this jaw-dropping movie in theaters should thank one person, Martin Myers. The project actually started back in 1998. James Cameron hoped to ride the global success of Titanic to get Avatar into theaters by 1999. But the massive $300 million budget scared off every studio. The project was indefinitely shelved until Martin stepped in and said, "I'm willing to invest." His backing pushed 20th Century Fox, fearing they'd lose Cameron, to cover the other half of the funding. Without that, we wouldn't have Avatar as we know it today. Avatar's buzz didn't just dominate entertainment media, it spilled over into tech news. Since Hollywood entered the 2000s, visual effects blockbusters have been relentless, with the Lord of the Rings trilogy leading the charge. You could say Lord of the Rings revolutionized the global visual effects industry. James Cameron himself admitted he was inspired by Gollum, a character created through motion capture technology, marking the maturity of that technique. So, when Avatar's production began, Cameron brought in Weta Digital, the studio behind The Lord of the Rings, along with Industrial Light and Magic, to handle the film's visual effects. With motion capture, the 3-meter-tall Nausicaa were brought to life with stunning realism. Reports say Cameron used 1,600 special effects shots in the film. Aside from 40% live-action scenes, 60% of the movie's visuals were created with costly computer technology. That's why the budget was so astronomical. Avatar is undeniably the pioneer of 3D cinema. To shoot it, Cameron even redesigned 3D cameras, simulating human binocular vision to make the stereoscopic effect feel more real. Martin wasn't wrong. The buzz around Avatar brought to mind that massive ship from over a decade ago. After its opening weekend, Avatar saw the usual weekday box office dip. But with the rapid expansion of theater screens, from 3,452 in North America at its debut to 4,155, with nearly all 600 new screens showing the 3D and IMAX 3D versions, the drop was minimal. Monday raked in $29.5 million, Tuesday $16.32 million, Wednesday $25 million, and Thursday, May 23rd, million. By the time the second weekend rolled around, Avatar's North American box office had soared past $247 million, with its global total smashing through the $700 million mark. This wasn't just recreating Titanic's box office triumph. It was poised to blow right past it, and by a wide margin. At 20th Century Fox, Alan Ryder was thrilled but also kicking himself. If only they'd trusted James a bit more back then. If Fox had fully funded the film, they'd be pocketing so much more. Now, they had to split the box office and ancillary profits with Myers Pictures, a massive sum. At Myers Pictures, Drew was practically glowing with excitement. A major data firm predicts Avatar's global box office will surpass $1.5 billion. Cameron Diaz, who dropped by to see Drew, gasped in awe. "My God, that's insane. No one will ever doubt this is an era-defining film," Martin said decisively. 8 weeks after its North American release, Avatar's box office had crossed the $400 million mark and was closing in on $500 million. Only 2 other films had ever hit that milestone: James Cameron's Titanic and Nolan's The Dark Knight. From this revenue alone, Myers Pictures stood to pocket $200 million. Seeing this unfold, Martin felt an immense sense of accomplishment. In the original timeline, Guinea had descended into chaos after President Lansana Conte's death, with a military coup seizing control. But now, with Guinea's military under Martin's influence, no coup had occurred, though no new president had been named either. This was the foundation for Guinea's rapid transformation. Power plants, hydroelectric dams, and natural gas infrastructure were spreading from the capital to every city in Guinea. Steel mills, refineries, and chemical plants were springing up like bamboo shoots after rain across this ancient land. Once one of the world's most underdeveloped nations, Guinea was now changing by the day. American workers who'd reluctantly come here, jobless back home, were now happily settled. Many had brought their families over, some even planning to make Guinea their permanent home. What the hell? This is Guinea. A group of American experts, arriving at Conakry's International Airport and boarding a bus, were stunned by the vibrant, prosperous countryside and rows of beautiful buildings they passed. These were specialists and elites from various fields, sent by Obama at Martin's request in exchange for significant benefits. Martin was determined to keep them here, even if it meant using his influence to persuade them to stay and become Guinea's own experts and elite. Because once a nation could independently build a nuclear power plant, it also meant it had the capability to produce nuclear weapons. Why else had Israel sent its air force to bomb Saddam Hussein's nuclear facility in Iraq years ago, reducing it to rubble? The 82nd Academy Awards were held at the Kodak Theater in Hollywood, Los Angeles, California, hosted by Alec Baldwin and Steve Martin. The event was broadcast live by ABC. Kathryn Bigelow's The Hurt Locker and Martin's Joker emerged as the biggest nominees of the year. The Hurt Locker earned 9 nominations, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Editing, Best Cinematography, Best Visual Effects, Best Art Direction, and Best Original Score. Joker also secured 9 nominations, such as Best Picture, Best Director, Best Cinematography, Best Actor, Best Original Screenplay, and Best Sound Effects. Martin didn't mind too much, though, since The Hurt Locker was backed by Myers Pictures. On paper, it was a guaranteed loss, and reality bore that out. The film, a sanctimonious American production glorifying its invasion of other countries, was unpopular not just abroad, but also in the U.S. It lacked the heroic figures audiences craved, the grand explosions of a blockbuster, or gritty, visceral battle scenes. In truth, its real purpose seemed to be documenting the sweaty, miserable living conditions of American soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan. Martin had a sneaking suspicion. The Hurt Locker might just be Kathryn Bigelow's love letter to her ex-husband, James Cameron. Yes, Bigelow and Cameron had been married, divorced, and somehow remained good friends. Cameron's knack for staying chummy with all his ex-wives was something else. Plenty of American soldiers, or their families, bought The Hurt Locker on VHS or DVD. In the end, it clinched Best Picture and Best Director, while Joker took home Best Actor, Best Original Screenplay, and Best Art Direction. Natalie Portman also won Best Actress for Black Swan. As for the box office juggernaut Avatar, it only snagged a few technical awards. During her acceptance speech, Kathryn Bigelow made a point to thank Martin for his financial support of the film. But on April 1st, a bombshell dropped. When the news first broke, many thought it was an April Fool's prank. It wasn't until James Cameron responded that people realized it was real. Artist Roger Dean, a 1968 graduate of the Royal College of Art in London, filed a lawsuit claiming that many of Avatar's set designs were deliberate, planned plagiarism, extensively exploited for promotion and profit. Known for his paintings and sculptures, Dean created imaginative works that resonated widely, often featuring floating islands and elegant, towering arches. He pointed out that Avatar's Tree of Life and Nausica's designs bore striking similarities to his works like Pathways and Floating Jungle. These visuals are nearly identical to my art, blatantly and consistently so, ruling out mere coincidence, he argued. The legal troubles didn't stop there. On April 9th, Maryland-based sci-fi writer and screenwriter Bryant Moore sued James Cameron, 20th Century Fox, and Myers Pictures, alleging Avatar's script plagiarized 2 of his own. On April 11th, another screenwriter, Eric Ryder, also filed a lawsuit against Cameron and the Avatar team. Cameron was swamped, rushing to courtrooms across 4 locations, some even overseas. Martin, on the other hand, was quietly thrilled, not out of schadenfreude, but because he saw the lawsuits as free publicity for the film. In the end, all the lawsuits were resolved in favor of Cameron and the Avatar team. While Cameron was busy dodging legal battles, Martin was at home, playing with his son and enjoying a rare visit from his family. In a blue-painted villa on a farm in the Los Angeles suburbs, things were less relaxed. "Hey, old man, can't you get your butt off the couch and lend a hand?" Kelly Finley, drenched in sweat, snapped at her husband lounging on the sofa. "That's what ticks me off," her husband, Bill Finley, grumbled. "Isn't it enough that I'm giving away my daughter? Now I've got to roll out the red carpet to make him happy. It's called courtesy, not sucking up. Are you getting up to help or not?" Kelly issued her ultimatum. Fine, I'm up, all right." "Geez, that little punk hasn't even shown his face yet, and he's already putting me in my place," Bill muttered under his breath. Kelly Finley let out a sigh of relief. Bill Finley groaned, "I'm exhausted." And just like that, it was settled. "Whoa, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Must be loaded," Bill muttered. Then he saw a young man step out from the back seat, wearing a mask and sunglasses. He rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again. "Old man, what's with you? Quit mumbling and go greet our guest," Kelly said, puzzled by her husband's behavior. Who could it be? Wait, it's not her high school teacher, is it? Kelly's eyes widened at the thought. Enough guessing. Go, go, go. Hurry up and welcome him, Bill urged. Knock, knock, knock. The door sounded. Lauren Finley giggled at Martin, standing in the doorway. Hee hee, I hope you don't scare them too much. Martin grinned back. So, you think this'll be a shock rather than a pleasant surprise? Lauren smirked. Come on, you're Martin Myers. There's no way they'd ever guess my boyfriend is you. Oh, their faces are going to be priceless. As they chatted, the door swung open. A middle-aged couple came into Martin's view. The husband's eyes glinted with curiosity and scrutiny, while the wife covered her mouth, her face a mix of disbelief and a slight flush. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Or is the world just crazy? My daughter's boyfriend is Martin? Martin Myers. Kelly shrieked. Mom, stop yelling. You're embarrassing me. Lauren huffed, exasperated. Embarrassing? What's embarrassing? It's Martin Myers. Oh, Martin, I love your Twilight and the Hunger Games. Wait, can you sign something for me? I've got your books in the bedroom. I'll be right back. Kelly bolted up the stairs without a backward glance. Bill, mortified by his wife's fangirling, gave Martin an awkward smile. Sorry, my wife's a huge fan of your books. She's a bit too excited. His earlier plan to put this punk kid in his place had long vanished into the clouds. Martin shrugged with a smile. No worries. It's an honor that she enjoys my work. What followed was a lively chat. Martin's charisma and almost otherworldly charm quickly won over Bill and Kelly Finley. They enjoyed a lavish, cheerful lunch together at the Finley home, and Martin took his leave around 2:30 in the afternoon. It wasn't until after Martin left that Bill remembered something and turned to his daughter. Lauren, doesn't Martin have other women? And didn't he have a son with Nicole Kidman? Kelly chimed in. Did Martin ever say how he plans to handle your relationship? Lauren nodded. Martin said that as long as I don't leave him, he'll always treat me as his woman. Everything his other women have, I'll have too. If I want a child, that's no issue. He'll give them a proper place and take care of us for life. She pulled a set of keys from her bag, grinning. Oh, and Martin gave me a villa. Come on, let me show you my new place. An hour later, they arrived. It's gorgeous. Kelly, ever the romantic, was instantly captivated by the stunning scenery. Not bad, right? The house and land are worth $5.9 million, all in my name, Lauren said with a touch of pride. Then, as if remembering something, she added, oh, and this place used to belong to Spielberg. You know, the big Hollywood director. Inside, the villa's opulent decor left Bill and Kelly in awe. Compared to this, our farm villa feels like a shack. Bill exclaimed, Dad, Mom, Martin said the house is mine to do with as I please. If you like it, you can stay here as long as you want. Ooh, I think that's a fantastic idea, Kelly said, her eyes sparkling. By May 2010, Iron Man 2 had hit theaters. Martin showed up at the premiere to drum up support. In the original timeline, this role would become Scarlett Johansson's defining performance. In this timeline, it might still be one of her standout roles, just one among many. The grand hall buzzed with sharply dressed men and radiant women, their glasses clinking as they awaited the film's start. Amid the sea of handsome faces and stunning beauties, two women stood out, drawing every eye. They looked like lovers, their closeness undeniable. Martin recognized one of them. Amber Heard, the breathtaking beauty dubbed the world siren, future star of Aquaman. In 2022, she'd gained global infamy for allegedly defecating on Johnny Depp's bed and dragging him through a messy, scandal-fueled divorce. But right now, Amber hadn't yet met Depp. The other woman was unfamiliar. Martin racked his brain but couldn't place her. Though he shook his head, Robert Downey Jr. leaned in to fill him in. That drop-dead gorgeous one is Amber Heard. She's got English, Irish, Scottish, German, and Welsh blood, a real mix. She's a small-time actress, hasn't landed any big roles, but she's famous in Hollywood for her looks. Shame, though, she's a lesbian. What? Martin's shock was silent but seismic. The future heartthrob, the woman who'd have the world's richest men wrapped around her finger, was currently a lesbian? Was this for real? He recalled that Amber's companion, Tasia Van Ree, had previously photographed Miranda Kerr and Elle Macpherson. Amber, though, was undeniably magnetic. If not for Martin's memory of that yet-to-happen bed incident from his other soul perspective, which left him a bit repulsed, he might have already gone over to charm her. To his surprise, while he held back, Amber and Tasia made the first move, approaching him. As Martin and Downey whispered about them, the two women noticed. "Is that Martin Myers? Is he looking at us?" Amber said, a mix of excitement and nervousness in her voice. She'd had her share of run-ins with sleazy producers, their intentions far from pure. At this point, Amber hadn't yet evolved into the cunning manipulator she'd become during her legal battles with Depp. She didn't fully grasp how to wield her beauty to get what she wanted. Otherwise, with her looks, she wouldn't still be a D-list star in a town overflowing with gorgeous faces. Her face alone placed her at the top of Hollywood's beauty pyramid, no question about it. Her stunning looks were a resource she hadn't yet learned to tap. Sheltered under Tasia Van Rie's wing, she didn't realize this protection was also a limitation. In the original timeline, marrying Johnny Depp still didn't teach her how to leverage her beauty or his connections fully. Her evolution began only after their divorce lawsuit. During that saga, Amber realized the longer she dragged out the legal fight with Depp, the higher her fame climbed. But her joy was short-lived. Depp hit back, suing her for defamation and accusing her of domestic violence against him. He presented evidence. Hospital photos showing his near-crippled hand, cigarette burns, and more. A leaked audio followed, capturing Amber raging at Depp. "I only slapped you, hit you a little. It wasn't a punch." The drama flipped again soon after. A chat log surfaced, exposing Depp's own dark side. Drunkenness, drug use, discussions with friends about killing Amber, even allegedly supplying substances to his then 13-year-old daughter. On the stand, Amber detailed a chilling account, claiming Depp was violently abusive, forcing her into degrading acts and using her supposed drug hiding as an excuse to invasively search her. Beyond that, Depp allegedly mocked her, clothing and humiliated her in cruel ways. In short, Amber's cunning persona emerged through her legal war with Depp. But, unluckily for her, just as she honed this skill, her reputation plummeted. She never got the chance to capitalize on it, and ended up retreating to Spain in obscurity. In the original timeline, the Amber Heard Johnny Depp legal battle dragged on for 6 years, a chaotic spectacle of endless twists and turns. It was a classic case of one side taking the stage just as the other bowed out. For onlookers, after so many reversals, the truth became irrelevant. No one cared who won or lost. It was pure entertainment. In mid-April 2022, Depp brought up the infamous incident of Amber allegedly defecating on his bed during a court hearing. Amber's team denied it, claiming it was Depp's pet dog. Depp was adamant it wasn't. The judge pressed him. "Why are you so certain? Do you have proof?" Depp burst out laughing, saying, "My dog's a teacup breed, barely 3 pounds. Amber's lawyer objected, and the judge apologized. Then came Amber's counterattack, accusing Depp of his own scatological antics. She claimed he'd urinated on their front door and even threatened to write her name in bodily fluids. The courtroom descended into farce with an exchange that was nothing short of surreal. Amber's lawyer: "Did Mr. Depp expose himself?" Witness: "If I'd seen Mr. Depp's privates, I think I'd remember." For context, this witness was casually smoking during testimony. Which begs the question, can you smoke in a U.S. courtroom? The whole room seemed to find the exchange hilarious, with the witness puffing away adding to the absurdity. Everyone was struggling to suppress their smirks. Amber's lawyer pressed Depp on his drinking and drug use. Lawyer: "You were drunk, weren't you?" Depp: "What? I can't enjoy a happy hour now and then." Lawyer: "And you frequently use drugs? Did you bring any drugs with you?" Depp: "I didn't bring any, but this little box would be perfect for it." Lawyer: "Haven't you starred in several big-budget blockbusters?" Compared to the smoking witness, Depp took it to another level, bringing gummy bears and a sketchpad to court. During the proceedings, he'd toss a gummy in his mouth and even offered one to his lawyer, who declined with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Then Depp started doodling, proudly showing his sketches to his lawyer for feedback. The lawyer's face, pure, unfiltered Coca-Cola-level disbelief, was priceless. As for Amber, her courtroom performance was a masterclass in melodrama. Sobbing one moment, gazing skyward with a sigh the next, tears streaming down her face. Her acting was Oscar-worthy. Oh, and one more thing. After her divorce from Depp, Amber dated a woman named Bianca Beauty, then briefly hooked up with the world's richest man before dumping him. Yes, she ended it, as he admitted. After that, she was spotted with another girlfriend, hand in hand on the streets of Spain, practically in hiding. Her attraction to women clearly wasn't just for show. She's likely genuinely bisexual. When Amber noticed Martin Myers and Robert Downey Jr. glancing their way, her heart skipped a beat. She turned to Tasia. Should we go talk to Martin and Downey? She was nervous, but willing to take the risk for her girlfriend. After a moment's thought, Tasia replied, I know Martin's girlfriend, Miranda Kerr. Maybe we can use that connection. Let's go. Amber, curious, whispered as they approached. Miranda Kerr? The one who built the Miranda brand. Exactly, Tasia said. You might not know, but Miranda was just a small-time model before Martin helped her. Without him, her brand wouldn't have taken off, let alone grown so fast. Martin's got that kind of power. Flick a finger, and us little fish get more than we can handle. In Martin's other memories, Tasia's strongest impression was her commanding, queenly aura. But clearly, she hadn't yet honed that persona. She was still just a budding little enchantress. Tasia turned to Martin. Mr. Myers, how's Miranda doing? She's the most charismatic model I've ever shot. Her Miranda brand is killing it lately. Who knew she had such a businesswoman's edge? Martin saw through their approach, but didn't brush them off. Smiling, he said, Miranda's doing great, and her business is thriving. I remember her mentioning you. She was really impressed with your photography skills. That was true. Tasia Van Rees. Photography had a solid reputation in North America's fashion and photography circles. Really? Thanks for her kind words. Tasia beamed, then gently nudged Amber forward. Mr. Myers, Mr. Downey, this is my girlfriend, Amber Heard, an actress. Even Downey, a reformed playboy now loyal to his wife, couldn't help but be struck by Amber's beauty, his heart stirring just a bit. In Martin's collection of beauties, only Nicole Kidman and Charlize Theron could rival Amber Heard's exquisite features. But in terms of figure, Amber's curves were fuller, more captivating. Her only flaw? Her legs weren't perfectly straight, with a slight inward curve at the knees. Still, it was barely noticeable, not enough to detract from her allure. After sizing her up, Martin was smitten. Her beauty was exactly his type. Since arriving in this world, he'd saved countless wayward girls, altering their messy or tragic futures. Lindsay Lohan, Paris Hilton, Rachel McAdams, and Hathaway, Drew Barrymore, Kristen Stewart, the list went on. Born in April 1986, Amber was just 24, in the prime of her youth for a white woman. Her stunning looks were one thing, but it was the innocent charm, yet to be tainted by her future scandals, that truly stirred the heart. Even Downey, now a devoted family man, wavered. So it was no surprise that Martin, who had little resistance or desire to resist beautiful things, was hooked. Amber cursed herself inwardly for being so flustered. Since realizing at 17 that she preferred women, she'd never been this rattled by a man, not even when facing sleazy producers with ulterior motives. This feeling was new, different from what she felt with Tasia Van Ree. It was intoxicating, almost magnetic, as if something about him was pulling her in. So, Amber, have you been in any films? Martin asked. Amber replied, a bit sheepishly. Actually, I've been in quite a few. Like the rom-com All the Boys Love Mandy Lane, the horror flick The Ward, the comedy Drop Dead Sexy, the crime drama Criminal Minds, Season 1, the indie Alpha Dog, the action movie Never Back Down, and the zombie comedy Zombieland. But they're all supporting roles, nothing that made waves. Oh, Martin feigned surprise. That's hard to believe. Forgive my bluntness, but a beauty like you could easily play a top-tier vase in a big-budget film. Really? That's a shame then, Amber said, her voice tinged with regret. Martin shifted gears. So, Tasia, are you still shooting portraits for models in the fashion world? Things too easily obtained are rarely valued. Amber felt a pang of disappointment. He hadn't offered her a role, which she'd secretly hoped for. Yes, I'm still photographing models, and occasionally some actresses for print ads, Tasia replied. We got the premiere invite from Amy Adams. She's busy shooting The Fighter and couldn't make it, so she gave me her tickets. Amy Adams. We worked together on Catch Me If You Can, Leonardo DiCaprio said, joining the Conversation out of nowhere. Then, struck by Amber's beauty, he extended a hand. Hi, I don't think we've met. You are. Amber's heart skipped. Am I actually attracted to men too, but only specific ones? As they chatted, Scarlett Johansson and Susan Downey joined in. Seeing Scarlett's familiar, intimate demeanor with Martin, Amber felt an unexpected twinge of jealousy. What's wrong with me? She thought, instinctively tightening her grip on Tacia's hand. The movie was about to start, so the group wrapped up their chat and headed into the theater. Catching a moment when Scarlett wasn't looking, Leonardo whispered to Martin, Hey, is she your target? What? You've got your eye on her too. Martin teased, finding the situation amusing. He could tell Leo was also taken by Amber's beauty. The idea of competing with his friend for her, and crushing him in the process, sounded like fun. Martin's mischievous streak, that devilish charm, was kicking in. But then Leo surprised him. I'm serious, man. I'm trying to be faithful. Martin's eyes widened. A faithful Leo? Is he even Leo anymore? What the hell have I changed? But on second thought, if Leo really settled down with Blake Lively and lived a stable life, that wouldn't be so bad. Better than ending up as a chubby, middle-aged guy spraying water guns with models on a beach, mocked by the internet. On the other side, Amber turned to Tacia with a hint of regret. That's it. Should we try to catch up with Martin after the movie? Tacia's response was cryptic. It's just a gesture, girl. No one who reaches Martin's level is ever simple. Iron Man 2 carried forward the style of its predecessor. Humor, action, and a touch of romance. The formula worked like a charm, with audiences eating it up. Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow was a massive hit with fans. Black Widow is just too hot. If I were Iron Man, I'd risk it all to be with her. I used to think Iron Man and Pepper were the perfect pair, but now? Black Widow's the one. Shut up, upstairs. Iron Man doesn't deserve to touch Black Widow. She's mine. What the hell? Is that Kevin Durant from the NBA? Yup, that's him. The guy who carries a little backpack and plays innocent. Author note, in 2009, after a game, Kevin Durant told reporters his dream was to drink Scarlett Johansson's bathwater. In 2010, he doubled down on Twitter, Scarlett Johansson, I'd drink your bathwater. Scarlett, unfazed, outright rejected the NBA star's bizarre request. But honestly, Durant's odd fantasy wasn't even the strangest. In the original timeline, Scarlett once wiped her nose on a tissue during a BBC interview, with the camera zooming in for a close-up, emphasizing that she'd wiped twice. The tissue, supposedly carrying both her and Samuel L. Jackson's, aka the motherfucker guy, cold viruses from filming Iron Man, was auctioned off for $5,300, with proceeds going to charity. Meanwhile, Robert Downey Jr.'s manager, Jeff Raymond, was negotiating a massive $30 million deal plus a 10% box office share for his next project. Downey was thrilled about it. Amber Heard, however, missed her chance to connect with Martin after the premiere, leaving her filled with regret. After the screening, Martin returned to his Beverly Hills estate with Scarlett. Nicole Kidman, Lindsay Lohan, Jessica Alba, Doris, and Anne Hathaway were all there, making for a lively scene. Everyone gathered around Martin's son, Connor, cooing and laughing. The little boy had become the new center of attention, eclipsing even Martin. Oh, Connor's getting cuter by the day. His nose is just like Nicole's. This kid's gonna be a heartbreaker when he grows up. For sure, just like his dad. Martin, meanwhile, was comforting Nicole, stroking her gently. Thinking about a comeback yet? He asked. Not yet. The little guy still needs me, and honestly, I'm still too fat right now. While Martin's home buzzed with warmth, Amber and Tacia were having their own conversation. What's up? Amber asked softly. Tacia sighed. Lost a job opportunity. No one in LA or New York will hire him. I heard he's off in Africa shooting chimps now. Wow, that's rough. Wait, when you helped Miranda, was it because you had a thing for her? Amber's question made Tacia smirk. She'd indeed had a fleeting interest in Miranda, but thankfully, she hadn't acted on it. The downfall of that lighting tech woke her up. After digging deeper, she learned. Miranda's backer was none other than Martin Myers. Don't overthink it, darling. That was before I met you. Now, I'm all about you. All right, enough talk. Let's sleep. Iron Man 2's box office soared, but it had little to do with Martin. Aside from being happy for his friend, he shifted focus to promoting Inception. Leonardo DiCaprio was also pouring energy into the campaign. On the road, Leo opened up to Martin about the film. Honestly, Martin Scorsese's movie had me totally lost. It's already a non-linear narrative, and he deliberately scrambled the timeline during shooting. Me, Mark Ruffalo, and the others had no clue whether we were filming a scene before or after the main action. I think Scorsese went a bit overboard with the mind-bending stuff, Martin said. I'm skeptical how many average viewers will get this movie. A modest box office wouldn't surprise me. While Martin was busy promoting Inception, he got a call from Robert Iger. Picking up, Martin said, "Hey, Robert, how's it going? I heard you're trying to convince the board to greenlight the acquisition of Lucasfilm." "Hi, Martin. Sorry to bother you. I know you're swamped." Iger's voice sounded weary. "But I need your help with something." Since taking the reins at Disney, Iger had reclaimed shareholder voting rights and placed Drew on the board. In theory, he shouldn't be facing any internal pushback. But unlike Martin's formidable influence, Iger's clout was limited. Without the Disney name and his status as a company veteran, he wouldn't have been able to challenge the former tyrant CEO, Michael Eisner, in the first place. Now that Eisner was gone, Iger could have settled for a happy ending. But toppling Eisner had inflated his confidence, giving him the illusion that his success was all his own doing. No longer content with just a board seat, he wanted more power. That ambition put him at odds with some board members and allies, including Roy Disney. "Robert, even if Roy's against it, you should still have the majority of the board on your side, right?" Martin asked, puzzled. "With your skills, Roy Disney shouldn't be a real obstacle. You've been doing great." Iger sighed. "That's how it should be, but I'm facing a trust crisis right now." "A trust crisis?" "Yeah, because of Roman Polanski." "What?" Martin was baffled. Of course, he knew Roman Polanski, Jack Nicholson's friend and a genius director. Polanski's accolades were endless. Best Director at the Oscars, the Palme d'Or at Cannes, the Silver Bear at Berlin. His films were legendary. Rosemary's Baby ranked 9th on AFI's list of the top 100 horror films and was named one of the 25 scariest films ever by Entertainment Weekly. Chinatown was hailed as the best crime thriller in American cinema, earning 11 Oscar nominations and a spot on the British Film Institute's 100 Greatest Films list. The Pianist not only won Polanski a Best Director Oscar and a SAR award, but also made Adrian Brody the youngest Best Actor winner at 29, though, in this timeline, Martin had beaten that record. Undoubtedly, Polanski was one of the greatest directors in film history. But this immensely talented man was also a deeply flawed, widely reviled figure due to his sexual misconduct. His childhood explained much of the darkness in his work. At 6, he watched his father get sent to a concentration camp and his mother die at Auschwitz. In 1965, while filming the vampire comedy The Fearless Vampire Killers in London, Polanski met his future wife, Sharon Tate. She became his muse, and their love blossomed quickly. They married in 1968 in a lavish hippie-style ceremony, and Polanski's career soared. The Fearless Vampire Killers opened doors in Hollywood, leading to the iconic Rosemary's Baby. But tragedy struck. Sharon Tate, 8 months pregnant, was brutally murdered by the Manson family. Her body was found hanging, bloodied, stabbed 16 times, her unborn child cut from her womb. The media didn't offer sympathy. Instead, headlines viciously speculated that Polanski, capable of crafting something as terrifying as Rosemary's Baby, must be tied to a cult, and Sharon's death was his fault. Polanski, heartbroken, said, "The time I spent with Sharon was the only truly happy period of my life." His personality grew more volatile. His mother's absence, his father's remarriage after the war, and his wife's horrific death left him deeply distrustful of women and marriage. His views on sex became conflicted and twisted. In Bitter Moon, Polanski depicted a couple obsessed with S&M. The male lead, Oscar, relished being dominated, crawling with a pig mask while being whipped by his partner, Mimi. But when he tired of it, he turned abuser, forcing Mimi into a miscarriage and hysterectomy, driving her to psychological collapse and suicide. Then came the infamous 1977 incident with 13-year-old Samantha Geimer. During a photo shoot, Polanski gave her sedatives, had her undress and enter a hot tub, and assaulted her. As long as he stayed out of the U.S., he avoided prosecution. Sharon Tate was a student of Bruce Lee. She sought him out to learn martial arts for an upcoming action film that required extensive fight scenes. Since she had no prior martial arts experience, she wanted to train. Bruce Lee happily agreed, patiently teaching her basic punches and kicks, often wearing his signature dark sunglasses while explaining techniques. Their bond was close. Sharon admired Bruce almost reverently, and he was fond of his beautiful proj. When her action film began shooting, Bruce frequently visited the set to guide her, earning her deep gratitude. After Sharon's murder, police found a pair of sunglasses at the crime scene. Through investigation and a photo of Sharon with Bruce Lee, they confirmed the glasses belonged to him, making Bruce a suspect. When contacted, Bruce explained that Sharon had accidentally left his glasses behind during a training session and provided an alibi, insisting they were good friends and he'd never harm her. Roman Polanski, however, refused to believe him, publicly accusing Bruce of killing Sharon out of jealousy over her beauty and success. Further police investigation led to a breakthrough when a female inmate, hoping for a reduced sentence, provided information linking both murders to a cult. The motive for Sharon's killing was likely tied to her role in a film critical of the cult, prompting their retaliation. Her friend, caught in the crossfire, became a sacrificial victim. "So, how'd you get tangled up with Roman Polanski?" Martin asked, confused. "Well, you know we're both Jewish," Robert Iger replied. "Recently, the Hollywood Jewish community has been pushing to have Polanski's charges dropped, and I signed the petition." "What the fuck?" Martin thought, barely containing his frustration. These people have no shame. No matter how talented Polanski is or what tragedies he's endured, his actions are backed by ironclad evidence and hurt countless people. Just because he's Jewish, they want to protect him? This was what Martin despised most about some Jewish groups, their blatant double standards. When Jews were persecuted, they pursued justice relentlessly, hunting down Nazi officers past the statute of limitations and assassinating those who harmed Jewish communities, even their innocent descendants. But when Jews caused harm, they turned a blind eye. Israel's establishment of the world's largest open-air prison in Palestine? Normal, they'd say, it's for criminals. Israel's creeping expansion in Palestine? Normal, Jews need living space. Israeli forces killing civilians and children? Normal, they're potential enemies. Compared to that, protecting Polanski was small potatoes. And don't forget their ingratitude. Oskar Schindler, who spent over $1 million saving Jews, died penniless. In 1948, he sought aid from the American Jewish Committee and received a measly $15,000. Classic case of the dragon-slaying hero becoming the dragon. Of course, not all Jews were like this. Many opposed Israel's actions in Palestine. Back to the point. Get the full board support, Iger said. You know it's not just Drew. There are other shareholders quietly backing you. Martin chuckled. Your intel's sharper than Roy Disney's, old man. I can help, but what's in it for me? What do you need? I hear you're tight with some of Elbit Systems' top execs in the U.S. Well, yeah, I know a few. So, as the world's leading tech transformation company, Israel's Elbit Systems held countless tech patents. Iger feared Martin might use him to bribe or poach someone for trade secrets, a suicidal move. Even with Martin's status as the world's richest man and his vast empire, Elbit was backed by the Weizmann Institute, which in turn was backed by the Israeli government. Iger doubted Martin could take on Israel itself. If Martin's request crossed a line, he'd refuse without hesitation. No problem. I'm hosting a small party at my place in a few days. I'll invite them for you, Iger offered. Great. Thanks, Martin said with a smile. Why was Martin so keen on connecting with Elbit Systems' top executives in the U.S. and, through them, reaching the core members of Israel's Weizmann Institute of Science? Simple. If he could get close to them, he could turn them into his allies. These were, after all, some of the smartest people on the planet. Martin was scheming to poach talent from Elbit Systems and the Weizmann Institute. Just how formidable were these organizations? Elbit Systems and the Weizmann Institute are two sides of the same coin, deeply intertwined. The Weizmann Institute, originally the Daniel Seif Research Institute founded in 1934, was led by Professor Chaim Weizmann, who later became Israel's first president. Though modest in size with just over 2,000 researchers, the institute boasts top-tier talent in mathematics, computer science, physics, chemistry, and biology. Elbit Systems, Israel's leading tech commercialization company, is one of the world's most successful in its field. It inherited the Weizmann Institute's ethos of prioritizing research and patents, focusing on turning scientific breakthroughs into profit. Their motto? Let scientists focus on research, we'll handle the rest. Honestly, U.S. could learn a thing or two from Elbit's approach, especially its scientist incentive system. Elbit employs 4 key mechanisms. Direct investment. Elbit's internal financing arm funds Weizmann Institute research, ensuring smooth progress while securing intellectual property rights from the outset. Government grants. Elbit and the Weizmann Institute jointly apply for government projects, receiving subsidies covering 66% to 90% of costs. Patents remain with the research institution, but usage rights are licensed to the company. Reward funds. When Weizmann Labs publish cutting-edge research, Elbit offers financial rewards. Profit sharing. Elbit shares commercialization profits with investors and researchers, with 40% of tech transfer revenue going directly to individual scientists, not their labs. This creates a powerful incentive. Successful commercialization means Elbit profits, and scientists can become fabulously wealthy. It's a win-win, chaining researchers to Elbit's chariot while scaling the company's success. The terms are set in advance and strictly followed, a masterclass in business from the Jewish playbook. How strong is Elbit? It's the only company globally holding patents for 3 of the world's most profitable drugs, each generating over $1 billion annually. Martin coveted Elbit's elite managers, but was even more eager for their scientists. In his vision for Guinea's future, the upper echelons would be dominated by Asian and white populations, with black people filling repetitive, mechanical roles at the bottom. That said, he'd gladly elevate any black geniuses to the upper ranks. It was a classic pyramid society structure, stable and enduring. At Disney's boardroom, a vote was underway. I abstain, one director said. I support the acquisition proposal, another chimed in. Edward Disney, Roy Disney's son, scoffed. How can you back someone like him? Robert Iger should resign from all his Disney roles. Iger smirked coldly. You and your father know exactly where those negative rumors came from. No one here's a fool. We all know who's reckless and who can take Disney to greater heights. Lucasfilm, valued at over $4 billion, wasn't something Disney could acquire overnight. Even raising the funds would take time. What? Edward sputtered. What the fuck? Roy Disney exclaimed. Iger stared them down, his expression unchanging. After watching the boardroom drama unfold, Drew returned to Meyer's pictures and vividly recounted the scene. When Robert Iger proposed kicking Edward Disney off the board, the room went dead silent. Roy Disney's eyes were wider than bells. When the board actually passed the motion, Roy nearly lost it. I've never heard a man over 70 screech like a woman before. No need to hold back, Martin said with a grin. Disney today isn't the Disney of the 70s or 80s. Since Walt Disney's death, the Disney family's influence on the board has been fading. When Iger first took over, he needed Roy to stabilize things, but not anymore. Edward's ousting was a massive blow to Roy Disney. He realized his influence wasn't as strong as he'd believed after toppling Michael Eisner. It was as if he aged a decade overnight, his presence in the boardroom rapidly diminishing. With Martin's backing, Iger swiftly consolidated his control. True to his word, Iger invited several Elbit Systems executives based in the U.S. to his home. To mask his intentions, he also invited other friends from outside the entertainment industry, alongside Martin. This summer in Los Angeles was scorching, the sun baking the earth. A wildfire erupted near the San Gabriel Mountains, sending thick smoke skyward like an apocalyptic omen. The blaze, combined with the already oppressive heat, turned the surrounding dozens of miles into a sweltering oven. Farms near the mountains evacuated urgently, and wealthy families in the area fled the inferno in their cars. Amid this chaos, a poignant piece of writing emerged, later shared widely. She was tough, but this tragedy would break anyone. In 1948, she worked these mountains with my father. She was 18, he was 21, newlyweds. She later told me she loved the outdoors, but was secretly terrified of cows. She'd never been around them. She never told my dad. Yet she became the best tracker and forager in these hills, knowing every plant, tree, and path. Stare into nature. She'll speak to you. Sometimes, most times, I think it's as simple as seeing the trees but missing the forest. It's not one person's fault, it's everyone's. Listen to the forest. Listen to the natives. Today, we found a lost calf, just 2 weeks old. Her mother didn't make it. Carl spotted her hiding in a rare patch of willows by the river. He trailed her for over an hour, climbing straight up from the canyon floor. We caught her, and now she's drinking from a big bottle. This rescue soothed my heart. I've decided she'll be Junie's first calf. They can grow up together. Written in a diary essay style, the piece went viral, reposted countless times. Some readers, not even on Facebook, created accounts just to read the original and comment. Its author? Someone Martin had recommended to Mark Zuckerberg. Oh my God, Mark said over the phone. In just half a month, Facebook's user base grew by 500,000, and it's still climbing. I can't believe one article could drive this much traffic. Thank you for tipping me off to this writer. That $100,000 was worth every penny. In the original timeline, this author first posted on a small forum, skyrocketing its traffic. A fledgling social media site, Share Life Park, paid $100,000 to repost it, gaining 100,000 users in a month. But their servers couldn't handle the surge, and Facebook swooped in to acquire them. This time, Martin cut to the chase. As soon as the article appeared on the forum, he had Facebook contact the author, convince them to delete the original, and repost it on their platform. The results were even better than in the original timeline. Facebook's reach dwarfed that obscure site. 500,000 new users? That $100,000 investment was worth $1 billion to Facebook. No wonder Mark was ecstatic. Chill, dude, Martin teased. I can't chill. How do you even find that article? I told you, I've got an eye for brilliance. You should work for me, man, not waste time as an actor or director. Work for you? Dream on, Mark. Getting a bit cocky, huh? What's this about $1 billion? Drew asked curiously after Martin hung up. Oh, just an investment I made in a website, Martin replied with a smirk. Myers Pictures boardroom. Martin was outlining his vision for the future of cinema and the company's direction. Avatar marked the start of a new era. Inception and The Hobbit, both coming soon, will have 3D and IMAX versions, which I believe will boost their box office. Oh, and Fast 5 is in production too. 3D and IMAX are the future, especially for visual effects blockbusters. We need to be ready. Fast and Furious 5 set. Gal Gadot stood among the crowd, listening to Vin Diesel, the bald action star, boast. I know all the big Hollywood players, Spielberg, James Cameron, George Lucas. Oh, and Martin Myers, he bragged. Paul Walker, nearby, smirked. He'd seen Vin around Martin, fawning like a puppy, a far cry from the cocky attitude he flaunted on set. Paul couldn't stand Vin. The guy used his connections to hog scenes, turning his supporting role into a co-lead. Paul worried that, at this rate, Vin's screen time might soon eclipse his own. Worse, audiences seemed to love the jerk, and the box office kept climbing despite his expanded role. When Vin dropped Martin's name, eyes lit up among the female actors, Gal Gadot included. A diehard Martin fan, his movies, books, and music, she could honestly say she grew up on his work. Martin, cautious as ever, had her background checked to avoid any trouble. Before Hollywood, Gal was Israel's Miss Universe contestant, a former Miss Israel, though she didn't make the top 15. She'd also served 2 years of mandatory military service in Israel. A photo shoot titled Israel's Model Soldier landed her on the cover of a U.S. magazine, but it only sparked fleeting curiosity, not career momentum. She auditioned for Bond Girl, but lost to Ukrainian model Olga Kurilenko. However, Fast and Furious 4 director Justin Lin remembered her and cast her as Giselle. Despite limited screen time, her long legs won over audiences, earning her a bigger role in Fast and Furious 5. Vin, ever confident, was sure he could charm her. He knew exactly what a Hollywood hopeful like her needed most. Hey Gal, got time tonight? Dinner's on me, Vin Diesel offered with a grin. Gal Gadot flashed a polite smile, gently declining his vague invitation. Sorry, Vin, I've got plans. Really? Who with? Can you cancel? I've got something work-related to discuss, he pressed. It's someone important. I can't back out, she replied. More important than me? Vin's inflated ego left Gal momentarily. Speechless. Suddenly, the set buzzed with excitement. Actors, crew, even assistants surged in one direction. Boss? Martin. Gal exclaimed, stunned. Yep, Mr. Myers himself. Let me go. Heard he's handing out gems. Guy's got deep pockets. I don't want to miss out. A crew member slipped from Gal's grasp and bolted. Vin shrugged, curious about these gems, and confident Gal wasn't slipping away from him. He joined the crowd without further pressing her. Martin was indeed distributing gems, specifically jade pendants. He'd spent $500 on white jade of decent quality, each piece carved with a mysterious character. Spotting Paul Walker, Martin recalled his tragic death in a car accident years later. Unable to resist, he said, Hey, man, I hear you love racing. Be careful out there. Paul paused, then nodded. Thanks for the heads up. I will. Unbeknownst to Martin, Paul's fatal crash wasn't his fault. His friend Roger Rodas was driving. Neither survived. Paul reportedly died from trauma and burns after the car exploded, a far worse fate than a quick crash. Noticing Gal's evasive glance, Martin sensed her move was calculated, likely to signal something to Vin Diesel trailing behind. I get it, Martin said with a knowing look. I'm sure others do too. Later, Vin pulled Gal aside, apologetic. Sorry, I didn't realize you and Mr. Myers. Look, let's just say my earlier comments were a joke, okay? Gal hadn't expected Martin's name to be such an effective shield. She breathed a quiet sigh of relief. That evening, Gal left the set. She hadn't entirely lied to Vin. She did have plans, with her boyfriend, Yaron Versano. In fact, the two had secretly married in Israel in 2008, though they hadn't announced it publicly. Yaron, 10 years Gal's senior, wasn't in the entertainment industry. Born in Amsterdam, he moved to Israel as a child. He and his brother Guy ran a successful real estate company with considerable wealth. In 2008, the same year they wed, Gal came to Hollywood and landed her role as Giselle in Fast and Furious 4. Has that bald guy been bothering you again? Yaron asked. Nah, I turned him down a few times, and he's backed off, Gal replied, conveniently omitting how she'd used Martin's name to fend him off. Good. Yaron grinned. You know, on my way here, I passed Santa Monica Square. They were doing a promo event for Inception. Answer questions right, get a small gift. I gave it a shot. Guess what? He pulled a small box from his bag and handed it to her. I aced it. Lucky you're such a Martin fan. I've picked up plenty about Inception from you. Gal's eyes lit up as she took the gift, though Martin's face flashed in her mind. Gal, what's that around your neck? New necklace? What is that mysterious character? Yaron asked, pointing to the jade pendant she'd received earlier. For the film Inception, Martin pinned high hopes, his anticipation for it no less than for the Joker. Before its release, Myers Studios launched a viral marketing campaign. The campaign unfolded in 3 meticulously planned phases, each executed with precision and clarity. At first, the official website featured only a spinning top, leaving most visitors puzzled, wondering what it had to do with the plot. At San Francisco's WonderCon, Myers Studios staff handed out T-shirts to attendees. The front displayed the Dream Machine from Inception, while the back bore a QR code. The QR code led to a viral marketing website, http://pissavdevice.org, which doubled as a user manual for the Dream Machine. After reading the guidebook, you'd see the phrase "your mind is the scene of the crime again." Clicking it took you to the second phase, an online game at http://mind-crime.com. The website rolled out 4 promotional phases, each introducing new content like posters or trailers. To unlock these, netizens had to complete tasks like maze games. Additionally, Inception had a viral site, its address hidden in street posters, called What is Dream Sharing? This site, styled as an anonymous blog, explained the theory and mechanics of the Dream Machine, teasing the truth behind Inception. The second phase followed, popularizing the science of dreams. After spreading influence online, Inception campaign didn't dive straight into the plot. This was the strategy Martin, Dello, and Ivanka's marketing team settled on after discussions. Since the film's depiction of dreams leaned fantastical, the campaign revealed just enough to ground audiences without spoiling the mystery. Fortunately, Ivanka's team quickly noticed the audience's growing fatigue from overly technical content and relentless viral tactics. So, Myers Studios' marketing team pivoted. A month before the premiere, they deployed staff across major North American cities, New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Miami, to hang massive posters on towering buildings. The posters used stereoscopic imagery, akin to the now popular naked eye 3D ads, though one was static, the other dynamic. In an era before naked eye 3D was mainstream, this creativity was undeniably eye-catching. One poster showed a building's exterior curling inward, revealing inner floors to evoke a sense of folded space. The other depicted a torrent of red water cascading from the top floor's window. These giant posters were so realistic they could pass for the real thing, highlighting the film's visual flair and aligning perfectly with its tagline, "The dream is real." They captivated passers-by. Many stopped in their tracks, snapping photos or recording videos. Soon, the posters went viral online, drawing even more eyes. Before the campaign began, Martin set the tone with a remark that laid the foundation for its success. Don't try to change consumers' preconceptions. Instead, work with their perceptions and guide them toward the direction we want. That's the iron rule of marketing. And our marketing campaign must light that one match in the powder keg. Of course, the ultimate box office ceiling hinged on the film's quality. If the film flopped and failed to win over audiences, the viral marketing would backfire. Viewers would feel duped, their initial excitement flipping to outright disdain. The Blair Witch's $200 million box office was entirely fueled by viral marketing. In truth, The Blair Witch was an experimental film, pioneering the mockumentary era. It shouldn't have grossed so high, nor was it truly terrible. It just wasn't a commercial film. But the distributor's viral tactics convinced audiences the story was real, even faking the deaths of the three leads on IMDb, the largest film database in the U.S. Leveraging the internet's power and deceptive marketing, The Blair Witch raked in $250 million on a mere $60,000 budget. Audiences felt played, venting their rage on the two young, talented directors. Their later films found no buyers, while the distributor laughed all the way to the bank. Martin had no worries about the quality of Inception. A lavish candy wrapper only shines if it encloses a delicious treat, enhancing its allure. But if that same wrapper hides a pile of dog crap, no matter how enticing it looks, once unwrapped, both the wrapper and its contents will be despised by the consumer. With confidence in his film, Martin dared to roll out such a bold, drum-beating campaign. On June 20th, the U.S. magazine Wired suddenly announced that its editors had received a 24-page, classified dossier titled Dream Sharing, Tactical Recruitment Program Manual, an extended version of the Dream Sharing documentation. This magazine was a hit among North America's tech elite. Their announcement instantly sparked interest among internet-savvy intellectuals, who demanded Wired release the classified dossier. Wired published its contents online. The dossier detailed 7 chapters, including dream operatives, interrogation techniques, and equipment overview. Regrettably, some sections were redacted, and those hidden details could only be unlocked by buying a movie ticket. The dossier's final page featured a QR code linking to an earlier Inception viral marketing website. Entering the site, visitors were greeted by the familiar spinning top. Clearing the game unlocked more about the Dream Machine manual. 2 weeks before Inception premiere, the promotional blitz hit fever pitch. Martin himself took the stage, joined by Leonardo, Yang Mi, Joseph Levitt, and Tom Hardy on a Fox TV entertainment talk show, dishing on behind-the-scenes anecdotes from the film's production. For instance, the weightless hallway fight scene saw Joseph Levitt perform all his own stunts without a double. When Leonardo tried to do the same, the insurance company's rep firmly shut him down. Joseph Levitt laughed, saying, "Clearly, in the eyes of the insurance folks, I'm not worth as much as Leo. They can afford to lose me." Another tidbit, the protagonist's name, Cobb, echoed the word for dream in Sanskrit, Hindi, Urdu, and Punjabi. The film's shooting spanned the globe, with major scenes filmed across 4 continents and 6 countries. The cast and crew endured grueling conditions, from the scorching heat of Tangier, Morocco, to the snow-swept blizzards of Calgary, Canada. Filming also took them to Tokyo, Paris, and Los Angeles. On camera, they shared light-hearted stories from the shoot, stoking fans' anticipation for the film. By July 16, 2010, the spinning top on the Inception website finally stopped. A line of text appeared above it. Are you smart enough? Watch Inception to find out. The implication was clear. This film was for sharp minds only. That simple sentence ignited curiosity and a competitive streak in many. On July 16th, at 8 p.m., the red carpet outside Hollywood's Grand Theater dazzled with star power, beauties and heartthrobs vying for attention. In the press area, reporters bantered. Are those two a couple? They're always together, probably. Let's root for Martin and Leonardo instead. They're the perfect pair. Oh, come on, that's never happening. Both are Hollywood's notorious playboys. Martin even has a kid with that Aussie bombshell. Speaking of Martin's kid, that little guy's photos are probably the cheapest celebrity baby pics out there. I heard one goes for just $5. I don't even bother snapping them. No kidding. Martin loves showing off his son. His Facebook's flooded with pics, and us reporters have shot tons too. They're worthless on the market. I bet Martin's doing it on purpose. By oversharing, he keeps people from obsessing over his kid's private life. Makes sense. So those stars who hide their kids, maybe they're just playing the scarcity game. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck stepped into the interview zone, fielding a few quick questions. Before hitting the red carpet, Amber Heard, buzzing with excitement, turned to her friend in the car. Can you believe Martin invited us? What poses should I strike on the carpet? If fans call out to me, should I respond? The cheers that erupted when Matt Damon and Ben Affleck passed died down by more than half as Amber and her friend stepped onto the carpet. The crowd buzzed with whispers. Who are they? You know them? No clue. Some nobody starlets. That blonde with the big waves is pretty hot, though. Totally. If she's got any work out there, I might check it out. Huh. Hopefully some artsy film, right? Exactly what I'm thinking. Amber Heard's expression visibly shifted from excitement to dejection. Still, she lingered on the red carpet, striking poses and inching forward slowly. Her girlfriend Tasia Van Ree comforted her. Don't worry, Amber. They'll know you one day. When's that gonna be? Amber muttered to herself, forcing a smile. Though her smile was stiff, her exquisite features still radiated charm. But the photographers and reporters weren't interested in wasting effort. They snapped a few obligatory shots and moved on. Unknown names like hers didn't sell. As the two women quickened their pace, a sudden roar erupted from both sides of the red carpet, the deafening cheers exploding out of nowhere. Amber Heard and Tasia Van Ree turned in surprise, spotting Martin, sharp in a deep navy suit, striding toward them with purpose. Amber's heart stirred, and she deliberately slowed her steps again. Maybe this is good for both of us. I can't give her what she wants, and lately, Amber's been nagging me to meet Miranda. It's driving me nuts. Hey ladies, together as always? Martin reached them, waving off a staff member who was about to usher the pair away. He slid his arms around Amber Heard's and Tasia Van Ree's waists. In an instant, Amber felt dizzy as the cameras, which had been stingy with their flashes, erupted in a frenzy of clicks and lights aimed in her direction. She knew they were photographing Martin, but she didn't mind playing the backdrop. Martin Meyer's backdrop, no less. Tasia Van Ree, however, wasn't caught up in such thoughts. She was too stunned by her own reaction, or lack thereof, to Martin's touch. Oddly, she felt no discomfort at all. This was strange. She'd never liked men getting close, let alone wrapping an arm around her waist. While striking poses, Amber's attention lingered on Martin's hand at her waist, its warmth making her feel a little flushed. She'd known for a while that, while she preferred women, she wasn't entirely closed off to men, just indifferent. Martin wasn't surprised that Amber reacted to his touch. She's bisexual, just hasn't fully awakened to men yet. I guess I flipped that switch early. But Tasia Van Ree? What's her deal? She's supposed to be a hardcore lesbian. Then it hit him, and he smirked. Must be my charm working overtime. In the interview zone, reporters bombarded Martin with questions. Martin, what kind of film is Inception? Can it really unravel the mystery of dreams? Martin grinned. That reporter's probably a plant from the studio. No one can truly unravel the mystery of dreams, he replied. This is a movie, not a science documentary. But compared to Dry Docks, it's way more fun. Martin, what inspired you to make a film like this? Since the 21st century began, the subconscious has become a buzzword. Curiosity about it has made dream interpretation one of the top questions we ask shrinks. Dreams are the best window into the subconscious. Compared to other ways it reveals itself, dreams carry this magnetic, mysterious allure that grabs people's attention. So I thought, why not make a film about the subconscious, about dreams? Martin, do you think dreams can be fully decoded? That's similar to the last question. I think it's tough. Dreams aren't that simple. The imaginative space they create is wild and unpredictable. Amber Heard fought the urge to melt into Martin's arms, mentally chanting, "This is a public place. This is a public place." Meanwhile, Tasia Van Ree, usually so tough, betrayed a rare hint of girlish shyness. Just inside the entrance, they spotted Leonardo holding court with Steven Spielberg and Martin Scorsese, boasting with gusto. I was thinking, my God, this story isn't just wildly entertaining. It's got this layered, thrilling vibe, a sense of mystery. The protagonists on this relentless quest for a long-buried truth, a way back home. That journey of unraveling answers? It's intoxicating. I have no idea how Martin's brain works, crafting an original story this mind-blowing. The dreams in the film are designed so vividly. Visually, emotionally, they feel so real. The dreamer's in the dream, but completely unaware it's just a dream. My God, in that subconscious state, a person's deepest, most precious secrets are laid bare. This concept is unreal. He's an absolute genius. Amber Heard's excitement surged as she gazed at these larger-than-life figures, once so distant, now close enough to touch. Her heart burned hotter by the second. Wow, wow, wow. I hear someone singing my praises. Martin's voice made Leonardo, Spielberg, and Scorsese turn their heads. To Martin's surprise, Tasia Van Ree didn't seem the least bit annoyed by this. He rubbed his chin, sensing that tonight might bring some unexpected thrills. By 8:30 p.m., everyone had settled into the theater. The lights dimmed, and the massive screen flickered to life. At its core, Inception wasn't a typical sci-fi film. It was better described as a contemporary action sci-fi set within the architecture of consciousness. In this journey, Cobb and his team faced relentless challenges, while Cobb sought his own redemption. Fortunately, Cobb was a seasoned dream thief. After countless trials, he finally extracted Sato's secret. But his wife betrayed Cobb's whereabouts to Saito. At the same time, a teammate's mistake tipped Saito off that his dream was being infiltrated. Led by Cobb, the Dream Thief team was forced to flee in a panic, their mission a failure. Cobb hoped to atone through death, to express his guilt toward his wife. But why the guilt? Because his wife's death was, in truth, his doing. The only way out was to plant an idea in her mind. None of this is real. Suicide would return them to reality. He succeeded, and yet, he failed. Though Mare escaped the dream back to reality, she came to believe that reality itself was false, just another dream. This left her unable to accept reality, clinging instead to an endless longing for that beautiful dream world. Convinced beyond doubt of the planted idea, she chose to end her life again. This time, in reality. Cobb lost Mare forever, his regret boundless. Inside the theater, critics were stunned. Martin's editing in Inception broke from his usual linear storytelling, weaving in a tapestry of flashbacks and reverse narratives. One critic scribbled in their notebook, "This tale, dancing between reality and dreams, bursts with groundbreaking artistry, showcasing fresh traits in cinematic language and narrative." As the film unfolded, Martin's meticulously crafted four-layer dream world revealed its mesmerizing allure to the audience. This was an experience audiences had never encountered. They weren't just watching the film. They were drawn into it, unraveling the dream layers alongside the characters. So, Cobb assembled a new team and began designing a plan. To make Fisher believe the dream was reality, their scheme had to feel impossibly real, targeting Fisher's deepest emotional wounds to manipulate him. Wounds often carry a powerful emotional cluster. Satisfy that cluster, and you could control the person. Youngmi, seeing her character appear on screen, nervously grabbed Martin's hand. Martin patted her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, you did great." And Youngmi truly shone. Unlike her original timeline, where overworking led to formulaic performances, her spark was still alive. In a way, Martin had saved this girl. The story pressed on. The film's thrilling four-layer dream journey was about to begin. The team first entered the first dream layer, a rainy cityscape. The dream thieves hijacked a taxi to abduct Fisher, their target. But Fisher had undergone anti-dream invasion training in reality, so his dream spawned hordes of armed gunmen attacking the team. They fled to an abandoned warehouse, finding temporary safety. But during the escape, Saito was shot and gravely wounded, his life hanging by a thread. Disguised as Fisher's godfather, Meyer, Tom tricked Fisher into believing they'd both been kidnapped. Through casual conversation, the fake godfather tried to extract the safe's combination containing Fisher's will. But Fisher genuinely didn't know the code. Fisher's dream world gunmen closed in, forcing the team to break through the siege. The chemist drove, weaving through relentless pursuit, while the other 5 team members plunged into Fisher's second dream layer. The moment the chemist's car plunged into the water, Cobb and the other 5 members of the Dream Thief team slipped into Fisher's second dream layer. For each member of the team, their roles mirrored a film production. Cobb was the director, Arthur the producer, Ariadne, played by Yongmi, the art designer, Eames the actor, Saito the studio, and Fisher the audience. Yet, they all doubled as actors too. Meanwhile, the team had captured the real godfather, who refused to reveal Fisher Sr.'s true final wishes for his son. To uncover the truth behind the will, the team first convinced Fisher to enter the godfather's dream to probe for answers. In reality, they tricked Fisher into falling asleep, left the chemist behind to guard him, and the rest of the team dove into Fisher's third dream layer. At the same time, in the first dream layer, their car was still plummeting toward the river, with 30 seconds left until impact. In the second layer, the chemist had 3 minutes before waking. In the third layer, the team had 60 minutes. The dream thieves battled Fisher's dream world guards, finally escorting him to the stronghold, hiding his father's true will. In a pivotal moment, Cobb shot the dream version of his wife, Mare, dead. This allowed her to join Cobb in infiltrating his own dream, the fourth layer, to find Fisher. From there, they triggered Fisher in the fourth layer to awaken in the third. By this point in the film, the audience was utterly captivated. Layer after layer, despite the swirling mysteries, Martin left enough clues for most viewers to piece together answers during the film, making them feel clever and sparking a deep, satisfying joy. This was Martin's sly trick. Inception wasn't designed to test the audience's intelligence, but to let them revel in their own. Brilliant, Steven Spielberg muttered under his breath. Cobb and Ariadne, played by Yongmi, entered an unplanned fourth dream layer, Cobb's own dream. This layer was a world Cobb and Mare had built to mirror reality, where they'd once been trapped in a deep dream for 50 years. Cobb knew every inch of this place. He quickly found Mare, but she refused to reveal Fisher's location, urging Cobb to stay with her in the dream forever, growing old together. After all he'd been through, Cobb resolved not to let his subconscious drown in his dream wife's pull. He told Mare the truth. She had died by suicide in reality. Why had everyone dismissed the idea of planting thoughts in another's subconscious, while Cobb believed it possible? Because he'd done it to Mare and succeeded. Back then, he and Mare were trapped in a dream, unable to return to reality. Mare wanted to grow old with Cobb in that dream world, so she locked away a memory, the spinning top totem that distinguished reality from dreams, in a safe. To bring them back to reality, Cobb relentlessly influenced Mare's subconscious, convincing her, this is a dream, not reality. But he hadn't anticipated that, in reality, Mare would cling so fiercely to the planted idea that this isn't reality, it's a dream. She refused to accept the real world. Desperate to bring her beloved Cobb back to what she believed was reality, the dream world, she jumped to her death, dying in the real world. Cobb's pain and guilt over her death stemmed from his attempt to save her from the dream, only to indirectly cause her real death. So, he kept escaping into dreams to reunite with her. But at this moment in the film, Cobb had an epiphany. He no longer wanted to indulge in an illusory dream world. He wanted to live in reality, where his children waited. He needed to go home. Cobb had been banned from entering the country, but Saito could lift the ban upon mission success. After revealing to Mare that she died in reality and was merely his subconscious's fantasy, Cobb awakened himself. Since the dream Mare was his creation, once he faced his true heart, she stopped resisting and told him Fisher was tied up on a balcony. Cobb instructed Ariadne, the dream architect, to push Fisher off the building, waking him in the third layer, while he stayed behind to bid a final farewell to his dream wife. In the end, Fisher woke in the third layer, reached the stronghold, and discovered his father's true will: abandon inheriting the company and start your own. With that, the team's mission to plant the idea succeeded. But Saito died in the third layer during the battle, his consciousness slipping into limbo. To return home, Cobb had to save Saito, diving into limbo after him. Cobb awoke with no memory of his purpose, just as Saito couldn't recall what had happened. This is one hell of a dream nest. A damn smart movie. In the final scene, the Dream Thief team disembarked from the plane, each grabbing their luggage and scattering as if nothing had happened, as if they'd never known each other. As the audience exhaled in relief, the camera panned to a table. The spinning top on it kept whirling, never fully stopping, even as the screen faded to black. What the hell? What's going on here? Is Cobb still stuck in a dream? Is all this happiness just his subconscious conjuring it up? No way, he's back in reality. If it was his subconscious, why not just bring Mare back to life for a full family reunion? My God, that gave me chills. What a creepy final shot. As the credits rolled, the theater erupted in thunderous applause. Amber heard, stealing glances at Yang-mi, who was trailing Martin onto the stage, felt her eyes burn with envy. This girl, barely older than me, is already a lead in a major Hollywood production. Meanwhile, I'm stuck playing bit parts in obscure films and TV shows. People really can't be compared. To her surprise, Tasia Van Ree hesitated before grabbing her arm, her voice laced with a tangled mix of emotions. Amber, maybe tonight's an opportunity. Amber's eyes widened. You mean exactly what you're thinking? Hearing Tasia's confirmation, Amber protested weakly. That wouldn't be right, would it? But her eyes sparkled with intrigue. I want to test it too. Am I really not repulsed by getting closer to Martin? She glanced at Martin, who was walking down the aisle toward the exit, her heart a mess of hesitation and longing, threatening to unravel her. As Martin approached, Tasia leaned against the wall for support, her legs threatening to give out. Seeing her girlfriend stay silent, Amber mustered the courage to speak. Hey, Martin, what's the plan for tonight? Martin had already noticed the two lingering nearby, so he'd asked Leonardo to escort Yang-mi back to his Beverly Hills estate. Leonardo shot him a look of disdain, but agreed. Hearing Amber's awkward question, Martin grinned. No plans for tonight. What about you two? I know a great pizza joint nearby. Want to come try it? Amber's heart raced. She glanced at Tasia, whose face was flushed, her body trembling slightly. Surprised but sensing it wasn't the time to ask, Amber took a leap. Sure, thanks. No need to be polite. Let's go. Martin led the two women through a private exit to the parking lot, then drove them off in his car. In a nearby Maybach, Leonardo was starting the engine. His girlfriend Blake and Yang-mi watched Martin's Rolls-Royce pull away through the window. Yang-mi sighed. Maybe that's what love looks like. Hey, I've turned over a new leaf, okay? How long has it been since I got into any trouble? Leonardo protested, wounded. Humph, who knows if you're sneaking around behind my back? I swear, you're the only woman in my life now. If Yang-mi hadn't heard from Martin that just last month, Leonardo had hooked up with a few models while Blake was away filming, she might have believed him. Smooth talker, she thought, silently impressed. She could only give Blake a pitying look, saying nothing. Leonardo, meanwhile, exhaled in relief, focusing on driving, secretly admiring Martin's knack for juggling so many women. Too bad, no matter how much he begged, Martin wouldn't teach him, always brushing it off with, it's just natural talent. In the night, Martin's Rolls-Royce wove through traffic, quickly losing the paparazzi tailing them. Soon, the car hit the highway, but it wasn't long before the women realized where they were headed. On the massive round bed in the spacious bedroom, Amber Heard and Tasia Van Ree were fast asleep, utterly exhausted. Martin, fresh from 2 intense rounds, was wide awake, casually browsing on his laptop. They say you can't use the internet on a plane, it messes with the electronics. Huh, that's just a rule for regular passengers. In truth, You can get online mid-flight, using the plane's onboard Wi-Fi system. The catch is, during takeoff, landing, taxiing, or other critical phases, you need to switch devices to airplane mode or power them off to avoid interfering with navigation systems. The no internet rule for regular passengers during flight is just for convenience. It saves flight attendants from chasing down every passenger to disconnect. Of course, regular folks don't usually get the plane's Wi-Fi password from the crew. First-class cabins, though, are a different story. That said, this applies to major airlines. On smaller carriers, first class might just mean a curtain separating you from economy, slightly better food, and a bit more legroom. Nothing fancy. Inception is a brilliantly clever film, rich in detail and intricate in its storytelling, pulling viewers into a labyrinth of the subconscious. Martin crafts a surreal, thrilling world, reminiscent of Carl's psychology, challenging audiences on multiple levels of reality versus unreality. Rapid editing and nimble narrative bring the surreal world to life with infectious energy, pushing the boundaries of visual fantasy and human consciousness to dazzling heights. Los Angeles Times. Online, analyses of the film were piling up, layer upon layer. Just watch the premiere, mind blown. Let me break down the film's setup. There are 6 worlds in total. If we take the team's planned reality as the reference point, the sequence goes: reality, first dream layer, second dream layer, third dream layer, fourth dream layer, and limbo. Normal people operate in reality and dream in the first layer. To reach the second layer, a dream within a dream, you need basic sedatives. With those, waking up from either the first or second layer comes down to 2 methods: the kick, a jolt from a sudden drop, or getting killed in the dream. Of course, waiting for the sedative to wear off is a last resort. To enter the third layer, a dream within a dream within a dream, regular sedatives won't cut it. You need enhanced ones. The catch? If you die in a dream under those, you slip into limbo. So, the only way to wake is through a kick. Every dream has a dreamer who shares their dream with others. The dream's setting can be designed by a specialized architect and passed to the dreamer, so the architect doesn't have to be the dreamer. Martin nodded approvingly. Redditor, you typed a ton, but why am I more confused now? I've seen it, and I think it's solid. Martin laid out the logic clearly. Watching the film is way easier to follow than text explanations. Honestly, even if you don't get it, it's fine. Treat it like a visual effects blockbuster, and it's still great. The dream scenes are so realistic. Paris folding in on itself and the train plowing through the city are jaw-dropping. A meticulous and innovative promotional plan, a stellar release strategy, the charisma and draw of the director and cast, top-tier film quality, breathtaking visual effects, and hyper-realistic 3D. In short, Inception had all the makings of a blockbuster. A French cinephile raved. Complex structure, romantic love story. I'm obsessed with this movie. German fans griped. That actress Yang Mi got so lucky. How did Martin pick her? I could have played that role. In another theater, Liu Yifei, masked up, was tugging her mom toward the parking lot. Ugh, what a great film. Such a shame. Mom, I don't blame you. Martin's private jet touched down at Milan International Airport. Amber Heard, stunned, blurted, "When you said you were taking us for pizza, I thought you meant someplace in LA. I didn't expect, straight to Milan, Italy." This is the life of the rich, she thought. Martin chuckled. Only Italian pizza is the real deal. Of course, that wasn't the whole story. Pizzicato AUT wasn't a knockoff Pizza Hut. Its name stood for Pizza Autismo, autism. Pizzicato AUT was the world's first pizza project entirely crafted by people with autism. Contrary to stereotypes, most autistic individuals have normal intelligence, and some are exceptionally gifted. They simply prefer to avoid external interactions, retreating into their own worlds. The protagonist in The Good Doctor is autistic, after all. Despite their challenges, autistic people often possess an intense focus, perhaps because of their self-imposed isolation. When they commit to a task, they can outperform others, provided it doesn't require socializing. Making pizza, clearly, fit the bill. At Pizzicato AUT, they crafted delectable pizzas that won over countless hearts. And Amber Heard and Tasia Van Ree were about to become 2 more fans. Wow, this pizza is incredible. Crisp outside, soft inside, with rich cheese that doesn't stick to your teeth. I can't believe this was made by people with autism. After devouring pizza in Milan, Martin took the two women to explore the city's famed shopping district, Piazza del Duomo. As Milan's cultural and historical heart, Piazza del Duomo was the city's pulsing core. Its compact size made it perfect for a walking tour, with the Grand Milan Cathedral at its center. Surrounding it were countless shops to keep any shopper busy. High-end fashion brands like Dior, Fendi, Tod's, Givenchy, Bottega Veneta, and sportswear like Nike, alongside fast fashion staples like H&M. Beyond shopping, visitors could marvel at historic landmarks. The Cathedral, Galleria Vittorio Emanuele II, La Scala Opera House, and the Sforza Castle. There were also local favorite cafes, bars, and restaurants to discover. Is this the Renaissance department store flagship? Tasia Van Ree craned her neck to admire the towering gray-white stone building, awestruck. I'd only heard about it before. They say it's Milan's ultimate one-stop shopping experience, a must-visit. But only if you've got the cash, Amber Heard muttered. Martin laughed. Come on, let's go in. Buy whatever catches your eye. I've got the bill. Whoa, should I start calling you Sugar Daddy? Amber teased slyly. Sugar Daddy was Hollywood slang for a benefactor, with the sugar baby being the one bankrolled. There was even a secretive private club in Hollywood called the Sugar Daddy Club, catering to men and women who'd rather not hustle or who craved youthful companionship in exchange for financial support. While Martin and the two girls wandered the streets of Milan, Inception made its global box office debut. North America raked in $39.43 million, with a worldwide total of $122 million. Another explosive cinematic hit. Of course, Inception wasn't universally adored. As the audience grew, so did the negative reviews. This film must have borrowed ideas from Blade Runner and 2001, A Space Odyssey, right? Is it really that good? I don't think so. Its philosophical depth and exploration feel forced, too cautious, and the pacing's way too rushed. The dream mechanics in Inception are so rigid, it's practically lifeless. Martin Myers seems to imagine dreams as overly rational. Real dreams should be like eternal sunshine of the spotless mind, full of random, bizarre shifts. Let's be real, people. Inception doesn't deserve to be hailed as some great masterpiece. It's just Martin trying to dazzle us with smoke and mirrors. Don't get sucked in. I didn't see any depth in this film, just pretentious nonsense and laughable chaos. I'd love to tell you how awful this movie is, but it's so infuriatingly bad that describing its flaws feels impossible. Everything Martin Myers does reeks of obsession and anxiety. Inception isn't his ticket to the pantheon. It's a shiny but clumsy film. His so-called complexity, emotional or intellectual, adds up to nothing but multiplied boredom. Then, the Inception defenders rallied, their keyboards blazing in response. As a summer blockbuster, Inception is an absolute masterpiece. I think the dream layers go beyond the foreshown. There's a fifth. Martin ends the film with a stylish, open-ended twist, and in the credits, the music hints that the theater we're sitting in might be the fifth dream layer. What makes Inception so captivating is how it invites interpretation, pulling viewers into its world. For instance, a Princeton math professor analyzed the film from a mathematical perspective. Inception is a recursive story. In mathematics, recursion breaks a complex problem into simpler, fundamental cases. It's like replicating the original issue on a smaller scale to solve it. A common real-life example is the infinite reflections between two parallel mirrors, where the image gets smaller and smaller. In a sense, this mirrors fractals, where a polygon is divided under a specific principle, and each smaller polygon is subdivided further, repeating endlessly. A Harvard psychology professor offered another angle. Sigmund Freud's iceberg theory suggests human consciousness comprises three parts: the conscious, the preconscious, and the subconscious. The conscious is the small part above water, the subconscious the vast mass below, and the preconscious the bridge between them. Martin Myers' film, through its intricate dream-within-a-dream structure, takes the commercial strategy of altering someone's thoughts, replicating and subdividing it to solve the problem. Then there was USC professor Linda Myers, yes, Martin's own mother, analyzing the film's structure. Inception builds a spatio-temporal framework through 5 dream layers. People can use a sedative to fall asleep and enter a dream, and within that dream, they can sleep again to enter the next layer. Dying in a dream wakes you in the layer above, until you return to reality. Time in dreams flows 12 times slower than in reality, so 5 minutes of real sleep feels like over an hour in the dream. Each deeper layer slows time by another factor of 12, or up to 20 with a stronger sedative. At Martin's private beachside estate, Scarlett Johansson, clad in a bikini, lounged on a chair by the sandy shore. Beside her, Martin was eagerly applying sunscreen to her skin. "I heard that Kevin Durant was confessing his love for you on Twitter again," he said. "Yup," Scarlett giggled. "Pretty amusing, right? The guy's not doing half bad with the Thunder, though. Word is he's got superstar potential. Superstar or not, he's still dying to drink your bathwater. That guy's got to be out of his mind, haha. You seem pretty pleased with yourself," Martin teased. "Of course I am," Scarlett shot back. "This is my charm in full effect." "Charm, huh?" Martin smirked. His hands started to wander. Oh, no, don't stop," Scarlett murmured. If Durant could see his goddess like this right now, would he still be so eager to drink her bathwater? On the other side, Jessica, who'd been napping with her eyes half closed, was stirred awake by their antics. She slid off her sunglasses, glanced over, and grinned. "Scarlett, you're hopeless. 2 seconds in, and you're already waving the white flag? Pathetic." "Pathetic? Martin's got that magic touch, and you know it," Scarlett retorted. "Damn it, it's like he's setting me on fire." Jessica had just wrapped up filming High School Musical 3, with Martin contributing to the script and soundtrack, making this installment far more vibrant than its original timeline's cash grab predecessor. It was bound to keep Jessica crowned as the queen of teen flicks. Still, Jessica was itching to branch out. She wasn't getting any younger, and playing high school girls forever wasn't sustainable. Lately, she'd been hounding Martin to write her a new script. Truth be told, Jessica had her heart set on the Hunger Games, but Martin had already promised that to Jennifer Lawrence. So, he was planning to pull out Divergent instead. Jessica didn't look remotely old anyway. Tweak the setting a bit, make the heroine around 20, and it'd work just fine. The Divergent novel was already written and published, a hit with readers. Martin, naturally, was credited as the author, though he hadn't written a word himself. He'd provided a detailed outline and handed it off to a young writer named Veronica Roth to flesh out. Yes, that Veronica Roth, the original author. The gall of Martin, not only swiping her breakout work, but having her write it for him under the guise of collaboration. Worst of all, the oblivious Veronica was grateful, utterly in awe of Martin's supposed creative genius. "Martin, is the Divergent script done yet?" Jessica couldn't help but ask. "Almost. Don't rush me," Martin replied. "Next year, we'll shoot the Hunger Games first. Divergent and the Hunger Games are similar vibes, so it's better to space them out. Shooting the year after makes more sense. For now, read the novel, get a feel for the character and the story." "Fine, okay," Jessica sighed. "What's Jennifer up to these days?" Jessica asked, bringing up their organization's newest little sister, tied to the Hunger Games. Martin's hands didn't pause, still working their magic on Scarlett as he answered. "She's training in archery and combat. The Hunger Games has a lot of action scenes. Oh, and don't slack on your dance training either. Divergent has similar sequences." "Ah." Scarlett's face flushed crimson, her body tensing suddenly as she let out a sharp cry. After 2 days of rest at home, Martin flew to Chicago to meet up with Leonardo and the crew for a promotional event. Just weeks earlier, during the July 4th Independence Day parade, a shooting had rocked Chicago's Central Avenue, leaving 6 dead and 34 injured. As a result, the film crew's security in Chicago was airtight, even canceling the fan premiere. The suspect, Robert Eugene Crimo III, a lanky 22-year-old white man from the area, with long black hair and wearing a white or blue t-shirt, was still on the run. When Martin arrived, Leonardo couldn't resist a jab. "Well, look at that. Our superhero's here. What's the bet this shooter doesn't end up in your hands this time?" Martin was no Conan, though. By the time he landed in Chicago, the FBI had already nabbed the suspect. Still, the shooting sparked yet another heated debate across the U.S. about gun control. President Obama submitted another gun ban proposal to Congress, only for it to be shot down, as usual. The frustrated president even called Martin to vent. The resistance is fucking frustrating. Do these people only care about profits and not the damage caused by rampant guns? Martin consoled him. Barack, you've done what you can. At least the public knows you're fighting for gun control. On his second day in Chicago, the opening weekend box office numbers for Inception came in $127 million in North America for $123 million globally. Thanks to premium 3D and IMAX ticket prices, Inception was outperforming its original timeline by a wide margin. After the day's promotion wrapped, the Inception crew stepped out of Chicago's Grand Theater, only to freeze in shock at the entrance. They weren't waiting for the bus, it was already idling outside. No, they were stunned by the sight of snow falling from the Chicago sky. Martin blinked in disbelief. Did I get the date wrong? Or is Chicago really snowing in July? Leonardo chuckled. It's real snow. I've heard Chicago's weather can be extreme, but I've never seen it myself. Snow in July? That's a first. He wasn't wrong. Chicago's weather was notoriously wild. Summers hotter than Miami, winters colder than the Arctic, with heat waves in spring, snow in summer, tornadoes, and freak storms. The group trudged through the snow back to their hotel. By the next morning, Chicago's weather had snapped back to normal, as if the previous day's snow had never happened. The crew flew back to Los Angeles. From there, the Inception team split into groups to promote the film across different regions. Leonardo headed to Europe, then Japan. Ken Watanabe went to Japan, Yang Mi to China, and another group to Australia and New Zealand. Martin stayed in the US. Not out of laziness. Marvel Studios had come knocking again, pitching him to direct the Avengers. He was genuinely intrigued by the project, especially since it was a chance to get a financial stake in it. Though Marvel was now under Disney's umbrella, it still had some autonomy. Martin couldn't just throw around his Disney shareholder weight. He had to negotiate carefully. Meanwhile, in China, Yang Mi was basking in the full international superstar treatment. Everywhere she went, crowds mobbed her. Several Chinese industry bigwigs were also vying to invite her to exclusive dinners and parties. The calendar flipped to August 13th. Martin attended the premiere of The Expendables, a star-studded action flick packed with heavy hitters. Sylvester Stallone, Jason Statham, Jet Li, Dolph Lundgren, Bruce Willis, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Each name a legend in their own right. Well, former legends, mostly. Aside from Jason Statham, still in his prime, the others were aging out, some even semi-retired. If not for Stallone's relentless begging, Dolph Lundgren, Bruce Willis, and Schwarzenegger wouldn't have come out of hiding. Martin's relationship with Schwarzenegger was lukewarm. Different political affiliations and clashing views didn't help. But with Bruce Willis, it was another story. Back when Martin was a kid, they'd worked together on The Sixth Sense, one of the highest-grossing horror films ever. They'd stayed in touch ever since. Bruce was the one who'd invited him to the premiere. This time, Martin brought Jennifer Lawrence as his date. The young actress, now more mature, had slimmed down her once chubby cheeks, trading some of her cuteness for a bolder, fiercer edge. How's the archery training going? Martin asked. I've got the form down, but my accuracy's crap, Jennifer admitted. Accuracy doesn't matter much. As long as you don't look like a total amateur holding the bow, you're fine. Oh, and we'll soon arrange a coach for some combat training. You should start working on flexibility, like ligament stretches. Got it. I'm already practicing, actually. Jennifer's eyes still sparkled with disbelief. She still couldn't wrap her head around being cast as the lead in Martin's best-selling novel, The Hunger Games. She wasn't a rookie anymore. With her striking blue-gray eyes, Jennifer had starred in several solid films over the years, thanks to Martin's help. Either projects produced by Myers Pictures or ones they'd invested in. In 2008, she'd won the Best Newcomer Award at the 65th Venice Film Festival for Burning Plain, a Myers Pictures production. Next month, her film Winter's Bone would hit theaters, and Martin was already planning to push for an Oscar nomination for her. Just a nomination, though? At barely 20, Jennifer was too young to realistically snag an Oscar. Even with Martin's influence, he wouldn't pull those strings. For now, a nomination was enough, especially with veteran actors still waiting their turn. Hey, Jennifer, Bruce Willis greeted, his signature slow drawl. Unmistakable. Hey, Martin, thanks for coming out to support. No need to thank us, Bruce, Martin replied. He and Bruce chatted casually. I got offered a role in a U.S. Ching Chong co-production called Looper, Bruce said. Not sure if I should take it. I'm worried about stepping on any political toes. No need to stress, Bruce, Martin said with an easy smile. The U.S. and Ching Chong are in a competitive yet cooperative phase right now. In entertainment, we just signed a new supplemental agreement, so go ahead and shoot it. Martin's mind flashed to Looper, that film where some random Ching Chong's crew drooled over the famous Circle Princess, playing a key role. A $30 million investment that pulled in $176 million globally. Not a bad little profit. As the theater lights dimmed, The Expendables began. The film was quintessential Stallone, written, directed, and starring him, dripping with his signature lone hero bravado. Fans familiar with Stallone would instantly recall his first self-written, self-starring hit, First Blood. To Martin, though, The Expendables leaned too hard into individual heroism. The big-budget visuals are standard Hollywood fare now, no surprise there. But the invincible Rambo vibes are overdone, like he can never die. And the romance? Stiff as a board. Stallone's never been great at writing love stories. Still, overall, it was a solid movie. Martin had a gut feeling the box office wouldn't disappoint. He was right. The Expendables earned mixed reviews. Summer 2010's best action flick. Feels like you're inside Stallone's brain, watching his thoughts explode. Screen Daily. The film's style and unmatched cast feel oddly familiar. Time. Its greatest value. Letting longtime action fans cry in the theater, reminiscing about the good old days. Entertainment Weekly. Not as fun as it should have been. It's not the aging cast, but the moldy script that makes The Expendables a sacrificial lamb. Globe Post. Stallone's films won't win Oscars, but their absurd machismo reaches heights others can't touch. New York Daily News. A hilariously over-the-top action movie, perfect for 2 a.m. on your living room TV. Variety. Despite the polarized reviews, the box office held strong. Not a massive hit, but it pulled in $27.7 million over its opening 4-day weekend, with a predictable drop-off afterward. It'd likely turn a tidy profit for its investors. The Expendables also knocked Inception down to second place on that week's box office charts. After The Expendables premiere wrapped up, Martin had a quick chat with Jet Li. The action star wasn't yet as aged as he'd become in the future, and his moves in the film were still impressively fluid. I'm not what I used to be, Jet admitted. Getting old. Can't pull off half the stunts I used to. Had to rely on a stunt double for a lot. Looking back, I was reckless filming in Hong Kong. Pushed my body too hard, racked up injuries. Now that I'm older, my body's getting its revenge. I'm jealous of you young folks. Oh, and Martin, you might not know this, but Stallone initially wanted you for a role in the movie. Later, he thought casting you as a supporting character would be disrespectful, but making you a co-lead with him? He was worried you'd steal the spotlight entirely. So he scrapped the idea, Martin hadn't realized Stallone had considered him for a part. But these days, there was no way he'd play second fiddle in an action flick. Co-lead? Well, Stallone's concern was valid. Martin would have outshined him and everyone. Back home, Jennifer Lawrence showed off the results of her recent flexibility training. How's that? She asked, beaming with pride. Not bad at all, Martin said, wiping her pussy juice on his mouth. But don't get cocky. You've still got work to do. Like that move I showed you earlier. You couldn't quite pull it off. The next day, in a Los Angeles coffee shop. Hey, Kate. Hey, Martin. Martin settled into the seat across from Kate Blanchett. Been a while, Martin. What'll you have? She asked. A Blue Mountain, please. Waiter, 1 Blue Mountain. After ordering Martin's coffee, Kate started chatting. I still can't believe Nicole had a kid with you. Every time I think about it, it feels surreal, you know, with the age gap and all. Martin chuckled. Age has never been an issue for me, Kate. Or have you forgotten about us? Kate's fair cheeks flushed, and she hid behind her coffee cup. I decided to step back from all that. What we had was just a moment of fun, right? If not for that hesitant, right? At the end, Martin might have bought her excuse. Okay, no, he still wouldn't have. After all, she was one of his conquests, marked by the seeds of affection he'd planted. You got another guy? Martin asked bluntly. No, I don't. Kate blurted, almost too quickly. The waiter arrived with the coffee and left. Martin took a sip. Good to know, he said, flashing a grin. His eyes scanned the room. Their booth was tucked away, quiet, its circular design shielding them from prying eyes outside. So, he stood, slid onto the bench next to Kate, and, with a bold move, pulled her into his arms. His hands began to wander. "Ah, no, not here," she whispered. "That's not up to you, woman," Martin teased. As his movements grew bolder, Kate bit her lip, stifling any sound she might let slip. After a while, Martin slid back to his side of the booth. Kate, blushing furiously, adjusted her clothes and muttered, "You jerk." Martin grinned at her, unfazed. "Later, we can keep discussing whether I'm a jerk or not. For now, let's get to business. You asked me to meet. Must be something important, right?" Kate took a sip of her now-cold coffee, shooting him a mock glare. "You still remember business, huh?" Then she continued, "You know about my new film, right?" Martin nodded. "Robin Hood. Didn't do so hot, did it?" Calling it not so hot, was Martin being polite. The nearly $200 million mega-production had almost bankrupted Universal Pictures. Released around the same time as Iron Man 2, it was obliterated at the box office. Ancient outlaw versus high-tech armored warrior? No contest. Ridley Scott's reunion with Russell Crowe after Gladiator failed to recapture that earlier magic. With a $200 million budget, Robin Hood barely scraped $300 million globally, a crushing loss. "It's worse than not so hot," Kate said candidly. "Robin Hood tanked hard. Russell's practically broken by it. I'm struggling to land big-budget roles now, too." Martin didn't hesitate. "Hey, Kate, you know you're my woman. You'll never want for opportunities with me. Even if you stopped acting, I'd make sure you're set for life." Kate reached out, squeezing his hand, her voice soft with gratitude. "Thank you, darling." But she shook her head. "I'm fine, actually. I might not be getting blockbusters, but in the indie film world, I've still got plenty of offers. Robin Hood was never banking on me as the draw, so its failure isn't really on me." "Then what's this about?" Martin asked. "I'm asking you to help Russell," Kate said, then quickly added, "Don't get the wrong idea. There's nothing between us. We're just friends." Martin nodded. With his emotional hold over her, betrayal wasn't in the cards. Kate went on, "Robin Hood's flop hit Russell hard. He's lost all motivation to stay in shape, gained at least 30 pounds in 6 months. As a friend, he's helped me out before, so—" "Got it," Martin said, waving a hand dismissively. "Russell's a friend of Nicole's, too. We've had dinner together before. I'll give him a call." To Martin, it was a small favor. But for Russell Crowe, it could be a career-defining turning point. Of course, Martin wasn't going to blindly play the hero. Any role for Russell would need to fit, and the catch is he's got to drop the weight and get back to his buff action star self, Martin said. Or he can play a heavier character, but those rarely lead. You get me. I get it. "Thank you so much, Martin," Kate said, her smile radiant. Martin's expression turned serious. "No need for thanks between us. And call me darling." "Oh, my bad, darling." The elven queen purred, her voice dripping with playful charm. Martin grinned smugly and stood. "Come on, let's head to my place. Nicole's there. Perfect chance to meet my son." They left the CAF. As the waiter cleared the table, she sniffed the air. "What's that smell?" But her attention quickly shifted to the $10,000 tip Martin had left. Wow, no wonder he's a big shot, tipping like a king. Caught up in her excitement, she forgot all about the odd smell. The next morning, Martin disentangled himself from 4 long legs. After enjoying a breakfast prepared by Heather, he drove to a luxurious apartment building in North Los Angeles. The building was a gift from Martin to Jennifer Lawrence. When she received it, she was over the moon, and it led to a wild night that Martin thoroughly enjoyed. The apartment complex was a 6-story structure, with 2 units per floor, each spanning over 500 square meters. Situated in an earthquake-prone area, Los Angeles's wealthy neighborhoods favored seismic-resistant designs, unlike New York's towering skyscrapers that often reached dozens or even hundreds of meters. Jennifer's apartment was on the top floor, offering an unobstructed view of the iconic Hollywood sign, thanks to the lack of taller buildings nearby. After parking in the building's private garage, also part of Martin's property, he was warmly greeted by the manager with a cheerful salute. "Good morning, Mr. Myers. Wishing you a pleasant day." "Morning, old Blanc," Martin replied with a smile. "Same to you." "Yes, Martin owned the entire building. He'd bought it outright when searching for a suitable place for Jennifer, ensuring privacy and doubling as a small investment. In the future, he might let Kristen Stewart or Amber Heard move in too. He took the elevator straight to the top floor and rang the doorbell. The door swung open, and a fragrant breeze rushed into Martin's arms. "Darling, you're finally here. I missed you so much," Jennifer purred, her voice dripping with playful affection. Martin lifted her by the hips, one hand firm, the other giving a playful smack to her curves. "Well, I'm here now, aren't I? Let's go. I promised to introduce you to some Academy veterans. They're just a bunch of old guys with a bit of clout. Nothing to stress about." "Awesome." Jennifer bounced excitedly, her enthusiasm infectious. "Darling, can I really snag an Oscar nomination?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry as they settled into Martin's car. Martin reassured her, "You can. If I say it, not even God can stop it." "Oh, moi. I love you so much," she squealed, planting a kiss on him. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences office was located on Wilshire Boulevard, its exterior unassuming. The entrance opened into a reception area. To the left, a red-carpeted exhibition hall displayed photos from past Oscar ceremonies and winning stars. The sparkling hall buzzed with starstruck fans, each brimming with excitement. "This place is a museum too?" Jennifer asked, curious. Martin nodded. "Yup. The Academy's exhibition hall is open to the public for free every day. Just sign the guest book, grab a red visitor's pass to wear around your neck, and you're in. Lots of locals visit, and you might even bump into some Hollywood folks wandering around." "Where are we headed?" "Fifth floor, to meet the Academy president, Mr. Sid Ganis." Martin led Jennifer to the internal elevator, swiping a card to access it. Jennifer gasped. "Oh, I almost forgot. You're an Academy member too." Martin grinned. "Exactly. So relax, I'm just taking you to meet some colleagues." "Colleagues? This is the Academy president," Jennifer exclaimed. "President. Colleague, same thing. Sid's a chill guy. At least in front of me," Martin added silently. "Knock, knock, knock." Martin rapped on the heavy mahogany door of the innermost office on the 5th floor. The door opened, revealing a spry, silver-haired man in his 70s, dressed in a pale gold Oscar commemorative jacket and light blue jeans. His face lit up with a vibrant smile, exuding youthful energy. Well, look who's here. Our little genius and his gorgeous girlfriend." Sid Ganis boomed, pulling Martin into a bear hug. He then gently shook Jennifer's hand, complimenting her youthful vitality and beauty. Jennifer had imagined countless scenarios for meeting Sid Ganis, but his warm, down-to-earth demeanor caught her off guard. In reality, Sid Ganis, who'd spent nearly 2 decades as Paramount CEO, was known for his iron-fisted leadership. Even now, few in the Academy dared to act as casually around him as Martin did. And Sid rarely showed this kind of warmth to anyone. His usual demeanor was one of lofty arrogance. But Martin's status as a titan of capital, plus the occasional deep hypnosis Martin worked on him, made Sid treat him like a beloved grandson. Martin took Jennifer on a tour of the Academy, letting her get familiar with the place. At noon, he treated her to a lavish lunch. Then they drove back to the apartment building. As Martin maneuvered toward the parking garage, he spotted a Mercedes parked across the street. 2 people stepped out, Gal Gadot and her low-key husband, Yaron Varsano. They were laughing and chatting, each carrying a cardboard box. Martin parked, rolled down his window, and called out, "Hey, Gal, you guys moving in around here?" Gal and Yaron turned toward him. Gal whispered something to Yaron, set her box down, and walked over to Martin's car. Leaning down, she greeted him first. "Hey, Martin, what are you doing here?" Then she noticed Jennifer Lawrence, who was eyeing her curiously from the passenger seat. Covering her mouth with a smile, Gal teased, "Oh, I get it." Martin laughed, not hiding his relationship with Jennifer, and made introductions. "Gal, this is Jennifer Lawrence, my girlfriend. Jennifer, this is Gal Gadot, a friend and actress." The women exchanged pleasantries. Martin asked, "What's the deal? You guys moving?" Gal explained, sort of. "My husband and I are opening a hotel here. But we've reserved a room for ourselves too." "A hotel?" "Yeah. With work, we're constantly flying between Israel and the US. We were always staying in hotels, and I wanted something that felt like home, not just another room. Then we found out that in LA, Lots of hotels are actually inside residential buildings. So, she shrugged. Got it. Smart idea, Martin said. After chatting briefly with Gal Gadot, she excused herself and returned to the other side of the street. Martin pulled into the parking garage, and Jennifer Lawrence, curious, remarked, Gal doesn't seem that old, does she? Looks barely 20. How's she married so young? Martin shrugged casually. She's around 25, actually. But yeah, for an actress, marrying at that age is pretty rare. Across the street, Gal Gadot and Yaron Varsano carried their cardboard boxes into the apartment building, or rather, their hotel. Yaron glanced back toward the entrance and whispered, Gal, that was Martin Myers. Why's he here? Oh, his little girlfriend lives here, Gal replied. That guy doesn't hide a thing when it comes to stuff like this. Typical Hollywood playboy. In the US, there was a curious double standard. If you were an actor or a mega-rich tycoon, your playboy ways were generally accepted. But if you were middle class, you'd be drowned in public scorn for the same behavior. So Martin Myers will be around a lot. Yaron's eyes gleamed as they stepped into the elevator. He lowered his voice. Maybe we should get closer to him. You know, considering our other identity. He's valuable. Gal stayed silent. It wasn't until they reached their private top-floor suite that her expression turned icy. Yaron, I've warned you before. I don't like you bringing up my other identity in public. Yaron blinked, surprised. Hey, we were in the elevator. The elevator doors were open. Gal shot back, her face growing sterner. And you know I didn't choose that identity willingly. Yaron sighed, throwing up his hands. All right, you win. Readers might already have their suspicions by now. Indeed, much like how ? Was coerced into accepting another identity, Israel's Miss Gadot faced a similar predicament. For small, perpetually vulnerable powers, every ounce of leverage was squeezed out ruthlessly. The couple carried their boxes to their separate bedrooms. Yes, separate. Why would a young, stunning Gal Gadot marry an older-looking Yaron Varsano? Money? Gal came from a wealthy family. She didn't need it. Love? Sure, that's what they claimed publicly. In truth, it was a cover for certain activities. A married couple's identity disarmed suspicion. To this day, they hadn't shared a bed. In the original timeline, their organization would demand they produce a child this year to solidify their married couple facade, forcing Gal to finally consummate the marriage with Yaron. Otherwise, why would she step away from her career peak to have a baby? Was she crazy? Later, whether due to genuine affection or resignation, their relationship grew closer. In reality, they secretly married in 2008. Gal only introduced Yaron to a few Hollywood friends in 2009, and in 2010, this year, she publicly revealed she had a husband, Yaron Varsano. Yaron's bedroom faced east, overlooking a small alley with a metal fire escape ladder under the window, a common feature in older U.S. buildings, perfect for slipping out discreetly to handle covert business. Gal's bedroom, however, faced the street, with a direct view of Martin's apartment building. Knock, knock, knock. What is it? Gal asked, her tone tinged with irritation. Gal, the organization wants us to, you know, become a real couple. Yaron's voice came through the door. Gal snapped. What's the rush? I need to think about it. I know. I won't pressure you, Yaron assured her. Strictly speaking, Yaron was a decent guy, but Gal just didn't like him. She was young, beautiful, with a world of possibilities ahead. Why did fate stick her with an old man for a husband? Damn it, she muttered under her breath. Frustrated, Gal flopped onto the bed, hoping to nap, but she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Then her phone pinged with a message. It was from Yaron. Gal, I'm heading out to handle some business. Might be back late. Gal didn't bother replying. She didn't care what Yaron was up to. Annoyed, she shoved her phone under the pillow and felt something hard. A high-powered telescope. It was a gift from Yaron for their first wedding anniversary last year. A telescope of all things. Muttering curses, Gal suddenly paused, an idea sparking. She grabbed the telescope and glanced out the window. After a brief internal struggle, she got up, dragged a chair to the window, sat down, and aimed the telescope at the apartment building across the street. Martin said Jennifer's place is on the top floor, Gal murmured. She focused the lens on the top floor windows, scanning one by one. That's the living room. Damn, it's fancy. Martin's money for sure. Wow, the kitchen's nice too. A thrill of voyeuristic excitement bubbled up in her. Then it got more thrilling. The telescope landed on the master bedroom's window. The curtains were wide open. It was daytime, and the bright sunlight made it hard for the average person to see inside. But not for Gal, tucked in her dimly lit room with a high-powered optical telescope. She gasped. A lump rose in her throat, and she swallowed hard. Martin and Jennifer were engaged in an intense sex that left Gal stunned. "Holy fuck, Martin's ripped," she whispered. "Holy, oh my God, he's lifting Jennifer. TCH, those muscles." Gal tried to swallow again, but found her mouth dry. Martin's sheer power hit her with a visceral jolt, both visually and emotionally. Her body felt alive. Martin was in the middle of intense sex. Suddenly, a shiver ran through him. Someone's watching? Suspicious, he unleashed his magic. The mystical energy swept across the street, the parking lot, the surrounding buildings, and finally pinpointed a voyeur on the top floor of the apartment building opposite. Martin's lips curled into a sly grin. And then, he doubled down on his efforts. Poor Jennifer Lawrence. Or rather, lucky Jennifer Lawrence. Yes, I'm talking about a massage, authentic technique. Nothing to misinterpret here. The room filled with the agonized groans of muscles being kneaded. Across the street, Gal Gadot, spying through her telescope, felt like she'd combust if she didn't do something. The heat was overwhelming. Boom, boom, boom. Her heart pounded so fiercely it felt like it might leap out of her throat. Her racing pulse sent blood coursing faster, and that rush. "This massage is way too intense. I can't take it," Gal muttered, her hands trembling as they gripped the telescope, her lips quivering. Instinctively, her hand reached toward her mouth, then dropped quickly. The scene in the telescope sent Gal's emotions into overdrive. Martin's technique, a blend of ancient god magic, continent mastery, and authentic massage artistry, was utterly mesmerizing. At that moment, Gal's eyes and mind were consumed by Martin's figure. She watched, imagined, felt. Finally, across the street, in two separate apartments, two wild cries erupted almost simultaneously. Martin stood, satisfied, and sauntered to the window, flashing a smile toward the opposite building. Gal, slumped in her chair, nearly catatonic, jolted upright as if electrocuted, her face a mask of panic. What the no way? Martin, he knew. Already drenched in sweat, Gal broke out in a fresh wave of perspiration. Terrified, she dropped the telescope, only to snatch it up again to confirm. And there it was, Martin waving at her. He'd definitely caught her. Oh God, what do I do? Mortified, Gal's mind swirled with regret and self-reproach. She even felt an urge to flee back to Israel and never show her face in Los Angeles again. Lost in her chaotic thoughts, she didn't notice Martin had vanished from the window. Where'd he go? While Gal was spiraling, Martin had stepped away from the window. He planted a kiss on Jennifer's flushed, sleeping face, tucked a blanket over her exhausted form, and slipped out the door. He was headed across the street to give Gal Gadot a surprise. His magic had confirmed her husband wasn't home. Crossing the street with a casual stride, Martin sized up the building. As expected, it had been converted into a hotel. The two young women at the front desk and a sharply dressed white male waiter in the lounge area seemed oblivious to his presence, as if he were invisible. In truth, their retinas registered no trace of Martin. The practical wonders of magic. Knock, knock, knock. Gal, still drowning in self-doubt, snapped out of it at the sound. She rushed to the window to check. Martin's figure was gone, leaving her both relieved and oddly disappointed. Irritated, she called out toward the door. Damn it, Yaron. Didn't I tell you not to bother me? Wait, you said you were out and wouldn't be back until late. The knocking stopped. A second later, the bedroom doorknob turned, the door swung open, and a figure appeared that nearly made Gal wet herself. Emma Martin, she stammered. How did you get in? Walked in, Martin said nonchalantly. Your front door was unlocked. Sloppy, safety first, you know. Why, yeah, Yaron must have forgotten to lock it when he left, Gal replied. Mechanically, her mind blank. In reality, Yaron had locked the door. Martin was just covering for his uninvited entry. He was confident Gal wouldn't verify with Yaron. The reason? Obvious to anyone paying attention. What are you doing here? She asked, still reeling. I saw you watching me, Martin said, strolling closer, his voice low and laced with devilish charm. So I figured you needed me. Do you? Gal's brain short-circuited, flashing back to the scenes she'd just witnessed. Without thinking, she nodded. A second later, Martin swept her up into his arms, as if riding the clouds. Wait. No, she blurted, finally snapping out of it. Too late. Martin wasn't about to let prey slip from his grasp. Half an hour passed. An hour. Another half hour. 2 hours. Martin's sex techniques left Gal feeling utterly drained. When it was over, he held her close and grinned. So, how's my massage game? Exhausted but still buzzing with exhilaration, Gal answered in a hoarse whisper. Incredible. Your hands, it's like they're magic. Martin, pleased, gave her a quick kiss. Later, he asked about her and your own. It's weird, he said. Your reactions during the massage felt like it was your first time. Aren't you already married? Gal's expression shifted, a hint of resentment in her voice. Yaron and I are just a fake couple. I was forced into it. I can't defy the organization, but I've never let Yaron, do anything with me. Our marriage is just for show. Under the influence of Martin's emotional seed, Gal held nothing back, spilling everything. Martin nodded, unsurprised. As the shadow manipulator behind the FBI, CIA, and IRS, Martin was well aware of how deeply Israel and Jewish interests had infiltrated the U.S. Their influence, using capital as their tentacles, stretched into every corner of the nation, dating back to Franklin Roosevelt, a president with rumored Jewish ancestry. Back then, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover had sniffed out something and started poking around. That made him Roosevelt's most despised adversary. Franklin Roosevelt's second son, Elliott Roosevelt, and his first wife, Louise Harvey, adopted a Jewish child named Michael Merritt. Elliott doted on Michael, calling him my son, with genuine affection. Some even speculated Michael wasn't adopted, but was a direct link to the Roosevelt family's Jewish lineage. The saga of Hoover and Roosevelt's love-hate relationship could fill days of storytelling, but I'll keep it brief. Before and during the early days of Roosevelt's presidency, the two were in a honeymoon phase. Upon taking office, Roosevelt summoned FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, personally tasking him with investigating communist and fascist activities in the U.S. To expedite intelligence gathering, Roosevelt gave Hoover free rein. By Roosevelt's midterm, their relationship soured. Roosevelt's indifference to Jewish capital further fueled Hoover's discontent. During this period, Hoover began secretly collecting dirt on Roosevelt, uncovering some explosive material. Then, Roosevelt died suddenly, under mysterious circumstances. The influence of Jewish interests in U.S. business is no secret. Wall Street is practically their domain. But their sway in American politics has been growing too, in subtle, insidious ways. As mentioned earlier, Franklin Roosevelt's second son, Elliott Roosevelt, and his first wife, Louise Harvey, adopted a Jewish child, Michael Merritt. Some speculate Michael was actually Roosevelt's biological grandson, a backup plan for the family's legacy. Then there's Julie Nixon, daughter of President Nixon, who married Eric Caron, a Jewish producer and director, in 1984. They had 2 children. Susan Ford, daughter of President Ford, married Charles F. Vance, son of Jewish businessman Harris D. West. Robert F. Kennedy, brother of President John F. Kennedy, married the daughter of Anita Feld, president of the University of Southern California, a Jewish woman. George W. Bush's daughter, Barbara, married a Jewish banker from New York. Chelsea Clinton, this very year, wed her Jewish husband, Mark Mezvinsky. President Obama's early political advisor and Chicago mayor, Rahm Emanuel, married into a prominent Jewish family. Though not Jewish himself, he converted to Judaism after marriage. Hunter Biden married Melissa Cohen, a Jewish woman from South Africa, only to later divorce. Curiously, after Hunter's divorce, his sister Ashley Biden married Howard Krein, a Jewish doctor, and they had 2 children. In the original timeline, without Martin's influence, Ivanka Trump's husband would have been Jewish too, and she would have converted to Judaism post-marriage. Similarly, Eric Trump married Laura Alexandra Thompson, a Jewish American, in 2014, and they had multiple children. Jewish tradition holds that if even one ancestor is Jewish, no matter how diluted the bloodline, the family remains Jewish. Sound familiar? It's akin to the one-drop rule for African Americans. In essence, most major U.S. political families are now, to some degree, Jewish families. That's how deep their influence runs. Back to the story. After learning Gal Gadot's secret, Martin had an idea, still half-formed, but brewing. He thought for a moment and said, "Is Yaron back tomorrow? How about we all grab dinner?" "Great." Gal, still reeling from Martin's conquest, and at her most compliant, nodded without hesitation. Elsewhere, Yaron Varsano was reporting to a middle-aged Jewish man about Gal. She doesn't seem thrilled about the identity the organization imposed on her. She might not be willing to, sleep with me, let alone have a kid. Humph, the man scoffed. For the strength of our Jewish nation, personal sacrifice is nothing. This isn't about her willingness. It's her duty as a Jew. But, no buts, Yaron. I've noticed you're getting a bit too sympathetic toward her. That's not good. I understand, Yaron said, his face grim as he nodded. The man chuckled, lightening the mood. Relax, don't look so glum. You're not actually falling for that actress, are you? Later, I'll set you up with some gorgeous girls, guaranteed to keep you entertained. Yaron forced a smile. Deep down, he wondered. He was starting to feel something for Gal, but it was painfully clear she didn't reciprocate. He didn't refuse the man's offer. Maybe other women could help him dull those inappropriate feelings. The next day, when Yaron returned home, Gal was humming a tune while preparing breakfast, clearly in high spirits. Yaron noticed her radiant beauty seemed even more striking today. Good mood, huh? Something nice happened, he asked casually, though inwardly he regretted his wild night, wrestling with his conflicted emotions. Nothing much, just slept well last night, Gal replied. Want breakfast? I made omelets and bacon. Sure, hook me up. Yaron shrugged off his jacket, tossed it onto the couch, and sat at the dining table. Gal set a plate in front of him, then took her own and sat across from him. For a moment, Yaron felt the scene was oddly warm. Cough, cough, cough. He cleared his throat, about to say something, when Gal's phone rang. The cozy scene of sharing breakfast face-to-face with Gal Gadot stirred a wave of sentiment in Yaron Varsano. He cleared his throat, about to say something, when Gal's phone rang. Hello, who's this? Oh, Martin. What's up, Martin? Martin Myers? Yaron forgot whatever he was about to say, holding his breath to eavesdrop. In Israeli circles, Martin Myers was a figure of immense strategic value. Not only did he wield colossal influence in the U.S., but his reach extended to West Africa and the Middle East's energy sectors, key areas for Israel's interests in diverse mineral resources and abundant oil. Dinner? Lunch, you mean? I'd have to check with Yaron. Got it. I'll get back to you soon. After Gal hung up, Yaron feigned nonchalance. That Martin Myers? What's the deal? Gal, ever the actress, kept her expression neutral and smiled at Yaron. Yup, Martin. He wants to have lunch with us. Why? Yaron wasn't naive enough to think a couple of brief encounters made them buddies with Martin. He said we'll be neighbors, and his girlfriend, Jennifer Lawrence, is in the industry too. He hopes we can get to know each other, maybe look out for one another. So, like a double date with his girlfriend? Pretty much. Yaron's faint suspicion eased. He didn't trust Martin, but he trusted Gal. In his mind, she was a woman of pride and self-respect, definitely not the type to be a mistress. Or, given Martin's playboy reputation, maybe a fourth, fifth, or sixth fling. Clearly, Yaron didn't realize women were different faces for different men. And when faced with a charismatic demon, like Martin, even without magic, his natural allure could make 90% of women swoon. The proud, self-respecting gal Yaron knew was only that way around him. Yesterday, she'd already gone wild with Martin. What do you think? Gal asked, deliberately seeking Yaron's opinion, knowing he wouldn't object. Of course, say yes, Yaron replied. Martin's a big deal. He's on the organization's red list, ranked 5th. Gal's face soured. Can you not bring that up? Her resistance didn't raise any red flags for Yaron. He knew she hated hearing about it. All right, I won't, he said quickly. But lunch sounds good. It's a chance to make a friend. Noon. The four, Martin, Jennifer, Yaron, and Gal, dined together at a nearby upscale restaurant. After some conversation, Yaron found Martin surprisingly engaging. The guy was eloquent, witty, and refreshingly down-to-earth. He'd actually make a great friend, Yaron thought. Gal and Jennifer hit it off too, chatting animatedly. But Gal felt an odd mix of emotions. Strangely, she didn't feel much guilt or resentment toward Jennifer. Even stranger, she sensed Jennifer knew about her and Martin but showed no negativity. There was an inexplicable bond between them, a feeling Gal couldn't quite articulate. The meal ended with everyone in high spirits. On the way back, Yaron said, "Martin's a solid guy. Worth befriending. That's my honest take. Not just for the organization's sake." Gal shot him a look but said nothing, her mind lingering on the cryptic glance Martin gave her as they parted. Meanwhile, Jennifer turned to Martin. "I've got a feeling you and Gal hooked up." Martin just smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Jennifer pressed, puzzled. "When, though? I didn't get that vibe when we saw her yesterday." Martin ruffled her hair. "After we, rolled around yesterday afternoon and you passed out, I went across the street and have sex with her." "What the fuck?" Jennifer's eyes widened, genuinely impressed by Martin's audacity. He pulled that off. Later that evening, Yaron got a call from the middle-aged Jewish man. "Yaron, the organization's pushing again. No more delays. You need to sleep with Gal, now? No protection." "Damn, what an enviable order." "But Gal's not ready," Yaron protested. "You idiot, just do it. The organization's got your back. What's there to fear? You're her husband. Stop coddling her. Honestly, if they hadn't picked you, I'd have handled it myself by now." Yaron gave a bitter smile. "I'll think about it." The voice on the other end turned stern. "It's an order." Fine, I'll do it," Yaron relented. "Don't act like you're headed to the gallows. This is a good thing. You're lucky bastard." After hanging up, Yaron sat in his bedroom for a while, then gritted his teeth and stood. He stepped out and saw Gal lounging on the living room couch, watching TV in a thin silk nightgown, her posture revealing a sliver of her pale waist. For Israel, Yaron muttered to himself, striding toward her. Amid her startled yelp, he scooped her up and headed for his bedroom. "Don't blame me, Gal. This is for the nation," he shouted. In her own bedroom, Gal stood, confused, and moved to the door, ear pressed against it. What's Yaron yelling about? For the nation? Has he lost it? Then she heard strange creaking noises from the next room. As she puzzled over it, her phone buzzed. A message from Martin. "Come open the door. I'm outside." Gal's heart skipped a beat. Martin's got some guts. Yaron's still home. Gal Gadot, in a panic, flung open her bedroom door and rushed out. From Yaron's room next door, strange noises were clearly audible. She didn't have time to dwell on it. Sprinting to the apartment's main door, she yanked it open. Surprise! Martin stood there, grinning. "My God, Martin, are you insane? Yaron's home." Gal hissed. "I know, but he doesn't seem to care about you," Martin replied smoothly. Gal froze, then tilted her head to listen. "What the?" "There's a woman in Yaron's room," she whispered. "No idea if there's a woman in there," Martin said, stepping closer. "But I know I want a woman right now. Let's go." "Go where?" Gal asked, still processing. "Your bedroom, obviously. What about Jennifer?" "She's wiped out, fast asleep." "You animal," Gal exclaimed. "Thanks for the compliment. We're doing this with Yaron right there? He won't catch us." "He won't." "Did you do something to him?" "Ever heard of hypnosis?" "Oh my God, you hypnotized him?" "Close enough. Here's an idea. Since your so-called organization wants you to have a kid, why not have one with me? Look, Yaron and I both have green eyes. Mine are nicer, of course. Brown hair, even the same blood type." Gal's eyes widened, stunned by Martin's audacious plan and her own stirring excitement. "As long as there's no paternity test, no one would suspect the kid's mine," Martin continued. "Especially since Yaron thinks he's, well, with you right now." Gal's jaw dropped. "So, because of your hypnosis, whenever he tries to, he starts doing push-ups, but in his head, he thinks he's..." "Bingo. Wanna see?" Before Gal could protest, Martin strolled to Yaron's bedroom door and, to her shock, cracked it open. The odd noises grew louder. Despite herself, curiosity won out. Gal crept to the door and peeked inside, witnessing a scene she'd never forget. Her husband, Yaron, was sprawled on the floor, frantically doing push-ups, grunting and muttering encouragements to himself. "Come on, Yaron. You've got this, Yaron." His eyes were glazed, clearly oblivious to what he was actually doing. "That son of a..." Gal gasped, blushing furiously. Martin gently closed the door. Let's go, darling. Time for our workout. MMPH, Gal stammered as Martin swept her off her feet. When Martin, refreshed and smug, returned to his apartment across the street at dusk, Yaron was fast asleep, a faint smile on his face, twitching occasionally as if lost in a pleasant dream. The next morning, Yaron stretched luxuriously and sat up in bed. He glanced around. Empty. She must have slipped back to her room, shy thing. Chuckling, Yaron didn't mind. A little shyness could spice things up. He grabbed his phone, about to call the middle-aged Jewish contact, when he wrinkled his nose. What's that smell? Hopping out of bed, he threw open the window for fresh air, then dialed. Hey, it's done, he said. What? Oh, you and Gal. Yup, last night. Lucky dog. How was it? Good. Haha, out of this world good, right? Haha, I'm jealous, man. You didn't use protection, did you? Nope. Did she put up a fight? Spill the details. When Yaron hung up and stepped out of his room, he found Gal had left him breakfast, complete with a note. Darling, I'm off to work. Breakfast's ready. Oh, and you were amazing last night. Yaron's face split into a wide grin, thrilled that his relationship with Gal had finally taken a step forward. He genuinely liked her. Meanwhile, Gal was driving, quietly pitying Yaron. Poor guy, humping a pillow all night. Martin had explained that, under his hypnosis, any time Yaron got ideas about her, he'd slip into a delusion, kissing, hugging, or rolling in the sheets, all in his head. She could already picture Yaron making out with thin air or something equally absurd. Talk about awkward. Best to avoid going out with him too. Much, lest someone catch on. What she didn't know was that Martin had already accounted for this. In public, Yaron would always treat her with gentlemanly respect, never entertaining intimate thoughts. Martin drove to Century City, home to CAA's headquarters. On the top floor, in Jeff Raymond's office. Hey, old pal, what's up? Martin greeted. Got something to discuss, Martin. Have a seat, Jeff said, pouring Martin a glass of whiskey, then one for himself. They clinked glasses before Jeff got to business. You know about last year's merger, right? William Morris acquired Endeavor. Martin nodded. The merger of two top 5 North American talent agencies was big news in the industry, and Martin was well aware. William Morris wasn't just any agency. Founded in 1898, it was one of the earliest entertainment agencies, its history intertwined with Hollywood's own evolution. Its founder, William Morris, started as a top theater agency clerk, climbing to partner. But when the owner died and his widow took over, clashing with Morris, he struck out on his own, establishing the William Morris Agency, a cornerstone of Hollywood's talent management. Morris became the godfather of the industry, with nearly every first-generation Hollywood agency founder or exec cutting their teeth at his company. A few examples. CAA's 5 founders, Michael Ovitz, Ron Meyer, Martin Baum, William Haber, and Roland Perkins, quit en masse after a party where they griped about company policies, then launched CAA. Disney's former chairman and CEO, Michael Eisner, spent years at William Morris, building his network. And industry titan David Geffen, along with DreamWorks Animation's CEO Jeffrey Katzenberg, also rose from William Morris mailroom. In short, half of Hollywood's empire traces its roots to William Morris. So, this has to do with William Morris? Martin asked. Exactly, Jeff Raymond replied. Lately, William Morris has been competing with us for the advertising agency rights for Pepsi and Coca-Cola, as well as the management rights for Kobe and Eli Manning. I've heard they're also quietly reaching out to big names like the Coen brothers and Ben Affleck. I need your help, Martin. Martin considered it. I can't guarantee anything with Pepsi and Coca-Cola, even though I'm a major shareholder. You know how complicated those deals are, but I can put in a word for the others. You'll need to ensure their terms are at least as good as what William Morris is offering. I won't let my friends take a loss. Don't worry, Martin. Jeff assured him, his spirits lifting. We'll offer better terms than William Morris, guaranteed. Pepsi and Coca-Cola rarely entrusted their brand advertising to the same agency. If not for Martin's maneuvering, CAA wouldn't have secured both. But with their contracts nearing expiration, other agencies were circling like sharks, sensing a chance to carve up the lucrative deals. The companies themselves seemed to think it wasn't ideal to keep both accounts under one roof, stirring up a storm in the entertainment and advertising worlds. Martin, I won't ask for your help for free. How about some CAA shares? Jeff said, knowing exactly what would pique Martin's interest. Martin smiled. He did want CAA shares, not to artificially inflate Myers Pictures' stock price, though it would have that effect. His goal was to boost his own and Myers Pictures' influence. Driving home, Martin's car radio played a news broadcast. Voyager 1, after a 33-year journey bidding farewell to the planets and moons of our solar system, officially left the system in August 2010, entering interstellar space. Interstellar space, the region between stars, is filled with sparse, charged particles. Launched in 1977, Voyager 1 has sent back stunning images of the solar system over its decades-long mission, including the famous pale blue, captured in 1990. Having traveled over 40 years, it's the farthest human-made object, currently about 22 billion kilometers from the Sun. It will continue transmitting data about interstellar space until around 2025, when its power supply is expected to run out. Voyager 1. Space. A spark of inspiration hit Martin. How did I forget that movie? Back at his Beverly Hills estate, Martin ignored the chatter of the women downstairs and bolted to his second-floor study. He fired up his computer and began typing furiously. Setting: 600 kilometers above Earth in space. Temperature: fluctuating between -125°C and -100°C. Sound: cannot propagate. No air pressure, no oxygen. In space, life cannot survive. Film title: Gravity. Houston to astronaut dialogue. Please confirm switching to Component 1 and Component 2. Playa base has been cleared. Oxygen reserves in M1, M2, M3, M4 have been depleted. Copy, Explorer. Dr. Stone, this is Houston. Medical team is concerned about your heart rate readings. I'm fine, Houston. Dinner time came, but Martin still hadn't come downstairs. Nicole, growing impatient while nursing little Connor, said to the others, someone go check on him. What's he up to? Scarlett chimed in. Yeah, it's been over an hour. Probably caught up in some inspiration, Lindsay said. He gets like this. I'll go. Jessica volunteered, heading upstairs. Pushing open the study door, she found Martin furiously typing at his computer. Honey, what are you doing? Come eat. Almost done, Martin replied without looking up. Jessica leaned over, curious, peering at the screen. What's this? Gravity? A script? She got sucked in. Downstairs, the women grew restless and unanimously sent Lindsay, Martin's little sweetheart, to investigate. They're not doing it up there, are they? Scarlett muttered. Daddy Martin, what are you up to? Lindsay called, poking her head into the study. All clear, no mischief. Martin was typing, and Jessica was glued to his side, engrossed. Just then, Martin finished the final line, clicked save, and stretched. He gave Jessica's backside a playful pat and grinned. Done. Let's eat. Turning, he planted a kiss on Lindsay's lips and hoisted her up with one arm. Wow, my little Lindsay's getting heavy. No way. Lindsay protested, flustered. It's just summer weight, that's all. Among Martin's women, Lindsay had the least ambition but was the most doted on. Martin gave her a light smack on the rear, sending a ripple through. Look at that jiggle, still saying you're not heavier? Humph. Lindsay pouted, silent, her cheeks flushing. Martin's such a rogue, she thought. Jessica, oblivious to the exchange, was still fixated on the script. It wasn't until they sat at the dinner table that she snapped out of it. Martin, she declared firmly, I've decided. I want to star in this movie. What movie? Scarlett asked, confused. Divergent. No, not Divergent, Jessica said. It's a new script Martin just wrote. Martin, you wrote a new script? The women around the table perked up, curiosity piqued. Scarlett glanced at Lindsay. Lindsay shook her head. I don't know, I didn't see it. I just got upstairs and got distracted. Jessica waved her hand excitedly. Yeah, Martin wrote a script called Gravity. It's a one-woman show about a female astronaut. I saw it first, and I'm calling dibs. Nobody steal it. Don't you have Divergent? Scarlett asked. Martin, let me take a look at the script later. Jessica panicked. No way, darling Scar. You've got the Iron Man series, and Martin's about to shoot the Avengers with a role for you. Don't fight me for this. Jessica pouted, turning on the charm. Then she added, I'm passing on Divergent. Whoever wants that teenage role can have it. I'm set on Gravity. The women collectively shuddered. Nicole shot Jessica a glare. "Keep it down, you'll scare little Connor." Oops. Jessica shrank back. For some reason, since giving birth, Nicole had increasingly taken on the head wife vibe. Was it because she'd leveled up to mother status? Scarlett smirked mischievously. "Fine, I won't steal it. Just teasing. I can't do Divergent either. I'm not into playing schoolgirls." "How about you, Lindsay?" Lindsay shook her head. "I'm taking a break for a bit. I've got plans with Rachel McAdams and Amanda Seyfried to hit Hawaii." If the actresses outside, clawing for roles, knew these women were casually passing around Martin's scripts, they'd lose their minds with envy. Jessica piped up. "Why not give the Divergent role to Alexandra Daddario? She's got free time lately." After their Prague trip, Jessica and Alexandra had bonded, often hanging out in their downtime. Martin thought it over. Alexandra's image fit Beatrice in Divergent perfectly. No need to tweak the character's age. With her youthful face, Alexandra could easily pull off a 16 or 17-year-old, despite her generous assets. Big curves on teenage girls weren't uncommon in Hollywood, after all. Alexandra herself had been notably endowed at that age. Her delicate features meant she could still play 17 or 18 even as she neared 30. Plus, since joining Martin's circle, Alexandra hadn't landed a breakout role despite steady work. Divergent's Beatrice could be her shot. "All right," Martin nodded. "Divergent goes to Alexandra." "Yes." Jessica pumped her fist, too excited to eat. "I'm calling her with the good news." As Jessica bolted off, Scarlett grinned slyly. "She does know Martin hasn't actually confirmed her for Gravity, right? What if I snatched it now?" "She'd murder you," Lindsay said, slicing into her tenderloin. "Why don't you try?" Blake chimed in, ever the chaos instigator. Scarlett mentally sized up her combat strength against Jessica's, then laughed magnanimously. "Nah, I'll let it go. She really loves that role." Lindsay cackled like a hen laying eggs. "Scar, you're totally scared." Jessica's been training hard to keep her action star persona. Gym sessions, fight choreography, the works. "Scared? Me." Scarlett huffed, pride stung. "I'm training too. I'm Black Widow, hello." Despite her words, Jessica had years of fight training under her belt, while Scarlett, the artsy type, was a newbie to the action girl scene, still mastering the basics. When Jessica returned from her call, Lindsay opened her mouth. "Jessie, Scar." She was cut off by a mouthful of steak. So good. What about?" "Scarlett?" Jessica asked, confused. Scarlett laughed awkwardly. "Nothing, just saying I'm definitely not stealing Gravity." Lindsay's eyes widened. Blake and Heather collapsed in giggles. Nicole, done eating, was off feeding the baby. "Really? Thanks." Jessica beamed, then frowned at Heather and Blake. "What's so funny?" Scarlett jumped in. "Oh, Lindsay told a joke earlier." Lindsay's eyes bugged out again. "A joke just now, and you're only laughing now? Slow much?" Jessica teased. Lindsay couldn't hold it in anymore. A speck of steak sprayed out, landing on Martin's handsome face. Martin's expression crumpled. "What did I do to deserve this?" The table erupted in laughter. After dinner, when Scarlett read the Gravity script, her laughter faded. "Damn it, I should have fought Jessica for it. This script is incredible. So much room to shine in a one-woman show. No takebacks." Jessica warned from the side. I know." Scarlett shot her a mock glare. Martin gave each of their backsides a playful smack. "All right, you two, go wait for me in the bedroom with Lindsay. I'm sketching some storyboards first." Scarlett and Jessica exchanged a glance and obediently left. Meanwhile, in a North Hollywood apartment, Gal Gadot sipped red wine, watching Yaron on the couch, making moves on a pillow. "If this keeps up, we'll need to replace every pillow in the house. Such a waste." She glanced at Yaron, still going at it. "But it's kinda hilarious." By late November, Inception had wrapped its theatrical run. North American box office, $478 million. Global box office, $1.186 billion. Another Martin Myers film stormed into the top 10 of all-time box office history. The media buzzed. If this keeps up, Martin's going to dominate the all-time box office rankings. Well, almost. James Cameron's two films still held an iron grip at the top, nearly untouchable. April 14, 1986, around 6:30 p.m., Tripoli. Muammar Gaddafi lay on his office floor, a bedsheet draped over his face, lost in thought. a habit of his. Suddenly, explosions ripped through the air. Tripoli lit up like a beacon. Hundreds of fighter jets swarmed the harbor's sky, joined by 3 aircraft carriers and 34 naval vessels at sea. Amid thick smoke, the jets unleashed an 11-minute missile barrage on Libya. The sudden, low-altitude assault caught the Libyan people off guard. Awakened from sleep, they fled their homes in droves, clogging the streets in panic. In the attack, 2 of Gaddafi's sons were injured, and his 15-month-old adopted daughter, Hannah, was killed. Libya lost 14 aircraft, 5 radar stations, the Bani Abaid airbase, and a naval academy, with over 700 casualties. This was the U.S.-led Operation El Dorado Canyon, aimed at killing Gaddafi. But Gaddafi, who hadn't returned home that night, narrowly escaped. Afterward, his hatred for the U.S. burned deeper, cementing his status as the Middle East and Africa's staunchest anti-American figure. Well, to be fair, he was already fiercely anti-American before the attack, having shot down 3 U.S. planes with missiles. Post-attack, his retaliation was brutal. He orchestrated the bombing of a Boeing 747 carrying nearly 200 American passengers over Scotland, killing everyone aboard. In June 2007, ahead of an African Union summit, Gaddafi visited several African nations, pitching the creation of an African monetary fund. This mini-IMF would provide direct economic aid to African countries, bypassing international institutions. His ambition didn't stop there. He planned to launch an African currency, the Afro. This was a direct challenge to Western interests. The IMF, backed by Western European and U.S. capital, funneled billions in loans to African nations annually, raking in massive interest. An African monetary fund, especially one issuing its own currency, threatened to upend that system, enraging the U.S. and Europe. By late 2010, the EU and U.S. agreed to impose military sanctions on Libya. The U.S., Gaddafi's old foe, was a given. France, however, was the most aggressive, as Gaddafi's plan would hit them hardest. Historically, many West African nations used the CFA franc, issued by the French Central Bank. If Libya's African Monetary Fund and Afro currency succeeded, France's economic dominance in West Africa would crumble. This was why Martin had kept Guinea's currency system dormant, biding his time for a rift between France and the U.S. And from the memories of his other counterpart, Martin knew exactly when that pivotal moment would come. Gaddafi was once Libya's hero. In 1912, after the Italo-Turkish War, Libya became an Italian colony. In 1943, France and Britain occupied its south and north, respectively. Post-World War II, the UN assumed control. On December 24, 1951, Libya declared independence as the United Kingdom of Libya, a federal monarchy. But it was a half-independent state, its economy, politics, and culture manipulated by Western powers. On September 1, 1969, Gaddafi led the Free Officers Movement in a coup, overthrowing King Idris' regime. He expelled the Western capitalists bleeding Libya dry, established the Arab Libyan Republic, and unified the nation through force. To Libyans then, Gaddafi was a saint, affectionately called Holy Omar. From 1970 to 1972, he served as chairman of Libya's Revolutionary Command Council and Minister of Defense, later renaming the country the Great Socialist People's Libyan Arab Jamahiriya. From 1982 to 1983, he was the sole chairman of the Organization of African Unity. This was Gaddafi's golden era, when he was most revered by Libyans. Oh, and by the way, Gaddafi was also an author and chairman of Libya's Writers' Union. His Gaddafi anthology might still be available online. Then, he spiraled. From national hero, he slid into despotic tyrant. He grew nepotistic, imposed heavy taxes, and indulged in luxury. Over nearly 4 decades, Libya went from a thriving post-liberation state to one of the world's most corrupt nations. By 2010, public discontent erupted into anti-government protests and widespread armed rebellions. Libya's historical gun culture, nearly every household was armed, combined with a corrupt, ineffective government army, left Gaddafi's forces outmatched. At their peak, rebels controlled 80% of Libya's territory. Desperate, Gaddafi hired mercenaries from around the globe to prop up his regime. From 2008, Libya became a mercenary haven, with over 300 groups active at its height, some hired by rebels, others by Gaddafi. The absurdity? Some mercenaries, mid-battle, switched sides for better pay, turning their guns on former allies. Libya in 2011 was a mercenaries' paradise. Both Muammar Gaddafi and the rebels were jacking up their offers. Mercenary groups, lured by hefty paydays, flocked to Libya, trading lives for cash. Gaddafi's situation was dire. The US and NATO had decided on military intervention. On December 9, 2010, President Barack Obama announced at the UN, the US and NATO are considering all options, including military intervention, to address the situation in Libya. That same day, NATO Secretary-General Anders Fogh Rasmussen added, NATO is fully prepared. Russia, however, viewed Libya's unrest as a civil war and opposed foreign intervention. Despite this, under pressure from France and the UK, the UN Security Council passed a resolution authorizing military action against Gaddafi's forces. Russia, Germany, India, and Brazil abstained. The resolution paved the way for Europe and the US to launch airstrikes on Libya. Dubbed Operation Odyssey Dawn, the campaign was initially coordinated by the US, with France and the UK setting up command centers. NATO later took over full command from the US. By 2011, the dark clouds of high-level warfare loomed over Libya. To counter NATO and US attacks, Gaddafi hiked mercenary pay, drawing more fighters to his side. On February 16, 2011, Libya saw massive protests demanding the ouster of Gaddafi, who had ruled for 42 years since 1969, along with calls for democratic reforms. On March 19, at sunrise, the US, France, UK, and other nations launched airstrikes on Libya. Gaddafi made multiple televised pleas, urging his supporters to resist the rebels and NATO. He warned former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair by phone that if he fell, terrorist groups would rise in the Middle East and inevitably attack Europe. While Libya burned, across the Pacific, the U.S. mainland basked in relative peace. Flashback to February 27, 2011. The 83rd Academy Awards unfolded on schedule at Hollywood's Dolby Theater, flashbulbs popping like stars in the night sky. Mr. Myers, rumors say you're directing the Avengers. Is that true? Yep, I've finalized talks with Marvel Studios. I'll be directing the Avengers. When does production start? This year. Prep work's already done. Martin, the Avengers is another ensemble blockbuster. Are you worried about handling it? Not at all. I don't find it challenging. Think I'm bluffing? Haha. Wait till the movie drops. You'll see I'm a man of my word. The reporters shifted to the petite beauty beside Martin. Miss Lawrence, are you and Martin dating? Jennifer glanced at Martin, unsure how to respond. He shrugged, unfazed, and leaned in to nibble her ear in front of the cameras. Go ahead, tell the truth. I'm not hiding anything. Jennifer's mood soared, her face visibly brightening. Yes, Martin and I are together, she declared loudly. A less-than-friendly reporter piped up. Don't you mind that Martin has other women? Normally, this would have flustered Jennifer. But under the influence of Martin's emotional seed, she was unfazed. I don't care, she said coolly. Martin's got the ability to satisfy all our physical and emotional needs. So what if he has other women? You jealous or something? Her unconventional response stunned the press pool, especially the reporter who'd asked, left speechless and red-faced. Martin roared with laughter, pulling Jennifer into a tight embrace and kissing her deeply. That's my girl, he shouted to the cameras, then whisked her away, arm around her waist, grinning. Will Smith, nearby on the red carpet, couldn't hide his envy. Glancing at his wife, Jada Smith, he thought, man, if only my woman were that sweet and compliant. Lately, Jada had stirred trouble, publicly, criticizing Obama's tax policies as grossly unfair to the wealthy, a foolish move. It alienated not just ordinary Americans, but even the rich, who, while unhappy with Obama's taxes, preferred quiet lobbying over Jada's inflammatory outbursts. Her comments painted a target on their backs. Will was also annoyed about their son Jaden's new friend, underground rapper August Alsina, whose shady background worried him. He feared Alsina would be a bad influence. What Will didn't know was that, in the future, Jaden would introduce Alsina to Jada, leading to an affair between the 21 years younger rapper and his wife, leaving Will with a bright green hat. TL/N. I rarely leave notes these days in the middle of a chapter, but when I read the paragraph above, a song suddenly played in my earbuds with the lyrics, "You're my fantasy, you're my reality." I know it's an old song, but I laughed so hard my mom thought I'd lost it. Then I looked up this guy Alcina. Apparently, he went raw with Jada multiple times. Haha. At the interview area, reporters didn't let Jada off the hook. "Mrs. Smith, why are you upset about Obama's new tax policies? Is it because your wealthy husband will have to pay more?" Before Jada could respond, Will, fearing another outburst, jumped in. "I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm happy to pay all legal taxes. It's every American's duty." The reporters pivoted. "Mr. Smith, Obama's new tax policy means the wealthy pay more. Do you support or oppose it?" Will exhaled quietly, relieved the focus was off Jada. "I support President Obama. He's a hero to our community. As for tax policies, that's for Congress to handle, not regular folks like me." Jada, visibly annoyed, felt Will had stolen her spotlight. Will Smith noticed the sour look on Jada's face and quickly ushered her away from the interview area, terrified she'd say something reckless again. Inside the venue, the ceremony hadn't started yet. Guests mingled in the lobby, clustering in groups. Will spotted Martin instantly. He was impossible to miss. One arm around Jennifer Lawrence's slim waist, the other holding Anne Hathaway's hand. Martin was laughing with Leonardo DiCaprio, Robert Downey Jr., Matt Damon, and a gaggle of close friends. Around their little circle, a larger ring of people hovered, feigning enthusiasm, nodding along, and occasionally chiming in. Even from the entrance, Will could hear Anne Hathaway's booming laugh. Dressed in a deep red evening gown, her chestnut hair pinned up and lips painted a vivid crimson, and glowed against her pale skin, radiating charm. As this year's Oscar co-host alongside James Franco, who was mingling nearby, she reveled in the spotlight, especially with Martin at her side. The mix of flattery, envy, and jealousy in the eyes around her only fueled her delight. Jennifer Lawrence, while equally thrilled, was more restrained, her face less blatant than Anne's, avoiding the kind of attention that draws resentment, especially from other actresses. Her emotional intelligence clearly outshone Anne's. Take now, for instance. Jada let out a scornful snort at Anne's laughter. That woman really thinks everyone's here for her? She's just riding Martin's coattails. What's she so smug about? Will fought the urge to facepalm. What did I do to end up with this idiot? Sure, Anne's EQ wasn't stellar, but at least she didn't go out of her way to offend people. She just liked showing off a bit. And you, Jada, don't you realize the sycophantic, bottom-tier black actors fawning over you are only here because of me, Will Smith? What right do you have to judge? Saying it out loud, in public no less. Will had initially planned to join Martin's circle, but changed his mind. Better find a quiet corner lest this idiot woman say something stupid in front of Martin. By 8:30 p.m., the ceremony began. The Dolby Theater shimmered in dreamy aqua blue. Kicking things off, Big Eyes and Hathaway and Small Eyes, James Franco delivered a host-exclusive Inception-themed short film. They stepped into the roles of Inception's protagonists, infiltrating the dreams of last year's Oscar host, Alec Baldwin. In the dream, they rode an elevator with the social network's Mark Zuckerberg, faced off in a standoff, and threw a punch at Franco in the fighter's studio, and they bumped into Morgan Freeman in the elevator. Later, dressed as Western cowboys, they confronted Jeff Bridges from True Grit. In the King's Speech, and in Colin Firth exchanged a Big Eyes, Small Eyes stare down. As she announced good news about the future into a microphone, it comically shrank. The highlight? They are meddling in Winter's Bone. And, dressed as a chubby farm wife, screamed tips at Jennifer Lawrence on acting, only for snowflakes to fall as she flailed, prompting a clumsy, farm wife-clad Franco to drag her away. Finally, they encountered Baldwin again, who insisted he'd host the Oscars again and mocked their infiltration. Panicked, they fled, while Baldwin turned to Freeman, asking, who were they? Freeman shrugged, no idea. The hosts then time-traveled to the ceremony, stepping onto the stage in full glamour. The awards kicked off. Tom Hanks presented the first award, Best Art Direction, to Alice in Wonderland, officially launching the night. As the evening progressed, major awards found their winners. Warner's The King's Speech and Meyer's Pictures The Social Network went head-to-head, neither yielding. The former nabbed 12 nominations, the latter 8. Early on, The Social Network dominated, even snagging the Golden Globe for Best Picture, leading many to believe it had an Oscar edge. And it seemed so at first. The Social Network swept Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Original Score, and Best Film Editing, while The King's Speech took Best Original Screenplay. Then came Best Actress. Jennifer Lawrence, as expected, earned a nomination for Winter's Bone but didn't win. Still, she was ecstatic, unabashedly planting a passionate kiss on Martin in front of the cameras. The tide turned. The King's Speech surged, clinching Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actor, leaving The Social Network empty-handed thereafter. As for Inception, the global sensation of the past year, it missed major nominations but embedded the dream-stealing concept into the Oscars. In the opening short, Franco and Hathaway, alongside Leonardo DiCaprio, infiltrated the Best Picture nominees' worlds. It still bagged Best Cinematography, Best Visual Effects, Best Sound Mixing, and Best Sound Editing. Leonardo DiCaprio, with nominations for Shutter Island and Inception, didn't win. But he wasn't fazed. He'd already claimed a Best Actor Oscar once, unlike the original timeline where he was still empty-handed. Notably, Christian Bale, after winning Best Supporting Actor for The Fighter at this year's Oscars, used his acceptance speech to plug The Flowers of War. "You might wonder why I'm sporting this beard," he said. "It's for my role in Zhang Yimou's The Flowers of War." Rumor has it that single shout-out earned him a $500,000 bonus from the Flowers of War team. Easy money. Across the Pacific, in Chingchong, producer Zhang Weiping seized the moment, holding a press conference to declare Bale's Oscar win a boon for the film's international market. Consequently, The Flowers of War was retitled Heroes of Nanking for overseas release, emphasizing Bale's role and the heroic figures saving lives in the story. Though no Chingchong language films made the Oscar shortlist this year, a small surprise delighted Chingchong audiences. Australian Chingchong illustrator Chen Jiong won Best Animated Short for The Lost Thing. In his speech, he said, "This award belongs to our producers, our team, our friends, and our families." By 11:30 p.m., the 3-hour Oscar ceremony wrapped up flawlessly. While most Americans drifted into dreamland, Hollywood stars headed to the next event, the Vanity Fair after-party at the Hilton Hotel. At the party, Anne Hathaway clung to Martin, now in a form-fitting navy gown, laughing boisterously and dazzling the room. Jennifer Lawrence, meanwhile, was whisked away by Paris Hilton to mingle with a gaggle of younger women. "Forget that smug bitch Anne Hathaway," Paris sneered. "She's just basking in Martin's glow. Let's have our fun, and later, we'll teach her a lesson in bed." Heh. Paris had never liked, but took a big sister stance with Jennifer. Behind them stood Kim Kardashian, Paris Hilton's purse-carrying little sister. Kim was starting to make waves, especially after her new W magazine cover in October last year, which skyrocketed her fame. Still, in front of an heiress like Paris, she remained a little sister. Watching Paris and Jennifer whisper, Kim stole a glance at Martin, who was arm in arm with a radiant Anne. Envy flickered in her eyes. "I want that kind of clout, too, even if it's just borrowing Martin's shine." Kim had dropped hints to Martin before, when Paris wasn't looking, but he hadn't bitten. Smartly, she pivoted, focusing on black celebrities instead. She'd learned early, at 20, that her curves held particular allure for black men, who practically drooled over her. Kim knew how to play her strengths. In the NFL and NBA circles, her reputation spread fast. Many boasted of sleeping with her, and she leveraged that to build her fame and fortune. After the party, Martin didn't head home. Instead, he went straight to the hotel's penthouse suite, booked and paid for days in advance. Sure, Paris's family owned the Hilton chain, but they weren't the sole power in the dynasty and couldn't just freeload off family resources. Besides, a penthouse was pocket change for Martin. That night, it was a 3-on-1 battle, Martin against 3 warriors. But 2 of the warriors defected mid-fight, leaving the last one to fall in glorious defeat. By noon the next day, Anne Hathaway was still recovering. Paris Hilton, Jennifer Lawrence. "Those little bitches," she muttered in her sleep, still seething from the night's ambush. Martin, fresh from a phone call, chuckled at her delirious grumbling. Even in her dreams, She was cursing their names, proof of how thoroughly they'd ganged up on her. What a trio that was. Glancing at the trash can, Martin saw last night's props, now soiled and discarded. From March onward, NATO and the U.S. resumed military strikes on Libya's government forces. On March 20th, Libyan state TV reported 48 deaths and 150 injuries from airstrikes. Gaddafi, undeterred, issued a defiant statement. We must open our arsenals, arm all our people with every weapon, and defend Libya's independence, territorial integrity, and honor. He also appealed to Chingchong and Russia for help. Later that day, Chingchong Foreign Ministry spokesperson expressed regret over the multinational military strikes, urging a swift return to stability in Libya to avoid escalating civilian casualties. An hour later, Russia's Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Lukashenko, echoed the sentiment, condemning nations using the UN resolution as a pretext for military action. Russia called for an immediate ceasefire, an end to violence, and measures to protect civilians. Chingchong and Russia's reproach and regret offered little help to Gaddafi, who'd managed to alienate both powers. You can't get cocky after making it big. By May 2011, Martin was filming The Avengers, while Gaddafi's situation grew bleaker. His seventh son, Saif al-Islam, and 3 grandchildren were killed in airstrikes. Gaddafi himself hadn't appeared publicly in ages, and his forces were in constant retreat. Rebels, based in Benghazi, declared preliminary victory. In May 2011, the Libyan war raged on. With NATO and U.S. coalition support, rebel forces were closing in on the government's stronghold in Tripoli. The coalition avoided ground troops, instead launching relentless airstrikes that decimated key government infrastructure, airfields, tank convoys, power plants. The rebels, eager to declare victory, claimed they'd end the fighting within a week. But their optimism was premature. Despite Gaddafi's absence from public view, the situation in Libya was far from resolved. Major cities, including Tripoli, remained under government control, and without NATO or U.S. ground forces, the rebels lacked the strength to swiftly end the war. In Guinea, Africa, despite Libya's turmoil, development continued unabated. Well, not entirely unaffected. Under Martin's persistent urging, his good brother Matassim, Gaddafi's son, secretly sent a group of Libya's top experts in various fields to Guinea under the pretext of protection. In reality, Martin was poaching talent. Libya's chemical weapons specialists, in particular, were a prize he'd long coveted. Rather than let them fall to rebels, he absorbed them into his talent pool. When these experts arrived in Guinea, Martin's promised aid reached Libya. Matassim was stunned when he saw the reinforcement, a mere 50 mercenaries. What the fuck, he exploded. Martin, that bastard, said he was sending an army, and this is it? 50 guys. The team leader, Satan, grinned menacingly. We're elite. No offense, but with enough weapons and ammo, we could wipe out your entire government army. He wasn't bragging. His team had studied both Libya's government and rebel forces and concluded they were pathetically weak. The real fighting was done by mercenaries, with local armies playing support. Matassim's face twitched. Leading his troops on Tripoli's front lines, he knew exactly how feeble his forces were. With a resigned wave, he said, "Fine, whatever. As long as that bastard Martin protects the talent I sent, I'm grateful." Satan thought to himself, the boss already sees those guys as his own. Out loud, he vowed, the boss always keeps his word. He'll protect them. They're Libya's spark. Make sure they're safe, Matassim stressed again. Swear to God, Satan replied, his face steady, eyes firm. Good. Matassim's expression softened. Satan shrugged, unbothered by his oath to God. Who's God to someone named Satan? Mr. Matassim, per our deal, you're supplying the weapons, Satan said. Don't worry. We've got Russian and Chingchong aid. Supplies guaranteed. Despite publicly opposing NATO and U.S. actions, Russia and Chingchong were quietly funneling support to Libya. In the armory, a government official in traditional Libyan garb opened the warehouse door, flicked on the light, and gestured inside. Weapons are in there. Pick what you want. Satan's team stepped in. Rows of M4S, MP5S, M60S, and more lined the racks, neatly arranged. Why is it all American gear? Big Dog asked, puzzled. Didn't you say most of your weapons are Russian or Chinese aid? They are, the official replied. This batch is Chinese aid. But these are, Big Dog started. Ram cut him off. Idiot. Who said aid has to be domestically made? It's called hiding your tracks. Satan scoffed. What kind of books you reading, kid? Satan shook his head. Big Dog still didn't get the hiding bit, but didn't let it stop him. He grabbed an M60 from the rack. This baby's solid. Good for main machine gun duty, and it's not too heavy. Only meatheads use machine guns, Ram muttered, heading to the far end of the racks. Real men use big guns. He picked up a TAC-50, eyeing it like a lover. Produced by Macmillan Brothers in 1980, this anti-material sniper rifle remained a staple for U.S. military and law enforcement. Weighing 11.8 kilograms, with a 2,000-meter range and 850 meters per second muzzle velocity, it held a detachable 5-round magazine, a favorite among mercenary snipers. Ram raised it, then noticed a bonus. The scope had night vision. He lowered his arms. Great gun, but heavy. Still, for a defensive position, weight wasn't an issue. It'd be propped on the ground. For precision snipers, though, large-caliber rifles weren't ideal. His gaze shifted to a row of desert camouflaged rifles, complete with scopes and bipods. Whoa, there's my girl, Ram said, grinning. Satan glanced over. M110 rifles, AR series semi-automatic sniper rifles made with fiber and plastic, using NATO 7.62mm rounds. Lightweight and highly accurate, they were a staple in U.S. infantry squads, earning the nickname Favorite Girl for their stellar performance in Afghanistan. Stop drooling and pick, Satan barked. We need these shipped to our camp. We've got to scout our positions soon. I am picking, Ram grumbled. California, Los Angeles. In a sprawling studio, Martin was directing the Avengers. Robert, your expression's too serious. Loosen up, channel that old playboy vibe, Martin coached Robert Downey Jr. Fuck, I haven't been a playboy in ages, Downey quipped. This scene, a clash between Iron Man and Captain America, tested Downey's acting chops. Chris Evans, playing Captain America, had it easier. Just keep a straight face. In superhero films, Captain America was arguably the least demanding lead role, requiring little more than earnestness. P.S. Having watched all the Captain America films, Chris Evans just needs to look serious. Sad serious, happy serious, or just plain serious. Ready? Let's go again. Action. Libya. The Azazia Barracks, located west of Tripoli's Abu Huraira Street, spanned roughly 4 hectares. Encircled by 4-meter-high, half-meter-thick reinforced concrete walls, it served as Muammar Gaddafi's command headquarters and one of his main residences in Tripoli. Why a military base? Safety, obviously. Satan and his team arrived at the entrance in 3 armored personnel carriers. Security was tight. Despite Matassim's signed orders, they still underwent rigorous checks. Satan's crew didn't mind. As seasoned fighters, they had no room for petty pride. After dismounting, Satan professionally scanned the defenses. Barbed wire and sandbags formed a perimeter with shadowy figures moving behind. Machine gun nests on both sides eyed them warily, and snipers likely perched in distant towers. He even spotted armored vehicles parked in an open warehouse. His gaze stretched further, noting probable camouflaged anti-aircraft emplacements, the real priority. Under the watchful aim of machine guns, Satan's team was checked against a roster, one by one, for bugs or jamming devices. It took an hour and a half before they were cleared to enter. Los Angeles. Scarlett, I need your steps lighter. Think cat-like. Heels barely touching the ground, Martin directed. Isn't a cat's walk more like a swagger? Robert Downey Jr. teased. Martin smirked. Why don't you show us? Challenge accepted. Downey strutted a mock catwalk, hips swaying, arms flailing dramatically, drawing roars of laughter from the crew. Martin joined in, recognizing Downey's attempt to ease the tension. The outside world was buzzing with skepticism about the Avengers. Many doubted it could succeed, even with Martin at the helm. Crafting a massive cinematic universe, weaving together Marvel's sprawling cast of characters, was deemed too ambitious. The doubts weighed on the set, creating a palpable sense of pressure. Fortunately, Martin and Downey, both veterans of high-stakes projects, knew how to lighten the mood. Their banter and pranks kept spirits up. The Effect was decent. Martin and Downey even cooked up a game, hiding snacks around the studio for the cast to find. During filming, Downey would sometimes whip out a bag of chips, casually munching while delivering lines, leaving his scene partners dumbfounded. Martin captured it all, some for the film, some for bloopers. Libya, Azazia Barracks. A nondescript officer approached, clutching a stack of papers. "You're the 50-man team? You don't look like much," he sneered, not bothering to hide his disdain. Ram, hot-tempered, bristled, ready to throw a punch, but Satan held him back. "We're the 50, Satan confirmed coolly. The name was a spur-of-the-moment choice. In this war, they weren't flying the Hellfire security banner. The officer, surprisingly, didn't push further. Glancing at his papers, he said, "You're assigned a defensive position. It requires elite fighters. Since Mr. Matassim says you're elite, you're in. But one rule. You answer to a specific commander. You don't withdraw until he orders it." Satan frowned. "Commander? Who? What's his role?" He didn't like entrusting his fate to an unknown. The officer shot him a haughty look. "You don't need to know." Satan stared him down, eyes sharp. The officer tried to hold his gaze, but quickly faltered. Satan smirked. "I have a right to know my mission and who's in charge. If you won't tell me, maybe I'll call Mr. Matassim." The officer's head snapped up, then dropped. "The commander's a high-ranking figure. He won't interfere with your tactics. Just oversees holding the position and orders a retreat if needed. That's all." His arrogance was gone. Satan nodded. "Take us to the position." The officer complied. "Follow me." "Bully the weak, fear the strong," Ram muttered behind Satan. The group followed through the barracks, a maze of reinforced concrete walls topped with cameras and sensors. Satan memorized the layout as they moved, as did Ram and the others, a professional habit. New York, Central Park. The Avengers production had shifted to New York for exterior shots. Central Park, a frequent backdrop in the film, was bustling with activity. Chris Evans cruised down the street on a motorcycle, a wind machine tousling his blonde hair. The shot would be sped up in post-production to create a high-speed chase vibe. "Cut." "Perfect, Chris, that's a wrap on this one," Martin called. Chris dismounted, only to hear Robert Downey Jr. ribbing him. "Man, Captain America's such a serious guy. No wonder Iron Man can't stand him." Chris fired back. "Iron Man's a smug prick. No wonder Cap doesn't like him." Martin ignored their banter. A middle-aged woman in a red coat approached, whispering, "Martin, we found a perfect spot for SLD's exterior." "Got photos?" Martin asked, perking up. The crew had scoured countless locations for SHLD's base, but none had met Martin's vision. He couldn't recall where the original Avengers filmed it, forcing the team to keep hunting. "Hope this one's legit," Martin thought, noting the woman's confident demeanor. She was Victoria Alonso, who joined Marvel Studios in 2006. Starting with Iron Man, she'd co-produced nearly every Marvel Cinematic Universe film up to 2023. Under her tenure, the MCU became the highest-grossing film franchise in history. A formidable woman. At a makeshift table of stacked equipment cases, Victoria opened her laptop and a folder of high-res photos, explaining as she went. "This is a public high school in New Mexico, a Trisco Heritage Academy, west of Albuquerque. Here's a drone shot of the campus. This is the main building, the library. We can build a helipad here, low cost. The school's on board. There's a mushroom farm nearby, perfect for Loki's underground escape tunnel." The images aligned with Martin's mental picture. This was it. The original Avengers' S.H.I.E.L.D. location. "Great. This is the one," Martin decided. Victoria exhaled, relieved. As a strong-willed woman, she wasn't thrilled working with Martin, an equally dominant figure with far more clout. Collaborating with him often left her feeling like a glorified assistant, stripped of producer prestige. She'd felt it on Iron Man, and even more on Iron Man 2, Thor, and Captain America. She hadn't wanted Martin for the Avengers. Early on, she'd pushed for Joss Whedon, director of Serenity. Marvel's execs overruled her, choosing Martin to launch their superhero ensemble. Just like Iron Man unable to change their minds, Victoria adapted to the diminished authority of working with him. In Hollywood, flexibility was a survival skill for a woman like her. "Next scene," Martin called, resuming work. This one had Captain America grappling with disorientation in the modern world after waking from decades of sleep. A rare moment for Chris Evans to flex his acting chops. He nailed it. When I went under, the world was at war. Evans delivered, voice heavy with unscripted melancholy. I wake up, they say we won. They didn't say what we lost. Martin captured the nuanced grief perfectly. Even Downey, rarely generous with praise, nodded. Didn't know you had it in you, man. If that counted as praise. As the day's shoot wrapped, Martin left with Scarlett Johansson and Rachel McAdams. Chris Evans watched them go, turning to Downey. I heard Martin's got a ton of women, and they all get along. Thought it was exaggerated, but seeing it here? It's real. Then, curious, he asked, how does he do it? Downey shrugged. You're not the first to ask. Leonardo, Jack Nicholson, Matt Damon, Will Smith, they've all wondered. And? Any answers? Yup. Really? What? Talent. What the fuck? Haha. That's exactly what Leonardo and Jack said. Driving home, Martin flipped on the truck's radio. Now, let's hear the song that's held the #1 spot on the Billboard Hot 100 for nearly 10 weeks. Hello, written by Martin Myers, performed by Taylor Swift. It broke the record for highest first-week single sales in the U.S. and became the 24th song to debut at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100, holding the top spot for 10 weeks with no sign of slowing down. Not bad for a timeless track. Let's dive into Taylor Swift's enchanting vocals. Hello, it's me. I was wondering if you'd pick up, if after all these years you'd still want to see me. Maybe catch up, reminisce, count the old times. They say time heals all, but that doesn't seem to work for me. Hey, are you listening? I dream of the past, those beautiful California days, you and me. So young, chasing freedom, you and me. I almost forgot, but it all comes rushing back. God, this song's gorgeous, Scarlett said, visibly moved. Los Angeles, in a private room. Under the glow of amber lights, 3 figures danced to the music. The high-end sound system filled the air with the haunting melody of Hello. Martin moved effortlessly between Scarlett and Rachel, his dance fluid and graceful, never missing a beat. Meanwhile, in distant Libya, the roar of gunfire thundered. Matassim sat quietly in his room, ignoring the chaos outside, lost in the same song, Hello. I dream of the past, beautiful California, beautiful us. So young, chasing freedom, you and me. I almost forgot, but reality brings it all back. The gap between us grows clearer, worlds apart. I still want to call you, even across the horizon. No matter how much time changes, I want to reach you, to say sorry for everything I did. Coincidentally, Matassim was listening to Hello, his thoughts drifting to his Italian confidant, Vanessa Hessler. Vanessa, are you okay? We may never meet again. This war is lost. I'm not reconciled. Damn NATO, damn the US. But I have my mission. I'll see it through. Even if it means death. Matassim's vacant gaze hardened with resolve. At the heart of Azazia Barracks, slightly to the east, lay a defensive position split into 4 smaller sectors, guarding a central small building. Each sector had at least 2 anti-aircraft machine guns and 2 cannons, all cloaked in camouflage netting. Satan, directing his men to fortify one sector with sandbags, kept glancing at the net-draped building. Ram sidled up, whispering, Damn, I just saw someone at the building's window. Who? Did you get a good look? Satan asked. The building was 200 meters away, too far for most to make out a face through glass. But Satan knew Ram's eyesight was exceptional. Ram once bragged, I can spot a fly's gender from a kilometer away. If I weren't scared of heights, I'd have joined the Air Force. The first part was exaggeration, but his vision was superhuman. Ram nodded. Got a clear look. Looked like Gaddafi. Even without the face, that flashy white outfit was unmistakable. Gaddafi was known for his signature look. White robe, white pants, white shoes, white headscarf, white gloves, and for special occasions, a white cape with gold trim. Satan nodded. I had a hunch. When I called Matassim earlier, he dodged naming who we're protecting but kept stressing we follow his orders. Felt off. Plus, our intel confirmed Gaddafi's holdup here. Could it be a double? Doesn't he have at least 2? Ram asked quietly. No idea, Satan admitted. Unbeknownst to them, from the building's window, Gaddafi was watching them through binoculars. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with round glasses, bearing a or 6-point resemblance to Masse, Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, Libya's pro-Western son. Father, I still don't trust these mercenaries from Guinea. Masse said they're tied to that American, Saif said. And sending our top talent to Guinea? That's unsettling. Everyone knows Martin's influence there. Gaddafi glanced at his second son, sneering. That was my decision. Got a problem? No. Father, I respect you, Saif stammered. I just don't want Matassim blinding you. He's cozy with Russia and China. Oh, like you're cozy with the US and France. Gaddafi shot back. Saif fell silent, his face darkening. Gaddafi didn't fully trust Saif, but kept him close. Unlike the resolute Matassim, the 69-year-old Gaddafi, his ambition faded, had little faith in winning the war. He now only sought a peaceful end to his days, and Saif was his potential channel for negotiating surrender with the West. Saif knew it too. Muammar Gaddafi lowered his binoculars. Truth be told, he couldn't fathom the bond between his fifth son, Matassim, and that American, Martin. It made no sense. Matassim was staunchly pro-Russia, vehemently anti-Western. Rumor had it he'd even clashed with Martin once. Was this some kind of plot? But Matassim wasn't that foolish. On the contrary, despite his brash demeanor, he was Gaddafi's sharpest son. Gaddafi mulled it over, unable to piece it together. Without turning, he ordered, "Send someone to watch that position. I don't know why Matassim trusts them. I trust my son, but we still need to be cautious." "Yes, sir." A tall, striking female officer turned and left. Matassim himself didn't fully understand why he trusted Martin so implicitly. The thought of questioning it never crossed his mind. Now, a wild idea surfaced. What if I entrusted Vanessa to Martin's care too? He immediately recoiled. Am I insane? Yet the thought lingered, burrowing into his mind. Filming The Avengers was, frankly, a breeze for Martin. He handled everything: scriptwriting, casting, shooting, and post-production, including scoring and editing, wrapping principal photography in just 3.5 months. All that remained was visual effects, editing, and music. Then, he got a call from Gordon in Iraq. "Boss, Matassim's got another request," Gordon said. Martin chuckled. "Guy's got a lot of demands. What's he want now? Asylum after the war's lost, or to pull his family out of that quagmire now?" Gordon paused. "Neither. Matassim wants you to look after his girlfriend, Vanessa Hessler, if he dies in battle." Martin fell silent. He's ready to die? Given the state of Libya's government forces, it was clear they wouldn't survive the year. Gordon continued, "He's offering you access to several anonymous Swiss bank accounts, $2 billion total. Half the code's for you, half for Vanessa. Half the money's yours, and he trusts you to deliver the other half to her. Says he believes in your integrity." Martin snapped back. "Agree to it." Clearly, Matassim foresaw a grim future for Vanessa if he fell, and in the original timeline, she indeed struggled. Even with vast wealth, she might not keep it. So, he turned to Martin. Martin was willing to help with this. He figured he'd already squeezed most of Matassim's assets, aside from those invested in Guinea. After a moment, he added, "Tell Satan to keep a close eye on Gaddafi and his second son, Saif al-Islam. They might try to flee." Matassim was tapped out, but Gaddafi and Saif likely still had fortunes. Among Gaddafi's children, only Saif and Matassim held real power in Libya, with access to substantial overseas wealth. In the original timeline, Saif offered $2 billion for his freedom post-capture. Martin wanted their money. Funds of murky origin were tricky to spend in countries with robust legal systems without laundering, but in legally lax regions like Africa, easy. Guinea, and much of West Africa, was essentially Martin's turf. He could quietly funnel tens or hundreds of billions there without raising eyebrows. After hanging up with Gordon, Martin made another call. A team of Hellfire security professionals flew to Italy that night. If he'd promised Matassim, he'd deliver. Honestly, Martin's opinion of Matassim had softened. He'd even briefly considered saving him. But he dismissed the idea, not out of pettiness, but because Matassim's choice to fight to the end was his own. A lifelong admirer of Che Guevara, even mimicking his long hair, Matassim died in the original timeline like his hero, fighting to the last. It was, in a way, fitting. Mid-August 2011. Satan conducted his routine inspection of their position at Azazia Barracks. Halfway through, he glanced at the small building nearby. Things are getting worse. The rebels are advancing, almost here. I've got a feeling Gaddafi's gonna bolt. His gaze shifted to a female lieutenant colonel standing near a concrete barrier, watching them intently. She was part of Gaddafi's fiercely loyal all-female bodyguard unit. Satan's eyes flickered. He stopped and told Ram and Big Dog, "Keep going. I've got something to do." He approached the lieutenant colonel. His team wasn't here to protect Gaddafi. They had another mission. But since May, over 3 months, they'd been stuck in this tiny area, under constant surveillance. Their days were monotonous. Eat, sleep, check the position, maintain weapons, and listen to the ever-closer artillery. It was maddening. That was fine. The boss had given Satan a job, and he'd do it well. Gaddafi could run, but his money couldn't. Though Martin had assured him arrangements were in place to handle Gaddafi's escape, Satan felt restless. He needed to do something. "What do you want?" the lieutenant colonel asked sharply as he approached. "Nothing much. I saw you've got hot water. Mind sparing some?" She considered, then nodded. They weren't enemies, after all. Satan seized the chance to chat her up. Guess what Satan's old nickname was? Ram smirked to Big Dog. "What?" Big Dog rumbled. "The Lady Harvester." Back in the day, the boss was a real playboy, almost as smooth as the big boss. His charm game was unreal. But after his marriage and divorce, something broke him. He hasn't chased women in ages. Ram had known Satan forever. They were army buddies, so he knew the man's past well. After borrowing that hot water that day, Satan found excuses to chat with the female lieutenant colonel every day. She hadn't expected this stern-looking middle-aged man to be so witty, and he even spoke Arabic. She knew some English too, so their conversations flowed smoothly. Before long, they were on friendly terms. "No, no, no. His Excellency Gaddafi isn't the hot-tempered tyrant the outside world paints him as," she said. "On the contrary, he's incredibly kind and approachable. We call him Little Daddy. Our relationship with him is more like father and daughters. The Western media's smears are just that, slander. Only those with filthy minds see filth everywhere." Lieutenant Colonel Jelena Kalani was lively and vibrant. After all, only 24, prime time for youthful energy. Satan felt a pang of regret. In the U.S., a girl like her would be living her best life, especially with her beauty drawing suitors left and right. But here she was, entangled in a brutal war. What Satan didn't know was Jelena's tragic fate. In the original timeline, after rebels overran Tripoli, Gaddafi fled under threat. Not wanting his loyal female bodyguards to die with him, he dismissed them. Most left, but Jelena and 3 others stayed to protect him. During the escape, Jelena, an expert marksman, killed 11 pursuers, becoming a prime target for the rebels. But she was captured en route. Dubbed the Golden Doll for her stunning looks, her end was horrific. Imagine a beauty like that in rebel hands. After 3 days of unimaginable torment and humiliation, Jelena was impaled through the vagina with a wooden stick, dying from internal injuries. According to the old man who later found her body, it was a gruesome sight. Teeth pulled out, thumbs crushed, wounds everywhere, arms twisted unnaturally, her front bearing signs of savage rape, the rest too horrific to describe. Jelena, oblivious to her future, chatted on. Satan, equally unaware, just wanted useful intel from her. He dusted off his long-dormant flirting skills. August 18th arrived. Satan, making his usual visit, noticed Jelena seemed off, distracted, zoning out mid-conversation. Something was wrong. Very wrong. As Satan pondered how to probe gently, Jelena suddenly said, "Sir, please return to your post. And I won't be here the day after tomorrow." She said no more. Back at his position, Satan resumed his rounds as if nothing happened. Only at evening rest did he summon his squad leaders. "From now on, someone's on watch every night, eyes on that small building. Report anything unusual to me immediately." "What did you find?" Ram asked curiously. "Gaddafi might run for the day after tomorrow," Satan said coldly, inwardly apologizing to Jelena. He knew she'd warned him deliberately, urging him to flee the barracks that day. But he planned to capture Gaddafi instead. Maybe handing him to the boss is better than the rebels. "I'll beg for his life. That way, Jelena won't have to die." The day came quickly. Under cover of night, the gunfire ceased. In the barracks, only sentries and perimeter guards remained. Other government soldiers and mercenaries rested in barracks or tents. A convoy slipped in silently, lights off, drivers using night vision gear. Satan was roused. Convoy? How many vehicles? Over 30. Haha, he's bolting. Quietly wake the others. No noise. Got it. Satan then used his satellite phone. Gordon, Gaddafi's making a move. We're going in. Soon, his men silently filtered into positions, indistinguishable from daytime routine. Except, now, they faced the small building. Its eastern gate swung open. Trucks, SUVs, armored cars, even APCs, rolled in. Seeing over 30 vehicles enter that modest building, Satan realized, underground tunnel. Massive one. With Tripoli surrounded, Gaddafi staying in the barracks made sense. He had an escape route to the city's outskirts. Satan wasn't alone. His squad leaders saw it too. What now, boss? Hit them, Ram asked. Wait, Satan said. Those trucks are loading something. Rumor has it Gaddafi's hoarding uranium. They outnumber us, and these are his elite guards, not the usual rabble. Ram pressed. How long? What if Gaddafi bails before they're loaded? Survival first. Satan hesitated, then decided. Half an hour. Then we move. Half an hour later. Form 10 combat squads, spread out in skirmish formation. Big Dog, your machine gun team leads. Satan signaled the order. 5-man squads slipped from their positions, rifles ready, crouching low, advancing stealthily toward the open gate. No guards, no firefight. Satan exhaled. Then Ram's hushed exclamation. Fuck, that's huge. They'd entered a vast, empty space, about 200 square meters. That wasn't the shock. To the right yawned a massive tunnel entrance, dimly lit by fluorescent strips, plunging deep underground. Martin yawned as he entered the editing room, ready to start the day's work. His phone buzzed in his pocket. It was Gordon. He stepped into a quiet corner. Gordon, what's the situation? Gaddafi's on the run. Satan's team is tracking him. Tell Satan not to rush. Prioritize our soldiers' safety. Got it. And tell him Gaddafi won't escape. No matter where he goes, I'll find him. Martin was confident. Years ago, through Matassim, he'd placed a magical tracking aura on Gaddafi. Understood. The underground tunnel's ventilation system was top-notch. Though dimly lit by fluorescent reflectors, it wasn't damp or stifling. Satan's team crept forward, silent as shadows. After about 100 meters, they reached the tunnel's first turn. Satan tilted his ear, listening, then peered around the corner. Ahead was a vast underground chamber. He raised a fist, signaling a halt. His men froze in place. Satan gestured to Ram. With Ram's sniper and marksman in tow, they edged toward the turn. Their eyes widened. Ram swallowed hard. Before them were crates upon crates of gold. A dozen soldiers were sealing them, while others operated forklifts, loading the gold onto trucks. At the chamber's right, near a tunnel entrance, Gaddafi stood watching his wealth being packed. Around him were at least 200 elite soldiers, with an inner ring of over 30 female bodyguards. His second son, Saif al-Islam, stood behind him, gaze dark and unreadable. An hour later, the gold was nearly loaded. Gaddafi said something to a female guard, then headed to his ride, a black bulletproof Maybach. Saif boarded a separate, identical Maybach, both unmarked with tinted, bulletproof windows. Satan spotted Jelena Khalif al-Nas climbing into Gaddafi's car, rifle in hand, and felt a twinge of unease. Capturing Gaddafi in front of her would complicate things. He hadn't felt this conflicted in years, but he quickly buried the feeling. Ram whispered, "Strike now." Satan shook his head. "Not yet. We follow Gaddafi out of this maze first." Though confident his team could fight through rebel lines, why risk it when there was an easier path? The tunnel system was a labyrinth, with 4 branches just in this chamber. Without tailing Gaddafi, they'd get lost. The gold was loaded. The Maybachs led the way, followed by armored vehicles, then trucks brimming with gold. Move. As the last truck started toward the tunnel, Satan and Ram lunged. Ram yanked the door open. Satan slashed the driver's throat with a dagger, then stabbed the passenger in the temple. Both died silently. The trucks ahead rolled on, oblivious. Satan's men swarmed, draping a tarp over the truck's cargo bed. Big Dog counted down with 3 fingers. 2 soldiers lifted the tarp. Silenced pistols sprayed, dropping 5 smoking soldiers inside, riddled with holes. In the tunnel, a bearded soldier in another truck lifted its flap, peering back. What's that noise? Why hasn't Abdu's truck caught up? Then he saw headlights round the bend, honking once. Relieved, he dropped the flap and settled back. Big Dog drove, tailing the convoy. Satan rode shotgun, rifle ready. Ram sat in the back atop gold crates. Ram grinned. Knowing my ass is on stacks of gold bars gets me all kinds of excited. Excited for what? Planning to fuck the gold? A teammate teased. That'd take a harder gun than Ram's got. Another laughed. Huh. What's the deal with the boss and Gaddafi's bodyguard chick? What else? He's into her. When we nab Gaddafi, we toss her in the boss's bed. Think he'll thank us? He'll kill you. The big boss will kill you. How much you think we'll get from this job? Plenty. The big boss isn't stingy, and he's loaded. The tunnel was vast, with over a dozen forks. Without the convoy, they'd have been lost. Gaddafi's escape route was far more intricate than anyone imagined. After roughly 1.5 hours, a sliver of light appeared ahead. The tunnel sloped upward. Fuck, finally the exit, Big Dog muttered. How paranoid is Gaddafi? Building this massive underground maze. How many years, how much money? Every fork probably leads somewhere different. A damn labyrinth. You only get one life. No amount of protection's enough, Satan said coolly. Who says? I don't give a shit about my life, Big Dog boasted. Satan smirked. You call yours a small life. If you had Gaddafi's status or wealth, you'd guard it too. Big Dog shrugged. Dunno. My life's sold to the big boss. When I'm too old to fight, if I'm still alive, I'll be a Hellfire instructor, living easy. Martin was in Weighted Digital's Los Angeles office. To amplify the Avengers' visual impact, he'd enlisted top-tier Hollywood VFX studios, Weighted Digital, Industrial Light and Magic, Digital Domain, and Blue Sky, for the film's effects. With 416 VFX shots, nearly 90% of the film relied on digital wizardry. Mr. Myers, which cameras were used for these 29 shots? We need to match the right lens distortion, a Weighted asked. It's complex. For this scene, I used 3 different 50mm lenses, an upgraded Ultra Panavision 70 here, a Panavision Sphero 65 there. Mr. Myers, your New York battle storyboards show heavy destruction and debris. That's manageable, but the fog you used in live shoots is making green screen keying tricky. Any solutions? Yes, but it'll take time. How long? At least 3 days. Fine. After discussing VFX details, Martin returned to the editing room to tackle the film's cut. Here, and here, scrap these shots. Wait, rewind 6 seconds. The editor complied. The scene showed Nick Fury dispatching 2 unnamed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to chase Hawkeye and Loki after news of Hawkeye's betrayal. During the pursuit, Loki, riding in a pickup bed, blasts the agent's car with his scepter, taking them offline. The next shot was the car flipping. Martin noticed the driver and passenger seats were conspicuously empty. No bodies, no dummies. Damn, that's a mistake. Ditch this shot. Use a different angle of the crash. Got it. The Avengers post-production hummed along smoothly. But Satan's team hit a major snag. The convoy ahead suddenly split into 2 groups, vehicles peeling off onto separate routes. Damn it, which team do we follow? Big Dog growled, eyes wide with urgency. Both Maybachs were identical, their tinted windows opaque. There was no way to tell which carried Gaddafi. Satan frowned. Looks like Gaddafi doesn't even trust his second son. Boss, what now? Big Dog pressed. No time to guess. Pick one and follow, Satan ordered. Fuck, here's hoping for luck, Big Dog muttered, yanking the wheel left to trail that group. Satan tapped the truck's partition. Ram, get everyone ready to fight. The split was clearly pre-planned. If they followed the wrong group, they'd raise suspicion, and a fight would be inevitable. No battle erupted. They guessed right. The only question now was Gaddafi or Saif al-Islam in that Maybach. Satan pulled out a high-res nylon map of Libya, studied it, and cursed. Damn, the right-hand group's heading to Sirte. We're following the one going to a place called Tarhuna, about 29 kilometers away. I don't think Gaddafi's with us. Tarhuna? What kind of name is that? Big Dog asked. Keep driving, Satan said. In the truck bed, Ram and the 40-odd men were crammed together, sweltering. Ram pulled a dagger from his boot, twirling it irritably. Fuck, I've never wanted a fight to start so bad. This truck's a damn oven. His eyes fell to the crates beneath him. A sly grin spread. Hey, Brothers, let's check out Gaddafi's gold. He pried open a crate with his dagger, revealing 6 rows of 5 neatly stacked gold bars. Whoa, gorgeous. Never seen so much gold in one place. How much is this worth? Ram reached for a bar, but couldn't lift it one-handed. It was heavier than expected. Whoa. He sheathed the dagger, using both hands to hoist a bar, inspecting it. Engraved in fine print. Row 1. London Bullion Market Association Standard Gold Bar Row 2. Weight 400 ounce Row 3. Purity 99.5%. Ram tried calculating, but gave up. Anyone know the current gold price? Pilot, in the corner, raised a hand. I dabble in futures. Last year, gold was over $1,600 an ounce. This year, it's fluctuating, around $1,500. How much is this crate worth? Ram's math was abysmal. Pilot eyed the crate. Based on size, it holds 3 layers, 30 bars per layer, 90 bars total. 9,400 1,500 equals. He gasped, eyes bulging. Spit it out. How much? Ram demanded. This crate's worth $54 million. What the fuck? Holy shit. Sartre's bitch. Exclamations echoed in the truck. Ram, trembling, counted the crates. 10 crates. We're sitting on $540 million. Pilot, voice shaking, added, minus the Maybachs, APCs, and troop carriers, there's 20 trucks. That's $10.8 billion. No way. Gaddafi can't have that much gold. Pilot pulled out a calculator, muttering, 400 ounces 90 bars, 10 crates, 20 trucks. 7.2 million ounces. 1 ounce is about 28 grams. That's 201.6 million grams, or 201.6 tons. Fuck, the UK's gold reserves are only 310 tons. How's Gaddafi got this much? Who cares? Even if the other crates aren't all gold, they're probably worth just as much. We've got to secure it all for the boss. He won't skimp on bonuses. Wait. Ram groaned, remembering the split convoy. We've only got half now. Damn it. I'm telling Satan. He needs to tell the boss. Walter, 1 truck's worth $54 million in gold bars, and there's 20 trucks total. Martin took the call at home, his mind immediately latching onto the gold. Even 1 or 2 trucks would be immensely valuable, not just for their raw worth, but for gold's role as a universal rare metal in global economics. Though the gold standard era was long gone, nations still hoarded gold. The U.S. held over 8,000 tons, the world's largest reserve. India over 700. Why? Gold remained a hard currency even if fiat systems collapsed, immune to debt fluctuations. A nation's gold reserves shielded it from international financial attacks, offsetting trade deficits and stabilizing economies. The 1997 Asian financial crisis exemplified this. Most Asian nations, including the Asian tigers, were pummeled by international speculators. Their economies collapsed, wealth siphoned off through financial maneuvers. Why them? Wealth was one factor, but weak gold reserves left them defenseless. Gold reserves were a nation's financial firewall. Guinea, despite its gold mines, had low reserves due to past inefficient mining, until Martin's company boosted output and the need to trade gold for cash. Gaddafi's stash, if secured, would be a strategic asset for Martin's future dominance in West Africa. I've got to get my hands on it, Martin thought. 3 days later, at Baghdad International Airport, Iraq. Boss, you didn't need to come yourself, Gordon said, exasperated. Martin grinned. Not about doubting anyone's skills, but moving that haul out of Libya won't be easy. We'll need to borrow some military planes. The military? Gordon hesitated. Won't that leak? Don't worry. My annual trips to Iraq aren't vacations. The military brass here is already in my pocket, Martin said confidently. What about Satan's team? They've got Saif al-Islam, Gaddafi's second son, and secured all 10 trucks. They're hiding out in Tarhuna at one of Saif's safe houses, Gordon reported. Perfect. Arrange a cargo plane and have them find a nearby landing spot. If they can't, helicopters will do. Tell them not to worry. Even if Libya's military spots them, they can claim to be U.S. soldiers. Got it. I'll contact Satan now. Rewind a bit. Satan's team trailed the convoy. Ahead, the outline of a city emerged. To major powers, Tarhuna's 110,000 residents made it a small town, but in Libya, It was a significant city. Still under government control, its western desert location and lack of strategic value kept it off the rebels' radar. Gaddafi's choice to head here wasn't unwise. Satan frowned, weighing options. If the convoy entered Tarhuna, they'd be surrounded by government forces. Would Matassim's orders still hold weight? Should they strike outside the city? The dilemma resolved itself. 5 or 6 kilometers from Tarhuna, the convoy veered onto a side road, heading into desolate terrain. Not bad luck, Big Dog grinned, clearly sharing Satan's earlier concern. Damn right, Satan smirked. The convoy strayed further, eventually rolling across pathless sand. After another half hour, a small oasis appeared, dotted with a cluster of low buildings. The convoy made a beeline for the structures. Satan activated his silent radio. "Boys, check weapons. Prepare for battle." Ram's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Hell yeah, we've been itching for this." The cluster of buildings looked run down. Some even collapsed, clearly uninhabited for years. From the third vehicle in the convoy, a Maybach, the window rolled down, revealing a man with round glasses and a mustache, Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, Muammar Gaddafi's second son. He gazed at the desolate scene, muttering inwardly, "What a dump. This godforsaken place." Born in 1972, Saif had never known hardship. By then, his father had overthrown the Idris monarchy, establishing the Libyan Arab Republic and serving as chairman of the Revolutionary Command Council and defense minister. Saif was brilliant, outshining his brother Matassim academically. He graduated from Austria's Amadek University and the London School of Economics, studying international trade and public administration, later earning a Ph.D. from the LSE. Fluent in Arabic, English, and German, he admired the West deeply. After returning to Libya, he urged his father to soften his anti-Western stance, occasionally aligning with the West. Unbeknownst to him, this flip-flopping made Libya unwelcome in both Western and Eastern blocs. Saif bore significant responsibility for Libya's current plight. Realizing his error, Gaddafi distanced himself from Saif, entrusting the military to Matassim. Too late. Gaddafi sometimes wondered if Saif was secretly colluding with NATO or the US, which was why he didn't bring him to his Sirte hideout. Saif knew his father's trust had waned. Lost in thought, a hot gust laced with sand stung his face. Puffed. Spitting out grit, Saif wiped his face with a handkerchief, cursing silently, "This damned country, this damned place. Better off destroyed." He tossed the soiled handkerchief under the seat, fingers brushing a black leather wallet containing a satellite phone with a 12-digit encrypted number. His heart steadied. They're all wrong. I'm right, he thought. Only Western liberal democracy can save this nation. Father, don't blame me. You said anyone could be sacrificed for the greater good. And Matassim, thinking he can rule by controlling the army? Huh. If I can't have it, I'd rather see it burn. This country, gray and yellow sand everywhere, no. Green, fools everywhere, no wisdom, backward beliefs, no civilization. What's the point of such a place? Father, if you'd let me reform it, I could have made it a civilized, Western-like haven. You made the wrong choice. Don't blame me. Saif's eyes burned with cold fury and jealousy. The convoy rolled deeper into the complex, stopping at a large square. 6 grimy middle-aged men in local attire approached Saif's Maybach. "Honorable Mr. Saif," said the leader, Ahmed, "we've prepared your quarters. Please follow us." Their calloused hands marked them as former soldiers, tasked by Saif to guard this site. Stepping out, Saif recoiled at their filth, covering his nose. "How long since you bathed? You're disgusting." Ahmed gave a wry smile. "Sir, water's scarce here. We save it for drinking, so..." He gestured to himself. "Bathing's not an option." Saif's guard captain, stepping from the passenger seat, frowned. "Ahmed, I assigned you a 30-man squad. Where's the rest? And I told you to maintain this place. Look at this wreck." Ahmed's smile grew bitter. "Sir, it's just us 6 now. The others deserted. As for maintenance, we haven't received funding since last year. If we weren't frugal, we'd have starved by now." Saif's face darkened. "How? My secretary was supposed to send funds." He stopped, fury flashing. His secretary, who quit last month, had clearly embezzled the money. That bastard stole from me. If he hadn't fled, I'd have shot him. No matter. Once I control this country again, I'll settle scores with every traitor and skeptic. But he wouldn't get the chance. As the convoy settled, soldiers from trucks, APCs, and troop carriers disembarked, joined by a few official-looking men. The heat inside the vehicles was unbearable, air conditioning useless. Outside was hot too, but at least the air was fresh. No one noticed the last truck, parked quietly, unmoving. Perhaps the smooth arrival lulled everyone's guard. Safe instructed an official. Amin, take a few men and buy food and supplies in town. Get extra water canisters. I need a damn bath. Money's no issue. Yes, sir. And don't get followed. If the military asks, show them my dear brother's orders. Say you're procuring for Matassim's army. Safe's jaw clenched. His word carried less weight than Matassim's in the military, infuriating. But no such hassle was needed. As Safe's men milled about the square, the last truck's tarp lifted. Soldiers leapt out. Big Dog had parked in a secluded spot, so no one noticed at first. Only when Ram, Pilot, and their team strode forward, rifles raised, did a soldier spot them. Who are you? What's with those uniforms? Who are you? What's with those uniforms? A soldier demanded, eyeing Ram's team, whose attire didn't match the local troops. Before he could press further, the fight erupted. It was a slaughter. Ram's team, at the cost of 5 wounded and 1 dead, wiped out all of Safe's soldiers in the square. Safe stood frozen, mouth agape, as Satan, Ram, and their men strode toward him. Glancing at the bodies littering the ground, he doubled over, vomiting. Ram raised an eyebrow. No way Gaddafi's son hasn't seen death? Safe had seen death, had even killed, but never this close, never such carnage. His guard captain's head, shattered by a bullet, had splattered brains onto his suit. It was revolting. Safe wanted to maintain dignity before these unknown enemies, but fear overwhelmed him. His terror of death churned his stomach, while rising. Don't kill me. I have money. I can pay you, he blurted after a final retch, a black muzzle aimed at his head. Satan smirked. Money. He gestured around. This is already ours. No, this is just part of it. I have offshore accounts, my personal wealth. $100 million enough. US dollars. I'll buy my life. What about them? Satan nodded toward Ahmed and his 5 men, crouching with hands on heads. The 6 looked up, hopeful. Safe didn't hesitate. They're not my concern. Their eyes dimmed. Satan chuckled. So you're abandoning them? Fine. Big Dog, secure these 6. Keep watch. Then, to Safe, $100 million's not enough. Then, $200 million. No, $500 million. Really? You're not playing us? How do we get it? Europe. My money's in Switzerland, France, Italy, anonymous accounts. Take me there, and I'll give it to you. Satan laughed heartily. Safe forced a smile. A second later, a slap cracked across Safe's face, nearly bringing the middle-aged man to tears. He looked at Satan, aggrieved. Satan's face hardened. Think we're idiots? Ever heard of online banking? Write down every account number and password. I'll have them verified. Lie and I kill you. No money. I kill you. Not enough money. I kill you. Got it. Safe sobbed, tears streaming. If I write it down, will you really let me go? Look at our gear. We're not rebels. We're mercenaries. We don't care about your life, just your money. Whether we let you go depends on how much you give. Satisfy me, and you're free. Understand? Why, yes. 3 days later, Satan got a call from Gordon. Suitable landing spot for a plane? Satan climbed to the highest room in the complex, scanning the area. The sandy terrain was too uneven for a cargo plane. His gaze shifted south, toward Tarhuna, which had a military airstrip. Government forces. Maybe they could be leveraged. Matassim's probably still alive, right? Helicopters were an option, but their range and payload were limited. Deploying multiple choppers would be complex and risky. So, Satan hatched a sly plan, one Martin would love. He called Matassim via satellite phone. Hey, old friend, it's me. We're not friends. Ouch, that hurts. I mobilized bodyguards to Italy to protect your girlfriend the moment you asked. Silence. Fine, friend. What do you want? I've got a bone to pick. You stuck my guys in Azazia barracks and forgot them. Who were they supposed to protect? 3 days ago, when rebels attacked, they went to report, only to find the building's VIP gone. They had to break out themselves. More silence. Sorry, I forgot. Heavy losses. Matassim wouldn't normally apologize for a few deaths, But needing Martin's help, he swallowed his pride. He braced for bad news, but Martin's reply stunned him. My guys are elite. Most broke through. 5 wounded, 2 serious, and 1 dead. Matassim's eyes widened. What the hell? 3 days ago, rebels hit with 30,000 men. Satan's team, 50 strong, not only escaped, but with minimal losses? Elite? They're goddamn super soldiers. Matassim's gut twisted with envy. Why don't I have men like that? Hey, you listening? You've got to help them, Martin pressed. Matassim snapped back. Help how? They escaped, didn't they? Yeah, and grabbed some trucks. But they're lost near a place called Tarhuna. They're avoiding the city, worried your army might mistake them. So, Martin paused, waiting. Matassim took the bait. Tarhuna? I know it. It's still under our control. You want me to tell the local military to let them in? Exactly. They need rest, food, water, and medical supplies. Can you make it happen? Matassim didn't hesitate. Sure. I'll inform the local commander to receive Satan's team. But I have a request. What? Martin's lips curled, guessing what was coming. I want Satan's team to join me after resupplying, to protect me and train a unit as elite as them. No problem, Martin said. Tarhuna was one of the last cities to fall in Libya's war, not due to formidable defenses, but because it was so inconsequential that rebels had no interest in it. The city had a mayor, but with the civil war, it was under military control, led by Lieutenant Colonel Muhammad. His regiment, once at full strength, had dwindled to just over 1,000 men due to deserters. Muhammad didn't expect to hold Tarhuna with them. He just hoped the rebels wouldn't bother, letting him enjoy his command a bit longer. When Matassim ordered him to welcome an incoming mercenary unit, Muhammad had no doubts or complaints. He knew both sides had hired mercenaries since the war began, and their combat prowess was undeniable. From Matassim's tone, Muhammad sensed he valued this unit highly, sparking a small ambition. Maybe I can leverage them to cozy up to Matassim. When his men reported an unidentified armed group approaching Tarhuna, Muhammad grew excited. Go ask if they're Satan's mercenary unit. If so, bring them into the city, treat them like family. Tell their leader I'm hosting a dinner at City Hall tonight. Wait, ask for the password. Matassim gave me Flaming Rose. If they answer correctly, escort them in. Be friendly, got it. Satan's team, driving 10 priceless trucks, rolled into Tarhuna under the warm escort of a local officer. It was almost too easy, no one even checked the trucks. On the way, Satan mused over Matassim's password, Flaming Rose. Was it random? A nod to his Italian girlfriend? Or a metaphor for Libya's chaos? Lost in thought, the convoy entered a military camp. Mr. Satan, this is your temporary base. We'll provide your meals, same as ours, no shortchanging. Also, Lieutenant Colonel Muhammad invites your officers to a dinner at City Hall tonight. Dinner? That's thoughtful of him, Satan replied. Once the officer left, Ram and Big Dog crowded around. Ram grinned. A feast? Maybe some good food tonight. Any girls? I'm pumped. Big Dog frowned. War's on, and this Muhammad's throwing parties? Libya's government army is rotten top to bottom. Gaddafi's done. Mentioning Gaddafi, Ram's smile faded. We didn't nab Gaddafi. What did the boss say? He pissed. Boss isn't mad. Said Gaddafi and his money can't escape. He'll find him, Satan replied. Whoa, boss got a mole near Gaddafi. Bet it's one of those female bodyguards. Everyone knows he's a master with women. Pilot whistled. Enough. Let's clean up and get ready for dinner. Satan cut in, feeling oddly uneasy at Pilot's words. Jelena Caliph al-Nasr's image flashed in his mind. Jelena, you okay? Baghdad, Iraq. Gordon hung up the satellite phone. Boss, Satan's set. When's the plane leaving? Martin smiled. Now. He made a call. That night, at Tarhuna's military airstrip, a massive unmarked plane landed smoothly. Muhammad, accompanying Satan, showed no suspicion, only awe. Satan, brother, your company's got pull. That's a U.S. Globemaster III, C-17. Not easy to get. Seeing the hegemon parked in the dark, Muhammad's desire to bond with Satan's crew intensified. These aren't ordinary mercenaries. Small outfits don't get strategic assets like this. Maybe I can score a job with their company if Libya goes south. Satan waved. 6 trucks rolled toward the C-17's rear. To fit, Satan had consolidated the 10 trucks cargo into 6, as the C-17 could only hold that many. The trucks drove into the plane's belly, the ramp closed, and the aircraft taxied, roared, and vanished into the night. All set, Lieutenant Colonel. The supplies for Mr. Matassim are loaded. Let's head back, Satan said casually, relieved. When the plane touched down at Baghdad International Airport at dawn, Martin, Gordon, and trusted aides inspected the cargo. As expected, not all crates held gold. There were antiques and art, their value incalculable. But the gold alone, 30 crates, was worth $1.62 billion. Martin entered the cockpit. Fly to Guinea. Don't return. Someone will meet you there. Got it, boss. The pilots were Martin's men. On the drive back, Gordon asked nervously, Boss, hiding a plane like this, won't it cause trouble? Like an investigation? Martin laughed. No worries. The U.S. military writes off tons of weapons and gear yearly. How else do their officers get rich? A C-17's trickier, sure, with classified tech, so. He paused, grinning wider. Tomorrow, 2 C-17s will crash during a transport mission, plunging into the sea. In reality, only one will go down, too mangled for even the best experts to piece together. Gordon's eyes widened. You can play it like that? But the military, losing a C-17? They'll go along. Of course. I paid for 2 planes, above market price. 3 days after Martin's words, news broke. 2 U.S. military C-17 transport planes had crashed near Iraq's coast, exploding mid-flight. Only fragments were recovered. The C-17 Martin had quietly vanished into a secret hangar in Guinea. The official investigation concluded that both planes were sabotaged with bombs by Iraqi insurgent groups, a claim one group promptly took credit for. The cover-up was airtight. As for the transported cargo, it didn't go down with the planes, but was funneled through covert military channels into vast wealth for certain high-ranking officers. Ordinarily, a C-17, packed with classified tech, wouldn't be sold, even by a corrupt U.S. military. But Martin was Martin. He made the impossible happen. After securing the precious cargo, Satan and his team stayed in Tarhuna. Martin had tasked them with seizing the other half of Gaddafi's haul, likely richer in gold, a hard currency vital for his escape. Days later, Gordon relayed a message. Martin had located Gaddafi. By October 20, 2011, the action shifted to Sirte, a small Libyan port city on the Gulf of Sidra with under 20,000 residents. Gaddafi's hometown, it was now encircled by rebels. Fierce urban combat had raged since dawn, with the city blacked out. Gaddafi hid in a sturdy concrete building, lit by candles, a teapot simmering on a stove. He wasn't directing the fight. That was Matassim's job. He made no plans, issued no orders. Since fleeing to Sirte amid destruction, power cuts, and food shortages, he'd grown despondent. Without Matassim's fierce resolve, he'd have considered surrender. Maybe I can buy a way out with money, he mused aloud. The battle stretched from dawn to late afternoon. The rebel assault finally paused. Hurried footsteps approached. Matassim, looking haggard, entered, eyeing the nearly boiled dry teapot and his father, lost in a book. He cleared his throat. Oh, Matassim, you're back. How's it going? Gaddafi asked weakly, snapping out of his daze. We repelled the rebels' attack, Matassim said, then urged, Father, please pull yourself together. We're not done yet. You could visit the front lines, boost the men's morale. No, I'm too old, too tired. I've left the army and the fight to you. I'm just a frail old man now. Perhaps feeling his words too defeatist, Gaddafi added, How many men do we have left? About 3,000, our most loyal, elite fighters, Matassim replied, abandoning hope of rallying his father. Gaddafi suddenly said, Matassim, maybe we could escape by sea. Matassim shook his head. Father, please be realistic. Where could we go besides Libya? Your so-called friends, Italy's Berlusconi, France's Sarkozy, Turkey's Erdogan, Britain's Blair, they've all abandoned you. No country will take us. Shall we drift at sea and starve? If that's the choice, I'd rather die fighting here. Matassim had lost all faith in his father. The once mighty lion of Libya had grown old, his fangs and ferocity gone. Another day passed. The government's 3,000-strong force was down to 500. Only a few died in battle, most deserted. They might have been Gaddafi's most loyal fighters, but without conviction, even loyalty faltered in the face of certain defeat. "Father, you go ahead. I'll stay and hold off the rebels a bit longer," Matassim said, eyeing the trucks with a flicker of frustration. If his father had listened earlier, using this wealth to reward the soldiers, they might not have crumbled so fast. But there were no what-ifs. Another defeat loomed, and his father was fleeing again. This time, Matassim wouldn't follow. He'd die like a hero, proving the Gaddafi name still carried honor and glory. Gaddafi patted his son's shoulder, a trace of sorrow in his eyes. "Matassim, I'm proud of you. You're the most like me. Try to survive and find me." "I know, father," Matassim replied coolly. Gaddafi's convoy left Sirte with 100 men, unaware that NATO had him in their sights. His pre-planned escape route had been betrayed by his second son, Saif al-Islam. Saif's fate was no better. In Baghdad, he was being interrogated by Martin. Once he'd surrendered all details of his offshore accounts, transferred to Martin's name, his time was up. As in the original timeline, Gaddafi's convoy was bombed by NATO planes en route to a secret base in Ramkur. But the cunning Gaddafi had anticipated this, using a decoy convoy to draw fire while he and his most loyal fighters, along with his wealth, slipped away on a side route. He reached Ramkur safely. The village's residents, retired Gaddafi bodyguards and their families, were fiercely loyal. In a prepared room, an exhausted Gaddafi turned to his female bodyguards, whom he treated like daughters. "You should all flee. This place isn't safe. Someone betrayed me. Sir, we're your guards, your daughters. You raised us, trained us to fight. Those who wanted to leave did. We won't abandon you," Jelena Caliph al-Nas said firmly. The other three nodded resolutely. Gaddafi sighed, touched. "To think, in the end, it's you I can rely on, not my sons." Jelena, surprised, said, "Sir, your son Matassim is a brave warrior." Gaddafi sighed again. "I know. I didn't mean him." He'd long suspected Saif's betrayal but refused to believe it, until this escape route was exposed, forcing him to face reality. Even Ramkur was likely compromised, but he needed supplies. Heading west into the vast desert without them meant death, whether from rebels or nature. So, Gaddafi decided to rest one night and leave at dawn, assuming rebel ground forces wouldn't reach so quickly. He underestimated their obsession. That night, a 260-strong rebel force, including mercenaries, crept toward the village. The fight erupted abruptly. Jelena, posted on the roof, spotted the enemy first and fired the opening shot. Fierce combat followed. Gaddafi, startled awake, fled to the basement, praying in the dark. "Lord, protect your child." His final guard was loyal but outnumbered. After half their number fell, the unit collapsed. Some fled, others were captured, including Jelena. Her sharpshooting had killed several rebels, making her a target. A rebel leader approached, eyeing the beautiful warrior. "So, you're the golden treasure. Nice blonde hair, rare in Libya. Tell me where Gaddafi's hiding, and I might spare you." His leering gaze disgusted Jelena. She spat in his face. "Dream on." The leader sneered, wiping his face and grabbing her chin. "If you don't want to live, I'll oblige. My men will take good care of you. You'll die satisfied." The rebels behind him laughed, their predatory stares making Jelena's skin crawl. A rebel rushed up, whispering to the leader. "What? Those mercenaries want the trucks? Damn it, that's the Transitional Council's money. Their contract doesn't cover this. Let's go stop them. You four, tie up this golden treasure and lock her in that room. No one touches her until I do." The leader stormed off with his men. The four rebels bound Jelena, groping her in the process. Furious, she cursed until they gagged her. Elsewhere, the rebel leader clashed with the mercenaries. "Damn it, you can't touch that. It belongs to the Transitional Council, the new Libyan government. We don't care about your council or government. We seized it, it's ours. No, we paid you to fight, not to loot. Huh. We lost brothers taking this village. Your pay's a joke. We deserve a share." As the argument raged, a shout rang out from a nearby house. "Eureka! We found Gaddafi! Eureka! We found Gaddafi!" A cheer rang out. The rebel leader, ignoring the squabble over the loot, ordered his men to guard the area and rushed with a few others toward the source of the shout. Arriving at the room, he saw his soldiers shoving an old man in a white robe. The man stumbled, lost balance, and fell. "You can't treat me like this. I'm Libya's hero. I'm Gaddafi," the old man cried from the ground. The rebel leader strode forward, grabbed his hair, and yanked his face up. He pulled out a photo, holding it to the light for comparison. Moments later, he shouted, "It's really him. We've got Gaddafi. The war's over. We won." Woohoo! His men cheered wildly. "Under international law, I demand the respect due a leader," Gaddafi pleaded, fear trembling in his voice. "Ha, leader." Slap. The rebel leader struck him hard across the face. "You think you deserve that?" Slap. "If not for you and your greedy officials, my family wouldn't be jobless. My youngest wouldn't have starved at 2 years old." Slap. "If not for you, my sister and brother-in-law wouldn't have died in your massacres." Slap. "If not for you, this country's people wouldn't be starving." Slap. "If not for you." A dozen slaps later, Gaddafi's spirit was broken, his face swollen like a pig's. "Lock him up, and tell those mercenaries they can't touch the loot, but I'll report their contributions to get them a bigger cut." With Gaddafi captured, the rebel leader was in high spirits, willing to share some profits with the mercenaries. The mercenaries didn't press for the loot. Satisfied with promises of more pay, they dispersed to rest. Perhaps they didn't know what was in the trucks. Night deepened. In Ram Kur, most rebels and mercenaries slept soundly, believing the war was over with Gaddafi's capture. The rebel leader, too excited to sleep, finished his report call. Capturing Gaddafi would surely earn him a promotion, maybe even general status by tomorrow. Since sleep was out of the question, he'd find some fun. He hadn't forgotten the golden treasure in his custody, a real beauty. Outside Ram Kur, under cover of night, soldiers with night vision gear crept forward. At 100 meters from the village, Satan raised a fist, halting his men. He aimed his thermal imaging scope at the buildings. At least 35 or 36 heat signatures dotted the rooftops and corners, some sitting, some standing, some leaning, one even smoking. Satan grinned. The sentries seemed lax. They just want a big fight. Wonder if Gaddafi's caught or dead. "Angelina, is she okay?" Suppressing his worry, he turned to Ram and Big Dog. "You two attack from this side. Fry and I will circle to the rear. Sync your watches. 1 hour from now, we hit with 5 rounds of mortar fire, then charge together." "Got it. No problem." The rebel leader reached the room, holding Jelena Caliph al-Nas. 2 dozing guards outside snapped awake at his approach. He waved them off with a smile, no hint of reprimand. "Relax, boys, the war's over. I'll go in first, then you're free to have fun." The guards' faces lit up. Inside, Jelena, bound and gagged, curled in a corner. Hearing footsteps, she glanced at the door. "No more chances, woman. Gaddafi's caught," the leader said. Jelena made muffled noises through her gag. He stepped closer, sniffing. "What's that smell?" He looked at her. "Oh, you wet yourself? What a waste. Water's precious in the desert." Crouching, he removed her gag and smirked. "Well, want to beg for mercy? Kill me," she spat, glaring. He shook his head, amused. "You're braver than Gaddafi. When we dragged him from the basement, he was shaking, begging, groveling like a dog." Jelena's eyes burned with rage, but she stayed silent. "I like that look," he said. "Hope you keep it when I have my way with you." He reached for her clothes. A sudden whistling filled the air. He froze. He knew that sound, mortar fire, like what they'd used earlier that day. Before he could react, explosions rocked the village, followed by panicked footsteps and screams. He leapt up, shouting, "Damn it, enemy! Attack!" Chaos erupted. In the pitch-black village, rebels ran like headless flies. Sporadic flashes of explosions lit the night, like a grim roulette wheel, claiming lives at random. The 60mm mortars weren't devastating, but 12 firing relentlessly in vertical arcs shredded exposed targets. Rocket launchers, with their piercing power, tore through wooden and mud walls with ease. The village's main structures were simple mud and wood homes. Gaddafi hadn't fortified his secret base to avoid suspicion, but these flimsy buildings couldn't withstand mortars, rockets, or machine gun fire. The rebels and mercenaries, lulled into believing the war is over, were mentally unprepared. Their nerves, relaxed after victory, left them defenseless against the sudden, ferocious assault. Effective resistance, let alone a counterattack, was impossible. Ram and Big Dog swiftly seized the village's outer buildings. Big Dog led his men deeper, while Ram and his snipers and marksmen took high ground, rooftops and balconies, using thermal scopes to pick off enemies with precision. The village, barely 100 meters across, was fully within their range. Big Dog, caught up in the thrill, belted out Martin's song Unstoppable. Despite his rough appearance, his voice was bold and on key. Amid his impromptu soundtrack, explosions and gunfire roared, mowing down rebels and mercenaries, exposed or not, most too slow to even grab their weapons. Mortar and rocket crews moved in, targeting any building that returned fire, neutralizing it instantly. The rebels couldn't muster a meaningful response. Soon, the enemy collapsed. The mercenaries, there for money, fled rather than die against an unstoppable foe. The rebels, considered elite only in Libya's fractured military landscape, were mere rabble before Satan, Big Dog, and Ram's seasoned fighters. Both assault teams advanced smoothly to the village center, where a single-walled compound stood. "Blow it open," Big Dog shouted, pointing at the iron gate. 2 rockets obliterated it. The courtyard was packed with trucks. Satan halted Big Dog's trigger-happy advance. To Fry, "Get the trucks out." To Ram, "Use thermal imaging. Find anyone moving inside and take them out." What about Gaddafi?" Ram asked. "Who's Gaddafi?" Satan replied coldly. Moments later, the building was cleared. The rebel leader had tried to force Gaddafi to flee, but a stray bullet, unknown from where, pierced both, killing them instantly. Satan approached the bodies, noting Gaddafi's wound. He grabbed the rebel leader's gun, fired into the wound, then added a few more shots to Gaddafi's corpse. In the fight, Gaddafi was killed by the rebel leader. "Nothing to do with us. Even if they trace it, we've got a story." 3-man teams sweep the village. No survivors. The mercenaries fanned out in trios. Sporadic gunfire echoed. Despite the victory, Satan frowned. Ram nudged him. "Boss, worried about that girl?" Satan glared. "Shut it. I'm just thinking about getting these trucks back." Sure. The boss already set up an escape route, Gaddafi's private port. "Our ship's waiting." Ram smirked. "Those extra shots on Gaddafi? Not for NATO or the rebels. We kill and leave, who'd know? But it was for that girl to see." "What nonsense?" Satan snapped, turning to chew out Ram. Fry burst in. "Boss, we found Jelena Caliph al-Nas. She's alive." Satan's stern face broke into relief. Then he tried to mask it, failing. Ram burst out laughing. "Damn it, what's so funny?" Satan barked, ignoring Ram and turning to Fry. "Where is she?" "Next building over," Fry said. Satan bolted. Ram, watching him go, chuckled. "Boss is in love. Wonder if his old gear still works." Fry sneered. "I'll tell Satan you said that." "No way. Unless you give me half that top-shelf cigar box the boss gave you. You snake. Deal or no deal?" Ram hesitated, then sighed. "Half. Done." As Ram and Fry bantered, Satan reached Jelena. "You? How'd you find us?" she asked. "Matassim told us," Satan lied smoothly. Matassim had died heroically the day before, so no one could call his bluff. Jelena didn't doubt him. Matassim had sent Satan's team to Azazia barracks. Then she asked, "What about Mr. Gaddafi? Is he alive?" Satan's face darkened. "Sorry, we were too late. The rebel officer shot him." Tears welled in Jelena's eyes. Elsewhere, Ram briefed a group. "Listen up, only you were there. Gaddafi was killed by the rebel leader's gun." "Got it." At dawn, after helping Jelena bury Gaddafi and her 3 female guard comrades, Satan's team sped off in the trucks. An hour later, a few ragged rebels crept into the village. Confirming Satan's team was gone, they fled. Soon, a larger group, last night's surviving rebels and mercenaries, returned. They dug up Gaddafi's body. A bearded man spoke. "Remember, we weren't defeated. Our brothers died attacking Gaddafi's stronghold. We killed him. We won, just with heavy losses. To the 2 mercenary leaders, your pay's secure. I'll honor the original leader's deal, but keep your men quiet, understand?" The leaders exchanged glances. One shrugged. "Sure. We don't want a loss on our record either." On Libya's western coastal road, at a secluded port, a ship carrying 10 trucks and Satan's team slowly sailed away, vanishing into the horizon. Ram lounged by the deck's edge, watching Satan and Angelina Caliph al-Nas stand shoulder to shoulder at the railing. The sight felt oddly soothing, easing the raw edge of war's toll on him. He couldn't quite describe it, but it warmed him. Grinning, he thought, women really are the best medicine for war's wounds. This leave, I'm hitting De Wallen hard. P.S. De Wallen, Amsterdam's largest and most famous red light district, is a major tourist spot. Houses with red neon lights signal sex workers offering services. The day after Satan's team left Libya, October 25, 2011, Libya's new ruling authority, the National Transitional Council, NTC, announced the deaths of Muammar Gaddafi and his fifth son, Matassim. Their bodies were taken to Tripoli, not buried per Islamic custom, but displayed in a meat freezer for public viewing. Labels on their toes branded Gaddafi a tyrant and dictator, Matassim an accomplice and executioner. A week later, Gaddafi's body was secretly buried deep in the Libyan desert, with no tombstone to avoid it becoming a shrine or target. The funeral, attended only by a few tribal leaders and religious figures, had just 4 witnesses, all swearing on the Quran to never reveal the site. Egyptian media reported that former Egyptian President Mubarak, Gaddafi's friend, saw the news of his death in a hospital and wept uncontrollably, fainting. Sources said, without timely medical intervention and sedatives, Mubarak's heart might have stopped. The NTC's justice official declared that praising Gaddafi, his regime, or Matassim's actions was a crime, punishable by imprisonment. Spreading rumors or propaganda endangering the state could lead to life sentences, and during wartime, undermining military morale was also criminalized. So an era ended. Many Libyans believed better days were coming. They were wrong. Post-Gaddafi, without a strongman ruler, Libya descended into unprecedented tribal and factional chaos. Democracy found no fertile ground, plunging the nation into prolonged turmoil. Under Gaddafi, Libya's per capita GDP was $29,000. By 2025, it was $11,000. Living standards halved. Free healthcare vanished. 2.5 million Libyans now needed medical subsidies. Free education ended. 600 schools closed, leaving 270,000 youths without access. Libyans toppled a despised tyrant, but, by 2024, had found no better leader. The nation regressed, mired in chaos and tribal conflicts. A bizarre example. In 2017, a pet monkey in Zawiya pulled off a girl's veil, sparking a deadly clash between 2 tribes. They fought with fists, then tanks and armored vehicles, resulting in 30 deaths and over 100 injuries. Baghdad, Iraq. Martin lounged in a warehouse, admiring the treasures Satan's team had seized from Gaddafi. Beyond 40 crates of gold, antiques, and artwork, there were items reflecting Gaddafi's personal taste. 2 long Arabian scimitars with pure gold hilts and blades forged from South Indian wood steel, their surfaces rippling with wave-like patterns, exquisitely beautiful. A full set of pure gold and silver tableware, not just costly but intricately engraved by a master's hand, highly collectible. An ivory dagger encrusted with gold and gems, its hilt, blade, and sheath all carved from ivory, paired with an ivory stand on a premium rosewood base, flanked by 2 ivory tiger carvings, each standing on 4 clouds, with gold connecting the stand and base. P.S. In the original timeline, this dagger was looted by a rebel, sold to a European collector for $4.6 million, and resold in 2016 to an Arab oil tycoon for $11 million. There were also gold, ivory, and rhino horn ornaments, mostly tiger, lion, deer, and elephant heads. Gaddafi had a thing for animal motifs. Martin's favorite was a 9mm Browning M1935 pistol from Belgium's FN Herstal, its grip inlaid with ivory, metal parts gold-plated, and engraved with intricate patterns, stunningly refined. In the original timeline, this golden pistol was found by Muhammad Ibi, a 17-year-old rebel from Misrata. As it surfaced shortly after Gaddafi's death, some assumed Ibi killed him, making him a rebel hero. Ibi insisted he only found the pistol, unrelated to Gaddafi's death. Western media hype brought him death threats, but local protection kept him safe. Another rebel, Omar al-Sabin, who witnessed Ibi finding the pistol, wasn't so lucky. In 2012, While on a mission in Bani Walid, Gaddafi loyalists recognized him. Captured and tortured for his supposed role in Gaddafi's death, Sabin died in a hospital. Martin assessed his haul, 70 crates of gold from Gaddafi and Saif al-Islam, valued at roughly $3.8 billion. Add in the antiques and artworks, and the total neared $10 billion, not counting the funds siphoned from Saif's anonymous accounts. A fortune of ill-gotten gains. With a wave, Martin distributed $50 million among Satan and the soldiers involved in the operation. The mercenaries, thrilled, preferred cash, gold, art, and antiques were too cumbersome to fence and risked drawing attention from Gaddafi's loyalists. Martin had no plans to sell the items, storing them in his private vault. Gaddafi's wealth staggered him. This haul alone approached $10 billion, and that was just the movable assets. Including the family's industries and offshore accounts, Gaddafi's greed justified his end. After Gaddafi's death, NATO and the U.S. swiftly recognized the transitional government's legitimacy. Oil giants from both nations flooded Libya, eyeing its resources like predators. France's Total, Britain's BP, the U.S.'s Texas Oil Group, and Martin's Campbell Oil Company joined the fray. Martin, unsatisfied with his windfall, aimed to bleed Libya further. If someone's going to profit, might as well be me. With Obama in power, Martin leveraged his reliable support. Obama, while careful not to alienate Texas Oil, subtly favored Campbell Oil. As a result, Campbell Oil secured a unique edge. Martin was named U.S. Libya liaison and political observer, making him a prime target for flattery by Libya's new government officials. Martin didn't go himself, sending David Scott instead. Scott, a man driven by ambition and money, arrived in Tripoli and was swarmed with invitations to lavish banquets. He quickly bonded with Libya's power players. 2 weeks later, Campbell Oil acquired a 50% stake in Sharara, Libya's largest oil field. The other half remained with the new government, a pattern applied to all Libyan oil fields. Sharara, rich and easily accessible, was not only Libya's biggest, but also North Africa's largest, ranking 15th globally. This acquisition catapulted Campbell Oil past Texas Oil, making it the world's top oil company. Martin's wealth surged, solidifying his status as the world's richest man. While mainstream media buzzed about Campbell Oil's Sharara deal, Martin returned to Los Angeles, diving into post-production for The Avengers and occasionally visiting the Hunger Games set to check on Jennifer Lawrence. "What's for dinner tonight, honey?" Jennifer asked. "How about French cuisine?" "Ooh, a treat. I love it." Jennifer bounced around Martin like an excited fawn, vibrant and cheerful. The Hunger Games director Gary Ross sometimes half-joked, "Martin, stop coming around. Every time you show up, Jennifer can't stay in character. She's too happy, and I need her stern and tough." Gary, a former screenwriter, had directed films like Seabiscuit, though with modest box office success. His debut was Pleasantville, starring Martin's friend Tobey Maguire. Directing a big-budget commercial film like The Hunger Games was new territory, so Gary recruited his friend Steven Soderbergh as second-unit director, specifically for action sequences. Martin knew Soderbergh, but was seeing him on set for the first time. Soderbergh, a quick draw, filmed all the action scenes in under a month. No small timer, he'd won the Palme d'Or for Sex, Lies, and Videotape and an Oscar for Traffic. Joining the Hunger Games as second-unit director was a step down, but he did it for Gary. While Gary worked, Martin and Soderbergh chatted in the studio. "Didn't expect Gary to rope you in," Martin said, though he knew the original timeline. Soderbergh laughed. "Well, Gary and I are friends. I've known him since his screenwriting days. We've collaborated for 15 years, and he's helped me out plenty." "I remember it was April," Soderbergh continued. "Gary called, saying his second-unit team would start in August. He asked if I was free to help. Said he trusted me more than some unfamiliar director. I told him, sure, no problem. I'd just wrapped Contagion and was prepping Magic Mike. Thought it'd be fun, so I signed on." Martin nodded. "Last time I was here, it looked like you were mimicking Gary's directing style." "Exactly," Soderbergh said. "Keeps the film style consistent. It's Gary's movie. I'm just assisting. The goal is you can't tell which parts one directed. That's why Gary picked me. He knows I'm disciplined enough to match his vision." Martin smiled. "You're a true friend." He meant it. The year 2011 slipped away quietly. On February 26th, 2012, the 84th Academy Awards took place at the Hollywood and Highland Center in Los Angeles, California, hosted by Billy Crystal. The event was broadcast live by ABC to over 200 countries and regions. The artist won Best Picture, with Michelle Hazanavicius taking Best Director and Jean Dujardin claiming Best Actor. Meryl Streep, Jack Nicholson's partner, won Best Actress for The Iron Lady, produced by Myers Pictures. On stage, Meryl's speech was heartfelt, thanking Martin as she once thanked Harvey Weinstein. "Oh my goodness. Okay. Thank you. Thank you," she began, emotional. "When they read my name, I swear I could hear half of America groaning. Oh, come on. Her again. But, whatever." She continued. "First, I thank my husband, Don. You don't thank your husband last, or the music drowns him out. Don, everything precious in my life comes from you." Then, she thanked her collaborator of 37 years, Roy Howland, a master hairstylist and makeup artist who worked with her from Sophie's Choice to The Iron Lady, earning Best Makeup for the latter. "I also thank my colleagues, my friends, old and new. I see my life before me." Finally, she turned to Martin. "Thank you, Martin, for choosing this old gal. Should I say I love you to keep with tradition? Nah, to avoid a fight with Nicole, I'll pass." The audience laughed. Meryl's mind flashed to overhearing Martin that late night, a warmth stirring within her. She pressed her thighs together to avoid embarrassment and continued. "Martin told me, only you could capture this role's essence. Praise from America's genius?" I was thrilled. The camera panned to Martin, smiling and clapping. He'd meant those words. Meryl wasn't chosen for her ties to Nicholson. Her acting was unmatched among Hollywood's leading ladies. In The Iron Lady, her speech as Margaret Thatcher was so authentic, her voice and accent indistinguishable from the real Thatcher, a masterclass in performance. Post-Oscars, The Avengers and The Hunger Games kicked off pre-sales nearly simultaneously. Surprisingly, The Hunger Games outperformed The Avengers. On Fandango, it set a pre-sale record, with 83% of tickets sold out before release, surpassing Twilight's record. With neither film yet released, quality was untested, but the numbers showed Hunger Games fans were more eager than Marvel's. By March, both films launched aggressive promotional campaigns. Jennifer Lawrence made her TV singing debut, performing Rue's Lullaby from The Hunger Games, which was warmly received. May arrived, specifically May 4, 2012. The Avengers premiered on schedule. A bold Marvel innovation, it united multiple popular superheroes from the comics into a team-up epic. Ensemble films are notoriously hard to pull off, risking a chaotic mess. But Martin nailed it. Exceptionally so. At test screenings, Avi Arad and Stan Lee were riveted, praising the film's pacing, script, and effects. Still, without market validation, Arad, the project's overseer, remained nervous. During the premiere, he kept glancing at the audience. Only when motherfucker, Nick Fury declared the Avengers formation, sparking thunderous applause, did he relax. Stan Lee leaned in, teasing, "You should have trusted the kid." Arad replied, "Easy to say. I trust Martin. Why else hire him? But until the results are in, nerves are inevitable. And don't act like you weren't sweating. How many times did you wipe your brow since the film started?" The Avengers story was straightforward. Exiled trickster Loki, coveting Earth, leads the Chitauri army in an invasion. S.H.I.E.L.D., caught off guard, relies on Nick Fury, who realizes no single force can stop it. He assembles 6 superheroes: Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, forming the Avengers to fend off the dark forces. Balancing so many characters is exponentially challenging, but Martin gave each hero clear, crisp moments without muddying the hierarchy or pacing. Explosive action, stunning effects, and well-timed humor, sprinkled with cheeky profanity, made many viewers prefer this over solo superhero films. The theater erupted in applause. Clearly, the Avengers wouldn't be Martin's Waterloo. "We can start Phase 2, Stan Lee whispered to Avi Arad with a smile. The Avengers swept North America like a hurricane. This popcorn blockbuster showcased extraordinary box office pull. By the end of its opening day, it grossed $80.517 million in North America, becoming the highest opening day superhero film in history, reviews poured in. The Avengers blends heartfelt emotion, humor, and surprises. Beyond a standard comic book blockbuster, it's infused with the director's unique touch, making everything near perfection. San Francisco Chronicle. The Avengers' most incredible feat is making superhero films feel fresh. Again, a remarkable achievement. New York Daily News. The film captures the passion of comic fans while showcasing the director's deep understanding of the genre. Arizona Republic. It has everything and more. One ticket gets you 6 superheroes, exactly as I imagine Marvel's icons uniting. It's a Transformers with brains, heart, and sharp humor. Rolling Stone. This $220 million beast of a film is so vibrant. Its complex plot makes the nearly 2.5-hour runtime fly by. Los Angeles Times. The Avengers assemble, and most of the time, they gel brilliantly. Heroism and humor blend perfectly, preserving each hero's unique traits while elevating the film's overall quality. Empire Magazine. It satisfies nearly every superhero fan's demand. With self-deprecating humor, these adults in quirky costumes feel authentic. Washington Post. Martin gives every character room to shine, even with uneven screen time, ensuring audience satisfaction. A brilliant approach. USA Today. In Martin's office, Drew Barrymore gleefully set down a newspaper. Wow, praise like a tidal wave. Sweetheart, you've launched Marvel to new heights. Martin chuckled. Come on, read the bad reviews too. Drew raised an eyebrow. Seriously? You love the criticism. Just want to hear different voices. Fine, I'll read. She cleared her throat. Whenever the film nears deeper themes, Martin undercuts it with a joke, his eagerness to please audiences ruining the bigger picture. Entertainment Weekly. The film's final 30 minutes are a home run, leveraging IMAX 3D action, but so does Transformers. Miami Herald. The Avengers start slowly, with only one standout performance amid lackluster stars, plus unapologetic CGI spectacle, from Transformer-style chaos to alien objects cluttering Manhattan skies. Wall Street Journal. The light, chuckle-worthy gags can't mask the film's noise and emptiness. Not a flaw, but a hallmark of the genre. New York Times. Beyond mainstream media, online reviews were a flood of praise and criticism, fueling the Avengers' buzz. Over the opening weekend, it grossed a staggering $207.4 million, shattering superhero film records and nearly matching Avatar's historic haul. 3 tickets for the Avengers. 5 for the Avengers, thanks. 4 Avengers tickets. Theaters saw endless lines, almost all for the Avengers. Add more screens. We need more screens, executives at major chains shouted. Competing films suffered, relegated to non-prime slots and smaller theaters. Will Smith called Martin, congratulating him but grumbling that the Avengers was sucking the box office dry. His Men in Black 3 was coming, and he wasn't sure how it'd fare. You owe me, man. You better show up to my premiere. On May 25th, Martin attended the Men in Black 3 premiere with Jennifer Lawrence. With the Hunger Games nearing release, Jennifer's exposure was skyrocketing, already earning her fans. Red carpet crowds waved Hunger Games posters, chanting her name. Jennifer, buzzing with excitement, told Martin, I love this feeling. Stay calm, keep smiling, but don't grin too wide. Mind your image, honey, Martin teased. She quickly toned down her grin. Milan, Italy, suburbs. In a luxurious villa, Vanessa Hessler wept. Matassim's death devastated his girlfriend. Everything she had, this villa included, came from him. Though his death didn't take it away, Vanessa wasn't ungrateful. She genuinely loved him. Worse, she sensed ill-intentioned people lurking lately, unsure if it was paranoia. Matassim's brash personality had made enemies who, unable to touch him, might now target her to vent their grudges. Hey, brother, long time no see. Will Smith greeted Martin warmly as he approached, then introduced a woman beside him. Martin, this is Hannah Kamen, a dazzling black pearl from the UK, a promising young actress, touted as Halle Berry's successor. Hannah, this is Martin, no introduction needed, right? Hannah's eyes sparkled as she extended her hand. Of course not. In Hollywood, no, all of North America, who doesn't know Martin Myers? Her flattery was a bit green, clearly not yet seasoned in the industry's slick ways. At 21, Hannah had refined features and light skin, a classic black-white mix with a bias toward lighter tones. A recent debutante, Her only notable work was voicing Lord's Blade Kieran in Dark Souls. A graduate of London's Central School of Speech and Drama, her crisp Oxford accent impressed even Jennifer Lawrence, who noted its prestige in the US. They chatted briefly before Will said, "Bro, Hannah's mentor is a friend of mine, and she's like family. If you've got any opportunities." Martin nodded with a smile. "Got it." After sizing Hannah up, he added, "My company's investing in Misfits Season 3, starting soon. There's a role perfect for Hannah. Want to give it a shot?" "Yes, absolutely, I'd love to." Hannah nearly jumped with excitement. For struggling Hollywood actors, an opportunity like this, especially one tying her to Martin, was a no-brainer. Martin grinned. "I'll make a call and send the audition details to Will for you." "Nah, bro, no need for that hassle," Will interjected. "Just swap numbers with Hannah." Clearly, he wanted to fast-track her connection to Martin. Martin glanced at her again. "Yeah, she's stunning." "All right, do I have the honor?" Martin asked, smiling. "The honor's mine," Hannah replied, practically swooning. In the screening room, Jennifer Lawrence whispered mischievously, Well, Mr. Big Bad Wolf's found another Little Red Riding Hood." Martin's hand slipped, brushing her dress's slit. Little Red's being naughty. The Big Bad Wolf needs to teach her a lesson. Jennifer's eyes gleamed. Men in Black 3 was a solid popcorn flick, true to Will Smith's style. Martin recalled it grossed over $600 million globally in the original timeline. At this point, Will was a box office guarantee. By June, The Avengers still dominated the box office, with Men in Black 3 claiming most of the scraps. Other films languished, barely surviving. One morning, Martin grabbed a newspaper from the breakfast table, flipping to the entertainment section. "Holy hell, is this for real? If it's for movie hype, Will's gone too far." The article was a bombshell about Will Smith. According to his former assistant and friend, brother Bilal, Will had an affair with Black actor Don Martin. Bilal claimed he accidentally walked into a dressing room and caught them in a compromising position, with Will on his knees on a couch and Don behind him. Very intense. Bilal said he was fired shortly after. The news sent North America into a frenzy. Will's influence was massive, a longtime member of the $20 million club. Online and mainstream media buzzed with speculation and insider leaks. Martin called Will, who denied the story, insisting it wasn't a publicity stunt. His former assistant, bitter over being fired, had spread the rumor. Will and his wife, Jada Smith, issued a public statement, calling it slander. Jada clarified that Bilal had previously tried to blackmail them and was now fabricating stories to smear Will. Their spokesperson announced legal action against the rumormonger. Most of the public bought their denial, but some noticed that after the scandal, Will and Don Martin, once close friends, cut ties, and Don divorced his wife. It fueled endless speculation. The controversy, though, messy for Will, boosted Men in Black 3's box office. Still, it couldn't dethrone The Avengers. By July, after over 2 months in theaters, The Avengers neared $500 million. Media predicted it would join Avatar and Titanic as one of North America's top 3 films to break $600 million. In Italy, Vanessa Hessler returned home dejected after another failed audition. Glancing in her rearview mirror, her heart sank. She'd seen that white Fiat before, multiple times. Already shaken by her boyfriend Matassim's death, her nerves were frayed. She floored the gas, speeding home. At her gate, she didn't exit or turn off the engine, staring at the Fiat through her mirror until it sped past and vanished around a corner. Breathing a sigh of relief, she muttered, "Am I being paranoid? Or is someone really following me?" A recent Entertainment Weekly article titled, "Call Him the Savior of Superheroes," Martin sparked buzz among industry insiders and fans alike. Written by Pauline Kael, a legendary American film critic born in June 1919, the piece was a surprise. Kael, long retired from reviewing, was known for her sharp, uncompromising critiques and was beyond the reach of PR influence at her age. Yet, she picked up her pen to praise America's genius, Martin. Her article read, "Why do I call Martin the savior of superheroes? Let's look at the history of superhero films. The world's first superhero movie wasn't Marvel or DC. It came from Fawcett Comics. In 1941, Adventures of Captain Marvel premiered, birthing the first superhero film. This Captain Marvel wasn't Marvel's female hero, but Fawcett's creation. later renamed Shazam after Marvel trademarked the name. Back then, the film industry was primitive, super-realistic scenes were impossible, and adventures targeted teens, resembling Teletubbies in its simplicity. After Adventures, attempts to adapt Superman, Batman, and Captain America for the screen were often shoddy, self-indulgent works unfit for theatrical release. In 1966, the first Batman film, featuring Batman and Robin, hit theaters. Limited by outdated technology, its costumes, props, and script were mediocre, but it contributed to exploring the superhero genre. Film tech evolved, and green screen techniques emerged, enabling more natural flying scenes. In 1978, Richard Donner's Superman, starring Christopher Reeve and Marlon Brando, arrived with a $55 million budget, a massive production. It grossed $300 million, thrusting superhero films into the spotlight. From 1978 to 1987, 5 Superman-related films were released, causing audience fatigue. During this time, Marvel's first superhero film, Howard the Duck, flopped due to its overly surreal visuals, scaring Marvel away from films for over a decade. In 1989, DC's other titan emerged, Batman. From 1989 to 1997, the Batman series produced 4 films, taking a darker, gothic path unlike Superman's brightness. Tim Burton, a visionary, not only made the series a hit, but shaped superhero films for nearly 2 decades with his dark aesthetic. Yet, the genre's weakness was shallow characters. Heroes remained upright, their darkness confined to visuals and props, not inner depth. These films chased spectacle over substance. Joel Schumacher's 2 Batman films epitomized this, and audiences stopped buying in, ending the series with dismal box office. Then came Martin Myers, a young genius. His Dark Knight trilogy reinvented Batman, breathing new life into the series. Credit also goes to Christopher Nolan, but Martin was the driving force. For Marvel, Iron Man was pivotal, rescuing the near-bankrupt company and boosting its confidence. Yet, subsequent Marvel films faltered. The Incredible Hulk, with a $150 million budget, grossed $260 million, the lowest in the MCU and a financial loss. Thor and Captain America, the first Avenger, barely cleared $400 million each against 9-figure budgets, performing adequately at best. Iron Man 2 did well, riding Iron Man 1's reputation and Martin's foundation, but its larger budget and weaker reviews made it a modest success. Marvel's trajectory, post-Iron Man 1, was declining. Then, boom, Martin delivered The Avengers. Its market response exceeded all expectations. A multi-character ensemble was uncharted territory for Martin, and many predicted he'd stumble. But genius is genius. The Avengers didn't just succeed, it shattered records, with North American box office likely to surpass $600 million and global earnings potentially hitting $1.6 billion. For Marvel Studios, it was a lifeline. Wisely, they turned to Martin when their superhero films faltered, and the results were stellar. Martin Myers saved DC's superheroes once and Marvel's twice. He is, without question, the savior of superheroes. Martin set down the newspaper, quietly pleased by Pauline Kael's praise. The legendary critic, untouched by PR and retired for years, had spoken from the heart. Her status in the industry was immense, and her words carried weight. Unbeknownst to Martin, in the original timeline, Kael died in 2001. Some quirk of this timeline kept her spry, maybe even bound for 100. "Sweetheart, I'm ready, let's go." Jennifer Lawrence, in a stunning evening gown, twirled before Martin. "What do you think?" "Wow, breathtaking. I want to rip it off right now." She giggled. "This dress is too expensive for that. Didn't you say it's gorgeous?" "Nah, I said you're gorgeous. The dress is just a prop." Jennifer beamed, loving Martin's teasing. At the Hollywood and Highland Theater, Will Smith strode toward Martin, grinning from afar. "Bro, The Avengers is killing it. When's the celebration party?" As he reached Martin, he extended his hand. Martin hesitated, recalling the recent rumor, then awkwardly shook it. "Come on, man, I'm straight, all right." Will groaned. My bad, Martin said, chuckling. "As for the party, it'll have to wait. I'm prepping a new film." "What? Another one?" Will exclaimed. "What? Another one?" echoed Leonardo DiCaprio, approaching with Blake Lively. Leo teased. You're a real workhorse, Martin. Martin shrugged. Filmmaking's my passion. Or how else would I wield my magic? What's the new film about? Any roles for me? Will asked earnestly. Martin smiled, shaking his head. It's a simple story. Two astronauts, Ryan Stone and Matt Kowalski, are repairing the Hubble telescope when space debris destroys their shuttle, stranding them in orbit. As Martin spun the tale, Will and Leo were captivated. Martin's storytelling, infused with his innate charisma, made even a basic pitch mesmerizing. Finishing, he eyed them thoughtfully. Both could play Kowalski. Their fanbases would boost the box office far more than George Clooney did in the original timeline. Will, tempted, considered the role. Though Kowalski dies early with limited screen time, his self-sacrifice was heroic. Plus, doing Martin a favor was worth it. He opened his mouth to speak, but Leo cut in. I want Kowalski, Leo declared. Hey, you've worked with Martin enough. My turn. Will protested. I'll do it for free, Leo countered. So will I. Will shot back. Before Leo could respond, Jada Smith, standing by Will, interrupted. Will, did you forget? You're booked for our son's project, After Earth. No time for Martin's film. I can make time, Will insisted. No, Jada said. I want you fully focused on our son's first big commercial film. It's his future. Come on. Will snapped, frustrated. Jada's bluntness was embarrassing him publicly again. Hey, no fighting, Martin interjected, diffusing the tension. Will, don't let my project cause a rift. It's just a cameo. Let Leo take it this time. Next time, we'll work together. Will glanced at a fuming Jada, sighed inwardly, and nodded. All right, shame though. Next time, bro. As they parted, Jada smirked at Will. Hee, I saved you again. How do you thank me? Huh? Will looked baffled. I knew you were just being polite when Leo said he'd cameo. A role with barely any lines. No pay? You'd never do that. Martin totally baited you guys for free labor. Will was dumbfounded, unsure whether to scold her. Sometimes, good intentions gone wrong were worse than deliberate sabotage. Meanwhile, Leo said, It's settled then. Next February, I'll make time. Great. Thanks, Martin replied. Will it clash with your project, The Great Gatsby? Nah, that starts next month and should wrap by February. Not everyone's a speed shooter like you. I'm not that fast. Ask my ladies. Hey, jerk, Blake's right here. Leo laughed. Blake shrugged. Keep going, don't mind me. I've heard it all in this business. Look at Jennifer. She's younger than me and unfazed. Jennifer nodded in agreement, grinning. By 8:30 p.m., everyone had settled into the theater. The lights dimmed, and the screen flickered to life. On the ruins of North America, a new nation, Panem, emerged, divided into 12 districts and a lavish capital. The tyrannical capital forces each district to send one boy and one girl, aged 12 to 18, to compete in the annual Hunger Games, a brutal televised spectacle to maintain control and order. 16-year-old Katniss Everdeen, living with her widowed mother and younger sister, volunteers to replace her sister, Prim, when she's chosen on Reaping Day. Having faced death before, Katniss is prepared to die. Yet, the savage survival game ignites her fierce will to live, making her a formidable contender. At its core, the Hunger Games echoes the battle royale concept from Japanese media, but it's a pinnacle of commercialized survival cinema. In the original timeline, its massive success not only greenlit sequels but sparked similar franchises like The Maze Runner and Divergent, all warmly received. The film's triumph owed much to savvy marketing. From February, the Hunger Games campaign kicked off, targeting the novel's fanbase. Martin's stakes in Facebook made it the primary battleground. Unlike traditional marketing, posters, trailers, talk show appearances, these took a back seat. Marketing began a year before release. A dedicated Facebook account drip-fed updates, casting choices, location scouting, even audition photos, letting fans vote on favorites. The polls were rigged to align with the crew's picks, but fans felt involved. Set photos, behind-the-scenes clips, unedited footage, and online minigames followed, driving exponential follower growth. This organic buzz spread through social networks, amplifying reach. For a franchise, this account would snowball over years, becoming a marketing cornerstone. When rival studios saw the Hunger Games' success, they'd mimic the strategy, boosting Facebook user base, a win-win for Martin. In the theater, though a battle royale tale, The Hunger Games surpassed battle royale with its political subtext, absent in the latter. Rated PG-13, it toned down gore but delivered gripping action. The audience, engrossed, was hooked. Set in a near-future post-apocalyptic North America, Panem's advanced technology and military contrast starkly with its district's poverty against the capital's opulence, built on their suffering. District 13, a nuclear research hub, once led a rebellion against the capital's dictatorship but was razed after defeat. To commemorate the victory and punish the districts, the capital's president created the Hunger Games. Each district sends a pair of young tributes to a televised death match. The last survivor wins. Katniss, played by Jennifer Lawrence, volunteers for her sister and becomes a symbol of defiance. Her bravery wins the hearts of the district's people. The film's climax, Katniss raising 3 fingers to the camera after defeating her foes, sparks a wave of emotion. Viewers, swept up, mimic the gesture, a salute of respect and rebellion. The theater erupted in brief but fervent applause. The layered story immersed audiences in Katniss's struggle, admiring her courage, fearing her perils, and cheering her victories over enemies. Critics saw deeper, noting the film's nuanced political allegory. For ordinary viewers, the film's handsome leads, fierce combat, heroic archery, and tense survival settings were the draws. Critics, however, delved deeper, focusing on political and cultural metaphors, like regime analysis. For instance, Kevin Thomas spotted the cultural nods. In his notebook, he wrote, "The story unfolds in Panem, from the Latin Panem et circenses, bread and circuses. The capital's Roman-inspired architecture, its name echoing Jupiter's temple, chariots for tributes, and the cornucopia, as Zeus's horn all scream Greco-Roman mythology. The rulers are gods and emperors, a stark contrast to modern society." His friend James Blaine focused on political allegory. The games, Katniss, even the Mockingjay are propaganda tools. Every line from the protagonist serves some group's political agenda. Beyond interest group jockeying, The Hunger Games highlights resistance in public spheres. Rue's death awakens District 11's people. The story skewers extreme wealth gaps, with capital elites inducing vomiting for indulgence, while district kids risk death for food. Such injustice breeds rebellion. Notably, capital residents see the slaughter as entertainment, a yearly spectacle. Murder as game, as leisure, without a hint of unease. It reminds me of CBS's 2000 reality show Survivor. Its backstabbing, rivalries, and lies are a diluted Hunger Games. As modern morality erodes, entertainment pushes boundaries, and so do people. Perhaps that's the film's warning. As the film reached its climax, the theater burst into fervent applause. In interviews, Jennifer Lawrence delivered her prepared lines. "This isn't just commercial entertainment. It's war, hunger, ideological propaganda, collapsed governments, tyrannical regimes, abuse of power. I know some come for the romance, I don't mind, but I hope you notice the war." Donald Sutherland, playing President Snow, added, "When I read the script, I saw a story that could change things." For an actor, it's a chance to stir, to inspire a generation of apathetic youth toward politics. The Hunger Games' success outshone its original timeline. After its Friday debut, it expanded to 4,139 screens across North America. Over the weekend, the non-sequel, non-3D film grossed $155 million, topping the box office and month charts. Per theater average, over $37,000. A staggering figure. With a budget under $80 million, it was a smash. Its midnight screening alone proved its might, raking in $19.74 million, the highest non-sequel midnight gross ever. The weekend shattered records. It topped Alice in Wonderland's $116.1 million opening for non-sequels, and beat Spider-Man 3's $151 million for third highest overall opening, behind Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Part 2 and The Dark Knight. For March, The Hunger Games eclipsed Alice in 300, claiming the month's crown. It hit $100 million in 2 days, tying Deathly Hallows, Part 2 for second fastest ever. For $150 million, it ranked third in 3 days, alongside Deathly Hallows, Part 2 and The Dark Knight. These signs suggested The Hunger Games wasn't a flash in the pan. Hollywood Reporter and Box Office Mojo predicted it would break the $300 million curse for book adaptations. Unlike Twilight's female-heavy 80% audience, Hunger Games drew 61% women but a broader age range, 56% over 25, more rational than Twilight's teen fans. It's a CinemaScore-confirmed quality. Data firms analyzed its 4-day trend. $19.74 million, midnight. $68 million, Friday. $51 million, Saturday. $36 million, Sunday. Excluding Friday, drops were 25% and 29.4%. A stable curve, not Twilight's front-loaded spike. Saturday's $51 million ranked second for second-day grosses, behind Spider-Man 3's $51.33 million, ahead of The Dark Knight's $47.65 million. Hollywood Reporter boldly forecasted a North American gross over $400 million. Mainstream North American media largely praised The Hunger Games. Of 43 outlets, the aggregate score was 71 out of 100. New York Daily News gave it a perfect 100, while Entertainment Weekly and Box Office Magazine awarded 90+, deeming it Hollywood's best sci-fi action film since The Matrix, excelling as action, fable, or straight cinema. Rolling Stone, Los Angeles Times, Empire, and Total Film scored it 80+. Los Angeles Times credited Jennifer Lawrence for nailing the lead, perfectly embodying the novel's heroine. Chicago Sun-Times, The Village Voice, and Hollywood Reporter gave 70+, with Hollywood Reporter lauding Lawrence, while noting Gary Ross catered too much to book fans. Variety scored 60, praising its entertainment value but critiquing its flaws. Time and Miami Herald gave 50. The former said Ross failed to capture the novel's essence. The latter called it too safe. Wall Street Journal's lowest 30 criticized the execution, but still commended Lawrence's standout performance. Jennifer Lawrence, the young actress once Oscar-nominated for Winter's Bone, proved her mettle again. The White House even rode the wave. President Obama, in a state dinner speech, used The Hunger Games to jab Republican rivals, likening them to the film's tributes slaughtering each other for elite favor until one remained. Even more intriguing, after the film's global release, a protest erupted in Bangkok, Thailand, against the military. Demonstrators mimicked the three-finger salute from The Hunger Games, voicing discontent with the coup. With feminism's rise, female-led films gained traction, and girl power tropes thrived pre-Hunger Games. But the film blended strong female lead with girl power, offering a youthful female Robin Hood, tough, leader-worthy, yet capable of tender romance, winning hearts from age 13 to 43. Of course, it wasn't flawless. Like teen novels, it fell into the love triangle trap, one a budding romance with a fellow tribute, the other a childhood sweetheart, the burly backup. Our heroine wavers, pondering the ultimate dilemma. Which guy do I choose? For female viewers, though, it was a plus. If men can have theirs, why can't we? By mid-November, The Hunger Games wrapped its run with a stellar $412 million in North America and $713 million globally. Meanwhile, major U.S. events unfolded. In September, the U.S. Embassy in Benghazi was attacked, killing 4 Americans, including the ambassador. Initially blamed on a protest, it was later confirmed as terrorism. The scandal rocked politics. Susan Rice, UN ambassador and frontrunner for Secretary of State, withdrew after misstatements. John Kerry ultimately got the nod. Rice was seen as hawkish, Kerry dovish. The incident indirectly shaped U.S. foreign policy leadership. Late October, Hurricane Sandy battered the Northeast, killing 125, displacing hundreds of thousands, leaving millions without power, and causing over $60 billion in damage. America's second costliest storm after Katrina. Unlike Katrina's blow to Bush's approval, Sandy boosted Obama, earning endorsements from New York City Mayor Bloomberg and New Jersey Governor Christie, a Republican heavyweight. Mid-October, CIA Director David Petraeus resigned over an affair with his biographer, becoming the agency's shortest-serving director. A tale of sex, power struggles, CIA-FBI drama, modern espionage, and even Supreme Allied Commander Allen's involvement, it rivaled Hollywood thrillers. November's headlines were dominated by Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes' divorce. In 2006, the couple with newborn Suri graced Vanity Fair's October cover, selling 713,776 copies, second only to Jennifer Aniston's 2005 September issue. Suri was pampered from birth. Tom doted on her everywhere. Her wardrobe was dubbed ABC. Armani, Burberry, Christian Louboutin. Western media called her Tom's heart's treasure. But love fades. In October 2012, Katie filed for divorce after 6 years. Within a month, they were done. Post-divorce, Tom cut ties with mother and daughter. Katie, a Scientologist handpicked for Tom, divorced over the church's grip. Kids faced lie detector tests at 6, constant monitoring, and rejection of medical care for soul therapy. When Suri fell ill, Tom insisted on church methods over hospital treatment. Katie, prioritizing her daughter's happy childhood, left swiftly. She was right. Though Suri grieved the split, clinging to Katie and hiding from cameras, freedom meant a normal life. Friends, sports, and gradual ease around the press. Tom, bound by church rules, severed contact, even missing Suri's birthdays. "Oh my God, Tom Cruise is such a heartless bastard," Jessica said, tossing the newspaper aside. "It's hard to imagine a father cutting off his own daughter like that, just because of his cult's rules. This is terrifying. He's always been like that, completely brainwashed by Scientology. When I divorced him, it was such a relief," Nicole replied, pulling her 3-year-old son, Connor, from under the table. The little boy giggled, arms outstretched. "Mommy hug. Oh, you adorable little rascal, sweet as pie." Jessica cooed, scooping him up before Nicole could, planting kisses on his chubby cheeks. "Who's this little handsome guy? Moi. Who's this little handsome guy? Moi. Who's this little handsome guy? Moi. Hey, that's enough. Your spit's all over his face," Nicole grumbled. Jessica laughed. "He's so cute. He'll be a heartthrob when he grows up. I'm just getting him used to it." Then, curiously, "By the way, when I got home last night, Martin rushed out, saying he was heading to Italy. Didn't get a chance to ask. What's he doing there?" "Something about a friend's family in trouble. He went to help," Nicole said. "A friend's family? Who? I don't know." Martin's hasty trip to Italy was indeed for Vanessa Hessler. The previous night, she'd been kidnapped. Martin's bodyguards couldn't stop the abductors, but, during the getaway, slapped a tracker on the rear bumper of their van amid the chaos. They'd trailed her ever since, reporting back to Martin. He'd promised Matassim to protect Vanessa, no backing out now. So, Martin flew to Italy himself. The van sped 5 hours from Milan to a villa at the foot of the Alps. Vanessa, blindfolded, was hauled out, struggling futilely. An hour later, her blindfold was yanked off. She blinked against the light, taking in her surroundings, a basement-like space, windowless, musty, with junk piled in the corner. A single overhead lamp swayed slightly, recently turned on. Before her stood 4 masked men, eyeing her intently. "Who are you?" "Money? I'll pay, just don't hurt me," Vanessa said, steadying her voice. The men exchanged glances, silent. One stepped forward, hand diving into her blouse from the collar. Vanessa gasped, twisting instinctively, but bound to a chair, she couldn't escape. Another grabbed his wrist. "Idiot, this is the client's price. What the hell? Don't you want the rest of your pay?" Vanessa's composure cracked. As a beautiful woman, she knew her fate if she stayed with these men. "No, don't hurt me. I'll give you more money, more than they're paying." The leader hesitated, but the groping man's greed won. "Boss, look. Shut it. We keep our word. Wait for the client." He pulled his men aside, sternly warning, "Listen up, you fuckers. No funny business. Our employer isn't someone to cross." Over an hour later, footsteps echoed overhead. They grew closer. The door above creaked open. Vanessa twisted, seeing a short, middle-aged man descending the stairs. "Giuseppe, it's you." Giuseppe Larocca, 49, a notorious Milanese jeweler, had once tried to coerce Vanessa into an affair under the guise of film investment, only to be savagely beaten by Matassim. Terrified of Matassim, Giuseppe had backed off, steering clear. Until now. "Ha ha ha. That's right, Vanessa. You didn't expect this, did you? In the end, you're mine." Giuseppe's laugh was sinister as he approached. Vanessa paled. What do you want? Hell, what do I want? I once wanted you as my mistress. Now, you'll be my slave. I'll sue you. I'll ruin you. Vanessa cried. Sue me? You think you'll ever leave? Even if you do, I'm a respected businessman. Your protector's dead. Pull the law side with you or me. You bastard. Thanks for the compliment. Let's see how a bastard like you tastes. Giuseppe reached for her. The leader interrupted. Sir, about the remaining payment. Giuseppe, forgetting the men, snarled. What's the rush? Can't you see I'm busy? Sorry, boss, but our job's done. Whatever you do next, we don't want to see or hear. Pay us, and we're gone. Vanessa seized the moment. No, don't leave. Save me. I'll pay you more. The leader wavered, but loyalty to Giuseppe held. Slap. Giuseppe struck Vanessa. Shut up, slut. To the men, let's go upstairs. I'll pay you. Cash, the leader said. Yes, cash. Vanessa Hessler watched in despair as the group vanished through the wooden door at the top of the stairs. Then, she screamed with all her might. Help! Help me! She knew it was futile, but it was the only thing she could do now. Time dragged on, second by agonizing second. Vanessa's throat grew hoarse. She hung her head in defeat, sobbing uncontrollably. Upstairs, in the living room, Giuseppe and his 4 thugs were bound and dumped on the floor, gagged with their own filthy socks. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. Giuseppe thrashed, trying to communicate with the 4 men lounging on the sofa, tall, burly figures in black balaclavas. These were the ones who'd swiftly overpowered the thugs and grabbed Giuseppe with ease. The 4 chatted casually. Hey, we're really just gonna sit here? Shouldn't we rescue the lady downstairs? The apparent leader replied. Who knows what's going on down there? What if she's not decent? So what? We untie her, let her get dressed. You idiot, what if she's the boss's woman? You wanna eye his girl? Lose your balls. Boss wouldn't be that petty, would he? Better safe. We've been with the boss less time than Satan's crew. Fine, fine. How long till the boss gets here? I just sent the location. 3 hours. Till dawn. Doesn't matter. This place is remote. In the basement, exhausted from crying, Vanessa drifted into a fitful sleep, only to jolt awake from nightmares. Trapped in the windowless space, she'd lost all sense of time, unsure how long had passed. All she knew was fear, hunger, and her bladder was bursting. She opened her mouth to call for help, then clamped it shut. If Giuseppe's going to assault me anyway, might as well make myself as disgusting as possible. So, a stream of murky urine gushed out. God of Reader, Martin will love this scene. Vanessa even strained for more, but to no avail. Creak. The door above scraped open. Vanessa, half-dazed, snapped alert. Here he comes. Let him choke on my stench. I'll stink him out. The newcomer did recoil from the overpowering odor, pinching his nose. Footsteps descended the stairs, approaching her. Vanessa lifted her head defiantly, ready to spit venom, then froze. Martin? How are you here? It was Martin. It's me, he smiled. You're with that bastard Giuseppe? You're just like him. You're my idol. How could you? Martin blinked, caught off guard by her misunderstanding. He lowered his hand, crouching to endure the smell, and began untying her leg ropes, his voice gentle. I'm here to save you. Matassim asked me, before he died, to keep you safe. Sorry you had to go through this. You're here to save me? Vanessa's shock turned to joy. Martin nodded, standing to untie her wrists. Giuseppe and his 4 goons are secured upstairs. My men are up there too. As he freed her, Vanessa threw her arms around him, sobbing anew. Martin awkwardly hugged the curvaceous beauty, letting her tears and snot soak his shirt. Her cries softened, then stopped. She wasn't asleep or fainting, just mortified. She remembered her earlier accident. The stench clinging to her was a stark reminder. She wished she could faint to escape the embarrassment. I need a shower. There's a bathroom upstairs, but first, something we need to handle. Martin thought, then fetched a blanket from upstairs, draping it over Vanessa. He helped her up the stairs, through the hallway to the living room. She spotted the man she loathed most. Rage surged. Vanessa lunged at Giuseppe, pummeling him. I'll sue you. I'll ruin you. Giuseppe said nothing, taking the blows, inwardly thrilled. If she sues me, that's perfect. He was confident he'd walk free. Then, Vanessa, are you sure you want to sue him? Giuseppe's got pull in Italy. Even Matassim couldn't touch him. You think you can win? Hearing Matassim, Vanessa faltered. Martin pressed, and Giuseppe's vindictive. After this, he'll hate you more. I'm not worried for myself, but for you, one slip, and… Vanessa paled. Martin's implication was clear. Giuseppe, a small man, had struck back the moment Matassim died. This setback would only fuel his spite. Once Martin left, would she live in constant fear? What do we do, Martin? Vanessa sounded lost. Martin smiled. Vanessa, the dead are the safest. The dead? Vanessa's eyes widened. Martin continued. I'm fine with it, but for your sake, better to end it once and for all. MMPH. Giuseppe thrashed wildly on the floor, desperate to speak, but his sock gag muffled him. Hearing the mysterious man's talk of silencing him, Giuseppe's fears surged. He thrashed, muffled cries of MMPH, escaping his sock-stuffed mouth, desperate to beg for mercy. He hadn't caught Vanessa calling out Martin's name earlier, and with his face toward the fireplace, he couldn't see Martin's features. Martin ignored him, focusing on Vanessa. Think carefully, Vanessa. End this once and for all, or leave a lingering threat. Vanessa's expression shifted, hardening. Martin pressed. Imagine if my people hadn't arrived in time. What would have happened to you? What's the outcome? Vanessa's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, recalling Giuseppe's taunt. Sumi? You think you'll ever leave? Even if you do, I'm a respected figure. Your protector's dead. Will the law favor you or me? Clutching the blanket, Vanessa glared at the writhing Giuseppe. I've decided. I want him dead. Martin clapped, grinning. Good call. Even if Vanessa had chosen mercy, Martin wouldn't have spared them. She'd let his name slip. He was testing her resolve. A weak woman wasn't worth further effort, but a decisive one deserved deeper help. Motioning to one of his men on the sofa, Martin received a pistol and handed it to Vanessa. She froze, then understood. Take your revenge, Vanessa. Vanessa took the gun, hesitating briefly before her resolve hardened. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots to Giuseppe's chest. Martin smiled, retrieving the gun and tossing it back to his man. Clean this up, he said to the team. I'm taking Vanessa upstairs to freshen up. Got it, boss. In the bathroom, water pounded Vanessa's skin as her emotions churned. Fear from killing was minimal. Relief and dread from surviving dominated. Martin, you still there? She called. I'm here. His voice came from outside. Can you come in? I'm scared. You sure? Yes. What followed felt natural. Later, stroking her hair, Martin said, Don't worry. My team will stage this as a robbery gone wrong. Those 4 thugs will be the suspects, but the police will never find them. They'll be buried under alpine soil. All traces of us will vanish. My guys are pros. I trust you. Vanessa murmured, nestling into his chest, the safest place she knew. A week later, cleaners found Giuseppe's rotting body. As Martin predicted, Italy's notoriously lax police labeled it a robbery, never suspecting Vanessa or him. By then, Martin and Vanessa were vacationing on a private island in Spain's Balearic chain, Tagamago, one of Spain's most stunning isles, bought by Martin for €250 million as his new pleasure haven. It boasted a 1,000-meter silver beach, lush greenery, twin peaks, and a clear freshwater lagoon, a rare gem. In the island's lavish villa, Vanessa, draped in a silk sheet, stood on the balcony, basking in the sunset. God, this sunset is gorgeous, she sighed, stretching. The long silver beach glowed fiery red under the sun, like it was ablaze. The azure sea shimmered with gentle waves, resembling a giant crimson carp. A salty breeze lifted Vanessa's blonde hair, sunlight filtering through, scattering golden flecks across her body. God, you're a goddess, Martin said, drawn to the stunning sight. He wrapped her in his arms from behind. Vanessa tilted her head back, eyes brimming with joy, and kissed him. Martin kissed back. Matassim's friend was worth the promise. Lips locked, their passion ignited. The balcony became their battlefield. After days of indulgence, they left the island for Madrid, strolling its streets and catching a Real Madrid versus Villarreal match. Martin skipped the VIP box, preferring the electric atmosphere among Real Madrid fans. The stadium cameras kept panning to them, sparking cheers from the crowd. Real Madrid won 2-1, with Cristiano Ronaldo scoring and assisting. Post-match, Martin, in sunglasses, held Vanessa's hand as they left with the crowd. Fans greeted them warmly, though a few hardcore ones warned, "Don't poach Real Madrid's stars." After all, Martin owned Chelsea, a Premier League rival. At the parking lot, a woman in sunglasses and a mask rushed toward them, shouting, "Hey Martin, you come to Spain and don't even call me?" Martin escorted Vanessa Hessler to the Real Madrid match. They chatted and laughed as they headed to the parking lot. Vanessa said, "I'm an AC Milan fan, but Real Madrid games are spectacular. Ronaldo's incredible." Martin grinned. "Hey, girl, you should root for Chelsea, your man's team." "Haha, almost forgot you're a top club owner, honey." "Fine, I declare, I'm now an AC Milan and Chelsea fan. I'll support Chelsea from now on." "Oh, really? What if AC Milan faces Chelsea, say in the Champions League? Who do you cheer for?" Martin teased. Vanessa, a die-hard AC Milan fan since childhood, her father took her to games, was no casual supporter. The question stumped her. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. "Hey, Martin, you come to Spain and don't even call me?" They turned. A woman with dark brown hair, Shakira's natural color is a deep brunette, her blonde was dyed, wearing sunglasses and a mask, approached. "Who?" Martin asked, puzzled. "You forgot me already? Such a fake friend." She removed her sunglasses, pouting playfully. Though joking, a flicker of hurt crossed her eyes, deepening when she glanced at Vanessa. Martin scanned her with a subtle pulse of magic, then smiled before she removed her mask. "I know you, Shakira." It's me." Shakira beamed, taking off her mask to reveal her captivating amber eyes. "So, you haven't completely forgotten." "How could I? That World Cup performance. Your dance left an impression." Martin introduced them. "Shakira, this is Vanessa Hessler, my girlfriend." "Vanessa, this is..." "Hey Martin, no need. I know Shakira." "Shakira, can I call you that? I love Hips Don't Lie. That rhythm, that dance, so captivating. I tried learning it for ages, but couldn't capture your vibe." Vanessa's warmth eased Shakira's brief unease. The Latin singer's innate friendliness took over. "It's just simple moves, timing and intensity matter. Not hard at all. Leave your number, and I'll teach you." "Absolutely." Vanessa lit up. Then, curiously, "How do you two know each other?" Shakira shot Martin a knowing glance. "Let's grab coffee at my place. We'll talk." Shakira, Colombian by birth, lived long-term in Spain with her family due to Colombia's poor security. Spanish was the official language, Colombia's colonial legacy, so communication was seamless. The Mediterranean climate of southern and southeastern Spain mirrored Colombia's tropical rainforest, easing adaptation. Martin followed Shakira's car to a villa in Madrid's suburbs. Parking, he admired it. "Great spot. Near the sea. On a hill, killer views." "Of course. Took me 6 months to find it," Shakira said proudly. The search had a fun rumor. Shakira's high demands frustrated Madrid's real estate brokers, who boycotted her. A local tycoon stepped in, offering his personal properties, not his brokerages. Shakira chose this seaside villa. Inside, Martin glanced around. "Alone? Where are your parents?" Shakira was famously family-oriented, living with them despite her success, caring for each other. Actually, they cared for her. She called herself an ungrown child unwilling to leave. She had 9 siblings, close to her. Eldest, Robin Mebarak Otero, and third, Moises Mebarak Otero, were tight with her. Fourth, Tony Mebarak Otero, had been in her team for years. Fifth, Alberto William Mebarak Otero, a New York lawyer. Sixth, Jose Antonio Mebarak Otero, a successful entrepreneur in Florida. Seventh, Lucy Mebarak Otero, a neurosurgeon in Barranquilla, after a stint in Spain. Eighth, Patricia Mebarak Otero, a special needs teacher in Spain. Ninth, Anna, and 10th, Edward, shunned publicity, little was known. Their achievements showed her parents' skill in raising children. "My parents went back to Colombia to visit my sister, so it's just me." "Sit anywhere," Shakira said, offering. "What'll you have?" "Coffee." "Coffee," Martin said. "Juice," Vanessa added. "Shakira, how did you and Martin meet?" Vanessa asked again, her curiosity piqued. Shakira reminisced. "It was 2010. I was in South Africa recording the World Cup anthem Waka Waka. I was rehearsing on stage when Martin showed up with some FIFA officials for a tour. I'd just broken up with my ex, Antonio, son of former Argentine President Fernando de la Arre. This footballer named Piku kept showing off his dribbling, pestering me. When Martin arrived, that Piku guy lost control of the ball, and it flew straight at my face. Oh, I remember that vividly. The ball came so fast, nearly smacking me. Her eyes flicked to Martin, a mix of emotions swirling. Martin and the officials were right nearby. The officials gasped, but Martin just casually reached out and caught it, like it was nothing. Then he winked at me. His handsome features made my heart race. Afterward, Shakira invited Martin for coffee a few times, even dinner. But just as she was warming up to something more, Charlize Theron appeared. Facing a woman clearly involved with Martin, a South African beauty, Shakira backed off. They never reconnected. Little did she know, if she'd pushed, she might have unlocked not just a first time with Martin, but with Charlize too. Martin wasn't averse to a threesome. In fact, he loved it. From then on, Martin became a lingering regret, even an obsession. That wink replayed in her mind on quiet nights, seeing her through the annoying phase of Piku's pursuit. 2 years of failed relationships followed. For some reason, after meeting Martin, other men seemed dull. She couldn't muster interest. One glimpse of Martin, and a lifetime's missed, she lamented. Shakira puzzled over her odd fixation, but lacked the courage to reach out to the distant American, especially amid his tabloid scandals. He's a playboy. I shouldn't dwell on him. She tried convincing herself, but it only deepened the ache. Time should have healed it, another failure. As years passed, the mark Martin left grew sharper, impossible to erase. Desperate, Shakira stopped fighting the emotion, even embracing it recklessly. On sleepless nights, the Latin diva closed her eyes, letting Martin's image fill her mind. Then, she figured she'd live out this peculiar celibacy. Not so bad, she rationalized. Until fate, or Martin, brought him back into her path, closer than ever. During the match, she'd nearly left the box multiple times to find him, but held back, seeing him arm in arm with Vanessa, unashamed before cameras. That damn playboy, womanizer, big pervert. Cursing. Inwardly, she suppressed her urges, even losing interest in the game. Post-match, seeing them head to the parking lot, Shakira couldn't contain herself anymore. She rushed over, leading to now, Martin and Vanessa at her home. As Shakira recounted her meeting with Martin, regret gnawed at her. Damn it. What was I thinking? I shouldn't have invited them. I shouldn't have even said hi. Now this weird feeling's even stronger. Idiot, I must be crazy. I'm definitely crazy. That bastard's so damn alluring. I just want to pin him on the couch. Her thoughts spiraled, her gaze turning sultry. Vanessa didn't notice, but Martin did, his magical senses picking up the shift. We've only met a few times. Why is she so hooked? My natural charm hitting her hard. Messing with her head? Is this Latin women's uninhibited la passion? He eyed the Latin queen appraisingly. At over 30, her skin was still smooth white toes, and her eyes adding mature allure and sensuality. Her figure was impeccable, modest bust but striking, tiny waist under a short denim skirt revealing defined abs, like a compact motor. Her hips and ass, hugged by the shorts, were full and perky, like a ripe peach. Everyone knew, ripe fruit was the sweetest. Vanessa was sharing their edited story. So those guys tailing me got chased off by Martin's bodyguards. We've been together since. Shakira fixated on Vanessa's lips, half listening, her mind elsewhere. Why's Martin staring? What's he looking at? Oh, my ass. That big pervert. But why am I so thrilled? Wait, what's Vanessa saying? She needs help. Shakira shifted, inching closer to the sofa arm, crossing her legs. Damn, what am I doing? Making it easier for that big pervert to ogle my ass. I must be insane. Shakira was a whirlwind of frustration and thrill. She was thrilled by Martin's attention and her instinctive response, yet ashamed of her actions. She scolded herself but couldn't stop. She just wanted him to crave her. Martin, legs crossed, listened to Vanessa while admiring Shakira's pose, his foot swaying. That roguish charm on his handsome face and refined aura made him the epitome of a suave scoundrel, leaving Shakira fuming and tempted to bite him. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table. Shakira checked the caller ID and scowled. Piku again. This guy's relentless. I told him not to bother me. Should have never given him my number. She hesitated, then answered. Hello. Hi, Shakira, it's Piku. I know. Next Tuesday, Barra's playing Real Madrid in Madrid. Got time for coffee? Sorry, no. Too bad. How about Wednesday? I can stay an extra day. Shakira's brows knit in annoyance. Martin's earlier teasing had ignited a spark, now flaring. Piku, I've told you, we're not happening. Stop pestering me. Piku paused on the other end, then asked, Shakira, can you tell me why? If I did something wrong, I can change. Before Shakira could snap back, Martin snatched the phone, placing it to his ear. Piku, stop bothering Shakira. She has a boyfriend, me. Who the hell are you? Piku demanded. Remember this, Martin Myers. But, in Barcelona's dressing room, Piku stared at his phone, dumbfounded. Xavi teased. What's up, kid? Struck out with the Latin queen. Iniesta, changing, chimed in. Come on, man, snagged that singer. Messi gave his teammate an awkward smile. Piku groaned. I'm screwed. She's got a boyfriend. Xavi's eyes widened. What? Since when? Iniesta encouraged. Boyfriend? So what? Steal her away. Messi gave another awkward smile. Yeah, you're screwed. Piku, you guys. Back at Shakira's, Martin hung up, deftly adding Piku to her block list, and tossed the phone back. Handled your pest. No thanks needed. Shakira gaped, then exploded. Who said you could speak for me? Who said you could answer my phone? Who said you could talk to my friend? Who said you're my boyfriend? Her barrage escalated, volume spiking with fury. Martin said nothing, leaning in to silence her with a deep, lingering kiss. 10 seconds passed before he pulled back. Am I your boyfriend? You. Shakira's anger faltered, but she huffed. Another 10-second kiss. Now am I? You. Her fire dimmed, tones softening. Another 10. Am I your boyfriend, Shakira? Her resistance crumbled, cheeks flushing. You? Yes, you are. Martin scooped her up, bounding upstairs. Where's the bedroom? Lost in his commanding tenderness, or oxygen deprived from the kisses, Shakira murmured. Second floor, second door on the left. In her haze, she saw Vanessa waving goodbye. A twinge of guilt surfaced, swiftly drowned by surging passion. When Shakira came to, night had fallen. Seeing Martin's handsome face beside her, a profound satisfaction washed over her. She hugged his arm, kissing it fiercely. Martin stirred, one hand stroking her hair, the other patting her perky rear. Shakira purred, eyes half closed in bliss. A second later, they flew open. Wait, both of Martin's hands were occupied. So whose arm was she holding? Ah! She shrieked. What? 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 The figure on Martin's other side bolted upright, startled by the scream. Vanessa? Why are you in my bed? Wait, when did you get in? Shakira yelped. Vanessa blushed. During your most intense moment. Shakira. Vanessa. Shakira. Oh, Vanessa. Martin. What's with the emoji faces? Dinner time. Martin took the two ravenous girls out for seafood. Shakira couldn't cook. When her parents were away, her 3 daily meals were usually handled at restaurants. Vanessa could, but Shakira's fridge was bare. Martin waved it off. Let's go, seafood it is. Boyfriend's treat. In the car, Shakira alternated between gazing sweetly at Martin driving and glancing at Vanessa beside her, her expression complicated. Vanessa, chattering with Martin about the best seafood spots in Madrid, seemed utterly unbothered by what had just happened. Shakira finally cracked. Wait, Vanessa, about what just went down? You don't have anything to say? Vanessa blinked. What? Oh, I get it. Martin's amazing, right? Your stamina's unreal. Shakira nodded. Yeah, that was unprecedented bliss. Wait, no, that's not what I meant. I'm talking about you and Martin, rolling around, and us, together. She trailed off, face burning. Vanessa giggled. What's there to say? I've always known Martin has lots of girlfriends. But so what? I never expected to have him all to myself. And not caring about his other women? Pathetic, maybe, but that's how I feel. No, darling Vanessa, you're not pathetic at all. I'm the one who wronged you both. I can't let go of either of you, Martin said from the front. Greedy bastard, Shakira cursed inwardly. Yet oddly, she felt no jealousy toward Vanessa, only shock at the events. I'm not this magnanimous, am I? Shakira spiraled into self-doubt. The next day, photos of Martin, Vanessa, and Shakira dining out surfaced. Reports say oil titan and international star Martin Myers dined with Latin queen Shakira, and Italian actress Vanessa at Bravo. Mario last night. Afterward, the trio returned to Shakira's villa in the Salamanca district and haven't emerged. Curious, what are they up to? The story exploded across Spain and Europe. Many speculated a threesome. Shakira's diehard fans insisted she was just hosting friends overnight. Martin and Vanessa were an item. Videos of their PDA at the Bernabeu were everywhere. Online, Europeans bickered. No way, it's just hosting. If Martin and Vanessa are dating and Shakira's a friend, they'd hit a hotel. That's etiquette. Etiquette? If they're close friends, who cares? Yeah, super close. Close enough to share a bed. Upstairs, don't slander my goddess. Shakira's not like that. Upstairs, she just hadn't met Martin yet. Damn, I'm so jealous of Martin's playboy life. Every guy envies that kind of luck. Shut it, you creeps. Stop with the dirty thoughts. Love between men and women. How's that dirty? Why shame it? But it's one guy, two girls. So what? In the animal kingdom, lions, wolves, monkeys, the strongest get multiple mates. It's natural law. Humans use morals and laws to defy our genes. That's anti-human, anti-nature. While Europe boiled, American netizens munched popcorn calmly. We're used to it. They'd been shocked once, but after years of similar headlines, their reaction stabilized. Europeans, you're so naive. Martin's estate housed 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 women year-round. After 6 indulgent days in Spain with Vanessa and Shakira, Martin was summoned back to the U.S. by a phone call. Cameron Diaz was pregnant, over a month along, due in October 2013. In Martin's estate, Cameron Diaz lounged on the sofa in a loose dress, one hand happily caressing her belly. Nicole, holding Connor, shared pregnancy tips. Footsteps thundered. Drew Barrymore burst in, flinging her LV bag aside, and enveloped Cameron in a bear hug. I can't believe it. My best friend's pregnant with my boyfriend's baby. Wait, that sounds weird. Whatever. I'm claiming godmother duties for this kid. Nicole shot her a look. Not for godmother, but Drew's phrasing. Yeah, weird. Easy, easy. There's a baby in here, Cameron gasped. Drew loosened her grip, reverting to her rogue self. What baby? It's just an embryo. Cameron swatted playfully. Screw you. You're the embryo. Nicole, experienced, piled on with a laugh. Not even an embryo, just a freshly fertilized egg. Ha ha ha. Drew and Nicole cracked up. What's so funny? Martin's voice came from the doorway. At the sound, Cameron leapt up, throwing herself into Martin's arms, pouting. Darling, they're bullying me. Drew smirked. She complained I hugged too hard. Now look, she's squeezing you tighter. Martin hoisted Cameron's plump rear. Who dares bully my little popo? Tonight, we'll punish them, spank their ass. Yeah, spank him hard. Cameron chimed in. Whether Martin thoroughly punished Drew and Nicole remains unknown. But the next day, both women were visibly flushed. Martin ate breakfast with his son while Cameron Diaz browsed baby supplies on her laptop. After spending time with his women, Martin had to dive back into work. The ladies had a child to nurture. He had his hungry magic to feed. Gravity was greenlit. At its core, it was a space-bound survival drama, largely a one-woman show for Jessica, demanding exceptional acting skill. She'd been preparing for ages. Once approved, Martin rallied the VFX teams, weighted digital and industrial light and magic included. The film leaned heavily on special effects. Their quality would define its success. The script was straightforward. A female astronaut's self-rescue in space. Swap the lead's gender, and the impact would plummet. By January 2013, Martin, Leonardo, and Jessica visited Houston Space Center, SCH, part of NASA. Note: NASA, based in Washington, is a federal agency overseeing space programs and research, sharing data globally. SCH, the largest U.S. space research and control hub, manages missions like the shuttle launches from Florida. Both are distinct yet intertwined, one administrative, one technical. Their goal: basic astronaut training, operational protocols, and set reference. The technical crew tagged along, photographing space stations and shuttles for prop models. Most scenes would unfold inside a space station, requiring hyper-realistic sets to avoid viewer scrutiny. You'll also experience real zero gravity here. Have fun, Martin grinned. Leonardo shrugged it off. He'd endured Martin's torture on Inception's rotating corridor. Zero-G? No big deal. But SCH's setup was leagues beyond that gimmick. The gear flipped his stomach, and he kept crashing into walls. Jessica, initially nervous, adapted fast. Her dance and combat training gave her superior balance, letting her glide through the simulated space cabin with ease. I'm getting old, Leonardo groaned. I need a light box made of LED screens, about 6 meters high, 3 wide, Martin gestured. It should display high-res space visuals, ship interiors. Jessica shouldn't face a green screen to imagine it. This'll make her feel immersed. Building the light box is doable, but high-res images might lose quality on-screen, falling short of photorealistic, a technician noted. No issue. The light box is for actor immersion. We'll layer CG in post to make it look real, like they're in space or a ship, Martin replied. For zero gravity, I want it more realistic than any other sci-fi film. Inception's corridor is a reference, but we need better. It's a 3D film, so the cosmos, ship interiors, and zero-G must be near perfect, giving audiences an immersive experience. Martin envisioned gravity on an IMAX 3D screen, plunging viewers with 3D glasses into a pitch-black theater, feeling like they're on a real space journey. Most station scenes would be shot on built sets, but the vast space vistas would rely entirely on CG. Myers, for hyper-realistic zero-G, we could speed up the rotating corridor, but regular cameras might blur or lag capturing the actors, a tech warned. Martin tapped his memory. I've got this. Bot Dolly's Iris motion control system has 7-axis freedom, tracking shots up to 10.8 meters at 4 meters per second, with 0.08 millimeters precision. Fix the actors to a rig. Let Iris control the camera to simulate flips and rolls. He recalled 1995's Apollo 13 with Tom Hanks, shot using the Vomit Comet, a plane flying parabolic arcs to create 25 to 30 seconds of zero-G per dive. The crew filmed one shot at a time in those windows. Hanks reportedly stumbled off the plane, stomach in knots, unable to eat. Today's tech made such scenes safer, less brutal. From Houston, Leonardo begged to differ. Ugh, this isn't brutal. 7 days later, Leonardo and Jessica returned to Los Angeles from Houston. Leonardo looked thinner, his face drawn, eyes dull. Jessica glowed, radiant and alert. How was it? Martin asked. Fun. Jessica beamed. Awful. Leonardo groaned. With the leads in place, Gravity filming commenced. The first scene, Leonardo as Matt Kowalski, spacewalking to repair the Hubble telescope. Staring at the massive zero-gravity rig, Leonardo felt dizzy. I regret this now. Should have let Will have it. Cut it. Martin chuckled, but seeing Leonardo's pallor, he added, You wanted to take Blake sailing, right? After your scenes, borrow my yacht, free. Deal. Leonardo finally smiled. Inside a massive cubic prop, Leonardo in a white spacesuit was fixed to a long metal arm in the cube's center. The arm spun. The cube spun. He floated convincingly. The walls were LED screens, 1.8 million LEDs displaying hyperrealistic visuals. Now, it showed space, the blue earth below his feet. The arm held Leonardo's left side. 2 robotic arms flanked his right, one with an ARRI Alexa camera, the other a light source. Leo, next we shoot you banging on the Hubble lens. It's a POV shot. You stay still, the arm moves the camera toward you. But I need that desperate survival vibe. The suit's helmet cam will close up your face. Watch your expressions. Okay, ready. Though a cameo, Leonardo didn't slack, having prepped extensively. The take wrapped in 2 tries. Dismounting the arm, Leonardo collapsed into a chair, waiting for his equilibrium to return before standing and heading to Martin to watch. Seeing Jessica enter the LED box, simulating the space shuttle's interior, Leonardo marveled. That lightbox idea is genius. Actors don't have to mime empty air. Huge relief on performance. It is, Martin said proudly. You don't know the effort and cash to calibrate the LEDs for CG compositing. We even patented 46 innovations. If any director wants to shoot space sci-fi, recommend this. Royalties await. Haha. As if you need the money, Leonardo quipped. Then curiously, how's it look? Stunning, Martin replied. The LEDs create unprecedented realism. The clip showed the silent black cosmos, the white Hubble gleaming yet tiny. Zooming in, Leonardo in his suit repaired it, floating authentically. Wow, it's so real. No LED seams. Leonardo, appearing beside him, exclaimed. Not bad. Exceptional, Martin agreed. This single shot evoked the universe's vastness, humanity's smallness, and the silent terror of endless darkness. Jessica, Martin stood before the light box, calling out, "How are you feeling now?" Jessica patted the harness securing her, giving Martin an okay sign. No issues. Watch your expressions, Martin reminded. This scene was mostly Jessica on real footage. The space elements, suit, station, Earth, were all CG. The shuttle interior and Hubble were simulated via LED walls. How's the wire rig? Ready. This shot featured Jessica's character tumbling past the shuttle. No massive prop shuttle. Martin planned 12 wires, rigging her like a marionette for rolls, flips, even lying mid-air, defying gravity. Jesse, focus on the LED visuals. Expressions matter. Martin reiterated, returning to his director's chair. The shot included a close-up of Jessica's eyes, reflecting the helmet's visuals. Details had to be precise to avoid giveaways. After wrapping her scenes, Jessica dismounted the arm, her balance off from prolonged zero-G simulation. She sat, recovering. Leonardo approached. How was it? Jessica smiled. Not bad. Leonardo nodded, chuckling. You adapted way better than me. Youth's a gift. Meanwhile, Martin conferred with the cinematographer and lighting tech. Lighting needs 3 main sources: distant harsh sunlight, soft earth-reflected light, and occasional moonlight bounce. A Houston consultant interjected, "Martin, that setup doesn't match real space or a station." He explained, "In space, it's pitch black. You see only the sun, Earth, maybe the moon, not all at once in view." Martin nodded. "Thanks, I know. But strict realism would make the screen too dull. Most films aren't that immersive, so I'm tweaking the environment for appeal. If it's artistic license, no problem." The consultant smiled. He was an advisor, not decision-maker. That was Martin. Martin continued. Experiment. Find the right light hardness, reflection ratios, colors. Log the data. These small details create varied atmospheres. Note, shuttles move fast. 24 hours sees multiple day-night cycles. Days later, Martin nailed the look. The post-VFX reveal awed everyone, including the Houston consultant. A breathtaking sunset. Far off, the blue planet edged the vanishing sun. Close up, Jessica's Ryan Stone drifted into black void, lit only by her helmet's faint glow. God, it's stunning and terrifying. The consultant said to Martin. You're right, this'll hook viewers. Jessica clutched her chest, stammering, oh God, this is mine, this is mine. This shot's cinema history, Leonardo declared confidently. He admired his friend. Sometimes I want to crack his skull open. How does he dream up this stuff? A tech explained the process. Based on your storyboard, we built the earthscape first, then designed lighting and color per the gaffer's data. In this take, Ryan's over African desert void. Sun enters frame, so Earth's warm-toned. Her face reflects that. We used high-res satellite maps for lighting shifts. Then, per the previous team's camera and character paths, we created a simple animatic. I recall this camera move was complex. Any animatic hurdles? Martin asked. The tech, Lebesky, smiled. Some minor ones, but solved. We started simple. Storyboards, then puppet and toy station and shuttle. The animators loved that raw approach. Layered in volume, color, lighting. It's iterative, but the complexity, that's the fun. The cinematographer recalled. Never shot such intricate moves. In zero-G sims, the rig's essential. Your character's constantly spinning. We started on Leo's face, panned to Jessica at different speeds, circled her, pulled back to Leo. But pulling straight back hit his feet, so we redesigned the board. Sometimes surprises pop up. Other times, you overhaul the scene. The gaffer added, it was a unique shoot. We all learned a ton. Martin grinned. Yeah, we're learning on the fly. This is unprecedented. We'll be space sci-fi experts after. Laughter rippled through the room. Jessica Alba stood before the massive LED screen, gazing at the simulated cosmic visuals captured by the camera reflecting in her eyes. Since the eye's area is tiny, this shot didn't demand ultra-high resolution. Even lower pixel LED reflections maintained quality. These reflections weren't just for eyes. They enhanced other reflective surfaces like the spacesuit helmet or Hubble lens. The next shot required intricate camera work. Leo, the shot starts. In Jessica's POV, looking out from her helmet, with reflections in the visor, then through the glass to an external wide shot. POV effect. Yes, after the disaster, viewers follow Ryan Stone in objective view until switching to her POV. I want to show her subjective experience, boosting immersion. Okay, got it. Gravity was essentially a one-woman show. For such films to succeed, the script needed clever twists. Thus, Martin made Ryan Stone's journey home more perilous than Odysseus's Odyssey. Not quite 81 trials, but 9. First trial, Ryan Stone, Jessica, is flung far from the shuttle by satellite debris. Survivor Matt Kowalski, Leonardo, rescues her. Second, oxygen running low, they race to the International Space Station kilometers away. Just as they near, they overshoot, crashing into it. Matt, to not drag her down, releases his tether, drifting into the void. Third, oxygen nearly depleted, Ryan blacks out but finds the station's hatch, opening it with her last breath. Inside, she curls like a fetus in the womb, safety enveloping her and the audience. Fourth, regaining consciousness, Ryan calls for Matt, but the station's on fire. In a desperate moment, she escapes to Soyuz 2. Fifth, as Ryan prepares to detach, the Soyuz's parachute snags the station. She spacewalks to cut it free, dodging a debris wave at her brow. Sixth, back inside, Ryan discovers no fuel. Her only hope, Russia's Mir space station nearby. Seventh, ingeniously activating the soft landing system for thrust, she glides toward Mir, ejecting at the last second with a fire extinguisher for reverse propulsion, successfully docking. Eighth, Mir, hit by debris, plummets toward Earth. Alarms blare. Ryan enters the Mir capsule, blindly operating controls to separate the orbital module. Amid violent shaking, the craft enters the atmosphere, igniting like a red meteor streaking earthward. Ninth trial. The capsule splashes into a lake and sinks. Ryan must open the hatch before it hits bottom. Water pressure would make it impossible otherwise. Layered tension, inching toward death. These were Martin's hooks beyond VFX. God of Reader. Yeah, I know that it's not the Mir space station. Jessica tumbled and rolled under the arm's control. To her right front, high-speed cameras on robotic arms hurtled toward her. Of course, the heavy rigs wouldn't actually hit. It was visual trickery. This was Jessica's sixth take. Earlier ones, she'd flinched as the debris neared her face. She'd done similar before, but that first collision was from the side, less intense. This was head-on. Human instinct betrayed her. The rigs barreled at 40 miles per hour. Don't blink, don't blink, don't blink. Under the lens, Jessica's eyes widened, her beautiful face twisting fiercely. Too intense, Jessica thought. Martin felt it was just right. Facing life or death, exaggerated emotion was natural. The take nailed it. Next, the film's opening, an 18-minute cosmic vista shaking. Audiences. No acting, just pure visuals of space's grandeur. We need a fully articulated camera, Martin said after conferring with VFX. I've had the team create a virtual environment. Now, figure out compositing the actors in. He pondered. Split this into 2 parts. 13 minutes establishing, then a 5-minute close-up, forming one long shot. The challenge, seamless flow. Long takes thrived on immersion. For Gravity, fewer cuts meant more interaction between viewer and character, like real-time witnessing. To ensure natural camera motion, instead of keyframe animatics, Martin opted for a motion capture system in a small capture volume. The cinematographer could maneuver the mini-rig freely, controlling parameters and structure, with post-tweaks for zero-G authenticity. This way, no cuts. We follow Jessica's motion in one frame. The opening's 2 shots merge into one. The cinematographer mulled it over, awed. Brilliant idea. The long lens filming process wasn't smooth at all. No, it was downright grueling. The cinematographer had to constantly adjust positions and angles, coordinating perfectly with Jessica, Leonardo, and the other spaceship crew members' spots and perspectives. That was the Achilles heel of long lens shots. One tiny slip-up anywhere, and the whole take was scrapped. On top of that, Martin took this lens incredibly seriously. His requirement was crystal clear. This shot had to be so realistic it was flawless, with every single detail accounted for. The shot had been rehearsed from 2 in the afternoon until nearly 6, about 4 hours straight, until Martin's single, "Good," finally greenlit it. Everyone burst into cheers. In the original timeline, though, filming this shot had dragged on for over half a month. It was a cycle of shooting, studying, and tweaking that led to the final masterpiece. Who could blame Martin for building on the shoulders of those who came before? Hello, Martin. That day, an unexpected guest showed up on Martin's set, one that caught him completely off guard. "Chris, what are you doing here?" The visitor was Christopher Nolan. Wasn't he knee-deep in shooting Interstellar? Hold on, Interstellar? Martin instantly clocked Nolan's ulterior motive. "I hear you've cooked up some gear that nails zero gravity perfectly?" Nolan asked. Martin smirked inwardly. "Yup, that's exactly why he's here." "Not bad at all, Chris. Mind showing me?" "Haha, easy there, Chris. Shooting's about to kick off. You can see it in action soon enough." "Okay, I'll hang tight." Before long, Nolan laid eyes on Martin's brainchild, the LED lightbox. Inside the LED lightbox, the CG environment blanketed every wall and ceiling, mimicking Earth's reflected glow to light up Jessica while giving her solid visual references. "Whoa, this lighting setup is genius, even factoring in the light rays," Nolan said, his eyes lighting up. Martin, directing the shoot, leaned in and murmured to Nolan, "If you're stuck with old-school tungsten or HMI lamps plus color gels, you're locked into one flat tone. But our LEDs let us pull off sci-fi scenes where the light hits the actor's face all uneven, one side dim, the other bright, maybe with colored highlights in between. It's tricky as hell. Traditional methods just can't hack it." "What about mobile light sources during the shoot? Like sunlight?" Nolan pressed. "We use compact dollies, swing arms, and remotes to move Robin's 600 e-spot fixtures around the actors. Tech Whiz Pad adjusts the dolly and mini swing arm for each shot based on the sun's position in the simulated environment, while PSP Op Nick handles the remote head to make sure the light lands right on the performer." Nolan mentally ran through Martin's setup and broke into an odd grin. "That's brilliant, right? I see you're rolling with the classic RE Alexa and RE Master Prime wide lenses. How's the footage looking?" Martin grinned back. "Better than expected. The Alexa's native ASA 800 sensitivity lets me shoot clean, and even push to 1200, it holds up great. That's what makes LED lighting viable," he added emphatically. "Plus, the Alexa's dynamic range means I can handle harsh highlights without blowing out details." Once Martin's shot wrapped, Nolan wandered closer to inspect the LED lightbox. For filming actors inside it, the Gravity crew had mounted the Alexa on a modified MOSYS remote head, hooked up to a massive motion control arm that followed pre-programmed paths to circle the actors. Martin explained, "The system lets the effects team maximize relative motion between objects in the space. Since zero-G environments make up and down irrelevant, shooting a moving object with a static camera looks the same as a moving camera on a static one. So we decided to let the camera handle most of the motion." Nolan nodded, eyeing the massive LED lightbox before him. A sea of LEDs that basically amounted to a gigantic suspended TV screen. It reminded him a bit of those LED boxes hanging over NBA courts for replays, just with 2 extra sides and facing inward. Technically, it wasn't rocket science. No one had just thought of it yet. One simple stroke of genius slashed the shooting complexity, and every director tackling space flicks from here on out owed Martin a debt of gratitude. It saved them a world of hassle. And it was a boon for actors, too. With this rig, they didn't have to mime performing to thin air, relying on pure imagination. The difficulty dropped like a stone. "Chris, how were you planning to handle zero-G shots before?" Martin asked, curiosity piqued. Nolan chuckled. "I had 2 schemes lined up. One was Ron Howard's Apollo 13 trick, the Vomit Comet. You load up the whole crew in a plane, then it climbs steep and dives into freefall for a stretch. During that window, everything in the cabin goes weightless relative to each other. One flight nets you about 25 seconds of usable zero-G. The other option was renting NASA's big zero-G simulator at HQ. Yeah, I hear Jessica and Leo both gave that a spin. Yeah, it was no picnic, Leo said, his face paling at the memory. Huh. Jessica just let out a soft laugh. Truth is, NASA's simulator and the Vomit Comet run on the same principle, using a huge parabolic arc to fake weightlessness. But neither's exactly gentle on regular folks. Leo here's racked up a triple Vomit Comet achievement, though. Leo, hey, quit dredging up my most embarrassing wipeout. I did it for free, you know. All right, my bad, Martin said, raising his hands in surrender. Martin, your method's the way to go. Back in the day, Ron Howard blew 612 0G flights just for those shots in Apollo 13. Word is, Tom Hanks, Bill Paxton, Gary Sinise, and the leads were about ready to mutiny. And don't get me started on NASA's simulator. I was terrified some actor or crew would end up with space sickness mid-take. Including me. Your rig's a game changer. It handles cabin 0G, sure, but exterior shots too. Simple and perfect. Nolan's praise came straight from the heart. Christopher Nolan left with a satisfied grin. On the drive back, Nolan mulled over Martin's approach of stationing the effects producers right by the soundstage, syncing effects creation with filming in real time. He figured it could boost efficiency in a big way. And it was so damn flexible. If a fresh idea sparked during a take, you could just holler for the effects team to tweak. Something off-camera on the spot. Maybe I should borrow a page from that playbook. For the next stretch, whenever Nolan had a free moment, he'd swing by Martin's set for a visit, soaking up the novel shooting techniques and cutting-edge tech like a sponge. You had to hand it to the guy. Success like his didn't come out of thin air. At the very least, that genuine passion for film? Plenty of directors couldn't touch it. As filming pressed on, Jessica's performance sharpened day by day. This girl had been typecast in Hollywood as a pure eye candy, the ultimate vase. Truth was, everyone had underestimated her chops. In the original timeline, the spotlight always fell on her looks and killer curves, landing her nothing but flowerpot roles. She rarely got a chance to flex her real talent. But now, Martin was convinced she had legit Oscar gold in her. In the original timeline, the lead in Gravity, Sandra Bullock, had a few off moments, especially in that flashback emotional breakdown scene. Her delivery came off a tad stiff. Martin thought Jessica nailed it better. Of course, Sandra's stiffness might have stemmed from those Botox jabs, leaving her face too frozen for subtle expressions. Time rolled into February 2013. Leonardo wrapped his scenes and bounced from the set. February 24, 2013. Martin escorted Jessica to the 85th Academy Awards at Hollywood's Dolby Theater. Last year, his directorial effort The Avengers and Meyer's investment The Hunger Games snagged just a handful of technical nods, with slim odds on any wins. Those flicks were too entertainment-heavy for the Academy's taste. But Meyer's Pictures' bets on Les Miserables and Life of Pi screamed award bait. And sure enough, Life of Pi swept 4 majors: Best Director, Best Cinematography, Best Visual Effects, and Best Original Score. Les Miserables grabbed 3, Best Supporting Actress, Best Sound Mixing, and Best Makeup and Hairstyling. Anne Hathaway took the stage for her Best Supporting Actress win in Les Mis. Tears streamed as she thanked everyone under the sun. That endless roll call of names. It shattered Oscar records. By the time she got to thanking Martin, she tacked on that line that had become the Myers girls' tearful trademark. I love you, Martin. The applause thundered. This time around, and dodged the original timeline's backlash. No media mockery for her marathon speech. Instead, she got props for being genuinely heartfelt. That's the difference a solid backing makes. In the original timeline, and had burned too many bridges thanks to her shady boyfriend's financial schemes. Even after he landed in the slammer, the grudge holders couldn't let it go, dumping their rage on her. Fair enough, she'd roped in plenty of industry cash for him, and folks lost big. On a side note, the night's biggest highlight came during the Best Picture announcement. It wasn't revealed live at the Oscars, but at the White House in Washington. First Lady Michelle Obama, decked out in a shimmering silver gown, announced the Best Picture winner from the Oval Office. Honestly, that dress, not her best look, made her seem heavier than she was. After the Oscars wrapped, Martin didn't dive straight back into filming. He jetted off to New York instead, because his other lady, Jennifer Aniston, was pregnant too. Talk about kids coming in threes. Martin arrived at Jennifer's estate, buzzing with excitement. Courtney Cox greeted him at the door. Spotting Martin, Courtney said, "Jennifer didn't want to tell you this soon, but her morning sickness has been brutal, and she's no spring chicken anymore. I talked her into calling you. You won't hold it against me, will you?" "Of course not. Hell, the opposite, darling. Thank you for looping me in on this good news pronto." Martin cupped her lovely face and planted a scorching kiss. Then, cheeks flaming, Courtney Cox shuffled back inside. Jennifer Aniston lounged on the sofa, her pregnancy just starting to show, 3, maybe 4 months along. Seeing Martin stride in, she struggled to rise, but he bounded over and eased her back down. "We'll settle scores later for keeping this from me. For now, park it. Let me listen to our little one." With that, Martin dropped to a crouch, lifted the hem of her shirt, and pressed his ear to her belly. Thump, thump. He could hear the heartbeat inside, a rush of blood-bond connection washing over him. Jennifer smiled down at Martin nestled against her, her face alight with affection. The sight tugged at her heartstrings. Courtney Cox settled beside Jennifer, slipping an arm around her in a warm embrace. Tenderness filled the air as she murmured, "This is just perfect." Martin stuck around New York for 7 days before Jennifer shooed him off. "Go on, you've got work. I've got a pro-medical team here, no worries." He left, dragging his feet. Courtney watched Martin's car vanish down the drive, then headed back in. Glancing at Jennifer, rosy-cheeked and glowing, she suddenly gasped, "Oh, Jen, did you notice? Ever since Martin showed up, you haven't heaved once." Jennifer's eyes widened. "You're right. Of course, it was Martin's magic at work, tuning up his love's body." The practicality of magic revisited. New York International Airport, aboard the flight to Los Angeles. In the first-class cabin, Martin was eyes closed, catching some rest while waiting for takeoff. Suddenly, a delighted voice piped up right by his ear. "Martin, what a coincidence. You're on this flight too." Martin cracked his eyes open and glanced toward the sound, spotting a familiar face across the aisle. "Kim, it's you. Heading to LA as well." Sure enough, the chance encounter was none other than Kim Kardashian, the storm churner in the fashion world, staring at him with wide-eyed surprise. Martin couldn't help but notice her backside seemed even plumper than before, inching ever closer to Bobby's beloved proportions. You had to admire Kim's ironclad discipline. To launch her name in the black fitness scene, she'd thrown herself into a booty-building regimen, transforming her already juicy rear into a full-on spectacle. "Yeah, my fashion line Kardashian Collection's dropping a new collection with a press event in LA next month. Martin, got time to swing by?" Martin paused for a beat. "You know I'm slammed with my new flick right now. Not sure if I'll make it." It was a polite brush-off, but Kim didn't back down. She fished a sleek black and gold invite from her bag and handed it over. "Martin, whether you can make it or not, here's the invite. Drop in if you've got time. If not, no sweat. It's on the slow side, with tons of hot models strutting their stuff." Martin chuckled. "Hitting me with the temptations already? This would probably work on Leonardo." All right. I'll see what I can do, squeeze in some time if I can." He flipped open the invite, only to find his name already etched inside. He shot her a knowing look, then teased, "You carry these around in your purse? Looks like you're banking big on this event." Kim grinned back. "Not all of them, just for my most esteemed guests." Martin arched a brow. No wonder she'd make it big. Her emotional IQ was off the charts. Kim's path had echoes of Miranda's. Ace innerwear, lingerie, perfumes, and the like, all aimed at the high-end crowd. If you got down to it, they were straight-up rivals. But Martin didn't sweat the small stuff. He had rock-solid faith in the Miranda brand. Sure, Kim had connections, but she was miles behind him. She had skills, no doubt, but still fell short of Georgina Chapman, the powerhouse Martin had tapped for Miranda. Plus, from his memories, Kim's early high-end foray had flopped hard. It was her mid-tier pivot that turned things around, and only with schemes did she really blow up. "Oh, right. Martin, let me introduce you. This is my sister, Kendall Jenner. We share a mom." From Kim's seat, a head poked out, and a delicately sculpted face caught Martin's eye, the very skinny bean from his memories. Skinny Bean, full name Kendall Jenner, was Kim's half-sister and the stunner of the Kardashian clan. Especially her figure, it was right up Martin's alley. Slim waist, perky butt, endless legs, no weird, oversized junk in the trunk. "Hello, Mr. Myers." Kendall greeted him with polished courtesy, though a spark of delight flickered in her eyes. She'd heard her sister hype up knowing Martin forever, but never seen any proof, just figured it was big talk. Who knew? Sis might actually be tight with him. "Just call me Martin. Mind if I go with Kendall?" Martin said with a smile. "Of course." Her face bloomed into a grin. Kim's eyes shifted slightly, thoughtful. Ever since 2007, when Kim's mom, Hollywood TV producer Kris Jenner, launched the reality show Keeping Up with the Kardashians, she'd catapulted her 5 daughters into the spotlight, turning the Kardashian sisters into a full-blown brand. Even though they split between Kardashian and Jenner surnames, their blood ties were unbreakable. Kris had greenlit the show off Kim's sudden fame from that leaked tape with X-Ray J. She aimed to ride Kim's wave into a smash hit. Nailed it. Keeping Up lit up the airwaves. The show poured riches into the family coffers. Their multi-year network deal alone topped $150 million. Beyond the cash, it skyrocketed the sisters' fame. Weekly viewership averaged 3.5 million, fueling a slew of tie-in ventures they could milk endlessly through the show. To hammer home the five-sister unit vibe, Kris made fourth-born Kendall Jenner and baby Kylie Jenner swap their last name to Kardashian on the series. That's how the Kardashian family moniker stuck. They went with Kardashian over Jenner, not Jenner clan, because the name carried more juice. The Kardashian trio's lineage traced to Kris's first husband, Robert Kardashian. USC grad, ex-O.J. Simpson Dream Team lawyer, he defended in the wife murder trial. He passed from cancer in L.A. on September 30, 2003. No question, the Simpson case was America's hottest scandal that year. Robert only joined the defense out of decades-long friendship with suspect O.J. As a Dream Team player, he stuck by his buddy through the whole trial. Media swarmed, painting Robert not just as O.J.'s advisor, but maybe even tangled in the crime. Witnesses swore they'd seen him hauling O.J.'s garment bag, rumored to hide the murder weapon cops never found. The nationwide uproar rocketed Robert's profile. The Kardashian name's other fame boost? Kim, naturally. From Paris Hilton's lowly sidekick to outshining the heiress herself. In the original timeline, Paris even cribbed Kim's style later. Talk about savvy. Kim had supercharged the Kardashian legacy single-handedly. In this era where traffic rules all, fame meant money, and massive fame meant massive money. Kris Jenner was sharp as a tack. She knew exactly what to do. That's why she had her 2 daughters with second husband, former Olympic decathlon champ Bruce Jenner. Both switched their surnames to Kardashian on the show. Of course, in real life, they kept Jenner. Some might say, an Olympic gold medalist not good enough for a famous lawyer? Spot on, they weren't. Folks outside the U.S. couldn't grasp the uproar of the O.J. Simpson murder trial. It even overshadowed the Michael Jackson child molestation case. The Dream Team lawyers shot to fame overnight, becoming household names across North America. And Kris had another reason for ditching the Jenner name. Her second hubby, Bruce, was a woman at heart. He'd always wanted gender reassignment surgery to become a real woman. In the original timeline, 2014, Bruce and Kris split amicably. He'd already had his orchiectomy. June 2015, Bruce announced the full transition, renaming himself Caitlyn Jenner. When Bruce first hinted at wanting to become a true woman, Kris fretted it could tank the 5 sisters' careers post-transition. So she locked in Kardashian family as their collective brand without a second thought. Martin chatted idly with Kim Kardashian and Kendall Jenner while rummaging through his memories for Kendall intel. Kendall was hands down the prettiest of the 5 sisters, no contest. An oval face with a gentle smile, paired with those sparkling, soulful Carlson eyes, made her soft yet captivating. High straight nose, plump pink lips, pure allure. Best of all, her figure was perfection, slim where it counted, curved just right, hips-to-waist ratio on point, no freakish exaggerations. But Kendall was also the worst at managing her dough. Fame-wise, she trailed only second sis Kim in the clan, so her money-making potential should have been killer. Yet this girl's taste was pure heartstrings, picking endorsements that tanked harder each time. Nail polish brands, tequila, especially that tequila, slammed for bad reviews and sketchy quality. It nuked her rep and image big time. Then her bestie Kylie dragged her along, launching a joint sister brand under Kylie's line, Kindle plus Kylie. Sold decently, at least. Even with finances in the toilet, Kindle lived large. Mansion, luxury rides, private jet. Top tier in the family, which forced her to chase crappy gigs for scraps, feeding a vicious cycle. But Martin knew Kindle's wastefulness and inability to steady her career stemmed from deep anxiety. And everyone knows shopping delivers a massive dopamine hit, easing those anxious vibes. That anxiety also fueled her eventual rift with Kim. Kindle's anxiety triggers were murky, maybe work, maybe family, or that Rome robbery scare. But at 16, this Kindle showed zero signs of anxiety. The girl's face was pure, sweet innocence, yet her body had bloomed into mature temptation, an angel-devil mashup. Chatting her up, Martin learned she'd just broken into modeling, riding the reality show's wave to a solid start. This trip to LA with Big Sis Kim? Kindle was modeling the new collection's clothes and jewelry. Martin, Harry Potter's my absolute fave. Shame I left my gold collector's edition at home. Otherwise, I'd beg for an autograph. I've got a few gold editions stashed at my place. Once we're in LA, I'll hook you up with one. Seriously? That's amazing. Oh, and sign it, yeah? You bet. Oh yeah. Martin watched the bubbly, energy-radiating girl, chuckling inwardly. In his memories, there was no this skinny bean. Hey, Kindle, watch your vibe. And remember what I taught you? Out in public, if anyone asks, say your fave book's The Hunger Games. Harry Potter's for kids. Ah, got it. Kindle pouted. Martin got it now. Why future Kindle and Kim would clash. Big Sis was a bit of a hard ass. Think about it. At 12, Kindle dives into keeping up with the Kardashians with half-sis Kim, kickstarting her entertainment career. Grows up amid family headlines and tabloid fodder. Big Sis Courtney was the chillest in the clan, so wrangling Kindle fell to the strict second sis Kim. Key issue? Their worldviews clashed hard. Kindle was frank, lively, anti-FOD. Kim always pushed lessons on becoming a proper celeb. Boom, sibling friction. Toss in early modeling. Globe-trotting schedules, constant scrutiny, plus upkeep on looks and privacy shields. Yeah, maybe that's one root of her anxiety. On the flip side, Kindle hated airing her private life in the spotlight. That set her apart from her sisters. To this day, whether on the show or media rounds, she dodged personal deep dives. Sometimes got snippy when pressed, earning her a duh from some fans. One more thing. Kendall Jenner was the only one in the family who never had a kid with a black guy. And folks noticed, thanks to the Kardashian clan set up as black-loving Barbies, the sisters' boyfriends and future baby daddies were all black athletes. But Kendall, boxed in by the role, had to date NBA stars anyway. Her black exes, though, all on the lighter-skinned end. Skip Blake Griffin, who was basically white. Ben Simmons, Drake, they were the pale shade in the black spectrum. So plenty speculated Kendall's type was actually white guys. It tanked her rep in the core Kardashian base, the black community, way more than her sisters. Once the plane touched down, Kendall Jenner said a reluctant goodbye to Martin. Martin, you better not forget. Relax. I won't. I'm not that old. I'll bring the signed book with your name on it. Martin grinned. No, not the book. I meant don't forget to call me. Kendall's cheeks flushed pink, heart pounding like a drum. Haha, that goes without saying. Who wouldn't love chatting with our adorable, gorgeous Kendall? Her face went full crimson. Kim Kardashian rubbed her chin, pensive. They parted ways, each hopping into their rides. Back home, Kim blew off her sister and dialed Mom right away. Mom, I think we should tweak our reality show's positioning a bit. No, not ditching the black community. Gotta keep that, it's our cash cow. Just Kendall. Mom, get this. We ran into Martin on the flight today? Yeah, Martin Myers. He seemed really into my sister. Maybe we don't need everyone in the family chasing black guys. Maybe we can have an outlier, and Martin Myers has a killer rep in the black community. Everyone knows Martin's a player, but he's good to all his women. Really good. If Kendall became Martin's girl. Click. Kim sauntered out with a sly smile. In the living room, mid-sneak eat of snacks, Kendall spotted her sis and froze, stashing the chips behind her back. Kim strictly policed Kendall's junk food, hoping the little sis could carve a modeling path and broaden the family's career turf. But this time, Kendall, no hiding. I saw you snag those chips. Kim smiled. If the plan panned out, this sis would be the family's ace. No more hardline tactics. Sorry, Kim. I just tasted one, promise. Kendall hung her head, offering up the bag. She braced for the usual confiscation, but surprise. Kim pushed it back with a warm grin. Eat if you want. I was too strict before. You're still a kid. Snacks are part of the fun. Really? Kendall's eyes bugged out, sensing a shift in Big Sis. Really? Dig in, then I'll take you shopping. Didn't you have your eye on that Hermione wand from Harry Potter? For real? Kendall's eyes went saucer-wide, disbelieving. But you said Harry Potter was too babyish, and wands aren't for girls our age. Kim flushed a tad, but recovered with a laugh. My bad. Chatting with Martin on the plane opened my eyes. Harry Potter's not that childish. I had it wrong. Oh yeah, let's hit the road. Kendall bounced up, ecstatic. Watching her sister's glee, Kim reflected. Was I too harsh on her before? Gotta make it up, get her to love me. After a day off, Martin dove back into filming. The pace was blistering, NASA's Houston experts pulling real weight. While he was gone, the crew hadn't slacked. Sofia Coppola stepped up as temp director. By his return, the Coppola clan's lone female director had bonded hard with Jessica, total BFFs. Sofia's got endless patience. Martin, don't get mad at me, but I loved her directing. Way less nerve-wracking than your serious face. Martin laughed, smacking her perky ass hard. Punishment time. Right, and Sofia had this tiny suggestion. Jessica didn't bat an eye at the SWAT, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Oh, spill. Martin perked up. Sofia thinks, yeah, real astronauts' visors don't fog from breathing, but in the movie, we could fudge it. Makes the characters' breaths visible, amps up that trapped, terrified vibe in the confined space. Martin pondered. He'd overlooked that detail. Gotta admit, sometimes women directors nail the fine points sharper. Makes sense. I'll shoot a test batch. If it pops, we roll with it. Martin knew when to listen. After testing a batch of shots, Martin realized Sofia's suggestion was spot on. The mist forming and fading on the visor with each breath amplified that bone-deep isolation of humanity adrift in the void. Perfect, let's roll with it. Martin grabbed Sofia's shoulders in excitement. Hey, gorgeous, you should have joined my set sooner. I could have made you an AD. Maybe even tossed you a role. Too late now. Nah, never too late. I'll have DeLorean cut you a paycheck. Easy there. I'm on vacation, just pitching in temporarily. Don't want to get sucked back into work mode. As she spoke, a shy flicker crossed Sofia's brow. She wasn't fully used to Martin hugging her in front of the crew, but damn, she savored the thrill. She felt her body stirring again. Her cheeks flushed pink. Martin sniffed the air, smirking wickedly. Sofia's body always seemed that responsive. In the end, Sofia stayed on as Martin's assistant director. Sure, she'd called it a vacation to LA, but deep down, she knew the truth. She missed him. Heart, body, the works. If lovesickness was a disease, Sofia figured Martin was her cancer cells, the incurable kind. She'd never ached for anyone this fiercely. 3 days later, it was the date on Kim Kardashian's invite, her new collection launch. When it came to fashion, folks first thought New York or Paris. But hit LA, and you'd get it. This city's artistic vibe, overflowing energy, and blinding sun carved out its own niche, worlds away from New York's glitzy hustle. The fashion crowd had clocked the contrast ages ago. Two wildly different cities, both intoxicating in their own right. Sunshine, beaches, palms, short shorts on long legs by the shore. That was LA style. And Kim's runway vibe. Martin scanned the show, models stuck in his mind, but the clothes? Accessories? Zilch. No wonder Kim's line bombed in the mid-upper circles. Zero standout factor. Everyone knew fashion brands targeted mass market, mid-class, and upper-class tiers. Skip the masses below, they weren't shopping style. Survival was the game. Top-tier billionaires? Meh, custom threads all the way. So mid-class and upper-mid were the real moneymakers. Kim aimed for upper-mid. But her product's positioning? Way off. Fashion split into mass trendy and personality-driven. The former hit mid-class wallets, the latter upper-mid tastes. Mid-class had cash, but no time. Hustling jobs meant grabbing affordable, popular looks that saved money and hassle. Upper-mid had dough and leisure, second-gen heirs, execs, celebs. They craved uniqueness, no copycat outfits. They'd pay extra for it. Kim's line priced for upper mid, but styled for mass tastes. No shock it flopped, until the price cuts later. Of course, Martin kept his critique zipped. None of his business. He was just there for the eye candy. Runway wrapped. Kim whisked Martin backstage. Models swapping outfits didn't bat an eye at him striding in. No shyness, just bold stares appraising the sky-high billionaire. A few gutsy ones even hiked up their hems. Kim swatted asses left and right, barking, "Out! Everyone out! Don't cockblock!" Total madam energy. Martin just grinned, quietly soaking in the scenery. Quickly, she led him to a small dressing room door. Kim hesitated. Knock or nah? Her eyes hardened. Gritted teeth. No risk, no reward. Euro-style, but you get the gist. She shoved the door open. Martin blinked. That's your blood sis in there. Ah. A yelp pierced the air. Kendall Jenner, mid-slide of tiny panties up her thighs, froze as Kim and Martin burst in. Terror-struck, she screeched, body locked. Martin's eyes flicked over, scoping the full vista in a heartbeat. Then he played the gentleman, turning away, and shamelessly added, "Sorry, didn't see a thing." Kim chuckled. "My bad, forgot Kendall was still changing. But Martin, you're a true gentleman." To her sis, "Hurry up and dress. Martin's here special too. Drop off that signed Harry Potter for you." Kendall snapped too, fumbling into her clothes. The 16-year-old newbie to romance had zero playbook for this. Total deer in headlights. Outside, the veterans clocked Kim's scheme instantly, smirking behind pursed lips. Kim didn't give a damn about them. All she cared about was hooking her fave sis on a Martin's line. That had locked down the family's black fan base, no one daring to cross them. As for Paris Hilton? Once sis snagged Martin, who'd fear pissing off Paris. Truth was, Kim had outgrown Paris ages ago. Trailing her ass? Just for the connections, right? With Martin? Who needed Paris's Rolodex? In the original timeline, Paris crashed from scandals around then. Kim bailed early. Here, Martin's butterfly effect kept Paris's side hustle thriving, scandal-free. Steady as she goes. Kim sensed Paris wouldn't sweat Martin's girl count. Hell, none of his women seemed to, not just Paris. Weird, right? Martin's harem. That buzzword fueled endless industry gossip. Everyone dying to know his secret. Kendall finally dressed, cheeks blazing as she tugged Martin's shirt from behind. "I am ready." He turned, eyes lighting up. White tank top, braless, but nipped with pasties underneath. Tiny denim shorts hugging like a whisper. Legs waxed smooth, endless and taut. Smoking hot. With a devilish figure to boot, Kendall Jenner also boasted a face of pure innocence. At 16, the girl's cheeks brimmed with collagen, now flushed a deep crimson from sheer embarrassment. Her large Carlson eyes, cast slightly downward, flicked shy glances at Martin now and then. Prime beauty in full bloom. Even Kim Kardashian was floored by her sister's shy, timid allure. God, Kendall's bashful look is killer. I don't buy Martin not falling for it. This little vixen knows how to reel him in. Martin savored the girl's blushing beauty while fishing the signed collector's edition of Harry Potter from his bag, handing it over to Kendall. The teen forgot her awkwardness in a flash, clutching the hefty tomes with glee. She flipped open one, revealing elegant cursive script, "To the beautiful little princess Kendall Jenner. May your life be filled with joy." Martin grinned sheepishly. Each one's got a unique blessing. Hope you dig him. Oh, I love them, I adore them. The girl's face glowed red, but this time from excitement, not shyness. Wow, your handwriting's gorgeous, Martin, like a work of art. Kendall sighed, cracking another volume. Inside, wishing the lovely Miss Kendall Jenner ever greater beauty. Her cheeks burned hotter, a faint sheen of sweat beading on her nose. Kim nodded along. Martin's script had her impressed too. Snapping the book shut, Kendall looked up, eyes sparkling at Martin. If not for the stack in her arms, she'd have launched herself at him right then. Damn, Kim thought. Should have snatched those books first. Kendall, hand him over. I'll have my assistant stash them in the car. Kim scooped up the set, but the giddy high had crested for Kendall. Reason kicking back in. The girl felt her shyness and nerves return full force. Sure, she wanted to melt into Martin's arms, but she couldn't muster the guts. Kim's eyes darted, scheming. "Martin, thanks for coming out tonight. Care for dinner after the show?" Martin shot Kim a look. He clocked her game crystal clear. His gaze slid to Kendall, the girl's flushed face stirring something in him. All right, time to save another future role-trapped soul, one who won't get the happy ending she deserves. Sure, my pleasure. Kim hooped internally. Yes, more thrilled than if Martin had picked her. The rumors about Kim's control freak streak? Spot on. She got a real kick out of puppeteering her sister's heart. Mind racing, Kim pressed. Martin, dinner's on me. I'll pick the spot, guaranteed satisfaction. She skipped the restaurant name on purpose. Her plan? Host at. So, dinner at your place? Martin stepped out, eyeing the red-tiled white villa with amusement. Kim's LA pad. Back then, Kim wasn't rolling in dough like later years. No Beverly Hills mega mansion yet. Martin, my place might be modest, but it's oceanfront, killer views. And my cooking? Top-notch. No brag. Back as Paris's lackey, she'd mastered skills to win boss points. She didn't just cook. She baked cakes like a pro. Martin turned, gazing out at the distant sea vista. Sounds good. Can't wait to taste your handiwork. Kim's pulse quickened. That jawline's criminal. No wonder Paris was hooked, enough to overlook his other flames. Swap me in. I'd look past him too, just for one night. Too bad he wouldn't glance my way. Hey, sis, what are you daydreaming about? Open the door already. Kendall's nudge snapped Kim from her trance. She shot her sister a glare, cheeks heating, and fumbled for her keys, unlocking in a rush. Kendall seized the moment. Kim's back turned, to glare right back. Ugh, not face-to-face guts. She stuck out her tongue instead. Adorable as hell. A big hand ruffled her hair, Martin's voice warm with teasing. Careful, your eyes might pop out. Kendall giggled shyly, then zoned. Martin's hand's so big, it could cradle my whole head. So warm, too, like a cozy furnace. Feels amazing. Hope he didn't mess up my hair. Oh God, did he catch me grimacing? Was that ugly? Earth to Kendall? Kim's voice cut through. Snap, forehead flick from Kim. Kendall blinked back to reality. Martin's hand had slipped away from her head, who knows when. Instant letdown crashed over her. They filed inside. Kim's place felt cozy, far from the sterile minimalism of her future mega mansion. A touch cluttered, but brimming with lived-in charm. Martin, park on the couch. I'll have my assistant grab lobster and steaks. Tonight, you sample my skills. Kendall, kitchen now? Help me out. But I want to watch TV. Help. Ah, fine. Kendall trailed her sister's swaying hips into the kitchen, thinking, Sis's ass looks even bigger. Martin lounged on the sofa, flicking on the TV for news. Local time, April 15th. 2 explosions rocked the Boston Marathon finish line. At least 3 dead so far, including an 8-year-old child, with over 140 injured and hospitalized. President Obama addressed the bombings, vowing the FBI will treat it as terrorism. Any timed bomb targeting innocents is an act of pure terror. Not long after the marathon attack, Boston Ph.D. confirmed a similar blast at the JFK Presidential Library and Museum. No casualties reported. The infamous April 15th Boston Marathon bombing? Martin thought, eyes on the screen. It had blown up big in Asia too. Tons of coverage. An Asian exchange student, Ramon Marcos, died in the blast. Her classmate Chelsea Gonzalez, also from Philippines, was wounded. Martin tuned out the bombing details, channel surfing. In a rural farm outside Thurder, southern Texas, authorities found the missing Black Taurus Santos and family. They're dead, bodies stashed in a grain silo, posed in grotesque shapes, as if part of some dark ritual. Weird ritual? Martin eyed the report, a low-budget indie flick flashing in his mind. Maybe time to bring that one to life. The TV was still broadcasting the small-town murder case. This incident seemed to have blown up big time, since the killer was white and the victim was black. As a result, the black community had labeled it a racial discrimination incident. On screen, black organizations from all over were staging massive protests. They held up signs in all sorts of styles. Black Lives Matter. Stop the killing. We demand equality. Martin figured that it just so happened to be around the time for the verdict in the case where that white cop, had shot the black teenager. These organizations were clearly trying to piggyback on this new case to pressure the courts. But from what Martin remembered, ended up getting acquitted in the end, sparking protests from black folks and self-righteous types across major cities, some of it even escalating into full-blown riots. In his impression, Los Angeles had seen riots too, and they'd gotten pretty ugly. Hundreds of protesters smashing into stores, flipping cars, shattering windows, setting fires, even attacking crowds. A ton of shops got looted clean. Sometimes Martin couldn't help but wonder if these guys were just using the protests as an excuse to go on a looting spree and pad their pockets a bit. While Martin was watching TV, Kim Kardashian was whispering with Kendall in the kitchen. "Kendall, what do you think of Martin? He's great, handsome, talented, and such a gentle personality." Kendall replied, not yet picking up on what her sister meant. Kim Kardashian nodded, then leaned in close to Kendall's ear and whispered, "So, do you like him?" This time, Kendall got it. Her face flushed bright red. You, Kim, what are you getting at?" She stammered. "What I'm saying is, if you like him, your big sis can help play matchmaker." "Huh? What did you say? Why so shocked? Don't tell me you don't want to." "No, it's not that." "So you do want to then?" All right, sis knows. It's settled. We'll set Martin as your target. Go for it. Strategize and win him over." Kendall's eyes went wide as saucers. Had she said anything like that just now? It seemed like she hadn't said a word, right? How the hell had her sister read it that way? Wait, she was only 16. Strategize Martin? Hold on, it didn't seem totally unacceptable, did it? Kendall's mind flashed to Martin's handsome smile, his gentle voice, and those unmatched accomplishments of his. Was there any man on this earth more magnetic than Martin? Nope. So why not give it a shot? Kendall startled herself with the thought. By the time the two sisters came out, Kendall's little face was flushed crimson again. The girl and her sister Kim Kardashian carried out the finished steaks and lobsters, her eyes darting evasively, not daring to look at Martin. Martin feigned curiosity, though he knew full well. "Hey, what's up with you? Why so shy all of a sudden?" Nothing at all. I'm not shy." Kendall babbled an explanation. "Then why's your face so red?" It's hot." "So why won't you look at me?" Whoosh. Kendall's eyes snapped right to Martin's. "I never said I wouldn't look at you." Martin chuckled. This was fun. Teasing a pretty girl like this? Priceless. After finishing the feast Kim Kardashian had whipped up, Martin politely took his leave. "It's getting late. Why not crash here at my place?" Kim Kardashian probed. Martin shook his head. "Nah, I'm good." Then he pointed across the street to a black sedan parked outside. "That one's gotta be paparazzi, right?" Kim Kardashian faltered for a second, then shook her head. "I wouldn't know." Martin said nothing, just waved to Kim Kardashian and ruffled Kendall's hair. "See you later, pretty lady." "Martin, will you call me?" Compared to her sister, Kendall came off way more sincere. Martin grinned. "Of course you bet." With that, Martin turned and walked off. He knew if he stayed the night, things might get a little steamy, but he wasn't in that big a rush. Kendall Jenner clearly hadn't fully bought into this yet. It was just her sister talking her into it with some slick words. He'd win the girl over his own way. Over the next few days, Martin kept up with filming Earth's Allure. But he didn't forget to nurture things with Kendall Jenner, either. He'd call the little miss regularly, and every now and then, he'd take the two sisters out to some swanky LA restaurant for a fancy meal. The outside world had no clue Martin's real target was Kendall Jenner. They figured this notorious Hollywood playboy was just shacking up with the fitness world's Kim Kardashian again. Overnight, Kim Kardashian's star shot through the roof. This unexpected windfall was something Kim Kardashian hadn't seen coming. For the first time, she got a real taste of just how terrifyingly influential Martin was. Way more than that basketball or football player crap. During a break in filming, Martin took the phone from his assistant. "Boss, that was Miss Paris on the line just now." "Paris?" Martin thought for a beat, then knew exactly why the woman was calling. He rang her back. "Martin, you're not seriously hooking up with Kim, are you?" "Yup, right on the money." Martin laughed. "Darling, you know me. Kim's not my type." "Oh yeah? Then how come every tabloid's buzzing with you two on dates?" "We just grabbed dinner, that's all. And there was a third wheel there too. The paparazzi just cropped her out of the shots on purpose." "Third wheel, huh? Who's the lucky one?" "Kendall Jenner." "Oh, I know that little girl. Super cute little." "Wait, hold up, I get it now. She's your real target, isn't she?" "Spot on." Martin didn't deny it. "Well, all right then. Compared to that weirdo girl you're with now, I can actually stomach this Kindle kid. Looks like our tastes in aesthetics line up. Martin chuckled. Meanwhile, Kim Kardashian was fielding a barrage of questions over the phone. It was from her fiancé, Kanye West. You bastard, Kim. What the hell's all that in the papers? You and that Hollywood playboy screwing around. Shut your mouth, Kanye. Show some respect. Martin's a major client I'm working on right now. It's just business relations. Just business? But the papers. I said it's business. Are you gonna believe me or those paparazzi? Hey, don't get mad, baby. Of course I believe you. Yeah? Good. That's more like it. We're getting married this time next year. You can't go doubting me. My bad, darling. I'll make it up to you. Oh, I've got my eye on this Cartier necklace. Kim Kardashian's fiancé, Kanye West, was a male rapper, music producer, businessman, and fashion designer. Of course, he was black. He'd been living with Kim Kardashian for nearly 2 years now. They'd gotten engaged at the beginning of the year and were set to tie the knot next April. In the meantime, Kim Kardashian had given birth to 4 kids for Kanye West. But this marriage wouldn't last forever. On February 19, 2021, Kim Kardashian officially filed for divorce from Kanye West. Speaking of Kanye West, we can't help but mention Kim Kardashian's ex-husband, Kris Humphries, that NBA chump of all chumps. The guy entered the league in 2003 with Minnesota, snagging the 2003-04 Rookie of the Year award. He was drafted into the NBA in 2004 and bounced around teams like the Jazz, Raptors, Mavericks, Nets, Celtics, Wizards, Suns, and Hawks. Kris Humphries married Kim Kardashian on May 18, 2011, but that marriage lasted a whopping 72 days. On November 4, 2011, Kim Kardashian and Kris Humphries ended their brief union. Over his 14-year NBA career, Kris Humphries raked in a total of $61.8 million. But in that short 72-day deep dive marriage with Kardashian, Kris blew over $20 million, about a third of his entire 14-year earnings. Not even counting the pre-marriage splurges, just starting from the engagement ring. In this lavish reality TV spectacle, Kris Humphries shelled out for a 20.5-carat engagement ring for Kardashian, worth a staggering $2 million. And the wedding expenses? They hit an eye-watering $10 million, basically wiping out half of Humphries' after-tax salary from his career up to that point. Beyond the massive wedding costs, during those 72 days of marriage, Kardashian's eating, drinking, and everything else was on Kris's tab, averaging about $277,000 a day. From that angle, Kris Humphries really was head over heels for Kardashian, sparing no expense in cash or energy to satisfy her every material and emotional desire. But the funniest part? After 72 days, Kim Kardashian filed for divorce, citing that Kris was too tall and living with him gave her claustrophobia. After a year and a half of wrangling, Humphries caved, foregoing a $7 million settlement to agree to the divorce. In other words, during those 72 days, to win the beauty's heart, Humphries was shelling out an average of $139,000 a day. Years later, Kim Kardashian admitted on her reality show that she really owed Humphries an apology. After being dumped by Kim Kardashian, Humphries said he'd become a laughingstock during that time. Everywhere he went, it felt like people were mocking him. By the way, after retiring, Kris Humphries became a real estate manager and fast food franchise owner, enjoying the single life in Minnesota. Kim Kardashian hung up on her fiancé and hummed her way toward her bedroom. As she passed Kendall's room, she heard a phone call going on inside. She instinctively paused, eavesdropped for a bit, and a flash of jealousy crossed her face. Sure enough, it was a call to Martin. If the little girl had been a bit reluctant about cozying up to Martin before, now, after a few days of hanging out with him, she was totally into it. Kim Kardashian had to admit, Martin's charm was overpowering. Forget her sister. Even she herself had nearly thrown herself at him a few times. If she hadn't already known Martin wasn't into her type, she might have done it. Whatever. Her main scene was still with the black crowd anyway. Having one Kendall in the family as a white guy's girl was enough. I hear you've been dating that New York socialite lately. On the set of Earth's Allure, Sofia Coppola was teasing Martin. Martin gave a wry smile, but didn't get a chance to respond before Jessica chimed in from the side. Puffed. As if Martin would go for that big-ass weirdo. Oh yeah? Then what's with all the recent gossip? Sophia asked, a bit curious. This big ol' playboy Martin's got his eye on her little sister, Jessica. Spilled. Ah, got it. Sophia nodded, then asked, which sister? The Kardashian one or the Jenner one? Jenner. Oh, yeah, that's a pretty girl, all right. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get back to filming. Martin had discovered that women really were gossip machines. Even a talented beauty like Sophia was no exception. Time flew by, and suddenly it was the end of July. Filming for Gravity was wrapping up. One day, Kim Kardashian tracked down Martin. Martin, for this season of Keeping Up with the Kardashians, we're thinking of filming an episode out at sea. Mind if we borrow that yacht of yours? Which one? Martin had just bought an even fancier, more advanced yacht a while back. It had been built and delivered earlier this year. The Black Pearl one. Sure. Thanks, we'll pay for it. You can hash that out with the Diamond Yacht Club. My yachts are registered with them. Martin wasn't dumb enough to turn down payment, of course. They were borrowing his yacht to film a reality show, which they'd sell to a network and rake in big bucks for the sisters. Plus, taking the yacht out once burned 6 figures in fuel alone. Why should he foot the bill to line the Kardashians' pockets? He wasn't some sucker like Kris Humphries. Oh, and Kendall says she misses you. How about you join us for this episode's filming? It'd be a perfect chance to vacation with Kendall. I hear your movie's almost wrapped. Martin chuckled. Filming the show? Nah. Kendall can skip this episode. I'll take her to that little private island I bought in the Caribbean for a getaway. All right. A bit disappointed she couldn't lure Martin onto her show, Kim Kardashian deflated. Her eyes darted as an idea hit her. Kendall's only 16, so she'll need a guardian along. She'd been planning to angle for a chance to film her show on his private island too. But catching Martin's knowing, half-smiling look, she quickly clamped down on the rest of the sentence. Remembering this guy wasn't some love-struck idiot like Kris Humphries. He was one of the sharpest people in the world. She hurriedly swallowed the rest of her words. At the Kardashian home in Los Angeles, big sister Kourtney Kardashian ticked off on her fingers. So for this episode, Khloe's skipping because she's got school. Kendall's out because she's vacationing with Martin. That leaves just us 3 Kardashians. Kim Kardashian said, yeah, but wait. No, Mom's coming too, so 4. That's plenty. With the little girls gone, we can finally chat about some grown-up topics. Third sister Khloe Kardashian chimed in. I still can't believe our little sister caught Martin's eye. Oh my God, that's Martin, the richest guy in the world. Khloe Kardashian was just like Kim, a classic American opportunist. The thought of her sister hooking up with a mega-billionaire like Martin made her eyes gleam with dollar signs. Kim Kardashian laughed. Kendall's the prettiest out of all us. Sisters. I'm not surprised at all she snagged Martin. Khloe nodded. I'm jealous of her. So, does that mean we can pull little Kendall into our adult convos from now on? After this trip, the girl's probably gonna turn into a full-fledged woman. Big sister Kourtney Kardashian suddenly said. Aren't you guys worried at all? Kendall's only 16, after all. She turns 17 in November, doesn't she? Plenty of girls her age have already lost their V-card. I remember you, Kourtney, hooking up with that football captain from your school at 14. Shut up. That was me being young and dumb. Oh yeah? I seem to recall you were pretty thrilled about it back then. Kim Kardashian pursed her lips in disdain. She hated her big sister's holier-than-thou act, always criticizing her for filming that sex tape 1 minute, then complaining about her enhanced curves the next. That bitch had no idea. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't be rolling in cash or living this lavish life. Did she think just because she was the oldest, she could boss them around? One day, she'd teach her a lesson. Whoa, looking down from up here, this place is gorgeous. Turquoise seas, so clear you could see straight to the bottom. Lush, vegetated islands dotted like emeralds. Sea breezes rippling the surface into shimmering waves. Kendall gazed at the view below the private jet, letting out an awed gasp. The girl hadn't been fully baptized in wealth yet. Mansions, yachts, private jets were still novelties to her, so these money-fueled experiences could still stir ripples in her heart. Martin's private island in the Caribbean sat in the northeastern region, part of the beautiful British Virgin Islands. The whole islet covered about 5.49 square kilometers. It had hills, dense foliage, a pool villa, underground freshwater, an airstrip, and a 60-meter stretch of golden beach. Not far from this island was Jeffrey Epstein's Little St. James, infamously known as Lolita Island. Lolita Island was only a fifth the size of Martin's, once packed with high-profile guests, now abandoned. The plane touched down on the island's airstrip. Martin and Kendall disembarked, where a servant was already waiting with a car, a young black guy from Guinea. "Sir, madam, your room's all set. Please follow me." "Madam." Kendall wasn't used to the title, but it secretly thrilled her. "I'm not a madam. Would you like to be?" Martin's sudden question threw Kendall off, her face flushing as her heart raced. Just then, Martin's phone rang. "Hey, Nicole." "Ah, got it. I'll be back to hang with Popos soon." I know. I've got Jennifer's due date memorized. Around August 20th, right?" Hanging up, Martin let out a sigh. Nicole was getting more assertive by the day, like a proper queen of the harem in ancient times. Yeah, Jennifer's due date was coming up fast. After this getaway with Kendall, he'd take the little one along to New York. Kendall. Jenner's family was in New York too. In the turquoise waters, Kendall frolicked like a mermaid. Suddenly, a splash erupted. Martin burst from beneath the surface, his body undulating rhythmically like a dolphin leaping from the sea. Kendall yelped in surprise, then burst into giggles. "Ha!" Martin plunged back down from midair, sending up a spray of water, then swiftly swam toward Kendall. "Ah!" Kendall shrieked, flailing her arms to dodge Martin's pursuit. But how could her speed match his? In moments, Martin's big hand grabbed her pale ankle, yanking her back. Kendall was pulled right into his arms amid her startled cry. "Hey, girl, you're caught. For trying to escape, I'm gonna have to punish you good." Then, Martin's lips crushed down on Kendall's. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. 7 days later, Martin returned to New York with a glowing Kendall. He dropped Kendall off at home first, then drove to Jennifer Aniston's estate. After hugging Courtney Cox, Martin asked, "How's Jennifer?" "She's fine, but she's a little pissed, because right when she's about to pop out your kid, you're off vacationing with some young girls. So did you have fun?" Martin gave an awkward chuckle, tweaking Courtney Cox's perky nose. "My bad. From now on, my time's all Jennifer's, until the baby's born." "Oh yeah? You done with work?" "Gravity isn't in editing yet, but no rush. I cut films fast anyway. Perfect timing to wait for all the effects to wrap up." "All right, go see Jennifer. She's in the garden." "Together?" "Nope, I'm not getting chewed out with you." In the garden, Martin used his little tricks to quickly soothe Jennifer's ruffled feathers. Thanks to pregnancy hormones, even a mellow, mature woman like Jennifer could get emotional easily. But Martin had magic on his side, nothing a charm spell couldn't fix. If one didn't work, he'd cast another. That evening, Martin, Jennifer, and Courtney lounged on the sofa watching TV. The two women flanked him, one on each side, leaning into his shoulders, the picture of cozy warmth. Meanwhile, at Kendall Jenner's house, an interrogation was underway. New York. Inside the Jenners' home, our little Kendall was undergoing an interrogation. Look at this. Who do we have here? Isn't this my beautiful little sister?" Kim Kardashian teased. Off to the side, Kylie Jenner, who'd just finished her homework and come to join the fun, complained, "Hey, I'm the family's little sister. Shoo, go play over there. Adults are talking, kids butt out." Khloe Kardashian pushed down on Kylie's head, shoving her aside, then plopped herself right where Kylie had been sitting. "Humph, bullying the little one. When I grow up, I'll get you back." Kylie Jenner glared indignantly. "What did you say?" Kourtney Kardashian's voice rang out from behind Kylie, startling the girl. Nothing at all. I'm gonna go watch TV." Kylie bolted. Kourtney Kardashian stared. After her in confusion. "What's with her? She looks like a scared little bunny." Khloe Kardashian pursed her lips. "Don't ask, but she was talking smack about me behind my back." All right, cut it out. I need to grill Kendall here." Kim Kardashian pointed to the sofa. "Go on, sit right there." Kendall Jenner glanced at the spot between Kourtney and Khloe, then stubbornly said, "No way. That's too cramped. I don't wanna." Kim Kardashian hummed warningly. Kendall was most afraid of her second sister. Seeing that stern face, she caved immediately. Fine. I'll sit. The girl said the wimpiest words in the fiercest tone, utterly adorable. Once Kendall was sandwiched between Kourtney and Khloe, Kim Kardashian sat across from them on a single armchair and started the questioning. Kendall, how was the trip to Martin's little island? Have fun. Oh, it was a blast. I almost didn't want to come back. Kendall's face lit up with excitement. Kim Kardashian let out a jealous little huff under her breath, then asked, So, what did you guys do? What did we do? Kendall shot her sister a puzzled look, then ticked off on her fingers. We swam, went jet skiing, sailed, fished. Oh, and cliff diving. Super thrilling. Anything else? Yeah. Let me think. Barbecues, hiking, snorkeling. And Martin taught me how to parasail. Wow, you two had a colorful few days. Big sister Kourtney Kardashian said enviously. Makes me want to go play too. Hey, Kendall, next time tell Martin to let us hang out on his island. Third sister Khloe Kardashian echoed, just as envious. Stop, stop, stop. Kim Kardashian shot her sisters a displeased glare, then turned back to Kendall. I mean, what did you do at night? At night? Oh, we watched movies, played poker, stargazed from the rooftop with a telescope. Stop. Kim Kardashian couldn't take it anymore and cut her sister off. After huffing a few deep breaths, she glared. Okay, straight up, did you and Martin sleep together or not? Sleep? No. What? The three Kardashian sisters gasped in unison. They all stared at Kendall Jenner in disbelief. Kim Kardashian. No way. Kourtney Kardashian. You're lying. Khloe Kardashian. I don't buy it. For real, Martin said I'm still young. If I want to be his woman, it'll have to wait a bit. Young my ass, you're turning 17 soon. Kim Kardashian fumed. Don't lie to us. We're family, tell the truth. I'm telling the truth. We really didn't do anything. Kendall Jenner gazed at her sisters with innocent eyes. You really didn't do anything? Kim Kardashian studied her sister's expression, starting to believe her. No way. Does that mean Martin's got issues down there? Khloe Kardashian said skeptically. Nah, I think Martin's just got his own moral code. His prowess down there is legendary. Otherwise, all those women around him would have bailed ages ago. I heard he once went full stud mode at a party, leaving Jack Nicholson, Leonardo DiCaprio, Matt Damon, and the rest totally stunned. I'd love to experience Martin's stamina. It'd be insanely satisfying. As she spoke, Kourtney Kardashian's eyes glazed over with longing, her tongue instinctively licking her lips. No way. Kim Kardashian stared at her sister in frustration. From the intel she'd gathered, Martin wasn't the type to sit pretty without making a move. He was a total playboy. How could he resist touching Kendall? Was it because Kendall wasn't sexy enough? Kim Kardashian eyed her sister. Perfect face, perfect chest, perfect long legs. But, maybe because her ass wasn't big enough? If I had Kendall's delicate features plus my killer curves, would Martin go for me? Kim Kardashian started daydreaming too. Kendall Jenner watched her three zoned-out sisters, secretly sighing in relief, then timidly asked, Can I go now? I want to take a shower. Yeah, go on. Kim Kardashian waved her off absent-mindedly. Kendall dashed away. That night, the three Kardashian sisters left the Jenner house, each with their own mixed feelings. Kendall Jenner burrowed under her covers, replaying that evening's chat with her sisters in her mind, then fished a black phone out from under her pillow. It was a custom iPhone Martin had given her, with top-notch security, no worries about eavesdroppers. The girl dialed a familiar number, Martin's. Hello. Martin's warm voice came through, instantly relaxing her. Hello? Martin, my sisters asked just like you said they would, about whether we did that thing. And how'd you answer? I denied it, like you taught me, with that fake, innocent look. It worked great, they all bought it. Hee. You did awesome, my little angel. Really? I think so too. How are you gonna reward me? A reward, huh? Haha, easy. I'll give you orders over the phone. You do exactly as I say, and I'll give you a fun late-night session. Really? How fun? Like that night we had. Hee, bring it on. The girl waited eagerly. Because of the reward, Kendall obeyed. Martin decided to play a little game with her. A silly little phone game. Which hand do you use to hold the phone? He asked. My right hand. Good. Now, stretch out your left hand and gently stroke your nose, then your eye, then your mouth. Extend a finger, put it in your mouth, lick it once. Then let that finger lightly touch your earlobe. I want to teach you a game called the super massage. This is an extremely, extremely ancient human relaxation technique. Without it, humanity might never have lasted until now. Now, let your hand fall gently down, let it rest on your collarbone, and move it left and right slowly. Keep going down. The next day, while having breakfast, Kelly saw her sister Kendall come down from upstairs and blurted out in surprise, "Kendall, you must have slept really well last night. You look great. Your face is positively glowing." "Is that so?" "Haha, I really did sleep well last night." "Kendall, did you hear anything weird last night? I thought I heard a cat meowing and, a pig muttering." Kendall's face flushed. "What noise? I didn't hear anything." "You must be mistaken." "Really? I don't know. I swear I heard it, and it kept me awake for ages." "Kendall, look, don't I have dark circles under my eyes?" "Yeah, the sound seemed to come from the room across from yours." "Where's Auntie?" Kendall quickly changed the subject. Elementary school-aged Kylie attention was successfully diverted. Annie went out earlier. She's off editing some new Kardashian Sisters show, Kardashian Sisters on the Move. I think the ratings this time might not be as high as before since neither you nor I are around. Kendall smiled and smoothed the tip of Kylie's cute little nose. "You little scamp, do you really think ratings depend on you?" "Of course." Kylie stuck her chin out proudly. "Kendall, you handle the family looks, I handle the family brains. Didn't you see the comments? Everyone says I'm so smart." "Oh, yes, yes, our little Kelly is the smartest." "Please, can you stop using that patronizing tone on me?" "But you are a little kid." "No, in terms of intelligence, you are the kid." "Huh, Kylie, looks like you haven't been disciplined in a long time. Miss it, do you?" "No, no, no, I haven't." "Right. Kendall, I heard you and Martin are a real couple?" Kylie asked in an orderly fashion. "Who told you?" "That," Kendall asked. She and Martin had kept that between them. She hadn't told her little sister. "I overheard Annie on the phone with second sister." "Kendall, is it true?" "All right, I'll tell you. Don't tell anyone else." "Yes, I'm Martin's girlfriend now." "No way." Kylie stabbed her sister with a playful jab without mercy. "Right away," Kendall said without missing a beat, even a little smug. "Do you know how many girls in the world want to be one of those? They can only dream about it, me." She patted her chest. "I made it happen." Kylie thought about it for a moment and then nodded. "Makes sense. So you won't have to worry about money anymore. Martin's the richest guy around. And he's so handsome. No, insanely good-looking. You know, a lot of girls in our class like him. Lilith, that bitch, even has a half-topless poster of Martin dancing." "Haha." "Kendall, remember when we went to Lilith's place and noticed that part of the poster was a little faded?" She licked that part of poster. "Ugh, Lilith is evil." Kendall scowled. "Exactly." New York suburbs, at a farm. Martin walked with Jennifer Aniston through the flowered garden. Courtney Cox followed close behind the two. Suddenly, Jennifer Aniston grabbed her belly and gave a little shout. Martin was startled. "What's wrong? What is it?" Jennifer laughed, touching her raised stomach. "Nothing, nothing. Just now the little one kicked me. I think he's impatient and wants to come out already." "Is that so?" "When he comes out, I want to teach him a lesson. How dare he harm my woman?" Martin teased. Courtney Cox steadied Jennifer by the arm. "Shall we keep walking?" "Yes, let's go on." Jennifer said. "I'm fine." The three of them walked and chatted. They even talked about that phone call Martin had last night. Ancient massage, huh? Humanity enduring, Massage, Jennifer had a smile that wasn't quite a smile. "That little girl on the phone last night nearly ruptured my eardrums. You were eavesdropping and got too close. Shame on you." Martin scolded with a laugh. "Close? That was all hormonal stimulation." Jennifer said. "But you went too far. You spoiled that little girl." "Me? I only gave her a wonderful midnight." "If you don't believe me, ask Courtney. She learned a thing or two last night, too." Jennifer looked at her friend in mock horror. "No way, Courtney. You actually let that scoundrel show you the ropes?" Courtney Cox's face flushed. She glared at Martin. She had slept in the same bed as him last night, and, to avoid her friends noticing anything odd, she had tried very hard not to make a sound. It was infuriating. All that effort to hold back, and then Martin ruined it with a single remark. In hindsight, she might as well have just let herself go. So Courtney redirected the conversation. "Martin, why did you want to reward that girl last night?" Martin smiled and told them everything about Kendall and the Kardashian teasing routine. recounted it all to Jennifer and Courtney. Courtney frowned. Kim Kardashian is trying to get leverage on you. She's clever. And Kendall is only how old? She's basically like that. Kim Kardashian isn't a simple woman either. I listened in and checked the phone recording. Do you think she's trying to trap you? Jennifer's face hardened. No. Martin reassured her, patting her on the back. That woman is smart. She wouldn't do anything irreversible. At most, she'd keep the recording as evidence. Consider it. A kind of insurance, you know? A way out. So if you ever wanted to break up with Kendall later, you'd have to think twice. Courtney said. It wouldn't matter much, Martin replied. If I ever really wanted to break up with Kendall, she could use that recording to bargain for the best possible terms. That would be her silent condition. Kim Kardashian's idea was 8 or 9 times out of 10, guessed by Martin. She certainly wouldn't dare use that recording against Martin, nor would she let him know such a recording existed. It was just a precautionary just in case between her and her younger sister. After all, nobody can predict what the future will bring. If Martin ever treated his sister badly, or if Martin and the Kardashian family were ever exposed, that recording might become a useful bargaining chip. Unfortunately for Kim, Martin's plans had already anticipated her moves. He had long taught Kendall how to respond. And since Kendall had already been seduced by Martin, her whole heart was set on him. On August 24th, Martin's second child was born, another son. This time Martin left the naming rights to his father, Grant. Grant, who had spent the night thinking, came up with a name he thought was brilliant, Sandy. It's a name that's also a day. See, Sandy sounds like Sunday. Sunday's the day the child was born. Perfect. Martin frowned. Passing the naming duty to his father had been a mistake. How could he tactfully tell his father that this name, ugh, wasn't exactly normal? Just as Martin's brain scrambled for an escape, he held the baby on Jennifer Aniston's bed and made a decisive call. I don't think that name's bad. Let's call him Sandy. Fine. Martin was about to say more, but Jennifer shot him a look and said, All right. That name isn't bad. Call him that. Grant laughed delightedly. I knew you'd like it. Martin reluctantly nodded. Okay, fine. I like it. Jennifer paused, then added genuinely, I do think it's nice. It sounds pleasant and meaningful. I really like it. After Grant left the room, Martin couldn't help asking, Honey, you're serious? What? The name, Sandy? You really think it's okay? Yeah, I really like it. Remember that first day we spent together? It was a Sunday. Martin looked a little solemn. Of course I remember. I just hadn't thought of that. Fine. Our little one is Sandy. Jennifer smiled in a way that wasn't quite a smile. She didn't tease him about it. Compared to the firstborn, Martin behaved differently after the second child's birth. He didn't flaunt the baby publicly because Jennifer was modest and didn't want their child exposed to the world at such a young age. So apart from Martin's women and a few close, meticulous friends, the outside world had little idea he had so many children. Because he could gather enough mothers for his new family, Martin decided to move the production of Gravity to New York. But that day, he suddenly received a call from Leonardo DiCaprio. Two mutual friends, Tobey Maguire and Leonardo DiCaprio, were involved in something. What the fuck? How did Tobey get tied into Bradley Ruderman's case? Martin was stunned. Bradley Ruderman was a well-known American figure. He'd become famous for a Ponzi scheme that had siphoned off the fortunes of many American elites, roughly $53 million in total. Last year, Bradley Ruderman was arrested, and the court handed down a final sentence of 121 months. But unexpectedly, Bradley had reduced his sentence by cooperating, and he dragged a lot of people down with him. That included Tobey Maguire. Tobey had been involved with Bradley in secret gambling circles. Martin knew Tobey liked to gamble and had teamed up with a TV producer named Houston Curtis to run an underground, illicit gambling ring. They ran games that drew in wealthy regulars from the entertainment industry, people like Leonardo DiCaprio, Jeffrey Katzenberg, and others. Martin had heard Leonardo mention it before. This secret gambling ring was exclusive. You needed connections to get in. Leonardo was often dragged along by Tobey, and Tobey used Leonardo's fame to attract more deep-pocketed players. Whenever Leonardo lost money, Tobey would secretly make up the difference for him. Tobey had invited Martin before, but Martin wasn't interested. Matt Damon had also been pulled in a few times by the same circle, but he soon lost interest and stopped going. Martin knew Toby had an appetite for profit. He and Curtis were trying to rake in huge sums from their poker tables. They set up the games to slowly bleed rich fools dry. For example, DreamWorks Katzenberg reportedly lost $48,000 in one sitting, which discouraged him from returning. From that, McGuire and Curtis learned a lesson. Hook a big fish, but don't try to take everything at once. Their favorite targets were second-generation wealthy types like Kevin Washington, people with vast family fortunes, lavish spending money each month, and inherited wealth down the line. Such men would fly in private jets and keep losing money all night. TL/N, Metal Gear. Poor at cards but addicted to gambling. They were perfect prey for McGuire and Curtis. There was a time when Toby hosted games at least twice a week, and he and Curtis made a fortune. But Toby was fastidious and pretended to be a strict vegetarian. He couldn't stand smoky rooms or heavy food smells. So soon they moved their casino to a more suitable venue, the Viper Room in California. The Viper Room had been founded in 1993, and Johnny Depp had once been a shareholder. The bar's owner, Darren Feinstein, agreed to host the games because gambling would attract celebrities. He also brought in a woman named Molly Bloom to handle on-site hospitality and fees, letting Curtis and McGuire concentrate on running the tables. Curtis also recruited a man named Manny Lopez to manage the Los Angeles casino contacts. To keep pressure off the players, they arranged for a few runners to smooth things over. All this preparation had one goal: clean out the players' pockets. Leonardo DiCaprio joined those games at the time to help attract more players. Under their meticulous planning, McGuire and Curtis ran the games exactly how they predicted. After the first major sweep, besides DiCaprio, guests included The Hangover director Todd Phillips, real estate mogul Bob Safi, and others. McGuire and Curtis made a killing, netting about $780,000 in that session. One player walked in with $10,000, but left having lost $100,000, the new money gone. McGuire and Curtis were gamblers themselves and understood gambling psychology deeply. By continually targeting wealthy heirs like Dean Factor, Brandon Davis, director Nick Cassavetes, music manager Guy Oseary who managed Madonna and U2, and TV producer Joe Francis, McGuire and Curtis quickly amassed gains that rivaled their main incomes. Over time, the Viper Room circuit they built became the go-to celebrity gathering spot, and the club beefed up security accordingly. Bradley Ruderman, who was now behind bars, had once been a master of these high-stakes games. So, Toby won a lot of money from Bradley Ruderman? Maybe. Even so, Toby wouldn't have been directly involved in Bradley's Ponzi scheme, right? Martin was a little puzzled. No, it's not just about winning money. It's, the calculations, I can't explain it clearly here. Why don't we get together sometime and let Toby explain it to you himself? Okay, but I've been in New York lately. If you want to meet, come to New York. Got it. Toby and I will fly to New York tomorrow. Don't forget to bring a gift for our little one. The next day, Leonardo and Toby McGuire arrived at the farm. This place isn't bad. Maybe I could do something grand here, Leonardo said after surveying the grounds, clearly interested. Toby, however, had things on his mind and didn't linger. Let's hurry. The car stopped at the farmhouse gate. Martin stood at the door to greet them. Long time no see, boys. He spread his arms warmly and embraced them each in turn. Leonardo said, I didn't come empty-handed. I brought him a limited edition collectible. It took a lot of effort to get, and Blake wanted one too, but I didn't pick one up for her. Thank you, Martin said. Toby looked a bit embarrassed. Sorry, Martin. I shouldn't bother you at a time like this. Don't say that. We're friends. Martin patted his back. Toby smiled. Right. I'll have the full set of Star Wars soundtracks sent over for your kid. It's big, so it'll be delivered by a specialist company. Maybe tomorrow or the day after. Thanks. I appreciate it. Martin led the two into the house. Leonardo and Toby peeked into the bedroom at Jennifer's bed, glanced at the small cot beside it. Then Martin ushered them into his study. Tell me, how are you connected to Bradley Ruderman? Martin poured them each a drink and leaned back against a shelf as he asked casually. Toby shifted, embarrassed. It's because of the games. After Bradley was arrested, Molly Bloom was also taken by the FBI. That's when we learned that those games were tied up with Bradley's Ponzi scheme. Molly Bloom was involved with the gambling after the games. Bradley had referred a few clients. I heard she was involved in money laundering as well. But what does this have to do with you? Martin asked, still curious. Because the games were organized by Curtis and me. Bradley implicated us to reduce his sentence, claiming we were part of the Ponzi and the money laundering. Toby's tone carried some anger. Martin looked at him. So were you involved? Toby hurried to answer. No, absolutely not. Martin nodded. Using a subtle read, he could tell Toby wasn't lying. Martin then asked, so you knew Bradley was using the gambling operators to launder money? Toby hesitated a moment, then decided to be blunt. Yes, he would intentionally lose to us and Curtis to make up for missing money. So you were indirectly participating? Yes, that's it. Toby looked dejected. Martin smiled. It's a minor problem, don't worry. Really? Toby looked up in surprise. Of course. There is one catch. Any money you won from Bradley will have to be surrendered. That's fine. Toby finally gave a genuine, relieved laugh and stood. Good, problem solved. Let's eat. I'm starving, Leonardo said. By September, Martin had finished the rough cut of Gravity and flew back to Los Angeles to prepare for post-production work. Meanwhile, another film project had also been greenlit. A rented room somewhere in North Hollywood. A white, chubby man and a muscular black man were roommates in a cramped two-bedroom rental. The chubby white guy was Chris Pratt. The muscular black man was Daniel, a bouncer type. Both harbored ambitions of stardom, so they rented the little place together in North Hollywood. When work was slow, they took any odd jobs they could, background roles, small parts, anything to make ends meet. When idle, they performed at local open mic nights or worked at food stalls, Chris as a bartender, Daniel as security. One morning, while eating breakfast and reading the paper, Chris said, "Man, your pancakes taste amazing. Do you have a secret?" Daniel shrugged. Secret? Haha, it's simple. For the batter, I use my family's traditional soy marinade. My great-grandma brought it from Africa. What the fuck? There aren't any bugs or weird stuff in it, are there? Chris frowned and put his fork down. Fuck you, don't be racist. Apologize. Daniel scolded, standing upright. Okay, I'm sorry, Chris said earnestly, then added. So are there any weird ingredients? Of course not. Damn it, just some African chili and a special salted meat. Salted meat? What kind of meat? Beef, rabbit, dog. Ah, okay. Wait, what was that last one? Dog meat. Ugh, gross. You actually use dog meat. Ha ha ha, you guessed it. Fuck, fuck, fuck. All right, I was kidding. You swear. I swear. That'll do. Chris, being a bit of a lightweight, was about to shove a pancake into his mouth, then nervously asked, there really isn't dog meat in it, right? No, absolutely not. Relax and eat. Chris finally put the pancake into his mouth. He chewed and glanced at the paper. Whoa, Marvel's making Guardians of the Galaxy. I love that raccoon character in the comic. Raccoon? Isn't the main favorite Star-Lord? Daniel said. I hate Star-Lord, you know. I don't like his whole flashiness. He's way too showy. Really? I thought he was fine. My favorite in that comic isn't Star-Lord either. It's, Nebula. Nebula? Damn, your taste is wild. What do you know? That metallic, badass vibe. Only real men get it. You're such a pervert. Right as Chris Pratt and Daniel Kaluuya were debating who was hotter, Nebula or Gamora. Chris Pratt's phone buzzed. Who'd be calling at this hour? Chris Pratt glanced at the wall clock. 8:22 a.m. He picked up the phone. It was his manager. Chris Pratt's manager was also signed with CA. His agent was a small-time broker under Jeff Raymond's wing, with limited resources, mostly scraping by on scraps that slipped through Jeff Raymond's fingers. Answering the call, his manager's excited voice burst through. Ah, dude. Damn it. You're gonna blow up. For real. You're gonna blow up. Ah, damn. You're really gonna blow up. Your big break's here. Hold up. Hold up. What are you talking about? How am I blowing up? What break? Chris Pratt cut off his manager's rambling, a surge of anticipation bubbling up inside him. Daniel Kaluuya, who was toasting bread, leaned in curiously to listen. Okay, let me calm down. All right, I'm calm. Listen up. I'm listening, spit it out. You know about Marvel Studios' new project? Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy. It's all over the papers. They're casting right now. Wait, you mean I got an audition for something? No way. You will. Of course you will. That's why I said your luck's turned. What role? Drax the Destroyer? Yondu? Not the raccoon, right? None of those, dude. It's Star-Lord. You get to audition for Star-Lord, and you're skipping straight to round 2. Huge chance. You know who? It's Martin. Martin recommended you to Marvel Studios. Martin's got serious pull there. As long as you don't totally bomb the audition, the role's yours. Ah, damn, you hit the jackpot. What? Hanging up. Chris Pratt and Daniel Kaluuya stared at each other. Chris Pratt. I'm auditioning for Star-Lord. Daniel Kaluuya. You're auditioning for Star-Lord. Chris Pratt. I've got a real shot. Daniel Kaluuya. You've got a real shot. Chris Pratt. Martin recommended me. Daniel Kaluuya. Martin recommended me. Ha! Chris Pratt suddenly burst into manic laughter, startling Daniel Kaluuya. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, God. No, Martin's God. He's my goat. I'm gonna play Star-Lord. I've gotta nail this role. Ah, I love this character the most. With that, Chris Pratt shoved his plate aside, stood up, and skipped breakfast. Where you going? Daniel Kaluuya asked curiously. To buy comics. Duh. I've got to study up on my favorite character, Star-Lord. Fuck, your favorite's Rocket Raccoon. Star-Lord's the one you hate. You just said so. Did I? You must have heard wrong. Chris Pratt grabbed his jacket and bolted out the door. Daniel Kaluuya watched his back enviously, thinking, Chris's big break is here. When's mine gonna come? Martin hasn't forgotten me, right? Over the next few days, Chris Pratt went into hardcore weight loss mode. In just 2 weeks, he transformed from a slightly pudgy guy into a handsome stud. See, with a clear goal, shedding pounds isn't that hard. One day, Daniel Kaluuya skipped his acting class and stayed home waiting for Chris Pratt. Maybe he was waiting for a glimmer of hope, his own hope. After all, if Martin could help Chris Pratt, then when the right opportunity came, he'd surely recommend him the same way, right? Chris Pratt had left early for the audition and didn't return until late afternoon, his face beaming with excitement. Hey dude, how'd the interview go? You get it? I made dinner. Let's eat and chat. Ha ha ha. Sure, over dinner. But not here, at a restaurant. Come on, let's go. Beef curry tonight, my treat. Sounds like good news? Daniel Kaluuya's mood was mixed, happy for his friend, but a twinge of jealousy. Yep, good news, amazing news. Worth celebrating. You nailed the audition? Yes, I nailed it. Producer Kevin Feige told me right there, the role's mine. Haha, tomorrow my manager's signing the contract. Whoa, that's awesome, definitely worth celebrating. Come on, let's go, beef curry on me. The next day, even bigger news hit. Chris Pratt's contract was negotiated, $1.5 million. His manager called. Dude, you gotta thank Mr. Myers. He put in a word, or you'd never get that much. And me? I'll go thank Mr. Raymond. Chris Pratt jumped. Ah, damn, 1.5 mil? I never dreamed. I know, of course I'll thank Martin. I knew he wouldn't shortchange me. After thanking Martin, Chris Pratt dragged Daniel Kaluuya out to celebrate for 3 straight days. Until Daniel Kaluuya talked him down. Dude, you got the role. Now's the time to prep seriously. If you screw it up and embarrass Martin, you might never get another shot like this. Chris Pratt was stunned, then said to Daniel Kaluuya, Dude, you're right. I've been floating lately. I'm buckling down to study the character, hit the gym, build some muscle. I've got to nail it. Can't let Martin down. Thanks for the wake-up. You're a rare, true friend. No biggie. I'm counting on you to pull me up when you're famous. Daniel Kaluuya laughed. Chris Pratt clapped his shoulder. I got you. Then grinned. Who knows? Maybe you won't have to wait for me to blow up. Martin might hook you up with a great role first. Haha, here's hoping. Daniel Kaluuya said, full of anticipation. Daniel Kaluuya's hope came fast. Just 7 days into Chris Pratt's gym routine, he got a call from his manager too. Daniel, your chance has come. When he heard his manager say that over the phone, Daniel Kaluuya's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. What chance? Mr. Myers is prepping a horror film, and you're slated to play the male lead. What? Is this real? His manager's words almost made Daniel Kaluuya jump out of his skin. For real, Mr. Jeff Raymond called me personally. No audition needed? Nope, Mr. Myers specified you for the role. Oh God, I just can't believe it. Haha, I couldn't believe it when I first heard either. Dude, you're playing the lead. Awesome, that's just awesome. According to reports, Martin Myers, after completing post-production editing on the sci-fi film Gravity, immediately kicked off a new project. It's said to be a horror film, with the male lead played by black actor Daniel Kaluuya. The New York Times. Folks, remember The Sixth Sense, The Others, Hide and Seek? After all these years, Martin Myers is diving back into horror. Horror fans are in for a treat. The Los Angeles Times. Fuck, I forgot all of the movies' name he starred in. Daniel Kaluuya. Who's this lucky guy? Before meeting Martin, this fortunate fellow was just one of Hollywood's many dream chasers, doing odd jobs on sets, occasional stand-up gigs, or bit parts in indie flicks. Daniel met Martin while filming Joker, where? Entertainment Weekly. Hey dude, congrats. I knew Martin wouldn't forget about you. Chris Pratt was genuinely thrilled for his friend when he heard the news. Haha, thanks. Come on, let's celebrate. Dinner's on me tonight. Daniel Kaluuya grinned. Burbank. Myers Studios headquarters. Martin, why'd you choose to shoot a horror film this time? Horror flicks aren't easy to make bank on. I'm a bit worried, Drew said while flipping through the script. Martin smiled. Don't worry, darling. Someone else switching genres to horror might flop, but not me. Don't forget, I got my start in horror, and I still hold the box office record for scary movies. Sure, but that was as an actor. Not just actor, writer too. And you've seen my storyboards. They're basically directing. Every frame's in my head. Just read the script first. I think it'll blow you away. All right, I'll read it. Drew bowed her head, opened the script, and dove in. Even a quick skim told her it was a chilling horror tale. This was just the literary script. Martin was still working on the shooting and storyboard versions. But even as a literary script, with Martin's masterful storytelling and sharp prose, it was utterly captivating. Chris is a young black man in a relationship with a white girl named Rose. To take things further, they decide to have their parents meet. Chris gets invited to Rose's parents' house for the weekend, and everything seems fine at first. When Chris meets her folks, they're oddly enthusiastic toward him. In this small town, Chris starts sensing the weirdness around him. As clues pile up, he uncovers a terrifying conspiracy behind the visit. What awaits Chris is a journey filled with darkness and blood. Whoa, what a mind-blowing ending. Martin, you're a genius. This horror concept is so fresh. Drew reached the script's finale, stunned by the sudden twist. Goosebumps rose as her faith in her man surged. If just reading it was this scary, filming it would be. Plus, the script wasn't just scares. It had layers worth pondering, chilling you while making you think. Then a concern hit her. Casting a black lead, any risks? Ivanka ran the numbers. The black audience market's matured now. And if the film's compelling, the lead skin color doesn't matter. Think Will Smith, Jackie Chan, neither white. Besides, a black protagonist makes the ending hit harder, doesn't it? All right, you convinced me. 3 days later, Get Out got the green light. Daniel Kaluuya received the full script too. Ah damn, I've got goosebumps. That was Daniel Kaluuya's first reaction after reading it. He rubbed his arms and started a second read-through. As he read, he pondered the character, jotting down a bio. To Daniel Kaluuya, Get Out was a thought-provoking tale. No gratuitous gore, no bloody violence, no jump scares or cheap tricks, no nudity for shock value. The plot twists never hit when you expect, but the atmosphere keeps your spine tingling. The protagonist, Chris, is always strategizing self-defense, staying hidden, evading, never courting death. As he pieces clues together, the hidden truth surfaces, and it's bolder, scarier than imaginable. Compared to Martin's past blockbusters, Get Out has small scale, few main characters, but Daniel Kaluuya didn't think it lesser than effects-heavy epics. In fact, maybe better. This is Oscar caliber. If it weren't horror, it might even win. He thought. Truth be told, when Martin pulled this film from his other memories, he saw genius in the writing. In the original timeline, it made huge box office on a tiny budget. It stormed awards season, landing multiple Oscar nods and winning Best Original Screenplay. Calling it Oscar level wasn't a stretch. Meanwhile, at Martin's estate, Scarlett was hooked on the story too. Whoa, I want to play the female lead, that evil bad woman. Whoa, I want to play the female lead, that evil bad woman. After reading the script, Scarlett excitedly wrapped herself around Martin. Literally wrapped around him. Her arms hugged Martin's neck, her legs clamped around his waist, threatening that if she didn't get to play the female lead, she wouldn't come down. Martin shook a bit, and Scarlett shook with him, but she still clung on like a furry monkey. I won't come down unless you let me play this rose. It's a villain role. I don't care. There are intimate scenes. We can use a body double. All right. All right. You acting purist, I agree. Come down. For real? No takebacks. For real, absolutely no takebacks. Oh yeah. Scarlett excitedly jumped down from Martin's body, grabbed the script, and dashed back to her room, ready to dive deep into the character that very night. In this life, free from the money and life worries of her original timeline, Scarlett's acting career hadn't veered as commercial. What script got Scarlett so hyped? Nicole, who'd been focused on staying home with the kids lately, felt a bit disconnected from society. Not sure what Scarlett and Martin had been fussing about. I just wrote a script. Horror, with some suspense. Oh yeah? Reminds me of when we worked on ? Nicole smiled, her fair face flushing. Pink. Who knows what she was thinking? Martin grinned mischievously, leaning in, his naughty hand slipping under Nicole's clothes. Fooling around, Connor's right here. He's just a little kid. What does he know? Martin turned his head and saw his son's big blue eyes staring right at his hand. Feeling a bit awkward, Martin pulled his hand out, glared at his son, then bossily told Nicole, "Tonight, you sleep with me. Leave Connor with Bijou." Then he huffed at his kid again. Nicole burst out laughing, smacking Martin's back. "How are you acting like a child, competing with your own son?" After Martin's new project Get Out got the green light, besides the already locked-in male and female leads, the other supporting roles were hotly contested. Especially the black maid role, short screen time but brilliant, stirring up quite a buzz among black actresses. Halle Berry, Zoe Saldana, Taraji P. Henson, and other black female stars all had their managers express interest in auditioning. Will Smith's big-mouthed wife also had her husband put in a good word with Martin on her behalf. But if she heard how her husband actually talked to Martin, she'd probably blow a gasket. "Martin, you don't have to factor me in. Go with what's best for the character. If Jada fits, then please pick her for my sake. If not, don't worry about what I think. Do what you want. Honestly, I saw your new script too, and I don't think Jada's acting is up to that level." Will Smith was straightforward. His wife's acting was just okay, and that eerie smile the black maid flashes now and then? He didn't think his wife could pull it off. Will Smith's words were nicely phrased, not putting Martin or himself in a tough spot. Just couldn't let Jada know, or that woman would throw another fit. "Martin, what I just said, absolutely don't tell Jada. She'd give me a headache if she nags." Martin chuckled. Will had his hands full with that wife, and his devoted good man persona made divorce tricky. So, personas are a boost early in a star's career, but once you're famous and under the microscope, they become chains. That's why Martin never bothered crafting one, just lived as wild as he wanted. Warner headquarters. A meeting was underway. The attendees were discussing a topic critical to DC's survival. Yes, DC Films was in crisis again. Since Martin and Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy exploded, DC and Warner had cranked out The Flash, Watchmen, Superman Returns, Green Lantern, and Man of Steel. But the box office was all underwhelming, totally outshone by Marvel next door. I think our gap with Marvel is Martin. Marvel's had flops too, but Martin's always stepped in to save their superheroes. Iron Man 1 and the Avengers were Marvel's key turning points. I feel like our initial choice was wrong. Zack Snyder isn't Martin. He might be a solid director, but he lacks Martin's magical knack for making films irresistible. I think our future plans must involve Martin. He's the guarantee of success. One Warner exec said bluntly. But if Martin gets involved, he'll demand investment. He's too greedy. Another exec countered. What's wrong with Martin investing? What he takes is still less than what he earns us. And success could pull our heroes out of the slump. Benefits no amount of money can buy. Another exec argued. Zack Snyder supporters chimed in. Zack's Superman didn't meet expectations, but didn't lose us money. Why not give him another shot? You've all seen Zack's plan for Batman v Superman. Dawn of Justice. Solid, exciting, enough to shatter the slump. Choosing Zack is a gamble. Choosing Martin is a surefire win. Haha, no one's a sure thing. I see Martin's going low-budget horror this time. Might be a flop. All right, stop arguing. 5.7. Alan Horn spoke up, and the room fell silent. Alan Horn, who should have jumped ship to Disney last year, was still firmly in the Warner CEO's seat. After hearing the execs out, he pondered and said, "How about this? We send someone to sound out Martin first, see if he'd make a superhero film for us. If he's willing, then we talk investment. And for Zack, let him keep going with his Batman v Superman plan. We'll pursue both paths. No matter what Martin decides, we tie Zack to our chariot. He's a good director. Martin's great, but he can't be all ours." Warner wants me to take on a superhero movie. Martin set down his cigar, looking at Drew on the sofa. They've been treating DC superheroes as their exclusive property lately, not letting others touch them. What did you tell them? If they want me to direct, Myers Films has to invest. I told them. They said they'd consider it. At this, Drew giggled. Probably the flop of Green Lantern scared them silly. Maybe it reminded them of the tragic shelving of Batman back then. Martin took a sip from his glass, smiling. Green Lantern was a mess. Ever since Marvel launched their cinematic universe in 2008, Warner and DC seemed rushed, hurriedly greenlighting Green Lantern to build their own cinematic universe for DC. Too bad it failed. $200 million investment, $219 million box office, straight-up shelved Green Lantern, one of the Justice League's big five. Guess the Justice League is down to 4 now. At this, Martin shook his head and continued. But Zack Snyder's Man of Steel wasn't bad. The guy's got top-tier cinematography skills. The visuals have this oil painting-like emotional tilt. Talented. But Man of Steel's box office wasn't high. $240 million investment. Global gross only $668 million. Barely broke even, Drew said. Can't blame the director. Script issues. Plus, I feel DC's overdoing the dark style. Dark films give audiences an oppressive feel. 1 or 2's fine, but too many breed resistance, Martin said. Drew laughed. Can't blame you. It's your scripted Batman trilogy and directed Joker's explosive success that led Warner and DC astray. Ha! Martin chuckled, thinking about it. Yeah, that's true. So how should I reply? Let me choose. Then I'll pick Suicide Squad or Aquaman. Suicide Squad. Aquaman. Such niche ones. Niche? Haha, that's how I'll show my skills. Zack Snyder and his manager rushed to the Warner conference room. Zack Snyder carried a large briefcase. Inside were all materials for Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. This was Zack Snyder's life's work. Zack Snyder, born 1966 in Wisconsin, USA. 1990, started photography and directing, shooting ads and MTVs. 2004, remade 1970s horror Dawn of the Dead, entering Hollywood. 2006, wrote/directed action film 300 with Gerard Butler, Rodrigo Santoro, famous for oil painting violence aesthetics. 2009, produced horror short Watchmen, Tales of the Black Freighter. Directed action horror Watchmen with Patrick Wilson, Carla Gugino. 2010, produced sci-fi horror Sucker Punch. Directed 3D kids fantasy animation Legend of the Guardians. The Owls of Ga'Hoole, nominated for 37th Saturn Award Best Animated Film. 2011, directed action adventure Sucker Punch with Emily Browning, Jamie Chung, Gina Malone. This film's actually good. Check it out. Don't miss it over the bad name. 2013, directed sci-fi action Man of Steel with Henry Cavill, Amy Adams, nominated for 15th Teen Choice Awards Best Summer Action/Adventure. This is almost a perfect resume. Zack Snyder's films overflow with slow MO, dark tones, exaggerated violence, personal style. This leads to polarized reviews. Take Man of Steel, blood deep red, Superman's bright blue suit dark blue, blue skies stormy. Zack infuses every detail with his style. Though Man of Steel underperformed, it gained him loyal fans, benefit of strong personal style. Of course, downside, strong style breeds staunch haters. His visuals aren't vibrant, narrative serious, evoking tragedy, solemnity, vastly different from other heroes' light humor, losing some viewers. As many lovers as haters, that's directors with intense styles, like Quentin Tarantino. Being picked by Warner for DC Universe was Zack's luck. But unluckily, he wasn't as dazzling as Nolan. Honestly, if Nolan hadn't quit superheroes after Batman trilogy, Zack might not have gotten a shot. Now, he faces stronger competition. Martin Myers. This success story from child star to Hollywood big director might replace him as Warner's DC pilot. Zack Snyder was deeply worried. If Zack's resume is near perfect, Martin Myers is beyond perfect. Not even his other achievements, just entertainment. Countless Hollywood directors/actors can't match. His films dominate history's top 10 box office. The Avengers, history's third. Joker, fourth. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, fifth. The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, sixth. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, seventh. Inception, eighth. Pirates of the Caribbean 3, ninth. Batman, The Dark Knight, 10th. In current all-time box office, top 10 except James Cameron's Avatar and Titanic are all Martin involved. How terrifying. Just the thought of having to compete with Martin again gave Zack Snyder a headache. Martin had already become synonymous with success in Hollywood. No matter the genre, horror, sci-fi, fantasy, comedy, romance, whatever he touched turned into a gold mine. It was downright terrifying. But Zack Snyder wasn't the type to give up so easily. From a commercial director to one of Hollywood's top names, Zack had always been fiercely determined, full of unyielding spirit. Even if his opponent was Martin, he was willing to give everything he had to defeat him and secure control over DC's flagship superhero film projects. What Zack didn't expect was that, when he presented all his carefully prepared material for Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, to Warner's CEO Alan Horn and a group of executives, after a moment of silent glances, they told him that Martin had chosen another DC property, a relatively minor branch, Suicide Squad. That's right. After Drew Barrymore relayed Martin's request to Warner, Alan Horn and the other executives decided to hand Suicide Squad over to Martin to direct, while also agreeing to let Myers Pictures co-invest in the film. From Warner's perspective, Suicide Squad was a niche IP with a small fan base and much lower chances of success compared to Batman, Superman, or The Flash. If Martin wanted to invest, that was simply him sharing the risk. Besides, if Martin actually managed to turn Suicide Squad into a hit, Warner would gain another valuable IP without losing anything. So, Martin chose Suicide Squad. That means Batman v Superman. Dawn of Justice still belongs to me. Zack Snyder's face froze in disbelief, like he had just thrown a punch into thin air. On his way back, passing by a comic store, Zack had his manager pull over. He went inside and bought every issue of Suicide Squad he could find. He was dying to know, why would Martin Myers choose to direct such a minor story? Was it just for fun? Suicide Squad, a team of antiheroes in DC Comics, first appeared in The Brave and the Bold number 25, September 1959, created by Robert Kanigher and Ross Andru. The team was led by government agent Amanda Waller. Its members were mostly supervillains captured by heroes. Waller would implant explosives in their bodies and order them to carry out missions, tasks too dangerous, too dirty, or too secretive for the government to officially attempt. Back in the car, Zack Snyder skimmed through the comics. The story was decent, but not particularly dazzling. Compared to Superman, Flash, or Batman, it felt more violent and bloody. If this were filmed, it would probably end up rated R, right? And everyone knew that R-rated films, with their restricted audience, had far less box office potential than PG-13 or all-ages blockbusters. Zack felt a little relieved. Martin, Warner agreed to our demands. Oh, they accepted the 50% investment split too. They did. And the 30% merchandise share? Also agreed. Haha. Looks like they really don't value Suicide Squad, this little band of antiheroes. Martin laughed happily. He was certain that once the film was released, Warner's executives would regret their decision. In his memory, after Suicide Squad was released, even just Harley Quinn merchandise alone sold explosively. That once-overlooked character surpassed Flash and Wonder Woman to become DC's third best-selling character in merchandise, right behind Batman and Superman. Clearly, this was going to be a gold mine. But that was all for later. First, he needed to finish shooting Get Out. Inside the conference room of Myers Pictures, Drew, one of the screen tests for the main supporting roles scheduled. 3 days from now. Ivanka, is the viral marketing plan for the film on the internet ready? It's done. I'll send it to your inbox right away. Scarlett, Daniel, you two need to get familiar with the script and your characters quickly. I don't want my hand-picked actors criticized for poor acting. Don't worry, Scarlett Johansson replied confidently. Boss, I'll definitely give it my best, Daniel Bruhl said earnestly. 3 days later, at the Burbank studio of Myers Pictures, once Martin had confirmed the soundstage, the filming location was officially set. Most of the movie's indoor and courtyard scenes would be built and shot on that soundstage. For the simpler outdoor scenes, Martin simply rented one of his grandfather's suburban villas. To be honest, if his father Grant hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't even have known his grandfather owned such a remote holiday house. But then again, was it really safe out there? On that day, in the hallway outside a temporary office at the studio, a group of actors sat waiting on benches. They were there to audition for supporting roles in the film. Among them, the most confident was a black actress wearing a wig, Jada Smith. Nearby, Halle Berry listened to Jada boasting shamelessly about how close her husband was with Martin, and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Because of her age, Halle felt her own chances weren't high. But she also didn't believe Jada Smith had much of a shot either. Sure, Will Smith might have a good relationship with Martin, but Jada wasn't Martin's woman. Haha. If Martin really wanted her, he wouldn't have asked her to audition at all. He would have done as he did with Scarlett, and given her the role directly. Clearly, Martin didn't think much of her acting ability and still needed an audition to make sure. Besides, Will wasn't necessarily going to speak up for his wife either. As a fellow black star, Halle Berry knew that Will Smith, in private, harbored plenty of resentment toward his wife. Just wait. You're going to embarrass yourself, Halle thought to herself with a quiet sneer. Inside the Myers photo studio, the actual auditions, scheduled for a week later, had now begun. The initial company screening had already weeded out a large number of people. Those present now were the candidates who had made it to the second round of auditions. Among them, there were 5 actresses vying for the role of the black maid, Georgina. 2 of them had clustered around Jada Smith, listening to her boast. These 2 clearly felt their own chances were slim and were decisively trying to make a good impression on Jada Smith, the wife of a top-tier Hollywood black movie star. Another sat quietly next to Halle Berry, neither currying favor with Jada Smith nor engaging with Halle Berry, just muttering something under her breath continuously. Halle Berry listened carefully. The woman was reciting her lines. All actors who had entered the second round had received the corresponding character scripts to prevent them from drawing a blank during the audition. Halle Berry glanced at this woman curiously. She's unfamiliar, probably a new actress without any famous works to her name, she thought, and thus didn't pay her much mind. Jada Smith, you're up. A staff member called out. Jada Smith adjusted her wig with a flourish, lifted her head, puffed out her chest, and strode into the audition room. Do you think she'll get it? Halle Berry suddenly spoke. The new actress sitting beside her was startled, taking a moment to realize the question was directed at her. She shook her head and said, I don't. No. Halle Berry continued. I bet she won't get it. Ah, really? What? The young black actress was interested. After all, this concerned her own interests. She remembered clearly what her manager had told her before coming. Betty, you have to seize this opportunity. Hollywood's demand for black actors is already very low. A major role requiring a black actress in a film like this is far too rare. You must find a way to impress Mr. Myers. He's the key. Her manager, from CAA, had even wanted to leverage Jeff Raymond's connections to get her close to Martin Myers. Unfortunately, Jeff Raymond couldn't be bothered with a low-level nobody like her manager, paying him no attention at all. But Betty Gabriel didn't feel disappointed. On the contrary, she breathed a sigh of relief. She would rather compete on her acting skills, succeed or fail, than use her body to trade for an opportunity. Besides, she didn't think Martin would even be interested in her. Look at all those scandalous girlfriends of Martin's. Every single one is a top-tier beauty. A plain-looking woman like me standing next to those great beauties is like gravel next to pearls. Thinking this, she glanced at Halle Berry beside her and mused. If this lady were 20 years younger, no, even 10 years younger, she might have had a chance to climb into Martin's bed. Halle Berry was considered a relatively frozen-age goddess in the West. Who could tell she was almost 50 when she played Storm, Aurora Monroe? In X-Men, Days of Future Past, Halle Berry didn't know the woman next to her was sizing her up and said to herself, Jada thinks just because she has Will's connections, she's a shoo-in for the role. But she doesn't consider that if Martin wanted her, he wouldn't even need her to audition. For a small-budget R-rated film like Get Out, Martin could decide with a single word, just like with the male and female leads. No. Even for roles with slightly bigger investors, Martin's word carries decisive weight, like the casting of Robert Downey in Iron Man. Betty Gabriel listened to Halle Berry talk while sneaking glances and assessing her. Asterisk, this one must be considered a veteran among Hollywood's black actresses, right? Monsters Ball, X-Men, Swordfish, Gothica, Catwoman, The Call. This one never lacks for resources in Hollywood. But I heard Halle Berry has detailed relationships with Spike Lee and 20th Century Fox's CEO. I wonder if it's true. Asterisk. So, I actually think your chances are a bit higher. At the very least, you seem very sincere. Ah, what? Thank you. Startled by Halle Berry's final comment, Betty Gabriel flusteredly replied. Halle Berry smiled and finally turned to look at Betty. What's your name? Are you new? Any works? Ms. Berry, hello. It's Mississippi. Miss Berry, hello. I'm Betty Gabriel. You can call me Betty. I was in G-Separation Superstar, but it was just a supporting role. I came to Hollywood in 2010. G-Separation Superstar? Never. Heard of it. Who's the director? The director is Michael Gung-Rue. Still haven't heard of him. Is it an independent film? Yes, it's an independent film. It didn't get a theatrical release. Did it win any awards? No, it didn't. No wonder. Halle Berry smiled. Betty Gabriel suddenly asked, Miss Berry, do you really think my chances are high? What? Halle Berry looked her over and said, Yes, I think your chances are high. First, I think Jada's probability is very low. You could tell from her bragging earlier that she hasn't prepared carefully at all. Does she really think Will's face is that big? Second, I think my own probability is also very low because my age is too far off from the character's setting. I don't think you look old at all, Betty Gabriel interjected. This was her sincere opinion, not just flattery. Is that so? Thank you. Halle Berry smiled at her and continued. As for the other two, you could tell from the way they were buttering up Jada that they've already lost confidence in themselves. For an actor, if you lose confidence in the character you want to play, then you can't possibly play her well. Someone like Martin would absolutely never choose an actor who lacks confidence in their ability to portray the character, unless you're his woman. And finally, Halle Berry looked at Betty Gabriel again. I just heard you reciting your lines. Your command of the script is excellent, and your tone is just right. As long as your performance during the audition matches up, I think your hopes are very high. Betty Gabriel thought over what Halle Berry had said, her eyes lighting up. Thank you, she said from the bottom of her heart. Halle Berry waved her hand. I just gave you a little tip because I took a liking to you. But it's very helpful to me. Thank you again. All right, I accept your thanks. By the way, do you have a theater background? Yes, I spent 6 years with the Washington Color Kerr Repertory Theater Company. No wonder your delivery is so steady. When Jada walked out of the audition room, her expression was far from pleasant. Martin had actually told her to go home and wait for news. Shouldn't the decision have been made on the spot? To be honest, if it weren't for Will Smith's sake, Martin would have indeed made a decision on the spot, a decision that she wouldn't get the part. This woman didn't take the role seriously at all. She hadn't even memorized her lines. The character didn't have many lines to begin with, relying more on expressions and emotional performance. If she had truly valued the role, 3 days would have been more than enough to memorize every single word. Martin watched Jada Smith's clearly furious figure retreating and couldn't help but shake his head. No wonder she hasn't made it big even with Will Smith backing her. Her professional drive is just too weak. Did you see Jada's expression just now? Halle Berry said smugly. I saw it, Betty Gabriel replied, her voice tinged with excitement. She failed. Was I wrong? No, she didn't get any assurance. Well, not bad, Betty. Your chances are high. I have high hopes for you. Next, Halle Berry. My turn. See you in a bit. 15 minutes later, Halle Berry walked out of the audition room. Compared to Jada, her emotions were much more stable. I'm done. Good luck, girl. Halle Berry whispered softly into Betty Gabriel's ear before gliding away. Betty Gabriel's spirits soared. Her two biggest competitors had failed. Her chance had just gotten much bigger. She glanced surreptitiously at the other two black actresses sitting on the couch opposite her. Their nervous, apprehensive expressions only boosted her confidence further. How did these two even make it to the second round? Personal connections? She wasn't wrong. One of the black actresses had been recommended by Spike Lee, the other by Morgan Freeman. They were just here to pad their resumes. Making it to the second round of auditions for a Martin Myers project was a credential in itself, something to add to their CVs. Soon, it was Betty Gabriel's turn to audition. The girl collected herself and walked into the audition room. Seated behind a long table were Martin Myers, Drew Barrymore, and a middle-aged man who looked like a producer. All three were watching her with gleaming eyes. Betty Gabriel, who had just been scoffing at her competitor's lack of mental fortitude, suddenly realized she was getting nervous too. She took a deep breath and began her introduction. I'm Betty Gabriel. I'm an actress. I've been in one film and one TV series, and I've also done some theater. After finishing her introduction, Betty Gabriel looked at the three people opposite her. The youngest-looking one in the middle, Martin Myers, was the main decision-maker for this audition. Have you read the character script? Martin asked. Betty Gabriel hurriedly said, Yes, I have, Mr. Myers. Memorize the lines? Martin continued. All of them. Good. Then do the scene between Georgina and Mercy. I'll have Drew read with you. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Barrymore. Betty Gabriel had regained her composure. Her confidence in her acting dispelled her nervousness. Georgina. I'm sorry. Why are you looking at me? I'm so clumsy. Mercy. It's okay, Georgina. Just leave it there. Don't worry about it. Georgina. No, I can't just leave it like this. Mercy. It's fine. Why don't you go lie down for a while? Georgina. Okay, I will. Martin watched Betty Gabriel's flustered yet desperately composed expression and was very satisfied. No wonder, in the original timeline, director Jordan Peele would pick such an unknown black actress for this role. Her acting is really good. Good, Martin praised, then added. Now, can you perform Tears of a Smile? Betty Gabriel, who had memorized the script inside and out, was thrilled. This particular scene was very challenging to perform, but she had practiced it many times since getting the script and had long internalized that emotion. Director, can I get an action? She said, her confidence now so high she even joked with Martin. Martin laughed. Action. At Martin's cue, Betty Gabriel instantly slipped into the confused, struggling emotional state of two souls fighting. Her eyes lost focus, a vacant smile appeared on her face, and a single tear slid down from the corner of her eye, as if behind this smile lay immense pain. Martin and Drew, both being performers themselves, immediately perked up. Clap, clap, clap. Martin even applauded. Betty Gabriel was momentarily struck by immense joy, almost breaking character. Good, very good. I have to say, your performance was excellent. Your name is... Martin flipped through her resume. My name is Betty Gabriel, sir. You can call me Betty. Very well, Betty. Is the number on your resume your manager's? Yes, sir. Okay. Tell your manager to keep their phone on 24/7 for the next while. No missed calls. Okay, sir. All right, you may go. Thank you, sir. Betty Gabriel suppressed the urge to laugh out loud, politely bowed slightly to Martin and the other two, and then turned to leave. She held it together until she walked out of the temporary office and reached the parking lot. Only then did she release the excited emotions pent up inside her, punching the air vigorously like a fool. Yes, 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 yes. After venting with several loud shouts, she immediately dialed her manager's number. Hey, I think I got it. You got the part. Most likely. Mr. Myers said to tell you to keep your phone on 24/7. Whoa, that's a very clear hint. It seems you really got it. My God, you're going to be in a Martin Myers film. Ha ha ha. Betty Gabriel couldn't help but laugh heartily. Her manager on the other end hurriedly cautioned her, reel it in. Until the final contract is signed, you must reel it in. You remember those last-minute recasting horror stories I told you about, right? Don't get carried away. And be careful of competitors trying to sabotage you with underhanded tricks. Betty Gabriel was startled, recalling the unfortunate tales her manager had shared, and immediately sobered up. She definitely didn't want to end up like those unlucky ones. The next day, Betty Gabriel's manager received a call from a staff member of the Get Out project. After some communication, the manager took Betty Gabriel to sign the contract. Once the news broke, many people were asking who this Betty Gabriel was and how she managed to land such an important role. Meanwhile, Jada Smith was throwing a tantrum at home, and some fragile items in the house fell victim. Will Smith had no choice but to escape and seek refuge. Inside a nightclub, Martin, Leonardo, and Will Smith were sitting on a couch, each with a girl by their side. Wait, no, Leonardo had one girl, Will Smith had two, and Martin hadn't brought any. Martin looked at the blonde beauty next to Leonardo and teased. Is this what you call being a one-woman man? Ah, you really are one-hearted. I've always loved long-legged blonde beauties. Isn't that being one-hearted? Leonardo forced an explanation. Oh, really? Should I take a photo and send it to Blake, see what she has to say? Martin pulled out his phone with a mischievous grin. Don't. I was wrong, bro. Leonardo quickly pressed down on Martin's hand, begging for mercy. Martin was about to say something else when he felt a strange sensation on his calf. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a stocking-clad foot slowly creeping up his pant leg, coming to rest on his thigh. Will Smith noticed too and said with a laugh, Ah, Hannah, that's enough. Go sit down properly. No need to secretly seduce Martin. Then he turned to Martin and said, Hannah's parents are very strict with her. The little girl begged them to let her out tonight when she heard I was meeting up with you. But I promised to get her back home before midnight. He gave Martin a look that said, you know what I mean. Martin ignored him and instead reached down to grab Hannah Carmen's foot. The girl let out a delicate yelp, then felt a tickling sensation and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Wow, you guys are something else. Hannah is my little niece. If you want to flirt and play around, find a private place, Will said. Martin released her foot and laughed. Isn't this place private enough? Look at you two. One's a horny wolf, the other's a horny dog. And what does that make you? A horny pig, Leonardo retorted. No, I'm a respectable man, Martin said, pretending to be prim. Hannah Carmen quickly sat down next to Martin, grabbing his arm and rubbing against him like a kitten, her eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Be careful, Hannah, be careful, Will said with a strange tone. Leonardo laughed. Is this girl a sloth or something? I just like sticking to Martin. I like his smell. Hannah Carmen shot a disdainful look at Will and Leonardo. He's not like you two, stinky men. I'm stinky. Leonardo lifted his arm and sniffed it, then asked the girl next to him, Am I stinky? Of course not. Will Smith pointed helplessly at his friend's daughter. Looks like you're going to be devoured by Martin tonight and wiped clean. Hannah Carmen continued clinging to Martin, narrowing her eyes and saying, I'd be happy with that. Then the conversation shifted to industry topics. Will Smith said, Martin, that actor you mentored, Wentworth Miller, came out. Did you know? Miller. Martin looked surprised. Will Smith grinned mischievously. Hey, little second, you didn't have a taste of him, did you? F***ck no, I don't like men, Martin said angrily, then asked Will, what exactly happened? When did he come out? You really didn't know? It happened this month. Will Smith said, surprised. He admitted his same-sex attraction in a letter declining an invitation to the official festival of the Fortress of St. Peter International Film Festival. And this guy's same-sex scandals never stop. He was recently rumored to be dating the out actor Luke McFarlane, brothers and sisters. These rumors have been circulating in the same-sex circles for a while. At this point, Will Smith suddenly stopped, feeling he might have revealed too much, and quickly added, I have a few friends in the circle who are same-sex attracted. I heard it from them. Martin just smiled and said nothing. Leonardo subtly shifted closer to Martin. Will Smith quickly changed the subject. Hey, Martin, I heard you're taking on the adaptation of DC's Suicide Squad into a movie. You know, news travels fast. Martin had to admit, Hollywood had no secrets. Are there any roles I could play? Will Smith's tone became more cautious. His recent situation hadn't been great. After Earth's poor box office performance had led to questions about his ability to carry a film. He desperately needed a hit movie to bounce back. And what movie could guarantee box office success better than a Martin Myers film? This was also why he didn't want to waste a favor on his wife. Such an important favor should be used on himself. Martin glanced at Will. In the original timeline, Will had played the role of Deadshot in Suicide Squad. Although the film was a box office success, it didn't help Will Smith much. Instead, it boosted Margot Robbie, who played Harley Quinn, into superstardom. Will, are you serious? This is an ensemble cast comedy, and in my plan, more screen time will be given to the Harley Quinn character. No problem. I've been pretty free lately, Will Smith said with a bitter smile. Then I think the Deadshot character would suit you well. He's also one of the characters I plan to give more screen time to in the film. Deadshot. I'll buy the comics and read it when I get back. Then the conversation turned to Leonardo's new film, The Great Gatsby. Speaking of The Great Gatsby, Martin asked about Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire played Nick in The Great Gatsby. Martin. Leo, how's Tobey been lately? Leonardo. Not great. Martin, surprised. Wasn't that matter settled? Leonardo shook his head. It's not about that incident. Well, actually, it is related. Tobey paid a large sum of money he won from Bradley Ruderman, which left him financially strained. You know how he is. He's always been eager to gamble, but not very enthusiastic about acting. He hasn't earned much in acting fees. So he's short on money? Maintaining his personal life isn't a problem, but his wife isn't very happy about it. That globe-trotting princess. Martin laughed and shook his head. Who told Tobey to marry a girl from a high-society family? Girls like that won't stick with you through lean times. Exactly. That night, Martin didn't take Hannah Carmen home, nor did anything happen with the young lady, which was a bit disappointing. The reason he didn't sample this dark chocolate dessert was because he had a luxurious, standard banquet waiting at home. Scarlett Johansson. She was very pleased to have landed the coveted lead role in Get Out and, after signing the contract, decided to reward Martin a little tonight. So, based on Martin's concept art for Harley Quinn from Suicide Squad, she had an identical costume made for herself, even styling her hair into 2 large ponytails. Everyone knows that twin ponytails are the easiest hairstyle to control. Suffice to say, Martin had a wild night that night. It must be said, with the Black Widow's explosive figure crammed into Harley Quinn's tight shorts and hot little top, it was utterly mesmerizing. The result of Martin's wild night was, Scarlett was exhausted to death. The next day at 7 a.m., Martin, looking bright and energetic, got out of bed and went for a long run around the garden of his house. Meanwhile, Scarlett was still snoring away, unable to get up, completely unable to get up. Martin didn't wake Scarlett. After breakfast, he went straight to the studio. There were more additions today. A few supporting roles still hadn't been cast. 1 week later, the casting was finalized. All actor contracts were signed, and the supporting roles were all set. The crew quickly mobilized. The filming of Get Out was about to begin. Drew, we start filming officially tomorrow. Are all the crew members in place? The cinematography, lighting, props, and set decoration crews are all hired. They're all veterans we've worked with before, so no need to worry about training. The assistant directors are also ready. What about the insurance company? All settled with Harmony Joy Insurance Company. Funds are ready for use at any time. Good. Most of this film will be shot inside the studio. I expect, barring any surprises, we can wrap filming in 2.5 months. I love your efficiency, Drew said with a laugh. Mainly because it saves money. The next day at 8 a.m., the crew inside the studio was silent, everyone at their posts making final preparations. Filming was about to begin officially. Daniel Kaluuya was a bit nervous, hugging his script and muttering his lines. Scarlett walked over and greeted him with a laugh. Hey, don't be nervous. Martin isn't that kind of tyrant. Ms. Johansson, I know, but I'm afraid if I perform poorly, I'll embarrass Mr. Myers. The more nervous you are, the more likely you are to mess up. You have to relax when performing. Let me teach you a breathing technique that can help you calm down. Not far away, Betty Gabriel watched Daniel Kaluuya talking with Scarlett, a little envious. She'd heard from her manager that Daniel Kaluuya had connected with Martin during the filming of Joker. People like him got opportunities so easily. I had to give my all just to get a supporting role, while he easily landed the lead. But then, she turned her gaze to Scarlett. The one who got the role most effortlessly must be her. No need to worry about making a living. Can act in the roles she wants. She's really a lucky woman. The time came to 8:30 a.m. All pre-filming preparations were complete. Filming officially began. Betty Gabriel discovered that Martin was indeed as Scarlett had said. Unlike other directors, he wasn't prone to outbursts, easily angered, or fond of yelling at people. Even when actors made mistakes, he could patiently explain and correct them over and over again. Perhaps it was because Martin didn't have to bear the immense pressure like other unlucky directors. After all, the company was his, the investment was his. He didn't have to answer to anyone but himself. The assistant director for Get Out was still Sofia Coppola. Martin was even a little curious. Don't you need to work on your own films? I don't have any projects on my hands right now. Besides, I feel like I can learn a lot from following you on set, like how to make a film commercially appealing. Oh, really? So what do you find appealing about this film? Martin asked with a laugh. Sofia Coppola thought for a moment and said, It's the suspense. You've planted a bomb under the table in the film. Everyone knows the male lead is in for a bad time, but where exactly his misfortune lies isn't revealed until the very end, when the bomb finally explodes. Just like at the beginning of the film, Chris goes home with his girlfriend, expecting her family situation to be terrifying. Maybe they're racist, maybe they're murderous maniacs, but the result is an utterly normal white family living in a suburban mansion. The girlfriend's parents are very kind to Chris, and their friends also show praise and affection for him. How is any of this progress terrifying? But all the viewers know this is indeed a horror film. So their curiosity is piqued, and they can't help but become immersed in the plot, constantly speculating and suspecting. The audience slowly begins to feel the terrifying tension brewing beneath the normal atmosphere. This immersive experience makes the viewers participate more deeply in the film, what's commonly called high engagement. Martin gave Sofia a thumbs up in his heart. I think you've graduated. No, I still have a lot to learn. Right now, it's only because you've laid everything out before me that I can see it. But I can't create this sense of suspense and appeal on my own. That's my weakness. Sofia genuinely admired Martin's talent from the bottom of her heart. This admiration only grew deeper as filming progressed. Sofia discovered that this guy didn't just immerse the entire film in a suspenseful atmosphere. He also made the root of the horror element break free from the usual definitions of ghosts and monsters. He made skin color the cause of the horror, breaking the audience's conventional understanding of horror films and sparking their curiosity. In this film, it seemed that any black character in the entire story would exhibit an extremely bizarre state. For example, they are overly attentive to the male lead, Chris. Like the black groundskeeper who runs wildly in the middle of the night, his nose bleeding incessantly, telling Chris to run. Like all the black men wearing hats, hiding the backs of their heads. Like the black maid who cries while laughing, looking in the mirror in the dead of night. All these eerie, hair-raising scenes have one common element. They all involve black people. In the film, every black person, except the male lead Chris, appears strange, sinister, even terrifying. This construction of a completely new horror element would undoubtedly leave the audience deeply perplexed, evoking a strong sense of novelty and curiosity. Martin is truly a genius. I would never have thought of an idea like this. Sofia thought to herself. Daniel, we'll be shooting the scene where you're tied to the chair next. You need to show confusion and fear. Try to get into the feeling first. Okay, director. Daniel Kaluuya took the script and went to a secluded corner to immerse himself. Martin then called over Scarlett. Scarlett, the emotions you need to express in a moment are also quite complex. You don't actually hate Daniel. He's the prey. But at the same time, you must reveal a bit of resistance. Any normal person forced to participate in such hunting activities for their family for a long time would develop some resistance in their heart. Understood. 10 minutes later. Martin, everyone, attention. Let's do a rehearsal. Pat, adjust the camera angle. At Martin's command, everyone moved out of frame. Daniel Kaluuya, along with the actors playing the parents, Bradley Whitford and Catherine Keener, and the lead actress Scarlett, all indicated they were ready. Get Out, Chapter 12, Scene 22, Action. Martin sat behind the monitor, his eyes fixed on the screen. Daniel Kaluuya's years of experience playing supporting roles in various Myers Pictures productions hadn't been wasted. His skills were well honed, and this young black man had a natural talent for acting. As the sound of a spoon clinking against a teacup rang out, a dazed expression appeared on Daniel Kaluuya's face. The camera slowly zoomed in for a close-up on his eyes. On the monitor, deep within Daniel Kaluuya's bewildered gaze, genuine fear began to surface. This highly layered performance technique is called gradual emotional escalation. The actor must control the intensity of emotional release to achieve this effect, which is extremely difficult. But Daniel Kaluuya performed excellently. Cut. Great performance. That's a wrap for this one. Martin stood up from the director's chair and walked over to Scarlett. Scarlett, when you enter the scene later, look at Daniel first, then at your parents. Remember the emotion I need. You know it. Then he said to the two white actors playing the parents, you'll get a close-up later. I need you to convey that condescending arrogance. Catherine, playing the mother, your emotion needs to be even more intense. Imagine yourself as that bizarre psychiatrist. You look down on Daniel like a superior deity. Martin was always very detailed when explaining scenes. He needed the actors to accurately express what he wanted. So in his films, there wasn't much room for actors to improvise. This approach might make those accidentally classic shots less likely to occur, but it also reduced unexpected problems and greatly increased the crew's filming efficiency. In fact, directors like Martin were the favorites of major producers. Directors like Christopher Guest, who loved letting actors improvise, were absolutely the nightmares of investors and producers. Drew, when will the deer prop arrive? I've already called to hurry them up. It should be here in about 15 minutes. Okay. Daniel, Scarlett, we'll shoot the scene where you stab the deer in 15 minutes. You can start getting into character now. Understood, Mr. Myers. Got it, honey. Sophia quietly took notes on her laptop. This thick notebook was already more than half full, containing her insights during the filming process. The deer. In the script, details related to the deer appear 3 times. The first time is when the girlfriend, Rose, hits a deer while driving Chris home. The second time is Rose's father, after hearing they killed a deer, meaningfully says, "One deer dies, there are thousands more." The third time is Chris using the antlers to kill Rose's father. Martin has the deer appear so many times in the film, clearly as a metaphor. In the mid-19th century, U.S. plantation owners often used the term black buck to describe black men who refused to submit to white people. So, in the play, the deer represents black people. Rose's father's words show his discrimination against black people. Black people are no different from deer. If one dies, there are more. Finally, Chris killing Rose's father with the antlers represents the resistance of black people. Not only that, within the storyline of Rose and Chris killing the deer, there's another subplot. Martin said he would add a segment of Chris recalling the memory of his mother's fatal car accident in this part of the script. This way, the later plot point where Chris hits the black maid who tried to harm him, but then saves her, becomes more justified. Every detail is meticulously placed, Sophia concluded. Filming continued day by day. The actors' form kept improving. Soon, it was time to shoot Betty Gabriel's climactic performance scene. Betty, this scene is a bit challenging, but I believe it's nothing for you. Just deliver the same performance you gave during the audition. You know the kind of smile I want. You need to convey a sense of tragic laughter. If you can also manage to cry from only one eye like you did during the audition, that would be perfect. Director, I have no problem with that, Betty Gabriel said confidently. Martin smiled and patted her shoulder. Good, I believe you can do it. As filming progressed, Martin grew fonder of this black actress. Of course, not the romantic kind of fondness, but a director's fondness for discovering a talented actor. Although young, Betty Gabriel's acting skills gave Martin a sense of natural, innate talent. It's a pity her looks weren't outstanding. Otherwise, she could potentially carry a film as the lead. Scene 96, Chapter 12, Action. Martin sat behind the monitor, legs crossed, chin resting on his hand, watching Betty Gabriel on screen intently. She stood in front of the window looking outside, her gaze eerie. When she noticed the protagonist Chris looking at her, she revealed a hypocritical, fake smile. A second later, a tear involuntarily streamed from her left eye. The camera zoomed in. A close-up on the eyes. That intense, conflicting emotion shone from Betty Gabriel's eyes, as if two souls were fighting within her body. Martin couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Cut. Excellent. That's a wrap. Take a 10-minute break. Betty, how are you feeling? Do you need the on-set psychologist to help you adjust? No need. I can handle it myself. Thank you, Mr. Myers. Please, call me Martin. Betty. Gabriel's heart swelled with joy. On set, Betty Gabriel not only impressed Martin with her acting skills, but also won the approval of the two leads. Daniel Kaluuya couldn't help but pull Betty aside and say, "My God, how did you do that? I mean that expression, and that, crying from one eye. It's absolutely incredible." Scarlett also crowded around. "Yes, your performance just now was amazing. That trick of crying from one eye, can you teach us?" Betty Gabriel wiped her tears and said with a laugh, "It's actually just a small technique involving the control of eye muscles. With enough practice, anyone can learn it." The atmosphere on Martin's sets was always excellent. Even if actors had conflicts, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble on his set and affect the filming. As the actors collectively got into their roles, and with the entire film already fully formed in Martin's head, his shooting pace became faster and faster. In the end, it only took another half-month to complete shooting all the remaining scenes. Scene 162, Chapter 19, Action. Martin watched the monitor screen very relaxed. This was the final scene of the play, not very difficult. He felt there were no issues. On the 16-inch monitor screen, Daniel Kaluuya pushed the car door open and ran out. At that moment, a figure rushed over. It was the groundskeeper from Rose's family. The black actor playing the groundskeeper knocked Daniel Kaluuya down a bit and landed on top of him. The force wasn't quite controlled this time. Daniel Kaluuya's forehead hit the ground with a thud, instantly bruising. But he didn't call cut. He endured the pain and continued acting. He personally pulled the camera out of his pocket, aimed it at the black groundskeeper blocking him, and pressed the button. Click! The flash went off. The brief burst of intense light temporarily restored the groundskeeper's self-awareness. He released Daniel Kaluuya, turned around, and fought with Scarlett. The moment he was injured, a single shot killed Scarlett. The blood bag on Scarlett's body burst, blood splattering everywhere. Then, the black groundskeeper aimed a gun at his own chin and resolutely killed himself. Cut. Great. That's a wrap. Martin picked up the megaphone and walked to the center of the set. "For nearly half a month of hard work, you have all amazed me. Whether actors, cinematography, lighting, or other crew members, and myself, we have proven to be a team that can accomplish anything together. I want to say we are the best. I thoroughly enjoyed working with you all. Each one of you is a creator of this film. Finally, I declare the principal photography of this film officially over. Don't leave, everyone. There will be a grand party tonight, with delicious food and fine wine until you're full." "Oh, yeah." Everyone cheered. In October, Los Angeles was already getting a bit chilly. Martin buried himself in the editing room. This film didn't have many special effects, so the editing process was also very quick. Soon, the rough cut was ready. During the editing process, Martin also went ahead and completed the score. Upon hearing the news, Drew couldn't help but say, "A highly efficient all-rounder like you is probably every film production company's favorite. You save people so much worry." Martin was amused. "Then should I ask for overtime pay?" Drew shrugged. "I don't mind, but you'd have to ask Boss Martin if he's willing to pay Director Martin overtime." Then she looked at the USB drive containing the film in Martin's hand and said, "The test screening is scheduled for this weekend. How does that sound? I have no objections." "Okay, then I'll call the representatives from those theater chains." Saturday, Myers Pictures screening room. Martin, Drew, Daniel, Scarlett, Betty, and a group of the film's key creative personnel were accompanying representatives from North America's 3 major theater chains, watching the film together. Betty Gabriel was just a supporting actress. In theory, she shouldn't have qualified to participate in such a test screening, but Martin had still called her. Clearly, Martin really liked this black girl's acting skills. God only knows how excited Betty Gabriel's manager was when he received the invitation to the test screening from a Myers Pictures staff member. He even began to fantasize that Martin fancied his actress, that kind of liking. Betty Gabriel, however, was relatively clear-headed. She told her manager that Martin only appreciated her skills. The manager, sobering up, also felt that Betty Gabriel's looks probably wouldn't allow her to become Martin's woman. But it wasn't bad to be appreciated by Martin for her ability. At least in the future, if Myers Pictures had roles suitable for Betty, they would probably think of her first. Inside the screening room, as the projector stopped working, the lights in the room came back on. After a moment of silence, enthusiastic applause broke out. The representatives from the 3 major theater chains had seen countless films. They all felt this movie had blockbuster potential. especially amidst the current fervent climate of the Black equality movement. The film might achieve unimaginable results. In the original timeline, Get Out was the only horror film to achieve such phenomenal box office success, capturing the right time, place, and people. Although Martin produced this film 3 years earlier, its positioning and context weren't much worse than in the future. Moreover, being a film with a Black lead as the sole protagonist, a lead role at that, was still relatively rare and not yet oversaturated. Its box office potential might even be greater. While Martin, Drew, and the theater chain representatives were chatting, Betty Gabriel sat dazed in her seat, her emotions stirred. This was her first theatrical film, and in her view, the quality of this film was truly worthy of being a Martin Myers work. Simply stunning. Over there, Scarlett was also extremely satisfied with the final film. She patted Daniel on the shoulder. "Kid, ready to become famous?" No response. Scarlett looked over in surprise and found Daniel Kaluuya with reddened eyes, crying. She thought about saying some words of comfort, but after a moment's thought, she kept her mouth shut. At a time like this, let the leading man experience these complex emotions by himself. She had been through it. That kind of feeling was something to remember for a lifetime. "Mr. Aaron, I've seen the cut. It's truly an extremely stunning work. A combination of suspense, horror, humor, reversal, and social satire. A highly innovative horror film." On the way back, the AMC theater chain representative immediately called CEO Adam Aaron to report his views on the film. "I think we can allocate more screens. This film is so politically correct, it will definitely cause a sensation among the Black community." The date was November 30th. In Santa Rita, Southern California, a charity event was being held. This event was organized by the charity Reach Out Worldwide for post-typhoon reconstruction efforts in the Philippines. Several celebrities were invited to host, including Paul Walker, the lead actor of The Fast and the Furious. After the event ended, Paul Walker got into a Porsche GT sports car driven by his friend Roger Rodas, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, after traveling a short distance, the sports car suddenly lost control, crashed into a utility pole on the side of the road, and burst into flames. The event attendees hadn't yet dispersed and rushed to the car. Some called the police, some took photos. Due to the fire, no one could approach to rescue. By the time the fire department and police arrived, both the person and the car had been burned to charcoal. On the day of the accident, Myers Pictures received the news. Drew immediately gathered the key creative personnel of The Fast and the Furious 7. She first inquired about the filming status of F7. Director James Wan said, "Principal photography is completely finished, but there are a few scenes that need additional shooting." "Do the additional shots include Paul's character?" Drew asked urgently. "Yes," James Wan said helplessly. "Damn it," Drew cursed under her breath. At that moment, Vin Diesel, sitting to the side, raised his hand. "I know Paul has 2 brothers. They both visited the set before. One brother is relatively thin, but his face looks very much like Paul's. The other brother has a build similar to Paul's, but his face isn't as similar. Perhaps we can use them to complete the additional shooting." James Wan was stunned for a moment, then said delightedly, "Then it's not a problem. The one with a similar build can shoot long shots. The one with a similar face can shoot close-ups. After shooting, we can use CGI to graft Paul's face onto them." "Are you sure there's no problem?" Drew asked. "I'm sure," James Wan said with full confidence. "Good, that problem is solved. Next is how we use Paul's death to promote the film. Of course, I am also extremely saddened by Paul's death, but life must go on, and moreover, I believe Paul would also hope his final work could be a blockbuster." "Ivanka, do you have any opinions?" Ivanka had fully taken over the publicity department of Myers Pictures. "I have a few small plans," Ivanka said. "First, we need to express our grief over Paul's death. Second, the next day, Myers Pictures, the producer of the Fast and the Furious series, quickly issued a statement of condolence, calling it heartbreaking news. For 14 years, Paul was truly one of the most beloved and respected members of the Myers Pictures family. His departure is a devastating blow to all of us who have worked on the Fast and the Furious and to countless fans." Soon after, director James Wan posted a message of condolence on Facebook. "I am deeply saddened. My heart is broken to the point where I can't think about anything or do anything right now. Paul was a good actor and a good person. He didn't deserve such a fate. Then, the main cast members of the film also posted memorial messages on Facebook and Twitter. Vin Diesel, brother, I miss you so much. I am truly speechless. Heaven has gained a new angel. Rest in peace. Ludacris, from the beginning, you gave people a sense of your humility. Every time you appeared, you knew how to make a difference. We were like brothers. Our birthdays are only a day apart. You will always have a place in our hearts. This memory will never fade. Rest in peace. Tyrese Gibson, my heart is having a hard time accepting this right now. Lord, I pray you tell me why. I really can't understand. My heart is broken. No one can make me believe this is real. Please, everyone, pray sincerely for his only daughter and his family. My God, I can't believe I'm writing this stuff. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, who joined the Fast family from Part 5. In this heartbreaking moment, I send all my strength, love, and faith to the Walker family. We will find new strength in his guidance. I love you, brother. Furthermore, many who had collaborated with Paul Walker or appeared with him in circles expressed deep sorrow over his passing. Clearly, this young man had a pretty good reputation and connections in Hollywood during his lifetime. Lady Gaga on Twitter. Is this true? If so, it's truly terrible. Praying for his family, friends, and fans. I cannot express it in words. Actor Ryan Phillip recalled his memories of Paul Walker. Paul was a good man. He was hardworking and never got a swelled head from Hollywood. He knew life was much more important than Hollywood and lived accordingly. It was a pleasure knowing you, old friend. Then, under the manipulation of Meyer's pictures behind the scenes, the event of Paul Walker's death began to ferment. First, the wife of the driver, Roger Rodas, sued Porsche, citing faulty vehicle design and fuel line leakage issues, among other items. The judge dismissed the 4 charges due to insufficient evidence to prove whether the fatal injuries were caused by the impact or by being burned alive in the fire. Then, surveillance video from the location of Paul Walker's fatal accident was leaked, allowing more people to see how the accident unfolded. Later, Paul Walker's daughter, Meadow, also joined the lawsuit, suing Porsche for negligence leading to death. She stated that the car Paul Walker was riding in had poor stability and faulty seatbelt design, which prevented both men from escaping in time, leading to them being burned alive in the car. Porsche responded that the accident was caused by improper use of the vehicle model, speeding, and lack of proper maintenance and repair. The prolonged lawsuit kept the heat of attention to this death event maintained until the film's release. Of course, this was all later. Martin was also very shocked by Paul Walker's death. He had clearly warned him about his luck. But then he remembered the driver of the accident wasn't Paul Walker himself, and he could only express helplessness and regret about it. He also didn't dislike Drew's actions of capitalizing on the deceased. At least this way, Paul Walker would be remembered by more people, right? As long as the Fast and the Furious series continues to exist, Paul Walker will always be remembered. Perhaps, for Paul Walker, this isn't a bad thing. Whether alive or dead, those who can be used are the valuable ones. December 22, 2013. Christmas season. Gravity premiered in 4,236 screens across North America. Among them, 2,300 were 3D screens. And within these 2,300 3D screens, there were 700 IMAX 3D screens. These 3D screens would be the major drivers of Gravity's box office. Outside the Chinese theater, the premiere red carpet was laid out. Celebrities walked down the red carpet one by one, attracting countless flashing lights. Inside the banquet hall, upon seeing Martin, James Cameron couldn't help but express his astonishment. "Kid, you're way too fast. A sci-fi film like Gravity, you finished it in less than a year and it's already premiering? Let me think, you started in February, right?" Martin nodded. "Yes, in February. But the preparations started last year. So strictly speaking, it took just over a year." "That's still incredibly fast. I can't even imagine it," James Cameron said, shaking his head. A vice president from 20th Century Fox flatteringly added, "Martin's filming efficiency is well known to everyone. And it's not just high efficiency, the quality is also excellent. That's what's truly unbelievable." "I suspect you're taking a dig at me." James Cameron glanced at him sideways. Recently, whenever James Cameron attended events where Martin was present, a senior executive from 20th Century Fox, would inevitably follow. They were clearly afraid James Cameron might be kidnapped by Martin. It couldn't be helped, mainly because during the investment phase of Avatar, 20th Century Fox hadn't been as supportive as Martin, and James Cameron had repeatedly praised Martin's decisiveness and capabilities in public, making them a bit nervous. Steven Spielberg also came over, accompanied by George Lucas, who had sold his company and was preparing for retirement. Steven Spielberg said to Martin with a laugh, "I heard you used a lot of new technology in this film, so I dragged George along to appreciate it." George Lucas shook hands with Martin and joked with Spielberg, "Old partner, you need to accept getting old. Can you still keep up with new technology? Why not learn from me and retire to enjoy life? Go on, get out of here. I'm not old yet. I still have abundant curiosity and drive. I'm not even 70 yet. I'm not an old fossil like you," Spielberg retorted. Spielberg was indeed a vigorous old man with an extremely strong ability to grasp new film technologies. In the original timeline, this guy directed the sci-fi adventure film Ready Player One in 2018 at the age of 72, and it did quite well at the box office. After that, he remained active in the film industry as a producer, a true evergreen in Hollywood. Christopher Nolan also arrived, accompanied by Bale, although these two hadn't connected through the Dark Knight trilogy. In this timeline, Nolan still chose Bale for Interstellar. Perhaps there really is a kind of fateful affinity between people. Put plainly, it's just clicking with someone. Interstellar was released in August this year. At that time, Martin was in New York accompanying his babysitter, Jennifer Aniston, and didn't attend the premiere, but he heard it was very lively that day. Normally, Nolan, being a renowned director, still commanded great respect within the industry. Interstellar was released in early December, grossing $820 million worldwide, once again proving Nolan's strength and making Bale a hot property again. Nolan brought Bale over. "Hey, Martin, this is Bale. Bale, this is Martin. Hello, Bale. Hello, Mr. Myers. Call me Martin. Okay, you can call me Chris too." Bale seemed a bit shy. As an artiste, Christian Bale actually held a decent status within the industry, but he always felt a bit awkward and not entirely at ease around Martin. Martin smiled and shook his hand. "Dude, I saw your performance in The Machinist. My God, your weight loss was simply extreme. I thought to myself, this actor is truly dedicated. He's literally risking his life for the role." Martin knew how to make conversation. Bale revealed a smile. The Machinist was one of his most proud works. Although it didn't win any major awards, it was through this film that he gained approval from the Hollywood mainstream and more opportunities. "You really lost weight to 110 pounds in just half a month." "Actually, no. That was for publicity. It took me 3 months to lose the weight, eating just 1 can of tuna and 1 apple a day." 3 months? Wow, that's still terrifying enough. The time reached 8:30 p.m. The film began. Bale had heard Nolan mention Martin's new film before, and every time Nolan brought it up, he couldn't stop praising it. However, Bale reserved his judgment. Because Nolan's high praise was based on Martin's script and his use of technology, judging the film would surely be a classic. But Bale had his own perspective. He felt that whether a film is good or bad also depends on how the director shoots it. There are plenty of examples in Hollywood of good scripts being ruined by directors. Bale had seen all of Martin's past films. His viewing range was very broad. What impressed him most about Martin was his unpredictable style. Biographical films, superhero movies, horror films, he seemed to master them all. But Gravity should be his first pure sci-fi film. In Bale's view, District 9 should be classified as a drama, with actor performance occupying a larger proportion. The sci-fi elements were actually just background. He was curious about how Martin would perform this time with a changed genre. Bale was quite curious. And the curious ones weren't just Bale. They also included film critics scattered across major theaters. Kevin Thomas, now promoted to deputy entertainment editor of the Los Angeles Times, sat in the 6th row of the Chinese theater, watching the big screen with anticipation. Martin's pure sci-fi film. It says using a lot of new technology. I wonder what it will turn out like. Several theater chain representatives who had attended the test screening mentioned that this film could make people feel deeply shaken and terrified. Shaken is understandable, but why terrified? Could it be a horror sci-fi genre? Kevin Thomas was extremely curious. The Myers Pictures logo flashed by. Then the screen darkened, and the vast, ink-black universe appeared before all the viewers. Narration sounded. 600 kilometers above the Earth. The temperature fluctuates between plus 258 F and dash 148 F. There is no medium for sound to propagate, no atmospheric pressure, no oxygen. Life cannot survive in space. The camera began to rotate, giving a sensation of floating, making viewers with 3D glasses feel as if they were right there in the vast universe. Then, a blue planet almost occupied the entire field of view of the audience. The film's opening was merely a prelude, yet it instantly seized the hearts of every viewer. Martin had pulled out all the stops to craft that breathtaking 12-minute-long take, its raw realism making the audience hold their breath, captivated by the scene unfolding before them. Through their 3D glasses, they felt as though they were adrift in the cosmos, surrounded by nothing but vast, endless darkness. As the lens glided forward, the blue planet before them grew smaller, swallowed by an ever-deepening inky void, giving the audience the sensation of drifting farther and farther from Earth. Then, the camera spun again, settling on the Hubble telescope. Compared to the immense telescope, the handful of astronauts working on it seemed impossibly small. The universe was utterly silent, yet so profoundly dark. Kevin Thomas finally understood where the fear those theater chain executives had spoken of came from. It stemmed from a primal, deep-seated human dread of confinement, a chill that ran through the bones. Thankfully, the quiet scene eventually came to an end. Boom, boom, boom. This is Houston, stand by. Through the comms in their spacesuits, Mission Control's orders crackled, interwoven with the chatty, rambling voice of astronaut Matt Kowalski. Jessica's character, Dr. Ryan Stone, was rebooting a communication module, while another astronaut, Sheriff, swapped out a battery unit. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. The massive Hubble telescope floated steadily in space, and the astronauts could see the comforting blue glow of their home planet, set against the vast expanse of the universe behind it. Such beauty wasn't something everyone had the chance to witness, and the audience, through the lens, felt as though they were seeing it with their own eyes. Bale was stunned. How the hell did they pull off a shot like this? It was so lifelike, so vivid it sparked a visceral fear in him, as if he were truly floating in the void of space. Was this the cutting-edge technique Nolan had been raving about? The audience, glued to the massive screen through their 3D glasses, didn't dare blink, terrified of missing even a single detail of this rare, wondrous spectacle. Not just the viewers, but the critics, directors, and actors in attendance as well. This is truly a miraculous scene. Kevin Thomas felt a thought take root. At this moment, the most beautiful shot in cinematic history was born. Bale, goddamn, it's just too beautiful, too damn beautiful, but terrifying at the same time. This one shot alone could cement this film in the history books. He suddenly found himself a little jealous of Leonardo. To be part of a film destined to leave its mark on history, not just acting in it, but even if he had to pay his own way, Bale would have jumped at the chance to join. And Leonardo, the object of his envy, was equally swept up in unparalleled awe. As for Jessica Alba, the film's leading lady, her emotions churned even more fiercely. Though she was already a top-tier star with countless blockbuster films under her belt, this movie was different. It gave her not just fame or wealth, but an immense sense of accomplishment. It's so beautiful, George Lucas mused, a touch of nostalgia in his voice. To think that film technology has reached this level. If I'd had access to techniques like this when shooting Star Wars, the impact would have been even more staggering. The audience's perspective, carried by the lens, felt as though they were immersed in the vast, silent universe. The first human to walk in space, cosmonaut Leon Knopf, once said, "I was surrounded by stars, yet I felt no confinement." I'll never forget how that moment felt. And now, the audience before the giant screen shared that same sensation. The lens zoomed in, returning to the Hubble telescope. The three astronauts bantered with mission control, working at a steady, unhurried pace. The atmosphere felt relaxed, almost serene. But that peace didn't last long. Disaster struck. Russia had launched a missile to destroy one of their own defunct spy satellites, and the resulting debris hurtled toward the Explorer shuttle and the Hubble telescope. It was a visually stunning, heart-pounding sequence. Wearing their 3D glasses, the audience watched as shards of debris streaked past, instinctively ducking and weaving. The entire theater swayed in unison, right, then left, in a scene so comical it could have been choreographed. Even the big-name directors in the front row couldn't maintain their dignified composure, swaying with the hyper-realistic visuals. Steven Spielberg let out a soft chuckle, clearly amused by the experience. Scattered laughter rippled through the theater as others joined in. The interactive sensation of the film was undeniably fun. But soon, the laughter died. The satellite debris triggered a chain reaction, smashing into more satellites, creating even more fragments. As the music grew tense and urgent, the audience watched the debris swarm toward the Hubble telescope and the Explorer shuttle. Worse still, as each satellite was destroyed, the astronauts' communications with ground control became increasingly spotty. The lens began to shift rapidly, the earlier slow, serene long take replaced by a frantic, perilous urgency that engulfed everyone. Bale's mouth went dry, his adrenaline surging. He'd seen countless films, but it had been ages since one had drawn him in so completely. Martin visual effects in this film are just too damn good. Bale even felt the movie didn't need a script. If it could sustain this hyper-realistic visual impact throughout, that alone would keep audiences glued to their seats. After all, who isn't curious about the mysterious, profound depths of the universe? Of course, that was impossible. Two waves of satellite debris battered the audience, leaving them dazed, as if they themselves had endured a catastrophic ordeal, a primal sense of surviving disaster welling up from deep within. This film's immersion is just too intense, Spielberg muttered. Nolan, sitting nearby, nodded, suddenly feeling that his own Interstellar paled in comparison. The debris obliterated the Hubble telescope and the Explorer shuttle. Aside from Ryan Stone and Matt Kowalski, who were outside the spacecraft, every other astronaut perished. Matt Kowalski and Ryan Stone searched for their fallen colleagues' bodies before making their way to the International Space Station, hoping to use the Russian Soyuz capsule to escape. But misfortune struck again. As they neared the station, they were caught in a collision with its solar panels, which had gone out of control. They were tethered to the station only by a single rope wrapped around Ryan Stone's leg. The audience's hearts were yanked tight once more. Then, Matt Kowalski made the ultimate sacrifice, releasing his tether to ensure Ryan Stone's survival. As Matt Kowalski drifted slowly into the depths of space on the screen, countless viewers wept. Humanity, it seems, will always be moved by selflessness. Even Leonardo was touched by his own performance. "Goddamn, I know, Matt. Is just too damn heroic." The film pressed on. Ryan Stone, the sole survivor, had to find a way to save herself. The audience, hearts in their throats, followed this loneliest of heroines, step by agonizing step, as she fought for her own salvation. Every heart in the theater was suspended, whether it belonged to a seasoned critic or an ordinary viewer. Fear lingered, a constant shadow in their minds. As Leon Knopf once said, "It's too quiet, far too quiet out here. I could hear my own heartbeat." Only in space do you realize how much safety the solid ground beneath your feet provides. Bale was gripped by that very sensation. He'd watched countless horror films, disaster flicks, Jaws, Jurassic Park, Twister, The Towering Inferno, but none had ever sparked this peculiar feeling, as if his heart were perpetually dangling on a thread. It wasn't just the script. 3. Or perhaps it wasn't only the script. It was because those other horror and disaster films took place on Earth. Terrifying as they were, you knew your feet were planted on solid ground, that there was a band of comrades fighting alongside you. That gave you something to lean on, a sense of security. But this film was different. This was space. In space, there's no up or down, no east or west. When danger strikes, you can't sprint away, can't shed the weight on your shoulders. There are no companions nearby, only the boundless void stretching in every direction. This environment bred an involuntary despair deep in the heart. Among astronauts, a saying circulated, "You don't know how small you are until you've been to space." This film gave ordinary people, who could never venture into the cosmos, a taste of what it felt like. The fear of the unknown, the humility born from infinite vastness. Even gazing at the stars from Earth can make you feel small and insignificant, let alone being immersed in it. The movie captured this with exquisite precision. Though clearly a sci-fi film, it instilled more dread and despair than most horror or thriller films. The word fear couldn't even fully describe the tense, desperate emotions it evoked. When the heroine, Ryan Stone, finally entered the spacecraft's cabin, the audience let out a collective sigh of relief, their anxious hearts momentarily at ease. Snapping out of his trance, Kevin Thomas glanced at his laptop and gave a wry smile. The film was over a third of the way through, and his notebook remained blank, not a single word written. For those 30 minutes, he'd been utterly captivated, unable to spare a shred of attention for anything else. Now, with the tense pace momentarily easing, Kevin Thomas began typing earnestly on his laptop. In its original timeline, Gravity relied on hyper-realistic effects and 3D visuals to deliver an immersive experience. But Martin had woven in a touch of mesmerizing magic, amplifying that immersion exponentially. As a result, every viewer was thrust into the desolate, boundless universe, teetering between loneliness and despair. Kevin Thomas's good friend, James Blend from the California Film Herald, had snagged a premiere ticket thanks to their connection. Now, like his friend, he was furiously typing on his laptop. His focus was on the performances. Leonardo's acting is beyond question. His final glance as he drifts into space is nothing short of spectacular. And Jessica Alba, who I've often seen as more of a decorative star, has completely changed my mind with her performance in Gravity. In this film, Jessica Alba delivers a phenomenal, award-worthy performance. The story unfolds in space, which, from a narrative perspective, imposes unique constraints and challenges. On the actors, the heroine must convey the story's emotions through purely individual performance, yet Jessica Alba masterfully captures the desperation and terror of that confined space. She's absolutely deserving of an Oscar nomination. I'd go so far as to say her performance surpasses Jennifer Lawrence's stunning turn in The Hunger Games. This is, without a doubt, one of the finest female characters on screen in recent years. On the screen, the story continued. Ryan Stone piloted the Soyuz capsule toward Russian space station, facing a series of malfunctions that pushed her to the brink of despair. But in the end, she rallied, finding a way to board the Russian station and ultimately pilot the Mir spacecraft back to Earth. The film's 90 minutes adhered to the standard runtime of a commercial blockbuster. In those 90 minutes of Gravity, no one left for the bathroom, no one spoke, and no one's eyes strayed from the screen for even half a second. From start to finish, the audience was wholly absorbed in the universe crafted by the film's story and effects. When the movie ended, many felt a pang of disappointment, a longing to see more, unwilling to let the experience end. For a full 3 minutes after the credits rolled, the entire auditorium of the Grand Theater remained silent. The hush was so profound that even Martin couldn't help but turn around in surprise. Jessica, the film's leading lady, broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the film didn't resonate with the audience? Impossible. Then, thunderous applause erupted. In post-screening interviews, James Cameron spoke with awe. "I'm floored, utterly defeated. This is, without question, the greatest space-themed film in history. It's been ages since I've seen a movie like this. Martin and Jessica have teamed up to deliver a story of a woman fighting for her life in the weightlessness of space. There's not a trace of pretense in this tale. It's the finest space film ever made." Steven Spielberg, equally exhilarated, added, "We need more films like this. It's been so long since I've felt this way, completely, wholeheartedly immersed in a movie. In Gravity's 90 minutes, I was there. Its intensity was so gripping that I had to remind myself, from time to time, don't forget to breathe." The Hollywood directors who attended the premiere of Gravity were unanimous in their praise for Martin Meyer's latest work. Among them, James Cameron, the master of technical innovation, was particularly effusive. Even after answering reporters' questions, he wasn't satisfied. Back home, he couldn't wait to log on to his Twitter account and post a lengthy review. This film is a trailblazer in visual effects and 3D technology, seamlessly blending CGI with live-action filming. To call it merely a tense, thrilling sci-fi movie would be an understatement. Spielberg said it best. For the 90 minutes I watched this film, my hand stayed near my mouth, and I had to remind myself to breathe. He's right. This movie is that gripping, and even that description doesn't do it justice. It's a powerful, deeply human, and profoundly moving film. What I particularly admire is how this film elevates cinematic technology to new heights. I know filming actors in prolonged zero-gravity sequences is incredibly challenging, but Martin and his team pulled it off flawlessly. They used cutting-edge robotics and the latest lighting equipment, bold, innovative choices that paid off spectacularly. Christopher Nolan's take was equally glowing. This is the most intricately designed, elegant, and powerful sci-fi film I've seen. Martin Meyer's greatest achievement is his authentic portrayal of astronauts in zero gravity. He transports you to outer space, letting you feel the vast grandeur of the universe and the beauty of Earth. The weightless drift, the solitude, the fear, the beauty. When I finished watching, I felt like I'd been to space myself. If you see this film, it's hard not to feel that same visceral reality. My final advice: watch it in 3D. It's an unparalleled experience. Christian Bale, meanwhile, posted on his Facebook, "After watching Gravity, I was devastated that I wasn't in this masterpiece, but I was also thrilled to have witnessed such an unmatched film. No words can fully capture its greatness. All I can say is, go see it. You won't regret it." Online, the praise for Gravity was overwhelming. Random Guy: the film begins with solitude, an infinite, bone-deep loneliness that seeps into every cell. When it comes to evoking isolation, no setting surpasses the vast emptiness of space. Gravity uses stunningly realistic visuals to convey this solitude so authentically that you can't help but shiver at the cold, boundless void before you. If a film's job is to spark even a flicker of resonance, Gravity succeeds spectacularly. It taps into that universal loneliness, making it palpable even for those who've never left Earth. Random Guy: the sublime beauty of this perilous journey is the brightest backdrop to its loneliness. The film doesn't let the vastness of the universe or Earth's beauty become mere hollow postcards. Gravity's hyper-realistic visuals immerse you in that majestic cosmos, filling you with awe and dread at the endless void. It doesn't just evoke resonance. It engulfs you, placing you right there in the scene. With top-tier special effects and gripping performances, it's nearly impossible not to lose yourself in the screen. Random Guy: this film fulfills every fantasy I've ever had about space. Dazzling starfields, the majestic blue of Earth, the wonder of floating through the cosmos. The weightless void, the silent isolation, the blinding darkness, it's all there. Watching it, you experience exhilaration, awe, tension, fear, of vastness, of heights, of confinement, loneliness, joy, emotion, sorrow, resolve, triumph. It conquers you visually and moves you emotionally, culminating in a transcendent experience. Random Guy: what more can I say? After watching, all I could do was take deep breath after deep breath. Martin triggered my claustrophobia, yet I still urge you to see it. Compared to every sci-fi film in cinematic history, this one stands out as exceptional. Martin proves himself again, as if declaring to the world, in filmmaking, I am limitless. Random Guy: I strongly recommend watching this in an IMAX 3D theater. The next best option is a standard 3D theater, but don't choose 2D. It cuts the experience in half. Yes, 3D tickets are pricier, but trust me, this film makes every penny worth it. I saw it in IMAX 3D and was floored. Every frame left me breathless. Every second had me on edge. The next day, mainstream media reviews poured in. Though more grounded and less fantastical, Gravity isn't fundamentally different from other 3D and effects-driven blockbusters like Life of Pi. Thanks to cutting-edge digital technology, it delivers a dreamlike experience. It's a thrilling film that captivates critics and audiences alike. Variety: Gravity isn't a traditional sci-fi film. It's packed with gripping, astonishing moments. Martin Meyers has crafted the most realistic and visually stunning space film yet. No aliens, no interstellar wars, no dystopian tropes. Just a man and a woman facing insurmountable odds in the harshest environment. Yet this creates a rock-solid 90 minutes. The Hollywood Reporter. No words can capture the breathtaking visuals of this cosmic epic. Its impact is only fully realized in a 3D theater. Gravity's arrival renders 2D and DVD versions a different film entirely. The simulated experience of space is only achievable in theaters, not on regular screens or 3D TVs. Only IMAX can fully showcase its grandeur. Los Angeles Times. Gravity portrays outer space with monumental grandeur, rivaling the pioneering spirit of 2001, A Space Odyssey. It's arguably the best theatrical experience available, a technical marvel and a soulful blockbuster. California Film Journal. Thanks to the inception, though I've never been to space, my body and soul are still adrift. Entertainment Weekly. Gravity had completely ignited the holiday season box office. Theaters everywhere were once again lined with long queues, especially at those cinemas equipped with the latest IMAX and 3D screens. At Santa Monica Pier in Los Angeles, in front of a theater boasting a state-of-the-art IMAX 3D auditorium, countless movie fans gathered, the lengthy line stretching from the lobby all the way out onto the plaza. Damn it! All the tickets for the IMAX 3D and regular 3D screenings before New Year's are sold out. Similar complaints echoed endlessly around Santa Monica Pier, forming a chorus of frustration. Why can't they build more 3D theaters? I don't care about the price difference. I've heard the visual effects in 3D versus 2D are worlds apart. If I'm spending money anyway, I want the best. This is great. Now my girlfriend's going to nag me nonstop. Why couldn't you line up earlier? Why didn't you snag tickets online during pre-sale? Why are you so useless? Ugh, I never should have fallen for you. Franco Clotho listened to the chatter around him and smugly turned to his girlfriend. See, you were complaining about me splurging on those pricey IMAX 3D tickets. Now you get it. His girlfriend Janice rolled her eyes. Yeah, you're right. A nearby white guy overheard their conversation and sidled up. Hey, buddy, you got IMAX 3D tickets? How many? Nah, doesn't matter. I'll take 'em all. Name your price. $100 each. Anyone got tickets? I'll pay 200. I'll do 300. 400, gimme. Franco Clotho and his girlfriend Janice stared wide-eyed at the surging crowd, their scalps tingling with unease. Franco grabbed Janice's hand and bolted toward the theater entrance, finally escaping the frantic ticket seekers. Janice clutched her chest, soothing her racing heart, and couldn't help but swear. Are these people insane? It's just a movie. Hey, Janice, but it's a Martin Myers film, and one all the big directors are raving about. That's just marketing hype. I refuse to believe a movie can be that amazing. Those guys outside must be brainwashed. 15 minutes later, as Janice sat in the pitch-black IMAX theater, 3D glasses perched on her nose. Her earlier skepticism vanished. The vast, silent, inky blackness of space, amplified by the 3D effects, made her feel as if she were right there in it, a deep-seated fear rising from the pit of her stomach. Instinctively, she grabbed her boyfriend Franco's hand. Normally, he'd pull her into his arms for comfort, maybe even sneak in a little grab on her boobs. But this time, Franco Clotho didn't budge. His eyes were glued to the massive screen, completely oblivious to her grip. And likewise, Janice didn't notice the difference from his usual behavior, her own gaze locked on the screen. Boom! An explosion rocked the scene, debris flying everywhere. Franco Clotho and Janice jerked their heads in unison, dodging the shards hurtling toward them. The rest of the audience did the same. Franco shivered with excitement. Martin Myers' film hadn't let him down. The 3D effects were so lifelike, it felt like the debris was actually flying at him, ready to pierce his body, his head. His adrenaline surged, compelling him to duck involuntarily. He even forgot he was there with his girlfriend. Once the wave of debris passed, he finally remembered her. He turned to look, only to find Janice retching. Oh, honey, what's wrong? Feeling sick? Want to leave? The words were out before he could regret them. He'd waited 10 hours online for these tickets, and the movie was so thrilling and didn't want to leave so early. Thankfully, Janice's response put him at ease. No way. I have to finish this film. That spinning evasion shot was just too realistic. It made me nauseous for a second. I'm better now. Oh, good. With that, Franco Clotho eagerly turned his eyes back to the screen. He didn't want to miss a single moment. And Janice did the same, focusing intently on the film, not even noticing that her boyfriend hadn't put her first. Boom! The second wave of debris struck. The theater audience dodged again in unison. To avoid another wave of nausea, Janice fought her body's instinctive reaction, staring wide-eyed as the shards pierced through her head, her body, her heart pounding wildly. When the debris cleared, she realized her palms were slick with sweat. This movie was downright terrifying, but also insanely good. No wonder Franco idolized Martin so much. No wonder he'd rather lose sleep than miss out on IMAX 3D tickets. No wonder those people outside were willing to pay top dollar to get him to sell the tickets. It was all too real. As the plot progressed, Janice fully immersed herself in the shoes of the protagonist, Ryan Stone. The film threw a life-or-death crisis every 10 minutes or so, with Ryan Stone's life hanging by a thread. Janice and the other viewers couldn't help but adopt Ryan Stone's perspective, seeing what she saw, hearing what she heard, feeling what she felt. Hurtling into oncoming debris swarms, crashing impacts, spinning ships, deathly silence, frantic gasps. All of it so vivid. It made the audience worry for her, fear for her. This film had zero filler. When Leonardo's character, Matt Kowalski, unbuckled his tether but still smiled gently, encouraging the heroine, "You have to survive." Sobs echoed throughout the theater. Janice couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Beside her, Franco Clotho ignored his girlfriend's quiet sniffles. He clenched his fists, his emotions stirred by Matt Kowalski's selfless act, while anxiety gripped him over Ryan Stone's plight. Jessica was beautiful, Leonardo was handsome, but right now, no one cared about their looks. Everyone was utterly absorbed in the taut script and the boundless cosmos. In that moment, they all felt something profound, surpassing romantic love. One life's compassion, protection, and sacrifice for another. A deep appreciation for the universe's vastness, life's grandeur, and humanity's wonder, extending love to all fragile beings. At the film's climax, Ryan Stone murmured, "Now, no matter what happens, I can face it calmly. Okay, I'm going to launch." As Ryan Stone's capsule, along with countless space station fragments, streaked across Earth's stunning blue sky, forming a meteor shower so spectacular, so beautiful, so breathtaking. Janice, like countless other viewers, covered her mouth, tears streaming once more. This time, tears of exhilaration, of joy for life itself. Her boyfriend, Franco Clotho, was no exception, bursting into uncontrollable sobs, his manly dignity forgotten. As Janice tugged on Franco Clotho's arm while leaving the theater, both their eyes were red and puffy. Along the way, plenty of people asked them how the movie was. This time, Franco Clotho stayed silent. Janice, buzzing with excitement, said, "It was amazing, absolutely amazing. You have to see the 3D version, it won't disappoint." When a film can win over the heart of a viewer who was once skeptical about it, its box office success is all but guaranteed. Over the first weekend's 3 days, the film's earnings were $33.63 million, $46.72 million, and $34.28 million respectively, totaling $114 million. Though it didn't break any records, the figure was enough to strike fear into competitors, especially those with films slated for release around the same time. Meanwhile, the roadshow promotions for Gravity kicked off. Leonardo was a guest star, so originally the roadshows had nothing to do with him. But after the first weekend's box office numbers came in, Martin sent him a massive red envelope. Yeah, a really big one. So he volunteered to join the promotional tour. Even Martin himself tagged along with the main cast for a few appearances. To capture zero gravity in space while filming under normal Earth gravity, my team and I tried nearly every traditional method, shooting underwater, using wire rigs, even the Vomit Comet, that plane that simulates brief weightlessness with parabolic dives. But each one felt like it was missing something. I have to admit, I was a bit naive back then, thinking creating something like this would be easier than it turned out. It wasn't until we experimented with conventional techniques that I realized we'd need to invent entirely new tools to achieve the effect I wanted. Yeah, after endless trials, my expert team and I designed a special 12-wire system, connecting 12 electromagnetic wires to 12 points on the lead actors' bodies. We even brought in the world's top puppeteers. Yes, puppeteers, to operate it, turning the leads into marionettes. In the end, we used those 12 wires to create a magnetic field that suspended Jessica and Leonardo in midair. Martin spoke candidly, recounting the myriad challenges they faced during production. Some of it was true, some embellished. Martin knew people loved these stories. The tales of overcoming insurmountable odds to achieve success were the ones that truly resonated. Jessica picked up where Martin left off. It was truly an unprecedented experience. You have to completely abandon your usual habits and methods. It's like reading from a script verbatim. The machinery dictates how every tiny finger and body part must move, but your head, your mind, your heart, and your emotions are blank. So my body had to perform mechanically. They'd ask if I wanted water, and I'd slowly reach out without even thinking. You end up forced into a state where the body comes first, emotions second. Leonardo chimed in. To nail this role, I practiced yoga for ages. Oh, and during the zero-gravity training in Houston, I threw up. Jessica handled it better than me. But later, I found a trick. Listening to classical music. Yeah, classical music helps relax my body, and combined with yoga's control, it got me to peak condition. Then Martin shifted to the topic of 3D. With 3D technology becoming widespread, more and more films are hitting the market in 3D, even if some are better off in 2D. Gravity is a 3D film, but I didn't make it that way just to have things fly at the audience's faces. We wanted viewers to subtly feel like they were part of the journey. In fact, all the tech serves the film itself. For the actors and filmmakers, the most important thing is the character's inner worlds. For instance, Jessica's astronaut character carries a lot of my metaphors. There's a consistent visual motif in the film. Earth as this beautiful, habitable haven for humanity, while floating above is a woman severed from any connection to it. We explore the deeper implications of our heroine, adrift in the void, victim to inertia, far from the Earth humans rely on for survival, struggling to stay alive in space. Beyond depicting that weightless state, capturing space light was another major challenge during filming. Even though 60% of Gravity used CG for backgrounds, there were still plenty of practical shots. So creating lighting that seamlessly matched the CG space scenes demanded extreme precision. In the end, my team and I invented a one-of-a-kind lighting rig, a 6.7-meter tall, 3.3-meter wide light box. It's made of 196 panels, each about 70 centimeters long, fitted with 4,096 LED bulbs that can emit any needed light or color. The magic of this box is that it can simulate sunrises and sunsets, day-to-night transitions, varying environmental lighting, even the northern lights in the Arctic sky. To film freely inside this light box, we also developed a robot that could shoot from any angle. The camera mounted on it syncs with the computer and platform lights in real time, letting us move the actors through their space environment on the fly, creating the visual effect of the leads drifting in orbit. For example, when shooting Jessica's approach to the space station, she could see it getting closer inside the light box. I'd cue her to look at something on a screen or reach for a handle, even though it wasn't there on set, but at least she could see it on the monitor. Of course, the images on the lightbox walls were still rough. I could see the actors blending with the space backgrounds on the monitors, but during post-production rendering, all the backgrounds get overlaid with CG, making what viewers see far more realistic, like it's actually in space or inside a spacecraft. As time marched into February 2014, Gravity's North American box office broke $200 million, with global earnings reaching $412 million. Awards season arrived. Gravity swept the Golden Globes, winning Best Motion Picture, Best Actress, Best Director, Best Original Screenplay, and Best Visual Effects for major awards. At the subsequent Oscars, Gravity garnered 10 nominations: Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actress, Best Cinematography, Best Original Score, Best Editing, Best Sound Mixing, Best Sound Editing, Best Visual Effects, and Best Production Design. In the end, Gravity took home Best Director, Best Actress, Best Cinematography, and Best Visual Effects for major awards. But Best Picture went to the heavily favored and politically correct 12 Years a Slave. Matthew McConaughey won Best Actor for Dallas Buyers Club. This year's Oscars, hosted by talk show star Ellen DeGeneres, ran for 3.5 hours. Beyond the 43 million viewers, the ceremony hit a 12.9 rating among the core 18 to 49 demographic, the highest for a non-sports program since NBC's Friends finale in 2004. That was a 6% increase over last year, extending the Oscars' viewership uptrend for 3 straight years. Compared to the earlier Golden Globes and Grammys, the Oscars drew 22.1 million and 14.5 million more viewers, respectively. The pre-ceremony red carpet also pulled in solid numbers, with 27.6 million viewers tuning in during the final half hour before the show started. According to Nielsen data, Twitter saw a total of 11.2 million related posts, up 75% from last year. In contrast to the record-breaking viewership, Ellen DeGeneres, who enjoys solid popularity and reputation in the U.S., faced no shortage of criticism for her hosting performance this time. Mainstream outlets like The Hollywood Reporter, Variety, and Entertainment Weekly all expressed disappointment in her, and the ceremony itself was labeled tedious, boring, and even riddled with errors. This year's Oscars peaked in viewership during the Best Director presentation, on a flight headed to the U.S. In first class, Yang Mi and Liu Yifei were chatting. It's a shame Gravity didn't win Best Picture. I think Martin's film is way better than 12 Years a Slave. Yang Mi grumbled. Sho, meow meow, you can't say stuff like that in the U.S. You'll get slapped with a racism label. Liu Yifei quickly warned her. Don't worry, I'm just venting to you. Once we're there, I won't blab. Oh, right. About that role you're auditioning for. You really don't want me to mention it to Martin? That's right. Liu Yifei was heading to the U.S. to audition for a part, Princess Zhao Lian in The White-Haired Witch of Lunar Kingdom. Strictly speaking, this film wasn't a Hollywood production. Though the director, screenwriter, and most of the cast were from Hollywood, the main investors were from China, Canada, and France, with Hollywood capital only in 4th place. The production companies were led by Chinese film and TV firms. Even so, Martin's word carried weight. But Liu Yifei still declined. No need, meow meow. I want to try it on my own. All right then. Oh, why didn't Annie come this time? She has some things to handle, but she'll join. Later. Oh, I was hoping to invite you over to my place. Yang Mi said, a bit disappointed. You bought a house in L.A.? Nope, not me. Martin gave it to me. I told him I didn't want it, but he insisted. Yang Mi flashed a sly smile. Yeah, you're loaded now. Liu Yifei teased with a laugh. Over the years, she'd gotten used to her best friend occasionally flaunting her connection to Martin. It didn't bother her much, though sometimes it stung a little. That's why Yang Mi loved Liu Yifei so much. The plane landed at LAX. A Rolls-Royce Phantom waited outside the airport. Yang Mi tugged on Liu Yifei. Come on, let's go together. We can chat on the way. No, that wouldn't be right. I'm not close with Martin. What's the big deal? You'll get to know him. As Liu Yifei hesitated, Yang Mi pulled her into the car. Martin, waiting inside, was a bit surprised to see Liu Yifei, then smiled. You're that Liu Yifei. I remember you. You turned down the Autumn Zhang role back then. Liu Yifei felt awkward and a touch of regret. Martin added, hop in. You're friends with Yang Mi? I hear about you from her all the time. Oh, thanks. Yeah, Yang Mi and I are friends. Liu Yifei replied blankly. Whenever she chatted with someone unfamiliar, this girl came off a bit spacey and naive. But once she warmed up, she'd get sharp-tongued. After Liu Yifei and Yang Mi got in, Martin tapped the partition and the driver started the car. This Phantom was the extended version, with rear seating for 6, plus a TV and minibar. Want something to drink? Martin asked the two girls. I'll have some juice. What kinds do you have? Yang Mi peered curiously at the minibar. Grape juice. Grape it is. Fei, what about you? Yang Mi turned, acting like the hostess. Grape for me too. Okay. Martin grinned and poured each a glass. Thirsty, Yang Mi took a big gulp, her face scrunching up. This is wine, isn't it? Haha, close enough. Martin chuckled, with that childish glee of a successful prank. Liu Yifei couldn't help laughing too, taking a tiny sip. Not bad wine. Then she snuck a glance at Martin. So handsome. Martin had the car drop Liu Yifei off at her small villa in Beverly Hills, then left with Yang Mi. Liu Yifei watched the car drive away, turned, and entered the house. Staring at the empty room, a wave of loneliness suddenly washed over her. Looks like it's just me tonight. Louis Fei poured herself a cup of black tea and sat quietly on the sofa. Mom always said a woman with a career wouldn't feel lonely, but that didn't seem to hold true for her. Thanks to Lu Mom's strict oversight, 26-year-old Lu Yifei had never dated. Her only close friend she really clicked with was Yangmi. In the dead of night sometimes, she'd feel empty inside, a bit lonely, isolated. But Lu Yifei wasn't one to dwell on negativity. Though she felt alone, she didn't wallow. Her approach to life was always to follow her heart. Feeling lonely? She'd just find something to do. She'd snuck up to the rooftop in the middle of the night to drink beer, huddled under the covers with her iPad, watching those steamy little videos. But today felt different. She didn't really want to do anything to shake off the mood. Finishing her tea, the girl lay on the sofa for a while. Martin's face keeps popping into her mind. She pursed her lips, got up from the sofa, and went to the fridge, opening it to look inside. Her gaze lingered on a cake for a long time. Expired? Probably not. Mom had the maid prepare it early, right? Should I eat it? She hesitated, finally glancing at the scale in the corner of the living room, patting her flat tummy, and shutting the fridge with a sigh. Still got an audition, better not. Just then, the villa doorbell rang. Lu Yifei went to the door, cautiously checking the monitor, and saw a face blooming like a flower. A smile broke out. Lu Yifei opened the door. Yangmi, what are you doing here? That's right, it was Yangmi. She stood with hands behind her back, grinning. I'm here to keep you company. You cool with that? Welcome, welcome, of course. Lu Yifei smiled brightly, genuinely thrilled at her best friend's appearance, but still asked, don't you need to be with Martin? Haha, friends come first, duh. Without me, Martin's got other women. Without me, you'd be all alone. I'm not alone. Oh yeah? Then why are your eyes misty, like you're about to cry? Lu Yifei instinctively touched her eyes, only finding a bit of sleep crust, no moisture. Ah, you tricked me. Haha, are you dense or what? Come in. Want something to drink? What do you have? Black tea, Coke, milk, lemonade. No booze. Goody two-shoes. I'm no goody. I have beer. Ah, forget it. That stuff's gross. Lemonade for me. In Martin's mansion, Drew was cradling the baby, somewhat clumsily feeding the little one with a bottle. The baby had been born last October, a beautiful little girl. Martin had named her Angel Myers. Cameron Diaz, fresh from her rehab exercises in the pool, grabbed a large towel and dried herself off while glancing at Martin nearby. Curiously, she asked, Hey, why isn't me here? Oh, she's off hanging with a friend. In the small villa, Lu Yifei was showing Yangmi around her place. After the tour, Yangmi suddenly said, Fei, how about you drive, and we head over to check out my place? Fine. I knew it. You were waiting for this. Here I thought you were being all sweet coming with me. But really, you just wanted to show off. Lu Yifei teased with a laugh. Oh, come on. I'm just curious. Martin sent pics and videos of the house, but I haven't seen my own place in person yet. Let's go. All right, I get it. Let's go. Yangmi's coquettish act was killer. Even as a fellow woman, Lu Yifei couldn't resist. Then Lu Yifei pulled her Porsche out of the garage and drove Yangmi towards Santa Monica. A few hours later, Lu Yifei, aching from the drive, grumbled, I shouldn't have let you talk me into this. I'm exhausted. Hee, I'll give you a massage later. Come on, let's go in and see. The apartment Martin had given Yangmi was a top-floor unit right on the beach. Since it was her first time, Yangmi had to show her deed to the building manager to register her identity before getting the elevator keycard. The manager, in his 50s, eagerly asked, Ladies, would you like me to escort you up? Yangmi quickly replied, No thanks, we'll manage. All right, if you need anything, just call. The manager bowed slightly and watched the two girls swipe their card into the elevator. At the top floor, Yangmi punched in her birthday to unlock the door. Then, smugly, she said, See? Even with all his women, Martin still remembers my birthday. This place was his gift to me. She pushed open the thick, heavy armored door. Come on in. Wow. As soon as Lu Yifei stepped inside, she was captivated by the trendy decor. It kinda has a Western vibe, but mixed with that light luxury style that's popular now. It's gorgeous. Martin designed it himself. Really? His taste is top tier. Even though it wasn't a villa, Yang Mi's apartment spanned about 5,700 square feet, bigger than Louis Fei's place. Wow, this balcony has an ocean view. Amazing. Oh, is this a home theater? Wow, there's even a gym. Martin thought of everything. Whoa, this bathtub is huge, big enough for 2 or 3 people to soak together, no problem. The two girls wandered around, exclaiming in surprise. Yang Mi's vanity swelled with her best friend's oohs and ahs, her feelings for Martin overflowing even more. 80% of love in the world can be filled with material things. Though Martin, as a succubus, didn't need to, he still enjoyed icing the cake, making his women happy. He was more than willing. Tonight, let's stay here, Fei. Is that okay? Why not? You'd just be alone back home anyway. It's settled. We're crashing here for a couple days. Oh, all right. Louis Fei thought about it and happily agreed. The girls goofed around for a bit. Yang Mi called Martin. Honey, I'm not coming back tonight. I'm at the place you gave me. Fei's here too. We decided to stay a couple days, okay? Louis Fei couldn't help shivering. Her best friend was way too good at acting cute. Didn't she find it cringy at all? Yang Mi didn't. She loved it because her darling Martin enjoyed watching her do it. Sure, you two stay there for a couple days. I'll swing by when I'm free. Oh, right. Besides the building's main manager, each unit has a private butler. I left your private butler's number on the nightstand. If you need anything later, just call her. A private butler? What can she do for me? Lots. Like if the place gets dirty, she can arrange cleaning. If something breaks, she can send someone to fix or replace it. If you're craving food but don't want to go out, she can order delivery for you. Wow, that's so convenient. After hanging up, Yang Mi grabbed the private butler's number from the nightstand and ordered a lavish dinner for herself and Louis Fei. Meanwhile, Louis Fei was browsing the DVDs Martin had left in the home theater. As she looked, her face flushed scarlet with embarrassment. Because among the many classic films Martin had bought for Yang Mi, there were quite a few adult-only movies. Just the covers were enough to make hearts race. But our Louis Fei, outwardly a good girl, had secretly watched stuff like this before. What made her blush was the unbidden image popping into her head of Martin and Yang Mi in this private theater, watching the screen while, no, stop thinking that. I'm so bad. Louis Fei shook her head vigorously. From behind came Yang Mi's surprised voice. Fei, what's wrong? You okay? No, it's... What's this? Yang Mi had already come over, glancing at the DVD in Louis Fei's hand. She peered closer and grinned mischievously. So that's what you were thinking about, naughty stuff. Shaking your head to chase away the images. She mimicked Louis Fei's head shake, chanting in a mock sultry tone. No. Louis Fei gaped. Oh my God, she nailed it. Then, blushing, she pounced on Yang Mi. Shut up. I'm gonna pinch you. No, not. There, tickles. Turns out, girls together can get just as rowdy. Like after dinner, when Yang Mi insisted on dragging Louis Fei into the bath together, sternly refused by Louis Fei. Then, the two snuggled up on the massive 700-square-foot master bed, sharing a pillow and even the same blanket for the night. Santa Monica, the top floor of a luxurious apartment building. Inside a lavish master bedroom suite, on a 3M by 3M king-sized bed, two girls were sound asleep. Suddenly, Yang Mi vaguely sensed something off beside her. Her eyes snapped open, fully awake. She saw a dark figure standing at the bedside, her heart skipping a beat as she nearly screamed. Then her mouth was covered, and a familiar voice whispered, "Shoo, it's me. The figure released her hand. Yang Mi, astonished, lowered her voice. Martin, why are you here? I missed you, so I came to see you. Didn't I say I'd drop by when I had time? Yang Mi instinctively glanced at the digital clock on the nightstand. 2:45 a.m. Oh my God, Martin is so romantic. This was a case of beauty in the eye of the beholder. If it were anyone else, it might have been, oh my God, what a pervert. Yang Mi was about to say something when Martin's hands began to move, applying a massage. His touch, devoid of any lewd intent, kneaded and soothed Yang Mi's muscles. In the darkness, Louis Fei nervously squinted her eyes, not daring to move a muscle. What's going on? Why is Martin here? and giving Yangmi a massage. Oh heavens. This, it's all so weird. Where did Martin learn that? Oh no, is my heartbeat too loud? Will they hear it? Ugh, why aren't they done yet? My bladder's about to burst. Liu Yifei had woken up desperate to pee. Dinner with Yangmi had involved plenty of wine, now processed into waste by her body. But she hadn't expected to open her eyes and hear strange noises beside her, followed by a sight that shocked her for life. Martin's massage technique was truly authentic. Then she froze. A little angel Fei with fluttering white wings said, "Close your eyes, close your eyes. You can't watch. This is their business, nothing to do with you." A little devil Fei with flapping black wings countered, "Watch, it's so good. Why not? They're not hiding from you." In the end, the devil Fei won out. Under her mom's strict control for over 20 years, Liu Yifei had long harbored rebellious urges deep down. She was tired of being the good girl. Sometimes she envied Yangmi, doing whatever she wanted, living freely and boldly. Now, Yangmi flipped over and began using unique massage techniques to loosen Martin's muscles. Martin flopped down right next to Liu Yifei, a strong masculine scent wafting over. Liu Yifei instinctively took a deep breath. Her face warmed slightly. Staring at the muscular arm inches away, she didn't know what possessed her, but she trembled and inched her hand forward, pretending it was an unconscious sleep movement, her palm brushing against the arm's muscle. The moment she did it, reason kicked back in, and she panicked. What did I just do? Martin didn't notice, right? What if he did? Does this count as betraying me? Am I being too pervy? Oh, seems like Martin didn't notice. Should I pull my hand back? Or leave it a bit longer? If I pull back and he notices, I'm doomed. Dead meat? Hee, Martin's skin is so smooth. Wait, what am I thinking? It's fine to think about it. He won't know anyway. No, I forgot I need the bathroom. Can't hold it. My stomach's gonna explode. What do I do? Ugh, this is so annoying. Seriously, why aren't they finishing? Liu Yifei felt like ants were crawling all over her, itching, scratching at her heart. On one hand, the urgent need to pee. On the other, reluctance to look away. Torment, pure torment. She muttered inwardly, but her face stayed frozen, not daring to make a sound, terrified the others would realize she was awake. Really, I just need the bathroom. Why is this so hard? Liu Yifei struggled to control herself, waiting, suppressing. Finally, after who knows how long, the show next to her ended. No more movement. Liu Yifei held back a little longer. Even breathing sounds came. Seemed like both were asleep. She opened her squinted eyes, glancing at Martin lying beside her. A sudden impulse surged, barely suppressed. With a soft sigh, Liu Yifei lifted the blanket and tiptoed toward the bathroom. Moments later, whoosh whoosh, the exhilarating sound of rushing water echoed. It went on for ages before stopping. She'd really been holding it in. Emerging from the bathroom, Liu Yifei hesitated again. Should she switch rooms? But switching would let me know I knew what she did. Staying feels so awkward though. What to do? The little angel and devil fluttered out again. Moments later, Liu Yifei tiptoed back to the bed. She slipped under the covers, pretending nothing happened, ready to sleep until dawn. But weird thoughts lingered in her mind. If I accidentally bump into something in my sleep, that wouldn't be on purpose. She even felt a secret thrill at the idea. But her little scheme fell flat. No sooner had she settled in and turned her head for another peek at the guy next to her than her eyes met a pair of bright, alert ones. It startled Liu Yifei. Instinctively, she wanted to scream. Then her mouth was covered. Don't wake Yangmi. Martin's low voice, laced with his breath, whispered in her ear. Liu Yifei froze, staring at him in confusion. What does he mean? Why not wake Yangmi? He couldn't be thinking. Then Martin's words stunned her. You were peeking earlier, don't think I didn't notice? You're not as innocent as you seem. No way, I have to get payback. Martin was a man of his word. Liu Yifei's eyes widened in shock. Outside the window, the moon shyly hid behind the clouds. Waves lapped against the rocks, rumbling softly. Occasionally, a few startled birds flapped up into the night, circled, and returned to their nests. Who knows how much time passed? The sun rose, spreading its warm rays across the earth. People began waking from their dreams. And in a certain apartment, in a certain room's closet, a shriek rang out. Yangmi, face full of shock, pointed at the two tangled figures beside her, stammering, You too. Louis Fei, roused by the noise, groggily opened her eyes. Then memories flooded back, and she saw Yang Mi's shocked face. Ah, she screamed too. What did I do last night? In the room, sunlight slipped through the gaps in the curtains. The originally quiet space was shattered by two screams. The girl's commotion also woke Martin. He opened his eyes, noticing someone in his arms still shrieking, and instinctively silenced her with a kiss. The person in his embrace immediately stopped making noise, her eyes widening, her mind going blank. Yang Mi fell silent too. After the initial shock, she realized she wasn't entirely opposed to her best friend and boyfriend hooking up. After all, hadn't she and Emma done the same before? Does this mean I have my own faction in Martin's harem now? Right? I should team up with Zheng Yan'ai, and Hu Jing too. Martin woman from China. That makes 4 of us. Oh, and count that bitch Emma for now. That's 5. Hee hee. When you think about it, my influence is pretty strong. Martin started moving, beginning his morning workout, fucking. Louis Fei's eyes bulged. Again, with Yang Mi watching. At that thought, she couldn't help turning her head toward her best friend, only to see a face smirking faintly, staring blankly at them. Ah, did Yang Mi get scared stupid? Then she heard Yang Mi call out. Ah, count me in. Morning threesome. What the hell? Louis Fei widened her eyes once more. She felt like the shocks from this one day outnumbered all the ones in her entire life combined. At noon, Martin took the 2 girls for a stroll nearby and found a decent restaurant for a seafood meal. Louis Fei was still a bit unadjusted. It was all so strange. Why wasn't Yang Mi the least bit angry? And why didn't she feel too upset herself? Seriously, the 3 ate and chatted. In the conversation, they learned Louis Fei was preparing to audition for the white-haired witch of Lunar Kingdom. Martin couldn't help asking, Fei, who picked this project for you? Louis Fei honestly replied, my mom. After thinking for a moment, Martin still advised, I suggest you don't take it. Honestly, someone approached me to invest in this project. I read the script. It's a total flop. Louis Fei was stunned. It's a flop? But doesn't it have Nicolas Cage? Martin laughed. I've heard Ching Chong fans really love Nicolas, but I didn't realize the rose-tinted glasses were this thick. Nicolas Cage is a good actor, but not every film he takes is good, especially now that he's bankrupt and desperate to pay off debts. He'll take anything. Ah, he's bankrupt. You didn't know? The news broke ages ago. Wait, you don't know? And your mom, who's managing you, doesn't either? Martin couldn't help grumbling. Honestly, in the original timeline, Louis Fei good hand got played to pieces, and her mom bore a big chunk of the blame. Then, what do? I advise you not to take this one. Filming too many big flops won't do you any good. Don't ruin your audience appeal for a paycheck. Martin sincerely suggested. At that moment, Yang Mi suddenly said, Martin, don't you have a new project next year? Any roles suitable for Fei? Ever since the idea of building her own faction in Martin's harem popped up, Yang Mi seemed infused with a sense of responsibility, eagerly stepping up to advise Louis Fei. Martin pondered. You mean Suicide Squad, the DC comic Suicide Squad adaptation. There are a few female roles, but Harley Quinn requires flashy, sexy exposure, not a fit. The witch wouldn't stand out much. There is Katana, but she's Japanese. I want to play it. Louis Fei said. Martin nodded. That's no issue. That sounds great, why not her? Fei, skip auditioning for White-Haired Witch and do Martin's film. Even if it's a supporting role, his movies are guaranteed hits, and he'll make you shine. Louis Fei was tempted. God of Reader, Martin planned to change it to Chinese character, but with my power as a translator, that's not happening. A few days later, Lu Mom finished her business in Chingchong and flew to Los Angeles. Louis Fei drove her Porsche to pick her up. The moment she saw her daughter, Lu Mom sensed something off. Her daughter's complexion seemed exceptionally radiant, her features delicate and glowing, her spirits high. Was LA's weather that nourishing? Lu Mom instinctively looked up at the sky. Bright sunshine, a bit glaring. She quickly lowered her head. Mom, hurry and get in. Lu Mom didn't think much of it and slid into the passenger seat. How's the audition prep going? On the way back, Lu Mom asked. Louis Fei guiltily glanced at her mom out of the corner of her eye, then cautiously said, Mom, I don't want to audition for White-Haired Witch. What? Lu Mom's volume shot up. What are you thinking? I pulled so many strings to get this audition. Then, in a grave tone, daughter, Mom's doing this for your own good. It's a Hollywood film, with that big star, that Nick what's his name Lars Cage. Mom, it's Nicolas Cage. But he's bankrupt now, not a top star in Hollywood anymore. To pay debts, he's taking all sorts of flops. What? Where'd you hear that? You can't trust tabloid gossip. Lu Mom said, baffled. Trust Mom. Lu Yifei sighed inwardly, recalling Martin's words. The headaches come from those who mess things up in the name of your own good, because they truly believe they're helping, so. You have to be firm, have your own opinions. Honestly, Lu Yifei was the classic mama's girl. Her mom had called the shots on everything since childhood. She'd thought about rebelling, but it always stayed at thinking. But this time, Mom, I insist, I don't want this role. She found it odd. Somehow, after that with Martin, she suddenly had a bit more strength. Is this what growing from girl to woman feels like? You stubborn girl, why so headstrong? Listen to Mom. You haven't had a standout role in ages. That 4 famous catchers got your scene stolen by that young girl on purpose. When will you fix this non-competitive attitude? Lu Mom scolded, a bit frustrated at her lack of drive. But Lu Yifei shot her mom a slightly annoyed glance. Mom, you say I'm non-competitive, but aren't I competing with you right now? Well, her first fight in life, aimed at her mom. Lu Mom didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then her daughter's next words stunned her. Mom, actually, I found a suitable role in Martin's new project next year. Even if it's supporting, his films are way better than some no-name director's white-haired witch. Lu Yifei's words plunged the car into a brief silence. A few seconds later, Lu Mom asked in a shocked tone, Martin's new project? Which Martin? That Martin Myers? How do you know him? Why would he give you a role? Is it confirmed? Lu Yifei smiled. Mom, so many questions. Which one do you want me to answer first? Stop grinning. Answer them one by one. Okay. Lu Yifei pursed her lips, then said, yes, it's Martin Myers. He has a new project next year, a DC comic adaptation. I met him through Yangmi, and she asked him to give me the role. Martin agreed verbally, and he said we can sign the contract anytime. Wait. Lu Mom's face grew even more puzzled. Yangmi introduced you? Yes. But how does she have that kind of pull? She's only been in 2 of his films, right? Even if she has some connection with him, could she really say something like that? Mom, I'll just tell you straight. Didn't I say before that Yangmi is Martin's friend? Yeah, I remember you didn't believe it, saying she was just gilding her own lily. But actually, Yangmi isn't just his friend. She's Martin's girlfriend. What? Lu Mom looked utterly stunned. Real or fake? Like a proper girlfriend, or the casual fling kind? Mom, how can you say that? She's my friend. Mom's tone was off, sorry. Lu Mom apologized half-heartedly, then eagerly asked, so which is it? It's a proper girlfriend. But from what I've read in the papers, that Martin has a whole bunch of women. And he picked Yangmi? What's wrong with me? She's great too. But, those bunch of women in the papers are actually all Martin's girlfriends. At this point, Lu Yifei's face heated up a bit, because she herself had become one of that bunch. Lu Mom frowned, then relaxed. So Yangmi was just one among many. That eased her mind a lot. Then she said to her daughter, all right, then you should keep up a good relationship with me. We've always been close. Lu Yifei said, yes, you've always been tight. You have good judgment. Lately Mom has some free time. Call Yangmi and invite her out. I'll treat her to dinner. She paused, then added, if we can get Martin to come too, that'd be even better. Also, we should get the contract signed soon, to avoid any hitches. Now Mom sees it, Martin's films are guaranteed blockbusters. That genius title is well-deserved. Of course, hearing her mom praise Martin, Lu Yifei suddenly felt a sense of shared pride. Then Lu Mom spoke meaningfully. Fei, but don't follow me's example. We don't need to rise up that way. Mom, there you go again. All right, Mom won't say it. Seeing her daughter a bit unhappy, Lu Mom quickly changed the subject, asking more about that role. Then the conversation shifted to Lu Yifei's classmate, Jiang Yan. When it comes to scheming for the top, your bestie counts as one, but that classmate of yours, Jiang Yan, isn't far behind. For the 4's role, She not only funded her way in, but also buttered up some bigwig in the industry. That's how she edged out that Hong Kong star and got the director to cut your scenes. Shameless. And Fei, you're too trusting. She invites you somewhere, and you just go. That woman's full of schemes, calling a bunch of media to the airport to snap her, without telling you. You showed up barefaced, she all dolled up, then she blasts out press releases overshadowing you. Infuriating. Oh, and I heard for her 2010 collab with Huang Bo and Fake Couple, she used unspoken rules to bump out Wang Luodan, supposedly made Wang cry. The worst was her third-wheeling that cake seller. His original wife supported him financially when he was down and out selling cakes, backed his startup unconditionally. But once the husband made it big, Jiang Yin wormed her way in, and the poor woman got dumped. Is that even human? Sigh, too bad that ex-wife is too high-minded to bother with that immoral pair of dogs, letting your classmate off easy. What a bargain for her. Mom, stop already. I haven't hung out with her in ages. Bad deeds get their karma. Louis Fei said. Lu Mom snorted. I see that woman living it up. Where's the karma? Little did the mother-daughter duo know, karma was coming next year. At the 2015 Golden Horse Awards, Jiang Yin, who'd climbed by talent, won Best Supporting Actress for her role as Ji Yaohua in The Four, and Xue Jieqi, whose role she'd stolen, was the presenter for Best Supporting Actress. Right there on stage, Xue mocked her. In the film we never see her face, covering it. Turns out to win an award, you just need no shame. That takedown shook the earth. It's common for stars to feud in the industry, but public drags like Xue Jieqi's were rare. You could tell how much she hated her. Right now, this Jiang Yin still had her artsy goddess image in public. But starting next year, with scandals exposed one by one, she'd flip from artsy goddess to lying queen. From home-wrecking to stealing resources, this woman's wild love life involved 10 men falling for her. Her misdeeds endless, exposing her ruthless ambition and unscrupulous climb. The mother-daughter pair chatted all the way home. Before getting out, Lu Mom summed up, Daughter, don't blame me for being so strict. This industry's a mess. No one's truly unstained by the mud. You're so naive. I worry you'll get eaten alive, bones and all. Louis Fei's face flushed. How could Lu Mom know? Her obedient darling had already been devoured, bones and all, in the few days she was away. And multiple times at that. Honestly, while Lu Mom lacked script sense, she excelled at protecting her daughter. Otherwise, Martin wouldn't have gotten the first taste. Back home, after unpacking a bit, Louis Fei called Yang Mi at her mom's urging. The next day, Yang Mi came over to Louis Fei's for a visit. And the shameless Martin tagged along. Auntie, hello. Martin's humble demeanor immediately won Lu Mom's favor. Look at this international Hollywood superstar, so low-key and modest. Unlike some domestic folks who get famous and float away. Little did she know, Martin was visiting with the attitude of a son-in-law meeting his mother-in-law. Even if he had quite a few mothers-in-law. When it comes to how far an incubus will go to please someone, well, right now, Lu Mom's face blooming with smiles was a perfect example. Ha ha ha, Martin, you're so amusing. Oh dear, I'm not as great as you say. What? Young? I'm already an old hag. Louis Fei stared in astonishment at her mom, chatting animatedly with Martin, suddenly realizing her mom could be quite naive and loved flattery. Then she felt deeply touched, because Martin was doing all this for her. It had to be said, girls in love were easily fooled. They were especially prone to self-delusion. After handling Lu Mom, Martin had her arrange for Louis Fei's team to come sign the contract, locking in the female swordswoman role. Then Lu Mom rushed back to Chingchong, preparing to hype up the news. It had to be said, for her daughter, Lu Mom was willing to go all out. Time flew to May. Gravity wrapped its run. North American box office, $498 million. Global, $905 million. Proving Martin's prowess in pure sci-fi. TL/N. Deleted paragraph. Basically, Louis Fei's mom went back to Chingchong country to hype up the news, and it spread online. People were praising Yi Fei, but some were skeptical since there's no female swordsman in the comics. Martin then explained that it's an original character made for her. After seeing the news, Lu Mom praised Martin to her daughter, who'd just returned home days ago. Mom, Louis Fay blushed and pouted. All right, Mom won't say it. Look at you, getting shy. Then, with proud eyes on her daughter, my girl's so beautiful. This LA trip even made your skin more radiant. Louis Fay's face reddened further. By March in Los Angeles, temperatures hit 28-29°C, scorching sun. Beaches buzzed with people, cool-dressed girls, surfboard-toting hunks, skateboarding youths. Lively. And this month, California passed the infamous Proposition 47. The bill downgraded some felonies to misdemeanors, including drug crimes, and massively reduced sentences, leading to early releases of many inmates, sounding alarms for California's security. Prop 47's banner, government funding shortages, and overcrowded prisons. Turns out governments can save by mass pardons. Facts proved it saved money, but cost lives. 1 year post-Prop 47, California's prison population dropped by 13,000, saving $150 million. But meanwhile, San Francisco car break-ins skyrocketed. In 2015, police averaged 70 daily reports, and California's homicides surged year after year, peaking in 2020 at a 13-year high. Retired Detective Robert Boyes blamed the murder spike on plummeting arrests and pretrial detentions. No one's getting arrested anymore. People caught with guns get released over and over. Actually, it didn't take a year, just 2 months, for the bill's ills to show. California's crime rate spiked noticeably, panicking many middle-class neighborhoods due to insufficient policing. Many middle-class areas formed neighborhood watch patrols, residents arming themselves for nighttime patrols. Of course, these had to be reported to police in advance, lest they be mistaken for criminals and shot. The chaos didn't spread to rich areas. No matter how short-staffed, elite security was prioritized. In Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Malibu, South Pasadena, it was business as usual, peace and prosperity. But there were some changes. The wealthy started traveling with 1 or 2 bodyguards. Like Martin, who assigned 4 guards to each of his women, and reminded his ladies not to take the kids to secluded spots. At the dining table, the women gossiped animatedly. Did you hear? Blake almost got robbed in a parking lot the other day. Lucky cops were nearby. Leonardo freaked, assigned her 4 burly guards. Know what? 2 shops in a middle-class Bay Area community got looted, and 2 burned down. Oh God, another shooting in North LA yesterday, 4 dead. What's going on lately? Martin, meanwhile, was on the phone with Obama. Who the hell came up with this bill? Martin snarled. Obama said awkwardly, "Hey, kid, don't get mad. The Democratic Party's huge, bound to have a few idiots. This isn't a few. The bill passed, so all LA Democrats are idiots. California's long been Democratic turf. Prop 47's proposal and passage dented the party's image." Martin said, "This socialist progressive ideology objectively results in violent criminals going free, scorning law and order. When laws lose deterrence, society heads toward jungle law. I can't believe they didn't see that. Or is it another arms backlog clearance?" Martin felt that the passage of Proposition 47 was all about selling guns. It was probably one or several arms manufacturers looking to clear out their stockpiles. With deteriorating public safety, ordinary citizens would naturally want to buy guns to protect their lives and property. If ordinary citizens bought guns, criminals would follow suit. Not to mention that with the deterrent power of the law diminished, gangs would resort to force more frequently, increasing demand for firearms. In any case, arms dealers were sure winners, the public losers, and criminals were just tools. It wasn't long before Kentucky Senator Thomas Massey posted a family photo on Twitter. Men, women, old and young, each holding a gun, all smiling brightly. This was blatant advertising, reminding the public, to protect your family's bright smiles, hurry up and buy guns. Shameless. Time flew by. It came to mid-July in the summer. Guardians of the Galaxy premiered. Chris Pratt, full of vigor, had his arm around Zoe Saldana, who played Gamora, as they walked the red carpet. Then, in the press interview area, he candidly said, "Hey, folks, you ready? In some obscure corner, mischief and adventure intertwine, and a hilariously ragtag team is about to emerge. Ha ha ha. Soon you'll get to enjoy a thrilling spectacle blending epic cosmic fantasy with slapstick comedy. I dare say, This is an unprecedented feast of revelry. Hee hee. Let's dive into the interstellar vortex and gradually unlock this unique hero's story. TL/N. I feel like this paragraph was made using an AI. Zoe Saldana looked at the man beside her, chattering away, speechless. This guy really talked too much, like a magpie in a past life. Chris Pratt was, of course, excited. A blockbuster with a $170 million investment. In Hollywood's sea of actors, how many got such a chance? In his mind, if not for Martin's recommendation, this juicy pie wouldn't have fallen on his head. And now that he'd grabbed this opportunity, if the film exploded at the box office, it meant his status would skyrocket. Of course, conversely, if it flopped, he'd be done for. So don't be fooled by his endless babbling now. It was all nerves talking. Our film is absolutely a must-see. I play the witty, roguish earthling Peter Quill, teaming up with the universe's quirkiest, most mismatched companions to form the Guardians of the Galaxy. Hand in hand, we face apocalyptic crises. Chris Pratt rambled on, even slipping in some film promotion. Zoe Saldana could only stand there bored, zoning out, but not forgetting to strike poses for the photographer's pretty shots. Just then, Zoe Saldana suddenly felt her hand empty. The chattering Chris Pratt had bolted forward. She turned to see him, slightly bowed, fawning over Martin, who'd just stepped off the red carpet. Martin, long time no see. When you free for a drink? My treat. Sure. Martin smiled in response. Chris Pratt's heart eased immediately. Then he led Martin toward the venue like a waiter. Passing the press area, Martin paused to chat with reporters. Chris Pratt's a good kid. His acting's spot on. So I recommended him. I've seen the Guardians of the Galaxy dailies. Box office smash, no doubt. Martin's praise for Chris Pratt had the guy's face blooming with smiles. Once Martin finished answering, it was like a servant ushering him into the hall, the whole time ignoring his girlfriend. Zoe Saldana could only trail behind in her gown, smile frozen, though anyone could see the stiffness in her barely contained anger and embarrassment. One reporter said, Chris Pratt's such a bootlicker around Martin. Shame he's a star. Another, that's Martin for you. If bootlicking got me a blockbuster lead and $1 million+ payday, I'd lick his ass too. Literally. One. But Zoe Saldana looks so awkward. Martin shows up, and Chris Pratt ignores her the whole time. A bearded one. What else? Anyone else would choose to suck up to Martin too. Beautiful women aren't scarce in Hollywood. They're abundant. The screening itself was unremarkable. Guardians of the Galaxy was a standard comic adaptation above par. The plot was simple. Peter Quill, abducted from Earth as a kid, raised by his adoptive father Yondu to become an ultimate rogue, self-styled Star-Lord. In one heist, he steals a mysterious orb, becoming the target of bounty hunters Rocket Raccoon and Treeman Groot, while the mysterious Gamora is also after the orb. Through a series of comedic misadventures, Star-Lord is forced to team up with these three, plus the vengeful destroyer Drax, to evade accuser Ronan's pursuit. But the mysterious orb holds immense power. The team must unite to counter Ronan and save the galaxy. The Guardians of the Galaxy are born. What set this film apart from other superhero movies was that it didn't follow the formula of crafting a tall, righteous image to make viewers feel the world needed saving by him alone. There were too many such films, and audiences could get tired. Instead, Guardians of the Galaxy uniquely centered a petty rogue, giving a fresh feel, plus his colorful teammates, a bunch of misfits, or even criminals. Such a combo, in the end, would produce what kind of effect? Guardians of the Galaxy ultimately showed viewers not a simple hero saves the world tale, but that saving the world doesn't require heroes. If anything, it was a loser league. Such a setup closed the gap between the characters and real viewers, so future box office success wouldn't be surprising. Watching the wisecracking Peter Quill, Martin thought of Deadpool, another intriguing character. Too bad, after the Avengers, Marvel Studios was on fire, without investment stake from them, and no investment meant no interest in filming it. For Martin, the film ended. Amid the audience's enthusiastic applause, the cast and crew took the stage. Chris Pratt clearly basked in the fans' adoration. When the host introduced him, the applause was the loudest. In the audience, Daniel Kaluuya felt a bit envious as he watched his good friend energetically field questions on stage. In his heart, he wondered if, when his own film premiered, he'd get the same treatment. He definitely would. Though Get Out's budget wasn't as big as Guardians of the Galaxy, it was still personally directed by Martin. For a moment, Daniel Kaluuya's envy faded a little, replaced by a surge of anticipation. Time flew by, arriving in September. The latest 15-second trailer for Get Out began airing on major TV stations. This was still just pre-promotion. The full-scale publicity blitz would wait until closer to release. Time zipped forward again to mid-December. Specifically, December 21st, 2014. In front of the Hollywood Grand Theater, throngs of media reporters appeared, armed with cameras big and small. Starting early that morning, Get Out had opened in 2,088 theaters across North America. Over 2,000 morning screenings showed just how much the major chains valued this film. At 7 p.m., the premiere kicked off at the Hollywood Grand Theater. The black lead received some buzz, with Spike Lee, Morgan Freeman, Will Smith, and Halle Berry all showing up to support. A silver Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up to the red carpet, and Martin, hand in hand with Scarlett Johansson, stepped out. The moment they hit the carpet, flashes popped like fireworks, lighting up the surroundings like daylight. Mr. Myers, last month your Myers Films invested in 2 films, The Hobbit, The Battle of the Five Armies and Night at the Museum, Secret of the Tomb, which topped the monthly box office. How do you manage to make every investment profitable? The reporter's question made Martin pause briefly, smiling as he said, "Simple. Luck." Seeing the reporter's baffled faces around him, he chuckled. "Just kidding. Actually, in my head, I have an effective method for picking films." Then he continued, "But I can't tell you. Trade secret." Then, pulling Scarlett along, he laughed his way into the photo area. Scarlett couldn't help giggling. Only you in all of Hollywood would dare toy with those uncrowned kings like that. Most stars, directors, producers, they all need to cozy up to the press. Well, yeah, I'm speaking from absolute strength. Martin struck a smug pose. Scarlett was stunned. "I was going to say you don't rely on films for a living anyway." "You're right, too. Films are my passion. Investments and business are my career. But with your passion, you've crushed 90% of the pros in this industry." Who's the other 10%? I don't buy it. Shouldn't it be 100%? Hee. Scarlett burst out laughing. It was 8:30. In the theater, except for the invited media and one